Chapter 1. The Character of Chu Dongheng. A gentle chill wafted through the air, casting a wintry glance upon the slender branches adorned with touches of withering gold. On the fourth floor of the Jiangdong Provincial Party Committee's archives, a woman in her 30s, fair-skinned and bespectacled, meticulously organized the documents. The archive was replete with an array of materials, including annual government reports from the Provincial Party Committee in various cities and counties, speeches from prominent leaders, and numerous official documents issued over the years. Tap, tap, echoed the sound of polished shoes. A young man, approximately 23 years of age, approached. He possessed a delicate and tall stature that would likely lead most to assume he was a university student. Xiao Chu, what are you studying today? The elegant woman inquired without lifting her gaze. Her familiarity with the young man suggested his frequent visits to this seldom visited location, as one could easily discern his presence by the sound of his shoes. Good afternoon, Lin Jia. It's hardly a matter of research, please don't tease me. I simply take the time to admire the illustrious achievements and the profound history of our esteemed predecessors, thereby enriching my understanding. The young man replied with a smile. The woman's name was straightforward Lin Yu. True to her name, she exuded an air of intellect and tranquility. The young man was known as Chu Dongheng, a master's degree holder working in the secretariat of the Provincial Party Committee, a commendable accomplishment at the time. Not only was Chu Dongheng handsome, but his academic credentials were also impressive. Upon graduation, the state ceased to guarantee job placements, compelling one to pass civil service examinations for governmental positions. Then do take the time to reflect and cultivate your thoughts, Lin Yu remarked casually, not paying much attention to him. She was accustomed to Chu Dongheng's presence as he perused the materials, and he would invariably return everything to its rightful placia practice he had maintained for over a year. While others might borrow items, Chu Dongheng diligently noted down only what was pertinent for him. At 5 p.m., the workday had concluded. Chu Dongheng exchanged greetings with Lin Yu before taking his leave. Upon returning to the secretariat office, he discovered that everyone had already departed, having left half an hour early. What day is it today? Why is everyone leaving before the official end of the workday? Chu Dongheng mused to himself. He settled at his desk, organizing the notes he had recorded in the Archivian ingrained habit. Chu Dongheng enjoyed a relatively leisurely pace, and the personnel in the first section of the secretariat appreciated his calm demeanor. His academic background in a field outside of Chinese literature or journalism rendered him somewhat undervalued in terms of literary talent. Furthermore, his elevated qualifications often led to concerns about him overshadowing others. Drafting major speeches was beyond his purview, and he occasionally undertook minor tasks. Having completed his master's thesis, he found that typical speechwriting was a trivial matter for him, though he lacked opportunities to showcase his abilities. Thus, he engaged little with his colleagues in the first section of the secretariat, rarely invited to social activities. He relished the solitude, for his advanced studies had ingrained in him a sense of isolation as a norm. While Chu Dongheng was engrossed in organizing his materials, someone pushed the door open and entered. Greetings, Secretary General. Chu Dongheng promptly rose to offer his salutations. The individual entering was Zhao Zefeng, the Secretary General of the Provincial Committee. Upon noticing that Chu Dongheng was alone in the office, Zhao furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing. Young Chu, are you adjusting well? Zhao Zefeng inquired, somewhat casually. Not too bad. I am merely taking some time to reflect on myself, Chu Dongheng replied. Youthful individuals possessing the ability to introspect is indeed commendable. In the grand provincial compound, the number of people with whom Chu Dongheng maintained a close relationship was few. He could count them on one hand. Zhao Zefeng was the one who showed him the most concern and care. A year prior, Zhao Zefeng had been transferred from Beiyue Province to Jiangdong Province, taking on the role of Deputy Secretary General of the Provincial Committee. It was only in October of the previous year, after the former Secretary General's term concluded, that he assumed his current position. At that time, when Chu Dongheng graduated, the state administrative units ceased guaranteed placements, necessitating the examination for civil service positions to secure governmental employment. For Chu Dongheng, passing the civil service examination was not a daunting task. He had even secured a position at the Provincial Development and Reform Commission, designated at the deputy section chief level. Initially, this was a source of joy, but when the organizational arrangements were made, that position was filled by another. Thus began a series of unfortunate events. The organization department assigned him to the Education Bureau of Jiangming City, where he was merely to serve as a section chief. However, the Education Bureau declined to accept him, citing a lack of available positions. With no alternative, the organization department reassigned him to the Environmental Protection Bureau, which offered even more substantial refusals, arguing that an individual with a background in economics should not be encroaching upon positions in the environmental sector, especially since no openings were present. This back and forth led him through over 200 departments, including public security, traffic police, culture, tourism, and water resources, only to find himself back at the organization department. The underlying issue was that Dongheng's higher education made department leaders wary of losing their positions to him otherwise. It was inconceivable that so many units could not accommodate someone of his caliber. Unable to bear the situation any longer, Zhao Zifeng intervened, directly placing him in the secretary's office, where an additional member would neither increase nor decrease the count, and elevated him to the rank of section chief. This decision incited envy among others, who opposed it vehemently, but Zhao Zifeng stood firm, retorting, "Then you may arrange it yourselves." However, it was somewhat awkward for Dongheng, whose academic focus was financial economics, to be situated in a department primarily tasked with writing. Notably, Zhao Zifeng had just arrived in Jiangdong and was unfamiliar with individuals across various units. Within the bureaucratic framework, Dongheng was among the few graduates with advanced degrees at that time, and promoting him to section chief did not technically violate any regulations, though it was certainly a stretch. Thus, the year unfolded in this manner. By the way, young Chu, have you had a conversation with Secretary Hua's daughter? How'd it go? Zhao Zifeng inquired again, with apparent subtlety. Dongheng felt a wave of embarrassment. The Secretary Hua referred to by Zhao was Hua Jiqing, the secretary of the county committee of Hefeng, and his daughter was Hua Yueran, who worked as a Chinese language teacher at Jiangming High School, 3 years his senior. Once, when Zhao Zifeng asked if he had a girlfriend, and upon learning that he did not, he provided Dongheng with Hua Yueran's phone number and shared Chu's number with her, all with the knowledge and consent of Secretary Hua, who remarked that Hua Yueran was quite attractive. Hua Jiqing, the secretary of the Hefeng County Committee, is acquainted with Dongheng, as it is quite common for individuals within the system to attend meetings at the provincial party committee, network, and establish connections. Their interactions are frequent, rendering their acquaintance natural, albeit not particularly intimate. During that time, Hua Jiqing was considered a prominent county party secretary, and it was hardly surprising that he cultivated a relationship with Secretary Zhao Zifeng. The conversational style of Secretary Zhao was rather eclectic, swiftly transitioning from professional matters to personal affairs. "Secretary, not yet," Dongheng stammered. "What? Are you not appealing to her?" Zhao Zifeng appeared somewhat displeased. "Not that, Secretary." Chu struggled to articulate his thoughts, feeling a sense of frustration. He reflected on his own familial situation, just himself and his mother, which left him feeling insecure. Observing Zhao Zifeng's composed demeanor, he awkwardly added, "I fear she may look down upon me. I shall make an attempt another day." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zifeng's expression finally softened.
Chapter 2, The Speech of the Provincial Secretary. It was improbable that Secretary Zhao had come solely for the trivial romantic escapades of the young. After all, Dongheng had spent a year within the highest administrative body of Jiangdong and thus possessed a modicum of political acumen. As anticipated, Zhao Zifeng remarked, "Young Chu, you have been in the secretariat for a year now, it is time for you to hone your skills." His expression remained devoid of any particular emotion. "Please, Secretary, offer your guidance," Dongheng replied, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. Over the past year, Zhao Zifeng had not assigned him any tasks. This was primarily due to the fact that the then provincial secretary, Kong Chaolin, had a dedicated secretary, Song Gang, who also concurrently served as the director of the 1st Division of the Provincial Secretariat. This arrangement was customary. Many documents were specifically arranged by Song Gang, whom Zhao Zifeng was not particularly fond of, yet he rarely intervened in his work. Dongheng held no particular admiration for Song Gang, mainly because the documents that required submission to the Secretariat for writing were not assigned to him. Song Gang often regarded himself as the foremost secretary of Jiangdong, maintaining an aloof demeanor that alienated many. However, due to his association with Secretary Kong, few dared to speak against him. Especially since one needed to report to him before approaching Secretary Kong. Last year, due to health reasons, Secretary Kong had been recuperating in the hospital for several months, thus. There were intentions from higher authorities for him to step back from his position. The organization department had also communicated this to Secretary Kong. Consequently, Secretary Kong arranged for his secretary of 3 years, Song Gang, to serve as the head of the Songqing County government, its mayor. Thereafter, no new secretary was appointed. And the responsibilities primarily fell upon Governor Zhang Jiehui, while Secretary Zhao Zefeng bridged the communication between the provincial leadership and the secretariat. There is a matter at hand. At the beginning of next month, our Jiangdong province will hold a provincial economic conference. Secretary Kong requires a guiding speech outlining this year's work for the provincial committee. You should draft one as well. You have been in the secretariat for a year, it is time to showcase your abilities. Zhao Zefeng concluded, casually handing a document to Chu Dongheng. Zhao Zefeng held an affinity for the young man, recognizing his high educational background and humble demeanor, otherwise wouldn't he have introduced him to potential romantic prospects? The lack of tasks assigned to Chu Dongheng stemmed from uncertainty regarding his writing prowess. Initially, Zhao had not intended to visit, but upon passing by and noticing Chu Dongheng alone, an idea sparked in his mind. Perhaps it was worth exploring Chu Dongheng's capabilities. Otherwise, had he been deliberate in his visit, he would have entrusted such significant drafts to a more experienced staff member. Not everyone is afforded the opportunity to write speeches for the provincial secretary. Zhao Zefeng provided no explicit instructions or hints, which served as a means to assess Chu Dongheng's true capabilities. He merely advised him to write diligently, setting a 5-day deadline before departing. Chu Dongheng settled down, spreading out the materials and scrutinizing them attentively. It was indeed a formidable challenge, as even an outline was absent. The so-called materials consisted merely of economic figures and achievements in party governance from the past couple of years. After reviewing the documents, he lit a cigarette and contemplated in silence. He had not learned to smoke prior to his employment, but the coldness of his work environment had gradually led him to adopt the habit. This marked his inaugural engagement in drafting documents, particularly a major speech for the provincial secretary. He sensed that Secretary Kong's recovery indicated an opportunity, a significant opportunity. Each time a significant speech is to be delivered, numerous individuals contribute their drafts, from which the finest are selected. Occasionally, the best elements from all submissions are amalgamated, making it rare for a single individual's work to be chosen in its entirety. It is imperative for him to seize this opportunity, for he possesses confidence in his own abilities and cannot let the secretary down for providing him with such a chance. Although Secretary Kong is set to retreat to a secondary role and perhaps will not have the opportunity to serve as the secretary of the provincial committee, he can still make his presence felt among influential figures, otherwise, the prospect of his emergence would remain indefinitely distant. He meticulously organized his thoughts, feeling a sense of clarity and excitement, and after finishing work that evening, he returned home. After dinner, he took a shower to refresh his mind. Sitting quietly at his desk, he lit a cigarette and contemplated deeply. The party secretary is responsible for steering the overarching direction, managing macro-level affairs, guiding the government in its work, maintaining the political ecosystem, and instilling ideological and political consciousness in the leadership, all while leading the populace towards the construction of a better homeland. This entails setting directions, establishing goals, and promoting the well-being of the people. Yes, this is the overarching principle. He began to draft this principle. But how to realize it? That is the crux. It involves liberating thought, unraveling the constraints that hinder productivity, and fostering the development of productive forces in alignment with the current situational trajectory. How can we generate formidable productive forces? Western nations have replaced human labor with machines, resulting in a revolutionary transformation of productivity, a model we could emulate and adopt. Currently, we are just beginning. Our labor costs present a competitive advantage, which can attract many investors. The aim is to achieve productivity levels that are tenfold, 100-fold, or even 1,000-fold greater than human labor. To reach such heights, machines are the only viable substitutes for human effort. This necessitates a focus on industry and technology. Acquiring these machines requires purchasing them or importing technology. Presently, domestic technology is limited, compelling us to seek foreign expertise and establish factories. However, foreign entities are purely commercial, driven by profit. He has had one or two opportunities to conduct research in places like the United States and has observed the disparity between domestic and foreign conditions. Foreign entrepreneurs are capitalists. Their priority is profit, while our goal is to acquire machines and technology. Moreover, foreign investors cannot simply transport their workforce to our country, thus creating job opportunities for our citizens. China, being an agricultural powerhouse, sees a disparity where farmers' incomes lag more than 30 times behind those of factory workers abroad. By establishing factories in Jiangdong, job opportunities can be generated for the populace, thereby increasing their income. As for land for factory construction, Shenyang has already set a successful precedent. Yes, this idea of bringing foreign production lines to Jiangdong to establish factories, while simultaneously attracting foreign capital, is key to success and will generate tax revenue for the state. By introducing foreign production lines, capital, and technology, we can enhance social productivity, achieving multiple benefits at once. The influx of foreign capital, technology, and production lines is essential. Yes, the professional terminology should be investment attraction. This is applicable both domestically and internationally. He was overwhelmed with excitement, filled with admiration for his own ingenuity. If he were not at home, he would have proclaimed 3 cheers for himself in celebration of his liberation from the rigid style of traditional speeches. Chu Dongheng's academic insights, complemented by his overseas research experience, provide him with an unparalleled advantage. However, he remains unaware that his economic discourse has reached a commendable level at this juncture. He stands on the brink of a transformative moment akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes. After penning this crucial outline, he is ready to proceed. The first section encompasses a reflection on the gains and losses of the past year, a commonality shared by all, yet distinct in the individual stylistic nuances. The second section delineates the direction, unleashing productive forces and promoting productivity. The third section articulates goals, including economic metrics and party-building objectives, essentially sketching an ambitious vision. The fourth section focuses on outcome orientation and future prospects. Thus, a speech for an economic conference delivered by a provincial party secretary begins to take shape, evolving into a fervent manifesto for economic struggle. In this moment, Chu Dongheng's words flow seamlessly, crafting an impassioned economic treatise. That night, he dreamt sweetly, wearing a smile in his slumber. Chapter 3, Speech of the Provincial Secretary, Part 2. The following day, upon arriving at the office, there were 5 individuals in the Provincial Secretary's office, 3 men and 2 women, including Chu Dongheng. Chu Dongheng's desk was situated in the innermost corner, rendering his presence almost negligible. Upon entering, he immersed himself in revising his manuscript, drawing no attention from his colleagues, as he appeared unchanged from his usual self. Before long, Secretary Zhao Zafang entered, conveying instructions regarding the speech for the Provincial Secretary Kong's Economic Conference. As before, he distributed a copy of the materials to each person and departed. Although no explicit guidance was provided, the 4 individuals were well versed in drafting such speeches, ensuring that the format would pose no issue. However, whether their work would be accepted remained a different matter altogether. Following Zhao Zafang's exit, the fervent discussion erupted in the office, as they were tasked with writing a speech for the provincial secretary, indicating that Secretary Kong had returned, after a period of recuperation in the hospital. His former secretary, Song Gang, had been reassigned, leaving the office without a director for quite some time. "Do you think Secretary Kong will appoint another secretary?" one queried. "I must strive for it," another declared. Spare yourself the effort. I've heard Secretary Kong intends to step back into a secondary role, which is why Director Song was reassigned. No, he should now be addressed as County Head Song. The office needs a director, doesn't it? If Secretary Kong steps down, a new provincial secretary must take over. And the new provincial secretary will have a dedicated secretary, as is customary. Is this your first time in the office? Please. Their quarrels held no relevance for Chu Dongheng. He meticulously reviewed the various speeches and documents he had studied over the past year, refining the content of his own speech. As the days progressed, everyone was diligently laboring on the report for Secretary Kong. After all, opportunities to shine were coveted by all. Chu Dongheng had completed his draft and was engaged in repeated checks, scrutinizing every punctuation mark. He felt a sense of dissatisfaction, as if something essential was missing. Oh, of course. The political consciousness. The ideological awareness needed enhancement. Strengthening the party's political ideology was crucial for the improvement of the people's livelihood. The collective effort of the masses serves as a foundation for the advancement of the new lives of the citizens. Such planning in substance must be practical and capable of earning the trust and support of the populace. The trust and support of the public are the bedrock of political consciousness, illuminating the wisdom and greatness of the party's leadership. With this realization, he augmented the section on objectives, clearly defining policies regarding people's livelihoods and income targets, along with a succinct description of the happiness index. Subsequently, he began typing on the large computer at his desk. After finishing his lunch, he stayed late in the office to work. Upon completion, he reviewed and made final revisions, primarily focusing on condensation. Typically, reports for the provincial secretary and governor take about 2 hours. However, considering Secretary Kong's age, he reduced the count to 10,000 words, which translates to approximately 1 hour of speech. He felt quite satisfied with his work. Seizing the opportunity before the afternoon work hours commenced, he printed the report, which amounted to 10 pages, mindful that Secretary Kong was nearing 60 and likely had vision concerns. Hence, he opted for a font size of 12. At 3 p.m., Chu Dongheng ascended to the 8th floor to visit Secretary Zhao's office. He chose this time, believing that the leader would have just arrived and might appreciate a moment to refresh. Although he had never served as a leader's secretary, he relied on intuition. Throughout his journey, he felt a mix of anxiety and confidence. While he believed in the quality of his report, he recognized that the leader's perspective might differ. Director Su, is Secretary Zhao available? He inquired. Su-san, in his 30s and serving as Secretary Zhao Zafang's aide at the deputy department level, was often addressed with respect as director. Zhao Zafang was a member of the Provincial Standing Committee, and it was customary to have secretarial support. Shao Chu, hold on a moment or I'll notify him. Susan replied without pretense, well aware that personnel from the secretarial office would frequently come to submit their manuscripts. It was unnecessary to announce every individual, as he primarily handled submissions, understanding that the secretary had limited time and could not meet with everyone. However, he recognized that Secretary Zhao had a particular regard for Chu Dongheng. The boss has asked you to enter, Susan gestured invitingly. Thank you. Chu Dongheng knocked gently on the door and upon hearing the call to enter, he pushed it open. Zhao Zafang was sipping water. Good afternoon, Secretary. I am here to submit my manuscript, he stated, approaching within 0.8 meters and presenting the speech draft with both hands. Did you finish it so quickly? Zhao Zafang expressed mild surprise. I worked overtime to expedite it. After all, it is the big boss's speech. If it is not well written, it would be unfair to those who write better. Additionally, considering the boss's health, I have endeavored to condense it to 10,000 words. Anticipating a speaking time of about an hour, Chu Dongheng replied, a hint of embarrassment on his face. You have been quite thoughtful, let me take a look. Zhao Zafang nodded. Secretary, I shall not disturb you further, Chu Dongheng said as he stepped back, thanking Susan before departing. Once Chu Dongheng left, Zhao Zifeng picked up the manuscript, scrutinizing it with diligence, as this was Chu Dongheng's inaugural attempt at drafting a speech. Half an hour later, Zhao Zifeng appeared at the home of Provincial Secretary Kong Chaolin. The two men sat on the sofa, with 2 cups of tea placed on the coffee table. The manuscript in Secretary Kong's hands was the very one Chu Dongheng had submitted to Secretary Zhao Zifeng just half an hour prior. Having returned from recuperation, Kong Chaolin was in good health but chose to rest at home during this period rather than work at the provincial compound. Secretary, this young man possesses remarkable insights. I did not anticipate that our secretariat harbored such a talent, Zhao Zifeng remarked, a broad smile gracing his face. At that moment, Zhao Zifeng was astonished after reading the speech given to him by Chu Dongheng. He never anticipated that Chu Dongheng could compose such a high-quality address. It was initially intended as mere practice, yet Chu Dongheng surprised him with his remarkable talent. It is worth noting that speeches from high-ranking executives often require numerous revisions, causing him considerable frustration, as each encounter with such circumstances ignites a sense of turmoil within him. Consequently, he promptly forwarded the speech to Secretary Kong Chaolin for his review. Indeed, a remarkable talent was evident. This young fellow arrived last year, but how did we fail to recognize his potential? Truly worthy of his master's degree. Kong Chaolin remarked with admiration. Zhao Zifeng jokingly recounted the awkwardness surrounding Chu Dongheng's appointment last year. However, it was fortunate that he arranged for him to work in the secretariat. It was not too late for him to contribute now. As Kong Chaolin spoke, his brow furrowed, and his expression darkened. Zhao Zifeng, observing his demeanor, understood the implication. Those who attain the level of provincial secretary are invariably astute individuals. It was evident that he was considering Song Gang, the personal secretary to the provincial secretary. While occasional oversights may be permissible, the fact that Song Gang had never assigned Chu Dongheng to draft any documents during his year in the secretariat could not be dismissed as a mere mistake. This blemish in Song Gang's record posed a significant dilemma. Nonetheless, Zhao Zifeng refrained from voicing his thoughts, recognizing that it is inappropriate for outsiders to critique a secretary chosen by leadership. Zifeng, have you gathered any insights about this young man? Kong Chaolin inquired thoughtfully. I have gathered some basic information, it's just him and his mother, Zhao Zifeng responded. Delve deeper. There is no harm in knowing more, Kong Chaolin urged, indicating his interest in Chu Dongheng's background. Sensing a promising opportunity, Zhao Zifeng felt optimistic. This young man was destined for success. Regardless of whether Secretary Kong's secretary role was temporary or permanent, discovering such talent would surely elevate his standing in the eyes of the esteemed executive. Furthermore, Zhao Zifeng had consistently looked out for Chu Dongheng, and it was likely that Chu Dongheng would feel gratitude towards him. Although the position of secretary is not particularly prestigious, the secretary to the provincial secretary holds a different stature, and a good relationship with such an individual would facilitate matters significantly. Chapter 4 Speech Draft by the Provincial Party Secretary. As the clock approached 6 in the evening, the two prominent figures of the provincial party, Kong Chaolin and Zhao Zifeng, were engrossed in studying the speech draft penned by Chu Dongheng. To their astonishment, the young man exhibited remarkable literary prowess. His studies in economics enabled him to vie for the attention of seasoned writers, and his exceptional political acumen was equally impressive. Kong Chaolin expressed his admiration candidly, noting that he had never felt such elation since his arrival at the sanatorium. His extensive political career informed him that this speech would undoubtedly create a significant impact domestically, potentially shaking the very foundations of the political arena. Certain points made within the draft had never even crossed his mind. It transcended a mere speech, emerging as a genuine blueprint for the future development of Guangdong. This young talent was indeed worthy of cultivation. Nurturing exceptional individuals for the party and the nation was also the responsibility of seasoned party members. Kong Chaolin contemplated implementing a multifaceted approach to his mentorship. He had not anticipated the profound influence this decision would wield, as a new political star emerged within Huaxia. This speech, serving as his clandestine weapon, prompted him to instruct Zhao Zifeng to maintain confidentiality regarding its contents, which naturally included Chu Dongheng. After a brief exchange on work matters, Zhao Zifeng departed, choosing to drive himself without a secretary in tow. He remained invigorated by the content of Chu Dongheng's speech. At 45 years of age, he occupied a coveted position as a member of the provincial committee and held a vice-ministerial rank, a feat that elicited envy from many. However, he needed to tread carefully, as he lacked external support and had to rely solely on his own capabilities. Hailing from Beiyue province, he had once been the mayor of a prefecture-level city, gaining a modicum of renown within the provincial political sphere. Yet, during his ambitious endeavors to influence the political landscape, he found himself unsupported by his patron, leading to the loss of his position as the city's chief official. His benefactor was his wife, Chen Ju's family, marking him as a grassroots individual. In the intricate web of political and economic interests, the Chen family favored another candidate, rendering him a casualty and forcing him to retreat to Jiangdong, where he assumed the role of Deputy Secretary General of the Provincial Committee, a position secured through the assistance of a former leader, signifying his estrangement from the Chen family. Through keen observation, he recognized that Kong Chaolin was a dynamic and ambitious leader. However, the only drawback was his advancing age, which posed significant challenges for further advancement. The opportunities at the departmental level were dwindling, as positions were limited. With no alternative, he found himself gravitating towards Kong Chaolin, the provincial secretary. Governor Zhang Jiehui, a prominent figure from the Yan city elite, possessed a formidable background. Aligning himself with such a powerful ally would be ideal. Yet, given his political origins rooted in the Chen family, acceptance by Zhang was uncertain. Thus, Kong Chaolin represented his best option. During the preceding 3 months, Kong Chaolin had been recuperating at the sanatorium, grappling with feelings of despair and despondency. His return, coupled with Chu Dongheng's emergence, illuminated a glimmer of hope. He resolved to take a gamble on Chu Dongheng's ascent, diverging from the conventional wisdom of placing bets on leaders, instead wagering on this unassuming subordinate. Now, Chu Dongheng had captured the attention of Provincial Secretary Kong Chaolin, and his immediate objective was to facilitate Chu Dongheng's rise to prominence. After all, none possess prophetic abilities. Based on the information above, the countdown for Kong Chaolin's departure from Jiangdong has begun. Chu Dongheng is quite an admirable young man. He possesses a sharp intellect, impeccable character, and, most importantly, an earnest desire to learn and a strong macro perspective. Currently, he harbors little ambition, which can be seen as both a disadvantage and an advantage. He need not worry about fostering ambition in Chu Dongheng, for he understands the nature of Kong Chaolin. Once Kong recognizes talent, he will invest wholeheartedly in its development. What he aims to achieve is to elevate Chu Dongheng to become the foremost secretary in Jiangdong before the provincial conference, after which the rest will be merely a matter of sweeping up the remaining opportunities. The following morning at the office, Zhao Zifeng summoned Chu Dongheng to his office. They both settled onto the sofa, eschewing the formality of a desk for what was not a formal work report. The absence of any news regarding the draft he had penned the previous evening left him quite anxious, and he was contemplating how to subtly inquire about it with the Secretary General when, lo and behold, the Secretary General had sought him out. "Little Chu," Zhao Zifeng began. "The speech you wrote has been approved by Secretary Kong and selected for use, however, the content must remain confidential." Zhao Zifeng did not conceal this from Chu Dongheng, as there was no need to do so. After all, Chu Dongheng had been part of the first secretarial office for over a year and was not oblivious to the principles of confidentiality. Hearing Zhao Zifeng's words, the weight on his heart began to lift. "Thank you, Secretary General, for this opportunity, otherwise, I would have never known I could write a leader's speech." Chu Dongheng thought to himself, somewhat self-deprecatingly, that at least in the first secretarial office, he was not entirely ineffectual. "You underestimate yourself, your draft was exceptional." And Secretary Kong praised it highly, "Truly remarkable." Zhao Zifeng took a sip of tea and continued, "Little Chu, what are your thoughts regarding your work?" "I have no particular thoughts. I simply follow the arrangements of the organization. I hardly know anyone in the provincial government. When I first arrived, I became the annual laughingstock of Jiangdong. If it weren't for you, Secretary General, I might have found myself wandering the streets. Chu Dongheng felt it necessary to express his gratitude for Zhao Zifeng's assistance to avoid any accusations of ingratitude. Chu Dongheng understood that Zhao Zifeng's summons was not merely about the confidentiality of the manuscript, it was unnecessary for him to come all this way for that alone. His understanding of the intricate relationships within government was still quite limited, and it was no fault of his own, given that he had only been there for a year. A year during which he had been largely idle and lacked substantial thoughts. I plan to recommend you as Secretary Kong's personal secretary, aligning your acquired knowledge with your talents. How does that sound? Zhao Zifeng perceived that Kong Charlin would undoubtedly choose Chu Dongheng as his secretary. His current move was a natural progression. Also serving as a way to solicit Chu Dongheng's opinion and garner his goodwill, an approach with multiple benefits. I will adhere to whatever the organization arranges, however. Isn't Secretary Kong rumored to be leaving Jiangdong? Chu Dongheng did not finish his sentence, his expression remaining relatively unchanged. His demeanor was calm and unflinching. Prompting Zhao Zifeng to nod in approval, such composure at a young age was indeed remarkable. The position of secretary to the provincial leader is something one could only dream of. Had it been anyone else, they would have undoubtedly been overjoyed. Do not heed the idle gossip of others, this is a different time. As long as Secretary Kong remains in Jiangdong, he will require a secretary. One cannot expect a prominent figure to carry their own bags, can they? Though not explicitly stated. Zhao Zifeng did not deceive Chu Dongheng. Indeed, the intentions of the upper echelons had not been entirely clear during this period. To be appointed as the secretary to the provincial committee secretary is a prospect that elicits immense excitement. It is a position coveted by many. Upon returning to the secretariat, the information conveyed by Secretary Zhao was difficult to digest. Initially, it was anticipated that Secretary Kong would retire to a secondary position or resign due to health concerns, which led to the advanced arrangement of a secretary to assume duties below. Unexpectedly, the situation took a turn, and the need for a secretary arose, potentially implicating him. How could one not be thrilled? The Economic Conference of Jiangdong Province is scheduled to convene on December 6, a date deemed auspicious. With only 5 days remaining until the event, each department is engulfed in a frenzy of activity, bustling and chaotic. However, there is one peculiar matter that has caught everyone's attention. Despite all the drafts for the provincial committee secretary's speech being submitted, there has been no further communication. Typically, such significant speeches undergo numerous revisions, if not 1,000, certainly at least 10 or 8 iterations, creating a flurry of activity among the various secretariats. Chapter 5. Blind Date. Zhao Zifeng was in high spirits. With Kong Chaolin's recovery and discharge from the hospital, he had unearthed the talent of Chu Dongheng. He had also employed several secretaries, and now Chu Dongheng would serve as Kong Chaolin's secretary, the decision he believed Kong Chaolin would be pleased with. Compared to Jiangdong, he was somewhat of an outsider, with Kong Chaolin as his only support. The current situation seemed to be evolving in his favor. As he savored his Longjing tea in the office, humming a cheerful tune, the phone rang, and in recent days the calls had been quite frequent, not just for him, but for other leaders of the provincial committee as well. At such times, the top officials from various cities and counties were keen to connect with provincial leaders with better relationships to glean information about the upcoming meetings, particularly with the provincial committee. These gatherings often reflected the political ecosystem and the ideological direction of the year. After such conferences, there would typically be adjustments among the top officials in various localities. In truth, inquiring about the meeting details was secondary. The primary concern was to ascertain whether they would be among those facing adjustments. Those who had occupied their positions for several years were the most likely to be reassigned. The first to receive information would seek connections and pathways to secure advantageous placements, while others, oblivious to the situation, might find themselves sidelined. The news concerning the adjustments of the top officials in each city and county was crucial to their success or failure. Zhao Zifeng picked up the phone. Secretary Jicheng, hello. Leaning back in his chair, he continued, oh, you are in Zhongming? Dining? That sounds delightful. But you must bring your daughter along. I'll bring Xiao Chu. How does that sound? I can't just dine for free, I must contribute something to cover the meal. Zhao Zafang chuckled, his laughter resonating with palpable joy. Just a few days prior, he had asked Xiao Chu, and they had not yet been in contact. It was time to nudge the young ones towards sparking a romantic connection. All right, 6:30 p.m. at Tiani Pavilion. Goodbye. Jicheng's invitation to dinner was undoubtedly part of a quest for information, yet this time such intelligence could not be disclosed. Wouldn't that be an embarrassment for the provincial committee? Nonetheless, one could not simply dine without contributing. It was essential to play the role of a matchmaker as well. After hanging up, Jicheng felt somewhat bemused. After all, the invitation was indeed for a meal. And it was meant to be complimentary. However, hearing Zhao Zafang's cheerful tone and laughter suggested that he was in an exceptionally good mood. He then called his daughter. Hua Yueren. Zhao Zafang contacted Chu Dongheng, requesting his company for the dinner. Chu Dongheng informed his mother that he would not return home for dinner. Over the past year, he had not attended any social gatherings, he neither enjoyed such occasions nor had anyone invited him. However, given Zhao Zafang's considerate treatment as his direct superior, he felt he had no choice but to attend, not to mention the social obligations involved. Tiani Pavilion was a renowned business dining establishment in Zhongming City. It was known for its high prices, consequently, it attracted fewer uninvited guests, creating a serene atmosphere. Additionally, the soundproofing in the private rooms was excellent, making it an ideal venue for various business discussions. The service was also commendable. Upon entering Tiani Pavilion, Chu Dongheng was astonished by its opulence. Had he been the one to invite someone for a meal, he would not have been able to afford it. Which was why he had never visited in all these years. He followed Zhao Zafang into the luxurious private room 888. Two individuals stood to greet Secretary Zhao. One being Hua Jicheng, the county party secretary of Hafang, whom he recognized. The other was a striking young woman, tall and curvaceous, possessing an exquisite beauty that could only be described as breathtaking. Her countenance was so enchanting that one could liken it to the legends of fish sinking and geese alighting. Yet her expression remained rather impassive, adorned in a cool-toned light blue dress that rendered her an embodiment of an aloof goddess. At a glance, Chu Dongheng surmised that she was the daughter of Secretary Hua, which rendered him somewhat awkward. For he had not contacted her despite having received her phone number from the secretary months ago. It appeared he was, in fact, the central figure of this gathering. While he was oblivious to the conversation between Secretary Zhao and Hua Jicheng, he was acutely aware that his own matchmaking was a significant agenda item. Zhao Zafang and Hua Jicheng exchanged cordial greetings, and Hua Jicheng extended his hand to Chu Dongheng as well. Subsequently, Zhao Zafang introduced Chu Dongheng to Hua Yueran, who taught at Zhongming No. 1 Middle School, while also introducing Hua Yueran to Chu Dongheng by identifying him as part of the provincial secretariat, though further details remained undisclosed. Chu Dongheng could merely greet her with "Good evening, Teacher Hua." He knew that one must not feign ignorance at such a moment, otherwise the awkwardness would only escalate. Hua Yueran quickly comprehended that the two men were present for a matchmaking arrangement, her cheeks flushing with a faint hue of pink. Once seated, the waiter promptly served the dishes, and the 2 bottles of Moutai that Zhao Zafang had brought were uncorked. Hua Yueran abstained from alcohol, opting for a soft drink instead. After clinking their glasses 3 times, Zhao Zafang initiated a conversation, inquiring, "Old Hua, how is work treating you?" The familiarity with which Zhao Zafang addressed Hua Jicheng as Old Hua suggested a deep camaraderie between them. And it was evident that Zhao Zafang had been a staunch supporter in Hua Jicheng's ascent to the position of county party secretary. Otherwise, the likelihood of such a rise remained uncertain. "Quite well, in fact. I'm here to report to the leadership on work matters," Hua Jicheng replied with a cheerful smile. "Haha, you can spin it however you wish, the report is merely a FAOD. While the real intent is to glean insights on the Provincial Economic Conference and news regarding Secretary Kong, Zhao Zifeng retorted with a chuckle. Of course. If I happen to hear any news, I wouldn't keep it to myself. You wouldn't expect me to come over for a free meal, would you? I can only bring Xiao Chu along to cover the cost. Zhao Zifeng concluded with a hearty laugh, eliciting a blush from Hua Yueran. However, I can divulge that only 3 individuals are privy to the information: Secretary Kong, myself, and Xiao Chu. Anyone else inquiring is merely wasting their efforts. He paused, recognizing the need for discretion regarding this matter. Observing the astonished expression on Hua Jicheng's face, Zhao Zifeng felt a sense of satisfaction, as this was precisely the effect he sought to achieve. Isn't it rather curious that someone as inconsequential as Xiao Chu is also in the know? Zhao Zifeng boasted. Somewhat. Hua Jicheng nodded in acknowledgement. Zhao Zifeng paused, no longer jesting, for he understood that the speech for the Provincial Economic Conference, composed by Secretary Kong, had been penned by Xiao Chu. This, however, warranted utmost confidentiality. Huaji City was taken aback. Although Chu Dongheng was the suitor of his daughter, he had previously remained obscure, suddenly emerging as the author of a speech for the provincial secretary. A moment of reflection revealed that Chu Dongheng, being a master's graduate, possessed considerable talent. Zhao Zifeng did not elaborate extensively, yet he conveyed a significant message. Chu Dongheng had caught the attention of Secretary Kong Chaolin, indicating that this young man was indeed remarkable. The purpose of Zhao Zifeng bringing Chu Dongheng along extended beyond mere matchmaking. Other matters had become trivial. The confidentiality surrounding the manuscript suggested that a substantial shift in the provincial committee's directives was imminent, hinting at forthcoming significant actions. Secretary Kong Chaolin himself had not anticipated that his decision to keep the speech's contents under wraps would lead to such an array of peculiar tactics from subordinates eager to glean information. It was understandable, as the fear of losing one's position loomed large. Secretary Kong's insistence on confidentiality stemmed from a concern that, before the conference commenced, the contents would be widely misrepresented, especially since this speech's guiding principles diverged markedly from past directives. Allowing ill-intentioned individuals to distort the message would be detrimental. Upon learning of Secretary Kong Chaolin's impending return to preside over affairs, there were even attempts to ascertain the identity of his secretary, leaving Zhao Zifeng, the Secretary General, in a state of exasperation. Chapter 6: Little Chu is a person with a story. Unbeknownst to them, a bottle of wine was consumed by the 3 of them. Hua Yueran was a competent listener, fitting her aloof demeanor. As the effects of the alcohol began to influence their conversation, they drifted into topics unrelated to work. Little Chu, I never expected your tolerance for alcohol to be quite commendable, remarked Zhao Zifeng. Secretary General, to be honest, I have seldom indulged in white wine. As for my capacity for drinking, I cannot ascertain how much I can consume. I simply joined you all this evening and have partaken in this much, Chu Dongheng replied, truthfully, without any need for embellishment. Is it possible that you can drink so much without prior experience with white wine? They all understood the redundancy of the question. Chu Dongheng raised his glass and said to Zhao Zifeng, Secretary General, I toast to you in gratitude for your care over the past year. Tonight, I offer you this tribute. Little Chu, there's no need for such formality in private, Zhao Zifeng corrected him. Chu Dongheng lifted his glass once more. Then I shall address you as uncle. After all, I have never truly known my father or who he is, nor his age. I shall drink fast. There was intent behind Chu Dongheng's words. If he was to casually inquire about relationships, he needed to reveal his familial circumstances. Zhao Zifeng remained silent, tilting his head back to down his drink. Chu Dongheng was aware that Zhao Zifeng had certainly investigated his family background, as those in the secretary's office were not of high rank, yet political lineage was vital. Entry into the office required a political review, a rule that was both customary and systematic. Chu Dongheng poured more wine for Zhao Zifeng and filled his own glass. Addressing Hua Jicheng, I shall also call you uncle, and I toast to you as well. Let us drink to honor. Both Hua Jicheng and Chu Dongheng downed their drinks simultaneously. With so few people at the table, and in light of the previous remark about his father, Zhao Zifang's silence left Hua Jicheng at a loss for words. Zhao Zifang understood that with Chu Dongheng's intellect, the evening had taken on an air of matchmaking, leading him to anticipate that Chu Dongheng would soon divulge details about his family, revealing information that Zhao Zifang was unaware of. Learning this was one of the reasons he had brought Chu Dongheng along tonight. After all, Chu Dongheng aspired to be the secretary of the provincial committee, and such knowledge was imperative also for Kong Chaolin. Chu Dongheng paused for a moment, gazing at Hua Yueren. Zhao Zifang and Hua Jicheng both sensed that the main topic was about to unfold. With the wine consumed and their spirits lifted, it was time to observe the performance of these two young individuals. Teacher Hua, given the concern from our elders, I feel compelled to share some of my circumstances. Uncle Zhao has a vague understanding but not in depth. The provincial committee will certainly investigate my background, yet some aspects are not easily discernible, Chu Dongheng continued. I shall endeavor to present my situation in a formal manner. Why must a matchmaking scenario be so formal? Zhao Zifang chuckled. Uncle Zhao, little Chu. I too am a person with a story, Chu Dongheng quipped, lightening the mood. He continued, in my family, it is just my mother and me. I do not know who my father is, where my maternal grandparents reside, or even who they are. Forget about distant relatives. My entire family consists solely of my mother and me. We are our own clan. Continuing, I reminisced about a girlfriend I had during university, where we basked in the glow of romance, pledging our love beneath the moonlit sky, vowing eternal devotion as deep as the ocean and as steadfast as the mountains. We even swore our commitment under the national flag at school. However, we had never inquired into each other's family backgrounds, which ultimately led to the dissolution of our bond. The threshold was simply too high to cross. What do you mean by high threshold? Zhao Zifang interjected. It was evident to anyone that the girl's family disapproved. Yet Zhao Zifang seemed unusually curious about the matter. The Hu family, father and daughter, packed up, eager to listen. After graduation, I decided to visit her home to assert our relationship. We were in love, and it was time to make that clear. Filled with enthusiasm, we arrived at her residence, which was open. Upon entering, I was taken aback by the vastness of the courtyard. It was extensive and imposing. A few security guards were present, and before I could take 3 steps inside, one of them approached and kicked me out, commanding me to leave. I was incensed and retaliated, having some knowledge of martial arts. Regrettably, within mere seconds, I was thrown outside, with several ribs nearly broken. Chu Dongheng sighed, noting that while the physical harm was minimal, the humiliation was profound. Having nearly broken ribs is nothing compared to the insult. This is merely a matter of pride, Hu Yueren remarked. You do not comprehend. Even if that individual were unarmed, he could still have tossed me out. Yet he wielded a weapon. Do you know what it was? What weapon? A broom. Indeed. That is an extremely humiliating situation, Zhao Zifang remarked nonchalantly. And then what happened? Women are often quite curious about matters between men and women. Later, I received a classic line, I will forever cherish the memory of you, my first love. To cherish forever implies separation and the severing of ties. I believe I have articulated myself sufficiently, Chu Dongheng sighed in resignation. The girl's family belonged to a prominent clan, and Zhao Zifang was particularly sensitive to such matters. After some contemplation, Chu Dongheng speculated, in the capital, the surname is Jin. During our relationship, she did not mention it initially. Chu Dongheng had no desire to divulge this information, but given the circumstances, he decided to share. You are only 22 and have already completed your master's degree. You are in a position of advantage. Perhaps, as you mature, she may come to regret her decision. Zhao Zifang inquired. However, Chu Dongheng was not particularly worldly. Though he sensed that Zhao Zifang's curiosity might relate to his potential rise as the foremost secretary of Jiangdong, though this remained merely a conjecture. I am aware that many question my achievement of a master's degree at the age of 22. Chu Dongheng was unreserved in discussing this matter with others. He continued, "It is quite normal, as my educational path differed from others. I skipped 2 grades. By the 4th grade, I had already completed the 5th grade curriculum and intentionally attended 6th grade classes, persuading the principal. I told him that if I ranked in the top 10 among 5th graders, I should be allowed to advance directly to 6th grade. Unable to withstand my repeated requests, the principal acquiesced. Consequently, I ranked 8th among all 5th graders, which made me the target of their ire. Why? With such a stellar student, the school should have been pleased and offered commendation. Hua Yueren, without a doubt, embodies the essence of a teacher, his speech imbued with a profound academic flavor. It is precisely due to the accolades from the school that the 5th grade students face reprimand, serving as a comparison that casts a heavy shadow, even on the 6th and 4th graders, leading me to become the antagonist among my peers." Chu Dongheng exudes a hint of pride. "And what about your second leap?" Hua Yueren inquired further, curiosity piqued, an unyielding storm could not deter him. "In middle school, the first leap was akin to a first-year student jumping to the 3rd year. However, the rigors of middle school are daunting, while others diligently study. I am compelled to study relentlessly. Indeed, I participated in the college entrance examination before I turned 16, pursuing a seamless bachelor's and master's degree in 6 years. Who would have thought you were once a prodigious genius?" Hua Yueren's admiration-laden inquiry echoed the sentiments of the school. A prodigious genius? A faint sorrow graced Chu Dongheng's face. "Uncle Zhao, Uncle Hua, what do you think?" "Indeed, a genius, without a doubt," replied both in unison. "You think I am a genius?" "No. You are mistaken. My relentless studying and skipping grades do not signify innate brilliance." As he spoke, he raised his glass and drank, his expression seemingly entwined with ancient sorrows and bygone memories. After a moment of reflection, Chu Dongheng continued softly, "It is because I lacked the financial means to pursue my education. Only by skipping grades could I alleviate the burden of school expenses." This revelation struck the others with astonishment, plunging the room into silence. Chu Dongheng paid no heed to their reactions, as if he alone occupied the space. With a gentle solitude, he recounted, "In my childhood, my mother and I lived in a small village. When it was time for me to attend elementary school, she took me to the town to study, setting up a small stall to earn money for my education. Later, I gained admission to a county key high school, and my mother continued to run her stall. However, the difference was that her jewelry gradually diminished over time until none remained. Eventually, I was accepted into a provincial key high school, and my mother ceased her stall operations, securing a position as a teacher in a private elementary school, where she has remained ever since. Upon my graduation, my master's advisor inquired whether I wished to pursue a doctorate, coincidentally receiving a transfer order to become a doctoral supervisor at Yanda in the capital. When I consulted my mother, she vehemently opposed the idea and nearly chastised me. Regarding my decision to take the civil service examination, it was twofold: my mother's wish and the memories from my childhood when she often faced bullying, particularly from the village chief. She would carry a machete whenever she left home, ready to defend herself against any who dared to intimidate her. Eventually, the village chief's actions came to the attention of our respected third uncle, who opposed him during the village chief's re-election. Rallying the villagers, he succeeded in ousting the former chief. Thus, my aspiration to become a civil servant is simply a means to avoid being bullied ever again. Chapter 7. Undercurrents. This gathering could be deemed perfect, with Chu Dongheng's tragic childhood merely an accident of fate. He provided Zhao Zefeng with a final political review report to present to Secretary Kong Chaolin of the Provincial Committee. It appeared that Wajicheng had not acquired what he desired, a matter that had become inconsequential to him. Zhao Zefeng consistently supported him, and he had unwavering trust in Zhao Zefeng. Perhaps it was the tragic undertones of Chu Dongheng's childhood that allowed him to effortlessly breach Hua Yueren's defenses, or perhaps the unique circumstances of their meeting, infused with profound emotion. led her to experience firsthand that love at first sight is no mere myth. Alternatively, Chu Dongheng's childhood tragedy, coupled with his necessity for resilience, inadvertently awakened Huayuran's innate maternal protective instincts. Chu Dongheng also harbored feelings for Huayuran, otherwise he would not have so openly divulged everything about himself, as if to say, "This is my entirety, you may handle it as you wish." The private room had already been served tea, and only Zhao Zafang and Wajicheng remained. Surely, currents were stirring in various quarters now. Indeed, with Secretary Kong's uncertain fate, compounded by the absence of any directional guidance from the provincial committee during this conference, many felt a sense of unease. It was unexpected that a speech's content could trigger such undercurrents in the political arena. Chu Dongheng was quite the figure, stirring the waters of Jiangdong even before making his appearance. Remarkable. Is Chu Dongheng truly that significant? Undoubtedly. If all goes as anticipated, he will soon become Secretary Kong Chaolin's secretary, earning the title of Jiangdong's foremost aide. Observing Wajicheng's astonishment and confusion, Zhao Zafang proceeded to elucidate. Secretary Kong had led Jiangdong for 3 years, achieving some progress, yet lacking notable highlights. He possesses a grand vision, aspiring to serve the people, yet finds himself constrained. This time, Chu Dongheng's speech has broadened his perspective, igniting his fervor. As a prominent regional leader, to express a focus on nurturing Chu Dongheng reveals the latter's value in Kong's eyes. Over the past few days, he has certainly conveyed his intentions to higher authorities, who have historically held him in esteem. At most, the central government may remain non-committal for now. But once this impassioned speech is released, their agreement is assured. While Zhao Zafang refrained from disclosing the speech's contents, Wajicheng grasped that Secretary Kong's agenda for the Provincial Economic Conference would undoubtedly differ significantly from previous ones, perhaps even unveiling a grand strategy. So, you are here tonight to understand Chu Dongheng. Indeed, the secretary to Jiangdong's leader is of paramount importance. Failing to comprehend this clearly would not only be irresponsible towards Secretary Kong in Jiangdong but also towards the party itself. Furthermore, regarding the two young individuals, irrespective of how their relationship develops, we must refrain from interference. We have fulfilled our duties, and I sincerely hope for their success, for the benefit of all. Both of these youngsters are exceptionally talented. As Zhao Zafang and Wajicheng deliberated on Chu Dongheng's significance, he remained blissfully unaware of their discourse. Even if he were cognizant, he would not perceive himself as particularly important. He was leisurely strolling in a small park with Huayuran, refraining from discussing the two matters at hand. Instead, engaging in light-hearted conversations about societal phenomena and sharing anecdotes from work. It can be considered a casual dinner meeting. Returning home at 10 o'clock, Chu Dongheng insisted on escorting Huayuran back. By the time Chu Dongheng arrived home, it was already 11 o'clock. Throughout the year, his punctuality had ensured he had never returned this late. Given that there was a dinner gathering tonight, it seemed rather unusual to be out this late. Chu Jinluo, Chu Dongheng's mother, noticed her son arriving home at such an hour, a faint glow on his face suggesting something positive had transpired. "Son, you seem quite spirited. Have you been on a date?" In truth, Chu Jinluo was merely teasing her son. "Sort of," he replied. "Really, son? I didn't expect you to be correct. Is the young lady attractive?" "She is quite beautiful, comparable to you, just a tad less," he said, gesturing with his thumb and index finger to indicate a small gap. "Of course, if you were my template for finding a girlfriend, I would never find a partner, for my mother is both exceptional and beautiful." Chu Dongheng would never hide anything from his mother. The two were each other's sole support, and he always shared good news to bring her joy. "You little rascal. Just know how to please your mother. Tell me more about this young lady." "She is the daughter of the county committee secretary in Hafeng County, named Huayuran. She was introduced by Secretary Zhao. Bring her home one day, let me have a look. Every mother hopes her son will marry soon." "Mom, we haven't even begun yet. I just met her tonight, I don't even know if she is interested." Oh, with my son being so outstanding, how could she possibly overlook you? In my eyes, you will always be the best, and in your eyes, I shall forever be the most beautiful. That is an eternal truth. Chu Dongheng chuckled at his mother's fierce defense of his worth, finding it both amusing and endearing. Of course, who else could raise such a son? Indeed. Chu Jinluo puffed with pride like a peacock. Meanwhile, Kong Chaolin and Zhao Zefeng sat on the sofa in Kong Chaolin's home. Zhao Zefeng provided a detailed report on Chu Dongheng's background and experiences once more. As long as he is politically clean, that is sufficient. By the way, how is the preparation for the conference proceeding? It is nearly complete, everyone in the office is working overtime. Good. Are there any individuals below who seem a bit restless? A little, but the issues shouldn't be too significant. There are numerous speculations regarding the spirit of this conference, which is understandable. Especially since you haven't been stationed at the provincial party compound for several months. It's only natural for them to have thoughts. The implication was clear: the uncertainty surrounding your position, combined with the lack of clear directives for the conference, naturally led to speculation among the ranks. However, he could not state this directly. All right, I will visit the provincial party compound this afternoon, however, I do not wish to hear any work reports. Ensure you manage that well. Let us say around 3:30, bring that young man to my office for a chat. He understood that he must first make an appearance, otherwise, any unforeseen complications could arise. Understood, I will manage it well, Secretary. Zhao Zefeng was aware that the newcomer, Chu Dongheng, was about to make his entrance. Once Chu Dongheng, the foremost secretary of Jiangdong, announced his presence, the hearts of the people would stabilize, and it would also affirm that Kong Chaolin would not be departing anytime soon. This was precisely what he wished to witness. In truth, Kong Chaolin has already expressed his stance to the organization department, revealing his intention to implement certain new developmental philosophies. He inquired about the recent communications with the organization department. It was indicated that no conclusions have yet been reached, and discussions regarding potential candidates are still ongoing. For the time being, he believes in proceeding with the necessary actions without being swayed by external factors, prioritizing stability for the greater good. The political arena worldwide resembles a pyramid, with progressively fewer positions available at higher levels. The role of a provincial secretary is highly coveted, especially by influential figures and powerful political families from the capital, all vying for a share. Even securing a departmental position leads to a plethora of underhanded strategies among them. Thus, it is unsurprising that there is contention for the position of provincial secretary. The mutual coercion among these powerful factions has afforded Kong Chaolin both time and space. He has meticulously examined and compared the innovative and impactful developmental concepts articulated in the speeches of Chu Dongheng. In comparison, the perspectives on development presented in the speeches are unprecedented on a national scale. He firmly believes that adopting the content of this speech as his political philosophy in Jiangdong will undoubtedly receive the support of the central government, enabling him to continue his governance in Jiangdong. However, regarding the duration of this support, he refrains from making any bold assertions. Chapter 8: The Premier Secret of East Jiang. At 3:25 p.m., 5 minutes ahead of schedule, Zhao Zefeng stationed the provincial guard at the office floor of the provincial secretary to prevent any unauthorized entry into the secretary's office. He then accompanied Chu Dongheng into Kong Chaolin's office. Instead of sitting at his desk, Kong Chaolin was comfortably seated on the sofa. Good afternoon, Secretary. Please, have a seat. Zefeng, you too, let us have a chat. Kong Chaolin gestured towards the opposite sofa. Zhao Zefeng approached and took a seat, and naturally, Chu Dongheng followed suit. After all, with Kong Chaolin seated on the sofa, standing would require the provincial leader to look up, which would be uncomfortable and quite impolite. However, before sitting down, Chu Dongheng graciously poured water for Kong Chaolin, as well as cups for both Zhao Zefeng and himself. Zhao Zefeng nodded approvingly, recognizing Chu Dongheng's ability to assume a secretarial role. As Chu Dongheng settled into his seat, he felt a mix of excitement and anxiety. Having never been so close to such a high-ranking official, He understood that in the political arena, showing respect often required sitting upright. Although he was apprehensive, it was only natural to feel nervous meeting the head of Guangdong for the first time. "Don't be so tense, let's just have a casual conversation," Kong Chaolin said, taking a sip of water. "I heard from the Secretary General that your family situation is somewhat unique." "Indeed, it is rather unconventional," Chu Dongheng replied awkwardly. "It's just my mother and me. I don't know who my father is, nor do I have any relatives. If it weren't for my mother, I might as well think I sprung from a rock like the Monkey King from Journey to the West." Continuing in his awkward manner, Chu Dongheng added, "I have certainly looked into the relevant departments, and I genuinely wish they could uncover the truth, as I am curious myself. Of course, my mother likely knows. But I dare not ask, it would lead to trouble." "You are quite the monkey, aren't you?" Kong Chaolin chuckled. "You have a commendable sense of filial piety and gratitude. You understand the importance of striving to improve yourself. You are truly exceptional." From that day forward, he affectionately referred to Chu Dongheng as monkey. Zhao Zefang remained silent throughout the exchange. Kong Chaolin then raised the speech draft in his hand, which was the very speech written by Chu Dongheng. "Let us hear it, share your thoughts." This posed a challenge. Without specific questions, how should he respond? Chu Dongheng felt uncertain about what to say and where to begin. Not speaking was not an option, yet he pondered how to strike the right balance in his response. He resolved to express his understanding. "Secretary, I must admit, I feel a bit exposed," Chu Dongheng said, beads of cold sweat forming on his back. "I have researched the documents, reports, and speeches from the central government, as well as those from various provinces and municipalities over the years. The content, whether in reports or speeches, often seeks linguistic elegance and textual innovation, transforming old concepts through new expressions. In essence, aside from the variation in wording, the meaning remains largely consistent with the past year. The literal interpretation of the central government's directives is comprehensible to all, and the spirit of the party can be grasped. However, the essence of party principles often lacks depth. At the outset, there was a palpable tension, which gradually dissipated, transforming into a fluid discourse." While Kong Chaolin remained silent, Zhao Zefang was visibly perspiring, for this audacious young man dared to speak freely. In the presence of authority, he refrained from interruption. "The essence of the party's mission is to serve the people, a testament to its grandeur. The embodiment of the party's governance for the populace lies in its ability to navigate the broader landscape and guide the nation toward a path of prosperity. When the people thrive, the nation shall grow strong." What constitutes happiness? In essence, it is ensuring that the citizens possess sufficient resources for their basic needs. Simply put, it is about having enough financial means. From where does this wealth originate? With a population exceeding 1 billion. It is impossible to address employment across myriad industries without a diverse range of opportunities, as each individual's needs vary. My research, both domestically and internationally, reveals a stark disparity between the living standards of our citizens and those in developed countries abroad. Examining the machinery used in agriculture and industry, it becomes evident that our domestic availability is woefully inadequate. Only certain regions possess such assets, and they are not widespread. Thus, acquiring these resources can only be achieved through 3 avenues: purchase, manufacture, or joint ventures. If we consider purchasing, where would the funds come from? Such transactions require substantial foreign exchange reserves, and we must also question the suitability and performance of the machinery, alongside the availability of skilled personnel for operation. Should we opt for manufacturing, how shall we proceed? The requisite technology and production lines must be sourced, which is not a straightforward endeavor. If the first 2 routes are unfeasible, establishing manufacturing facilities necessitates investment from capitalists. Those with financial means must contribute funds, while those lacking capital but possessing expertise must bring their knowledge to the table. To put it plainly, the affluent can generate wealth through their resources. Those without wealth but with technical prowess can create value through their skills, and those endowed with both wealth and expertise can invest directly, establishing factories that will require labor. thus providing wages for workers. As businesses profit, citizens earn income through factory wages, and the government can collect taxes, thereby generating revenue. When tax revenues accumulate to a significant extent, they can be reinvested into public welfare initiatives, enhancing the living conditions of the populace. Entrepreneurs, both domestic and foreign, should be encouraged to bring their capital and expertise to benefit our nation. This is referred to as investment attraction in professional parlance. This initiative reflects the profound spirit of the party. The current objective of the party is to liberate thought and enhance productivity. The series of actions aimed at attracting investment is a crucial step in unshackling productive forces, aligning perfectly with the party's ethos of promoting innovation and productivity. I believe this is the spirit of the party's directive at this conference. While my insights may lack elegance, it seems I may have overstepped, prompting Chu Dongheng to pause and take a sip of water to ease the tension. He felt that he had perhaps spoken too boldly in front of such esteemed figures. Realizing that one should not speak frivolously in their presence. Observing Kong's expression revealing no discontent, he felt a slight sense of relief, though he found solace. Zhao Zefeng was in a state of alarm. Goodness, this audacious young man was raising the stakes significantly. However, Kong Chaolin was exhilarated. This young talent had surprised him immensely. His profound understanding of the party's principles and targeted insights were commendable, a testament to his scholarly background. Kong Chaolin expressed his admiration, noting that with such dedication to his studies, this young man was destined for great achievements down this path. Upon my graduation, my master's supervisor urged me to accompany him to the capital to pursue further studies and obtain a doctorate. He offered to recommend me for a position as an instructor at the university or to become a scholar in the field of economics. Chu Dongheng spoke candidly. Yet he continued, stating that unlike the cunning of Song Jiang from water margin or the prowess of Wu Song in slaying tigers, I possess a clear understanding of my own limitations. The crux of the matter lies in my mother's disapproval. She said I could go, but only after I attain a high-ranking position in the government. How amusing. Perhaps it would be more prudent for me to first investigate the possibilities of reaching Mars, where there may yet be a glimmer of hope. You must not underestimate yourself. Among the younger generation, you are indeed one of the rare elites. Kong Chaolin's assessment of Chu Dongheng cannot be deemed anything but high praise. With young talents like Chu Dongheng in our nation, how can we not prosper? What do you think, Secretary General? Chapter 9, The First Secret of New Jiangdong 2. Do not underestimate yourself. You are indeed one of the rare elites among the younger generation. Kong Chaolin's assessment of Chu Dongheng cannot be deemed anything less than commendable. With young individuals like you in Huaguo, what is there to worry about? What do you think, Secretary General? Indeed remarkable. Possessing such broad-minded vision at your age is truly exceptional, Zhao Zefeng exclaimed in admiration. Secretary General, do not presume that what he has just conveyed is all there is. This young man has much more to offer. Kong Chaolin exchanged a knowing glance with Zhao. No, my knowledge is limited, and my resources are scant. Chu Dongheng relaxed and spoke candidly. Secretary General, what is your opinion? Kong Chaolin countered with a rhetorical question aimed at Zhao Zefeng. Having just listened to young Chu's discourse, I have gained considerable insight, though I still have a considerable distance to cover compared to you, Secretary. Zhao Zefeng flattered fast. For Chu Dongheng's political discourse had already left him in a cold sweat. Another round of flattery might necessitate a consideration of his heart's well-being. Secretary General, observe how young Chu is able to dissect the spirit, direction, and objectives of the party with such profundity. Consequently, subsequent actions must surely follow, otherwise this speech would amount to nothing more than mere words. I firmly believe young Chu is one who plans before acting and undoubtedly has a series of arrangements in place to extend the spirit of the party. As he noticed Kong Chaolin's cunning expression, both men felt as though they were mere fledglings competing against an ancient fox, as if they were destined to have their secrets thoroughly extracted. Chu Dongheng glanced at Zhao Zefeng, a hint of desperation in his eyes. You see, I am of no help. Zhao Zefang felt a pang of distress. Young Chu, you must accept your fate. Before the old fox. One cannot afford to be obstinate. Secretary General, I do have some thoughts. Chu Dongheng awkwardly admitted. However, this touches upon government matters, including various municipal and county bureaus. So it would not be quite appropriate to discuss it openly. Should others discover that at my tender age, I am attempting to guide the course of governance, it would be quite scandalous. Clearing his throat, he rubbed his nose. This is precisely what I wish to hear. Now you may guide the course without concern. Rest assured. It is just the three of us here, and nothing will be leaked. You can trust me. Kong Shaolin was now utterly relaxed and intrigued. In truth, Zhao Zefang was equally eager to listen but harbored concerns about the gravity of the discussion. I must speak up. Secretary General, this is akin to crafting exquisite delicacies. The timing cannot be too brief, or the flavor will not develop, nor can it be too prolonged, for the ingredients will become overcooked. The same applies to local governance. If the duration is too short, operations will falter. If too long, should the helm be passed to a new leader, the initiative may very well flounder. Such a scenario would be a burden on the populace and wasteful of resources. Ideally, a time frame of 3 to 5 years is most prudent. Chu Dongheng took a sip of water and continued, this is evident in the example of the economic special zone of Shenyuan City. If we undertake similar initiatives, placing them in any particular city or county would appear biased. Therefore, we should implement them across all municipal and county levels. Chu Dongheng paused, surveying the two men, who were momentarily stunned, thinking, are you aiming for the heavens? We could establish a scaled-down version of a special zone. However, we shall not call it a special zone. Instead, we shall refer to it as a development zone. Kong Shaolin and Zhao Zefang exhaled in relief, their ears perked up, eager for more. Each city and county should designate a specific area to accommodate enterprises attracted by investment initiatives, thereby allowing for the formation of a substantial investment scale that facilitates management. Consequently, a series of subsequent actions will emerge. Firstly, designated locations must be established, and each city and county must have corresponding specialized units. We can enhance the Investment Promotion Bureau, with the provincial government establishing an investment promotion department, clearly indicating its functions. The investment promotion department at the bureau level need not be as expansive as others, but it must include a financial division. To elevate the status of the Investment Promotion Bureau, candidates recommended by various cities and counties must receive final approval from the provincial department. Another crucial entity is the establishment of development zone institutions. Regarding the titles for the heads, whether to call them district committee secretaries or district mayors or directors, is flexible, yet their status must be elevated. The secretary of the party committee should be a standing committee member from the respective city or county, effectively raising the rank by half a notch. The usually composed provincial secretary, Kong Shaolin, was visibly excited, clapping his hands. What else? Kong Shaolin inquired with a sense of urgency. Another significant point is the need for relevant policies to be enacted, ensuring smooth governance and successful navigation. Chu Dongheng added. He could not delve into intricate details, as that would waste time. The operational aspects are complex and require constant adjustments. Secretary General, what do you think? The dignified provincial secretary was as enthusiastic as a child. He did not resemble an elderly man just released from the hospital, rather, he embodied a hero on the battlefield, instilling fear in the adversary. The atmosphere was electrifying, invigorating thoughts of embarking on an ambitious endeavor. Zhao Zefang also felt exhilarated, surprised by the favorable treatment in Jiangdong. By fate's design. By the way, what is Xiao Chu's current rank? Kong Shaolin asked. One cannot expect a horse to run without allowing it to graze. He is at the regular section level. He graduated with a master's degree, so I appointed him slightly higher, right on the threshold, Zhao Zefang explained. His assertion was accurate. Newcomers typically start at the section level. And granting a master's graduate a deputy section position is quite standard. At that time, Chu Dongheng was shuffled between various units, causing Zhao Zafang irritation, which led to the decision to provide him with a regular section appointment as a form of consolation. It could take departments a decade or more to ascend to the regular section level, and achieving such a rank is no easy feat. The regular section level is somewhat low, especially given that my secretary must concurrently serve as the director of the first secretarial office. Currently, the highest attainable position is deputy director, and it is uncommon to elevate someone 2 ranks within just a year. Even the most extraordinary promotions require a minimum of 6 months. Chu Dongheng is indeed presenting a challenge to the provincial committee. Traditionally, the secretaries for the provincial secretary, governor, deputy secretary, and vice governor are typically individuals in their 30s or 40s. However, introducing a young newcomer complicates matters for the administration. Achieving a deputy director position within a year has already set a national record for promotions. Shao Chu, you will henceforth serve as my dedicated secretary. While it is customary to consult Chu Dongheng's opinion, this procedural step was overlooked. This appointment is essential. With a grand gesture, Kong Chaolin declared with remarkable spirit, Secretary General. Let us start with the deputy director position, utilizing it as a substitute for the regular role. If there are vacancies in various departments, we shall assign 1 or 2 additional roles. You shall officially commence work tomorrow. Listening to their conversation, Chu Dongheng was overjoyed, although he harbored no grand ambitions. A promotion implied a corresponding increase in salary. This is akin to the joyous occasion of a wedding night or the elation of achieving academic excellence. Ha ha ha. I am laughing heartily. He continued to chat until it was nearly time to leave work. Next came the matter concerning Zhao Zafang and Chu Dongheng. Zhao Zafang discussed with Chu Dongheng the nuances of a secretary's role, emphasizing the importance of listening more and speaking less, of observing surroundings keenly, and being attentive to the subtle details. They deliberated on how to report to their superior, the significance of being aware of the boss's movements, and the need to safeguard confidential information. When encountering individuals of equal rank or esteemed guests, it is imperative to maintain a respectful distance, ideally, after the boss disembarks. They should take 2 to 3 steps away. A shorter distance may convey a lack of respect towards the guests, while a greater distance could diminish one's status. The secretary serves as the face of the boss, hence their demeanor and image at times reflect their superior. Chapter 10, The First Secret of Jiangdong. As the afternoon workday concluded, I stepped through the threshold of my home, embracing my mother and planting a kiss upon her cheek. Mom, I have splendid news to share. Your handsome and intelligent son has, under your wise guidance, been promoted to the position of deputy section chief within a mere year, becoming the personal secretary to our esteemed Jiangdong provincial secretary, Kong Chaolin. I love you, Mom, for your greatness. Indeed, my son's excellence is unmatched. The bond between mother and son is profound, and thus, in an effort to bring joy to my mother, I promptly relay any good news. Happiness, regardless of its magnitude, is meant to be shared. Later that evening, nestled in my blankets, I accessed the chat application on my phone. Dearest, are you online? Do you have any good news? How do you know or suspect I have good news? If there is no good news, you dare call me dearest. How bold of you. She replied playfully yet with a hint of annoyance. If there is no good news, then you are not allowed to call me dearest. My second female lead is quite fierce. I'm intimidated. Am I not the first female lead? Do you wish to know how the teacher educates the students? An advance reservation for educational content is possible. However, it requires either payment or an equivalent in text. Choose one. I choose text. Who is the first female lead? Please make your text payment, if not, the second female lead will be exceedingly displeased, and the consequences may be dire. The first lead is my mother. Consider your payment successful. Now, share your good news, text payment, please. Wasn't he that already considered payment? The previous message counts as half, not full payment. You are being unreasonable. The teacher has the final say. Prolonging this may lead to an unsuccessful payment. I surrender. Good. Today it has been confirmed that I am the personal secretary to Provincial Secretary Kong Chaolin, promoted to Deputy Section Chief. Currently, it remains confidential. But an official announcement will be made tomorrow. Chao, well done. Keep striving for excellence every day. Though they communicated through messages, their feelings for each other were undeniably deepening. Shaoran, what troubles you? Why are you still awake at such a late hour? Dad, I have news that I believe you will find quite significant. I thought it best to inform you first. Today it has been confirmed that Chu Dongheng has become the personal secretary to Provincial Secretary Kong Chaolin, promoted to Deputy Section Chief. This information is still confidential, but an official announcement will follow tomorrow. Is that certain? Absolutely, Chu Dongheng told me himself. After hanging up with his daughter, Hua Jicheng felt a surge of excitement. Events were unfolding in alignment with the Secretary General's predictions. Moreover, it seemed that his daughter's relationship with Chu Dongheng was blossoming. Perhaps they were destined to be together. If that were the case, his son-in-law would be the secretary to the provincial secretary, granting them a unique proximity. His daughter had previously introduced many suitors who had gone unnoticed. Yet it appeared she had taken a liking to Chu Dongheng. What a fortunate development. Though Chu Dongheng's background was somewhat lacking, it was a minor regret. Yet, here he was, promoted to Deputy Section Chief after just a year of work. He was catching up to him, having taken over 20 years to reach the same level. What's caused you to be so joyful in the dead of night? Hua Jicheng's wife, Lon Huayun, inquired with confusion. Do you recall the boy named Chu Dongheng that the Secretary General introduced to Iran? It seems she has genuinely developed feelings for him. Indeed. It is splendid that Lon Huayun harbors some reservations regarding Chu Dongheng's lack of background. However, despite the introduction of numerous young men, she seems unimpressed, which is truly disheartening. Having someone she likes is commendable. Were you not concerned about Chu Dongheng's absence of connections back then? I merely speak my mind, as long as my daughter is content. That suffices. Fortunately, you did not express overt opposition. Presently, Chu Dongheng serves as the dedicated secretary to Provincial Secretary Kong Chaolin, the foremost secretary in Jiangdong. Countless individuals aspire to attain such a position, yet this young man has seized the opportunity and has been promoted to a deputy department level, the promising future indeed. Truly. Has he not only been working for a year? Yes, merely a year. He is a master's graduate who was exceptionally admitted to the formal position. Now serving as the secretary to the provincial secretary, having attained a promotion, it is customary for the secretary to also hold the role of director of the first secretariat. This young man is extraordinarily fortunate, and at just 23 years of age, he has truly succeeded, proving that our family's discerning eye for talent is remarkably acute. That young man is quite handsome. We have indeed struck gold. December 4th, a day filled with tension, just 2 days before the grand meeting. Zhao Zafang and Chu Dongheng entered the first secretariat. Good morning, everyone. I have an announcement, starting today. Chu Dongheng will be the dedicated secretary to Provincial Secretary Kong and the director of the first secretariat. Please give him a round of applause. The applause was not entirely synchronized, as the 4 individuals from the first secretariat were momentarily taken aback. What a surprise. I hope everyone will offer their support. Only then did the 4 react, having always regarded Chu Dongheng as inconspicuous, mistakenly believing him to be merely a high scorer with limited abilities. It turns out he has been biding his time. Having worked in the first secretariat for just a year, he has already become a director. Indeed, comparisons are inevitable. After Zhao Zafang departed, the first to speak was Shen Shuiqing. Chu Dongheng, oh, now you're Director Chu, quite the hidden gem. Now that you've risen in rank, do remember to look after your sisters. Sister Shen, I'm merely a deputy director. Chu Dongheng clarified. In truth, Shen Shuiqing is the only one among the 4 who has maintained a cordial rapport with him. The other 4, aside from Chu Dongheng, were all transferred from various news agencies where there were no formal ranks. Transitioning to the first secretariat allowed them to be directly promoted to deputy department level. Including Song Gang, and all five had to exert considerable effort in fostering connections to arrive here. While some rejoice, others are filled with concern. Zhao Zifeng instructed the office to send a fax to the provincial committee, the provincial government, then various municipal and county units, announcing Chu Dongheng's new role as the dedicated secretary to Provincial Secretary Kong Chaolin, along with his contact number. This news was akin to a bomb dropped onto a tranquil lake, creating ripples that stirred the entire Jiangdong region early that morning. The leaders of various municipalities and counties, with the exception of Huoji City, were likely inquiring about the identity of this suddenly prominent Chu Dongheng. The previously obscure figure has now surfaced. The phones in the provincial committee departments rang incessantly, all seeking information regarding Chu Dongheng. It is crucial to note that any reports to Provincial Secretary Kong must first pass through Secretary Chu, and failing to establish a good relationship could lead to complications. Although the secretary to the provincial secretary may not hold a high rank, he is the foremost secretary in Jiangdong, capable of hindering your progress by a decade if displeased. The emergence of the foremost secretary in Jiangdong confirms one significant fact: Provincial Secretary Kong Chaolin has not departed from Jiangdong. The reasons for the ensuing excitement in Jiangdong are manifold. Firstly, the rumor regarding Secretary Kong of the Provincial Party Committee being reassigned from Jiangdong or stepping back is unfounded. Secondly, Chu Dongheng has emerged as a formidable figure, taking the lead as the foremost secretary in Jiangdong. Thirdly, it is noteworthy that a year ago, Chu Dongheng was shuttled between various departments of the provincial government, singing the praises of 56 ethnic groups. The heads of these departments, however, felt a chill in their hearts. Fourthly, upon inquiry, it was revealed that Chu Dongheng is quite young, merely 24 years old, and has recently been promoted to the deputy division level, ascending rapidly as if propelled by a rocket. Fifthly, Secretary Chu Dongheng has garnered high recognition from the provincial party secretary. Sixthly, the Department of Civil Society unanimously believes that the speech delivered by the provincial party secretary undoubtedly originated from Chu Dongheng's pen. It is no wonder that no whispers of the provincial party secretary's meeting spirit could be gleaned. Suddenly, the personal phone of the provincial party secretary rang. Secretary Kong. This is Jie Hui. Hello, Governor. Secretary, congratulations on your recovery. Thank you, I'm doing well. One must always speak positively about one's health. If one is unwell, one's position becomes a target for others, which is decidedly unfavorable. Secretary, you and the provincial party committee dropped a bombshell early this morning, causing quite a stir throughout Jiangdong. Is that so? It's due to your secretary. All departments of the provincial government are abuzz, eager to learn about your secretary's situation. Who exactly is Chu Dongheng? Haha, he was tossed around by our Jiangdong department a year ago, and ultimately found himself in the provincial party committee's secretariat. I discovered that this young man is indeed a talent. It seems the secretary is quite pleased with this secretary. Indeed, he is the most satisfactory secretary I have had since I entered politics. Chapter 11, The First Secret of Jiangdong. The fervor surrounding Chu Dongheng's appointment as Secretary Kong secretary at the Jiangdong Provincial Committee continues unabated, even drawing the attention of the provincial governor. This indicates the significant impact Chu Dongheng's rise as Jiangdong's foremost aide will have on the political landscape, a development that both Kong Chaolin and Zhao Zifeng did not foresee. In the courtyard of Hafeng County, various departments are engaged in animated discussions regarding this newfound prominence of Jiangdong's first secretary. Meanwhile, Hua Jicheng sits quietly in his office, savoring his tea, filled with a sense of contentment. What politician does not aspire to ascend the ranks? He believes that as long as Kong Chaolin remains in Jiangdong, advancing his position by 1 or 2 steps should pose no challenge. It is well known that the higher one ascends, the scarcer the opportunities become. Achieving the role of county party secretary required considerable effort, particularly with Secretary Zhao Zifeng offering timely assistance, otherwise, the outcome could have been uncertain. For political figures in Huaguo, having influential contacts above them is of paramount importance. His previous rapport with the Secretary General has now been further enhanced by the presence of Chu Dongheng, Jeongdong's first secretary, who is also romantically involved with his daughter. What a stroke of fortune. Hua Jicheng is overwhelmed with the urge to burst into song. Although the secretaries of the provincial secretary and governor may not hold high ranks, they wield considerable influence in facilitating various matters, as is the case now. Should either of the prominent secretaries call upon him for assistance, he is obliged to comply, provided it does not contravene any principles. When the county governor arrives, he is welcomed in. The secretary's voice signals that interactions between the first and second leaders are typically unimpeded, reflecting mutual respect, unless specific instructions are given for formal notification. The two settle onto the sofa, and the secretary pours tea before discreetly exiting. Observing Zhong Wen's humble demeanor fills Hua Jicheng with disdain. This old man knows how to yield, despite having previously hindered his progress. As a county leader, Zhong Wen cannot be unaware of Hua Jicheng's favorable relationship with Secretary Zhao Zafeng. Now that Chu Dongheng has ascended to become the secretary of Provincial Secretary Kong Chaolin, he is colloquially regarded as Jeongdong's first secretary. Secretary Zhao had previously extended considerable care to Chu Dongheng, leading Hua Jicheng to believe that his own standing in the Jeongdong political arena is assuredly elevated. If a county leader lacks even this basic political awareness, their intellect must surely be in disarray. Secretary Hua, today, the official announcement of Provincial Secretary Kong's dedicated secretary has sent shockwaves through the entire Jeongdong political sphere. And everyone is eager to learn about Chu Dongheng. Who is he, and how can the secretary remain so composed? Zhong Wen remarked, either intentionally or unintentionally. Damn it. This old fool is here to gather intelligence. I must share a morsel to keep him in check. At 50, Zhong Wen had anticipated that he would seamlessly transition into the role of county party secretary after the previous holder retired to a secondary position. He believed the position was practically his, but to his surprise, with Zhao Zafeng's backing, a much younger member of the standing committee, barely in his 40s, was appointed over him. Had it not been for an external appointment, it would have been entirely reasonable for the county governor to assume the secretaryship, instead, the deputy secretary, ranking below the governor, unexpectedly took the position, provoking considerable uproar in the Hafang political scene. This was part of Secretary Kong Chaolin's initiative to promote a younger leadership model within the county, a trial that would be difficult to implement without Zhao Zafeng's influence. Secretary Kong has not departed from Jeongdong. Former Secretary Song Gang has already been reassigned. It is hardly unusual to appoint another secretary, after all. One cannot expect Secretary Kong to manage his affairs alone, carrying his own bags. How would that reflect on the Jeongdong Provincial Party Committee? Hua Jicheng speaks of this matter with remarkable nonchalance. However, Zhong Wen harbors different thoughts. He perceives that Hua Jicheng must know more than he lets on and feels compelled to dig deeper. This aligns perfectly with Hua Jicheng's intentions. Individuals who ascend to such positions are invariably astute. The primary concern lies in the obscurity surrounding Jeongdong's foremost secretary. Given your familiarity with the Secretary General, you ought to possess more insight, right? I knew you wouldn't be able to resist asking, which is precisely the effect Hua Jicheng desires. Chu Dongheng, merely 23 years of age, is not overly cunning. He is a refreshingly straightforward young man, merely aspiring for a modestly higher salary to lead a simple life. Not long ago, I had the pleasure of dining with him and the Secretary General. He is quite agreeable. Hua Jicheng expresses this with an air of tranquility. Naturally, he cannot divulge that his daughter is romantically involved with Chu Dongheng. For one, there are concerns from higher authorities, and secondly, discussing such personal matters would be akin to draping oneself in the skin of a tiger to bolster one's own stature, quite audacious. Despite Hua Jicheng's apparent indifference, Zhong Wen experiences a tumultuous upheaval within. It turns out that Chu Dongheng had already established connections prior to becoming Jeongdong's top secretary. What remarkable luck this fellow possesses. Previously, aside from him, the executive vice-county head and various county committee officials had posed numerous obstacles for Hua Jicheng. It seems that such maneuvers will no longer be feasible. Those who wish to persist in such endeavors may find themselves jeopardizing even their own positions. Hua Jicheng observes the changes on Zhong Wen's face, understanding that this old fellow will undoubtedly refrain from opposing him in the future. Although the former Secretary General supported him, he could not overstep the boundaries of authority by dictating specific tasks from the provincial level to the city, a cardinal sin in political circles. Well understood by anyone entrenched in the system, especially those who have reached such heights. It is painfully realistic that a Secretary General holds less direct influence than a secretary to a provincial secretary. He is confident that news of his dinner with Jiangdong's foremost secretary will soon circulate. Previously, he relied heavily on the Secretary General's support, which proved strenuous, merely to secure his position as county committee secretary. With Chu Dongheng's newfound influence, internal strife will require less effort, allowing for ambitious initiatives to flourish. As long as tangible achievements materialize, ascending to a higher echelon will not remain a mere dream. What a delightful prospect! Meanwhile, at the Qingyun County government, County head Song Gang is in a state of utter frustration. The reappointment of a dedicated secretary suggests that the provincial secretary has not vacated Jiangdong. Or at the very least, the second tier remains firmly entrenched. Upon his arrival in Qingyun County, buoyed by the former provincial secretary's former role as his secretary, he felt invigorated. Alas, his capabilities proved limited, and his lofty ambitions led to several stalled projects. Consequently, he has garnered little respect from the local political landscape and faces numerous constraints. Had it not been for Secretary Kong's influence, he might have faced outright confrontation. Now, receiving news of Secretary Kong's new dedicated secretary feels akin to being rendered immobile. Having emerged from the ranks of leadership, he was completely blindsided by this information. This is the crux of the issue. Early this morning, many individuals approached him directly or called, inquiring about Chu Dongheng's situation. Chu Dongheng was certainly well acquainted with the intricacies of his role, having spent a year in the cold shadows of the first secretarial office. Upon learning that Chu Dongheng had ascended to become the foremost secretariat of Jiangdong, he realized he was in deep trouble. For an entire year, as the director of the first secretarial office, he had failed to compel Chu Dongheng to draft even a single document, not even a minor one. This oversight, particularly for someone serving as the dedicated secretary to the Jiangdong Provincial Party Secretary, Kong Chaolin, was a grave miscalculation, leaving him branded with the stigma of being narrow-minded and envious of talent. Indeed, he was that kind of person, destined to pay the price for his pettiness. The mere prospect of Chu Dongheng seeking retribution could obliterate his political ambitions. How regrettable. Why did it have to be him? The secretary who had never once utilized Chu Dongheng's capabilities. He felt as though the heavens were playing a cruel joke on him, and a rather significant one at that. Chapter 12. The eve of the conference. In the conference room of the provincial government, they had just concluded a working meeting, yet none chose to depart. Instead, they engaged in gossip regarding the newly appointed personal secretary of Provincial Secretary Kong Chaolin, Chu Dongheng. Should the onlookers become privy to this discussion, it would surely stir a commotion, for a cadre of provincial leaders was engrossed in the topic. If Chu Dongheng were to catch wind of it, one might worry for his fragile heart. Secretary Kong, it seems, has acted with a degree of imprudence, promoting a mere rookie, who has yet to serve a full year, to the position of Deputy Division Chief is no small matter, as remarked by Executive Vice Governor Qin Weimen. A year prior, the former governor had retired due to age, and he was the most likely candidate for advancement, given that his age was not on his side. He had dreamt of ascending the ranks, but instead, the evaluation department parachuted in Zhang Jihui to take over the governorship of Jiangdong. He held Kong Chaolin responsible, not only for failing to assist him but also for allowing Zhang Jihui to usurp his position, fostering resentment that permeated the provincial committee and government. It was only natural for him to voice his grievances. At 22, with a master's degree, whether his age and credentials can withstand scrutiny remains to be seen. Another standing committee member, Vice Governor Yu Gu, initially suggested an investigation, yet he refrained from conducting one, opting instead for the more diplomatic term examination. However, this carried an undertone of incitement. As the saying goes, those who watch the spectacle are unperturbed by the chaos. Is it merely a secretary? There is no need for such a fuss. Among the entire provincial committee and government, Chu Dongheng stands alone with a full-time master's degree. It is permissible for him to be appointed to a proper division-level position upon his entry. And the elevation to deputy division chief stems from the necessity of the provincial secretary's secretary not being of too low a rank, as he concurrently serves as the director of the 1st Division of the Provincial Committee. Moreover, Chu Dongheng has been with the 1st Division for a year. Such a promotion is not in violation of any regulations. As for questions of age and academic qualifications, Secretary Kong is known for his strong adherence to party principles and is unlikely to commit such a blunder. Zhang Jiehui is well aware of the petty schemes of these individuals. Targeting a provincial secretary over trivial matters appears somewhat politically naive. Hopefully, it is merely idle chatter. Nevertheless, it is unprecedented for the appointment of a provincial secretary's personal secretary to draw the attention of a cadre of prominent leaders, marking a first on the national stage. The governor's grand perspective is commendable. As a group of older men, they ought to possess a sense of humor. Mei Xiaobing, not one to forget to flatter Zhang Jiehui, also took the opportunity to poke fun at others. She too had been parachuted in, along with the governor, Zhang Jiehui, and Secretary General Xi Zafeng. Thus, the three could engage in light-hearted banter, gaining some insight into the situation. As the governor, Zhang Jiehui would not typically concern himself with the affairs of a secretary. But when a woman's curiosity is piqued, it is not in her nature to refrain from investigation or gossip. At that time, a vacancy for a vice-governor position existed in Jiangdong, yet there were no suitable female officials to fill the role. According to provincial government customs, one of the 4 deputy positions must be occupied by a woman. Hence, through familial connections, she was appointed to Jiangdong, achieving the deputy governor position at just over 40 years of age, which is quite young. Apart from her gender, the influence of her family cannot be underestimated. Otherwise, numerous qualified women could have been considered nationwide. Chu Dongheng is indeed a remarkable individual, a veritable legend. Although there are many who pursue both undergraduate and graduate studies simultaneously, few achieve a master's degree by the tender age of 22. She deliberately sips water, teasing these older gentlemen, which is precisely the task at hand. Observing their amusement, their ridiculous expressions reminiscent of being led by the ear, brings her a sense of satisfaction. It is worth noting that during his academic journey, Chu excelled by skipping grades in elementary and middle school, which explains his early graduation. This fact is hardly surprising. She concluded her remarks with a sprinkle of casual English, a subtle display of her disdain. Undoubtedly, she had gleaned this information from Zhao Zafeng, as it was not a matter shrouded in secrecy. Zhao Zafeng, too, had little choice but to divulge it, otherwise, facing her wrath would be a daunting prospect. Though she possesses beauty, her fierce demeanor is equally formidable. Upon finishing her words, the group appeared to be struck by sudden enlightenment. Mei Xiaobing regarded her with contempt, as if to say, "I have done you a favor. And yet you squander your time investigating a mere secretary." Lo and behold, this young scholar not only excels academically but is also remarkably handsome, compelling me to consider securing him as my secretary, for the gossip among men would be irresistible. It must be acknowledged that gossip is an innate trait among women. Independent of educational attainment, family background, or the extent of one's power, it remains an eternal theme in their lives. A cadre of influential figures cast disparaging glances. Xiaobing, you show great courage and modern thinking. Ha! I support you, Zhang Jiehui jested. Have you not visited him these past few days? Afraid someone might boast. The notion that a mere secretary could provoke discussion among a group of provincial leaders is indeed unprecedented. However, a minor detail deserves mention. When Chu Dongheng first commenced his position a year ago, not a single department or bureau within the province was willing to welcome him, all dismissing him. The situation was quite dire. This young man has made quite a stir during his 2 appointments, as remarked by Lin Mingpin, the Secretary General of the provincial government, who noted, what the speaker says may be unintentional, but the listener's interpretation holds significance. Those who wish ill will find themselves unfortunate. But such misfortune will not befall them. After all, the first secretary of Jiangdong is but a humble secretary. To unsettle these titans of industry is an impossibility. Nevertheless, Secretary Kong's choice in appointing this young man is intriguing. It is customary for the deputy director of the provincial office to be appointed without objection. Yet this young man also holds the titles of Director of the 3rd Division of Organization and Director of the 3rd Division of Legal Inspection Committee, which adds an element of interest. Although these roles may be nominal, they possess the potential to become substantial when required, Mei Xiaobing remarked earnestly. The assembly of dignitaries appeared utterly perplexed. The news is indeed remarkable. A secretary of the provincial party committee has never been appointed in such a manner. This is alarming. If Chu Dongheng were also surnamed Kong, one might even hear whispers of illegitimacy. Comrade Chao Lin seems to favor young Chu, promoting him in a manner that enhances his credentials, facilitating future advancement. Let us not overthink this, Zhang Jiehui reassured them. In this realm, where individuals abound, the complexities of human relationships prevail. Life is not solely about conflict but also about the intricacies of affection, enmity, joy, and sorrow. Each household experiences its own share of happiness and despair. The various departments of the Jiangdong Provincial Party Committee and the provincial government, as well as those of the Jiangming Municipal Party Committee, have been somewhat apprehensive. When Chu Dongheng joined, he was treated like a pawn. And there are concerns about potential retaliation. The authority granted to a mere secretary seems excessively vast. Since no regulations have been violated, others find it difficult to oppose. What grand scheme is the old chief concocting? Kong is not one to cling to power. Although political struggles in Jiangdong are not as severe, they are not absent. Vigilance is still necessary. Kong Chaolin is not at the provincial committee. He remains at home, quietly preparing his speech for the upcoming provincial economic conference in 2 days. Meanwhile, Zhao Zafang is engaged in reporting work. According to your directives, aside from holding the position of deputy director of the office, Xiao Chu is also appointed as the director of the 3rd Division of the Organization Department and the 3rd Division of the Legal and Inspection Committee, Xiao Zafang remarked awkwardly. It is customary for the secretary of the provincial party secretary to hold the position of deputy director of the general office, since Song Gang was reassigned. This position has remained vacant, making the appointment as deputy director of the office straightforward. As for the positions in the evaluation department and the legal and inspection committee, although they are nominal roles, they carry a certain intrigue, understood only by Kong Chaolin himself. Chapter 13, starring the higher UPS. Kong Chaolin was not at the provincial party committee. He was at home. With the provincial economic conference scheduled in 2 days, he was quietly working on his speech draft. Zhao Zafang was currently reporting on the work. As per your directives, aside from holding the position of deputy director of the office, Xiao Chu also assumed the roles of Director of the Organization Department's 3rd Division and Director of the Discipline Inspection Commission's 3rd Division. It is customary for the Secretary of the Provincial Committee to appoint a secretary to the office as Deputy Director, and with Song Gang reassigned, this position had been vacant. Assuming the role of Deputy Director of the office posed no difficulty. As for the Organization Department and the Legal Inspection Commission, while they were nominal positions, the implications were intriguing, known only to Kong Chaolin himself. Zhao Zafang was merely executing the leadership's orders, other matters were beyond his control. Why was the Legal Inspection Commission also under the 3rd Division? Wasn't there a vacancy for the director of the 1st Division? Secretary Wu Yishan of the Discipline Inspection Commission mentioned he had already made arrangements. It was Deputy Secretary Hon Shaming, responsible for the 3rd Division, who assigned Director Zhong Wenjie to serve as the county party secretary in Shashon County, Jiangming City, which created an opening. Kong Chaolin wore a displeased expression. However, Zhao Zafang understood that the Legal Inspection Commission was a dual-managed department. Furthermore, with Wu Yishan's demeanor of superiority, he believed himself first and everyone else second. After several years in office, he had achieved little of note, his performance being rather mediocre. Kong Chaolin's arrangement to bring Chu Dongheng into the Discipline Inspection Commission served as a reminder, perhaps even a subtle rebuke. This old fellow lacked awareness. Let us proceed with this arrangement for now. You have done well. Those in such positions are unlikely to be easily provoked over trivial matters. Hello, who is this? He answered a phone call. Kong Shushu, this is Xiao Shui from the Evaluation Department, came a modest voice from the other end. Director Shui, good day. What instructions do you have? Secretary Kong, I wouldn't dare to speak of instructions in your presence, just call me Xiao Shui. Please don't belittle me. Many matters rely on your support in Jiangdong, you know. Any directives from above? Kong Chaolin was somewhat taken aback. The evaluation department often called him. But those conversations were typically about official business. However, this time, Shui Yijuan was engaging in casual conversation, quite rare. There are no directives. It's just that Jiangdong has been quite lively lately with the upcoming Provincial Economic Conference, which is entirely normal. It's not about the conference. But there are rumors that you've discovered a talent worth nurturing. Are you referring to my new secretary? Upon mentioning talent, Kong Chaolin immediately thought of Chu Dongheng, whom he had recently appointed as his secretary. Indeed. You've acquired a talented secretary, the party is quite pleased. The news is spreading rapidly. And there are even inquiries about whether your secretary hails from ZJ. Is that so? How peculiar. Kong Chaolin was genuinely surprised. The higher-ups also found it somewhat strange. After all, it was merely a junior secretary. In Jiangdong, this might be understandable, but inquiries reaching ZJ. Wasn't he that odd? The higher-ups couldn't help but send someone to investigate. Based on his academic performance, he seemed to be a talent. And the leaders were discussing whether you might unveil something significant this year, suggesting that you could be sprouting new branches from an old tree. Thank you for the leaders' concern. However, I do have some fresh ideas this year. The secretary matter had caught him off guard. A mere secretary managed to capture the attention of the higher-ups, which, it appears, is not entirely a misfortune. It is quite typical for the secretary of the provincial party secretary to be evaluated by the assessment department. However, this time it has stirred the upper echelons, with the term investigation being employed, which seems rather unusual. Yet, he must not disclose his thoughts and should remain humble. Preparing for a significant revelation in due course. Kong Shushu, the leaders speculate that during this Jiangdong Provincial Economic Conference, you might unveil something substantial. And they are keenly interested in the content of your speech. I am grateful for the leaders' concern. Jiangdong is fortunate, and so are its citizens. Please convey my gratitude to the leaders. Indeed, Secretary Kong. It seems that an unintentional act has borne fruit. When fortune turns, it cannot be obstructed. Kong Chaolin ended the call and turned to Zhao Zafeng. Is there a discussion outside regarding Xiao Chu's matter? Zhao Zafeng, having heard that the caller was from the assessment department, felt a twinge of anxiety. This situation has unexpectedly attracted the attention of the central authorities. It is quite serious. Yes, it is possible that Xiao Chu is too young and highly educated. Initially, they merely sought information about Chu Dongheng, after all. He is the secretary to Jiangdong's top official, and any reports would necessitate his involvement. Zhao Zefang continued, however, the number of investigators is increasing. And his employment history has been scrutinized. Some people have mockingly pointed out that Jiangdong is too vast to accommodate one Chu Dongheng, thus satirizing the local political landscape. While others may perceive the situation as spiraling out of control, Kong Chaolin holds a contrary view. He considers this a mild reprimand for those entrenched within Jiangdong's system. It is inconsequential. Let the waters stir and invigorate Jiangdong, rather than allowing it to remain stagnant. Kong Chaolin remains indifferent to Zhao Zefang's concerns about Chu Dongheng being at the center of scrutiny. There is no issue. To achieve greatness, one must first sharpen their tools. This serves as a test of Chu Dongheng's character. A single event can evoke varied interpretations among different individuals. Kong Shaolin understands the principle that a tree that stands out will inevitably be felled by the wind. It is wise not to overshadow the brilliance too soon. There is no need for haste. In Zhao Zefeng's office, he remarked, "You, my boy, have certainly made an impression, given the higher-ups are stirred. You've reached the pinnacle upon entry, without even a warm-up," he chuckled at Chu Dongheng. "Uncle, I do not desire this, I have yet to accomplish anything. And this calamity has befallen me unexpectedly. Fortune lies hidden within misfortune, misfortune leans upon fortune. There is much that remains unclear. Regardless, do not become complacent. Conduct your affairs with discretion. Although this matter has garnered unexpected attention, the scale of the commotion suggests that someone may be orchestrating events from behind the scenes. I hope it is not him." Chu Dongheng's expression darkened. Zhao Zefeng paused at this remark. "Are you implying Song Gang?" Over the past few days, Zhao Zefeng had heard numerous rumors regarding Chu Dongheng in Jiangdong and felt it was reasonable to understand, after all. Gaining the favor of the provincial party secretary is not without cause, so he had not considered it further. As the secretary to Secretary Kong, although his position is not high, young individuals are eager to pursue it. However, Song Gang had received no word whatsoever. And he must feel that he has lost his place in Secretary Kong's esteem, especially since he has not tasked me with drafting any documents for over a year. This is a significant oversight in personnel management, particularly in the First Secretary's department. In the midst of jealousy and the evasion of responsibility, he resorted to ruthlessly eliminating his adversary. Jiangdong could not accommodate a figure like Chu Dongheng, who should not have been uttered from his lips. He sought to shift the blame for his own missteps onto the officials, calculating that it could somehow reflect back on his former superior. As for Secretary Kong, he is a powerful regional official, such petty schemes could hardly escape his notice. It would be best if he were not the one to discover this, for the consequences would be dire. Observing Zhao Zefeng's silence, he expressed his thoughts. "What you say does hold some merit. I have heard that he served as the county magistrate in Chingsong County. If my deductions are correct, his situation there is far from favorable. His work is fraught with difficulties. He must be dreaming of returning to serve under Secretary Kong again. If Kong Shaolin cannot discern such trivial tricks, then how could he possibly maintain control over the entirety of Jiangdong?" The answer is unequivocally clear. Chapter 14, The Jiangdong Economic Conference on December 6. The Provincial Economic Conference of Jiangdong was held as scheduled. With the content of the provincial secretary's speech shrouded in mystery, the attendees arrived with eager curiosity. The central government paid significant attention to this gathering, a result of the remarkable reputation Jiangdong garnered during Chu Dongheng's tenure. There was a common speculation that the speech would undoubtedly be authored by him, piquing the interest of many regarding the reasons behind the provincial secretary's pronounced emphasis. In addition to the presence of Minister Wan Zhongchan from the Evaluation Department, a few executives watched the live television broadcast, and the central station aired the event as well. Although a deputy official was initially expected to attend, unforeseen circumstances prevented their arrival, further indicating the interest from the higher echelons. The conference commenced with the governor delivering the annual work report. As is customary, the report began with a summary, followed by the presentation of goals and this year's work plans and arrangements, which included several strategically significant initiatives, albeit with little change from previous years. Attendees were primarily waiting for the provincial secretary, Kong Shaolin's, pivotal announcements, rendering the governor's report somewhat unremarkable. Amidst enthusiastic applause, Secretary Kong Shaolin confidently approached the podium. "Esteemed Minister Wan and comrades, greetings to you all. I now stand before you to represent the Jiangdong Provincial Committee. My address may differ slightly from that of the governor, yet it remains harmonious. We must liberate our thoughts, dismantle the constraints on productivity, and foster its advancement in alignment to the current developmental trajectory. The crux lies in how we achieve this. What is required to generate formidable productivity? We must substitute a portion of manual labor with machinery. The productivity derived from machines must surpass human effort by tenfold, hundredfold, or even thousandfold, or beyond. To attain this level, machines capable of human-like operation are essential. Such machinery necessitates industrial and technological engagement, which requires procurement. Without purchase, we must seek technological importation, currently limited in our domestic realm. Foreign businessmen are capitalists seeking profit, whereas our goal is to acquire machinery and technology for production. Moreover, it is unreasonable for foreign entities to transport their workforce to our land, thus creating employment opportunities for our citizens. China, as an agricultural nation, sees a stark income disparity, over 30-fold, between rural incomes and those of factory workers abroad. Establishing factories in Jiangdong will provide employment and enhance earnings for the populace. Regarding land for factory construction, the city of Shenyuan has already set a successful precedent. Inviting foreign production facilities to Jiangdong, while simultaneously attracting their capital, is key to our success and will also generate tax revenue for the nation. By introducing foreign capital, technology, and production lines, we can significantly elevate productivity. This is indeed a multifaceted triumph. The technical term for this is investment attraction. To commence, we must refine our investment promotion agency, raising its standards. The provincial government will drive this initiative. I represent the provincial committee in proposing a target within 3 years. We shall conservatively aim to double our GDP. Secretary Kong Chaolin, appearing invigorated as if just emerging from a hospital, exuded charisma and eloquence, akin to a general commanding multitudes on the battlefield. The audience was ignited with fervor. Observing the live broadcast, ZJ could not help but exclaim in admiration, remarking on the aging yet indomitable spirit of Lianpa. The matter of replacing officials in Jiangdong need not be discussed further. Let Comrade Chaolin fulfill his goals and set a benchmark. This will also foster mutual learning among the provinces. A single speech has solidified Kong Chaolin's position. Broadcasted across various television stations, with the transcript faithfully reproduced in major newspapers. The enthusiasm for emulating Jiangdong has resonated nationwide. The conference has concluded, yet the fervor persists, creating ripples throughout the country. The predominant discourse revolves around attracting investments and the GDP, which has become synonymous with economic measurement. People have finally grasped why the provincial secretary favors Chu Dongheng and why the secretary's aide is Chu Dongheng. It can be said that a mere secretary has begun to capture the attention of the upper echelons. Numerous congratulatory calls have poured in, including inquiries from various provincial governments, elevating the profile of Jiangdong's provincial secretary. Meanwhile, Chu Dongheng, Zhao Zafeng, and Hua Jicheng have gathered at Tianyi Pavilion. Their spirits are high, taking advantage of their proximity. Hua Jicheng should discern the provincial secretary's intentions. By advancing a step ahead of others, opportunities will present themselves more swiftly. Zhao Zafeng's discovery of talent in Chu Dongheng has garnered him further trust from Kong Chaolin, which will significantly bolster his political career. Chu Dongheng has successfully ascended to become Jiangdong's foremost aide, the favored figure before the provincial secretary. The first person Chu Dongheng engaged with was in the archive room, where he conversed with Lin Yu for an entire year. Lin Yu, previously a researcher in the Education Bureau of Jiangming City, had reached a certain level but lacked connections, hindering her advancement. Ultimately, she lost her position and was reassigned to manage the archives at the provincial committee. As she was organizing documents, she heard the sound of polished shoes approaching. It was that familiar voice, "Xiao Chu, you are here. Congratulations on your promotion." "It's hardly a promotion. I'm merely a small secretary," Chu Dongheng humbly replied. "I've heard about you, you are quite remarkable, igniting a flame here in Jiangdong. Your legend is everywhere," Lin Yu remarked. Chu Dongheng reflected, indeed, fame can be a double-edged sword. "Lin Jie, you've been here for 5 years, right?" "Yes. I never thought about changing my work environment. So, what do you have in mind for me? Are you going to help me find a position?" Lin Yu teased. "Come to my side, to the first section of the provincial secretary's office. Lin Yu was taken aback. Are you serious? Do you really think I can do it? Of course. You review reports daily, and you have experience as a researcher in the Education Bureau, right? I know your credentials quite well. As the head of the first section, assessing someone's profile is not difficult. All right, I'll follow your lead. Lin Yu responded eagerly. That young person is willing to stay in the archive room for life, but no one has facilitated a transfer for him. This is akin to a stroke of fortune. I discussed your case with Secretary Kong and the Secretary General. They agreed. I am currently Secretary Kong's aide, and a position has just opened up. You are currently at a certain level, but I'll promote you to a deputy position first. How does that sound? I owe you this favor. Really? Thank you so much. It appears my efforts were not in vain. Lin Yu felt a surge of excitement. Even a deputy position can equate to a vice mayor in the rural towns. Many individuals spend their entire lives unable to attain even a secondary position. You may delegate your tasks to others and then come to me. I shall request assistance from the Secretary General to attend to your matters upon my return. Chapter 15, Layout. It must be said that Shu Dongheng has become the focal point of Jiangdong. It is indeed a case of the desire for tranquility being thwarted by the winds of change. Even positions in the information room are now fiercely contested. Accessible only to those with significant connections. Originally, the information room was populated by marginalized talents who had no choice but to seek refuge there. It is somewhat laughable. Yet not entirely so. Everyone is aware of Chu Dongheng's penchant for visiting the information room. He is currently favored by the secretary of the Jiangdong Provincial Committee, Kong Chaolin. And everyone wishes to be acquainted with him and forge connections. Recently, Chu Dongheng elevated the marginalized Lin Yu from the information room to a clerical position in the provincial secretariat, bestowing upon her the title of deputy section chief. It is noteworthy that many toil for a decade without achieving such advancement. Lin Yu has essentially ascended to great heights in a single leap. Although she is 32. Within the bureaucratic framework, but deputy section chief is not considered late in one's career. Not everyone possesses the talent or fortune of Chu Dongheng. In an unintentional act, Chu Dongheng has raised the stature of the information room. It echoes the saying that true talent will always shine through, regardless of the position. Diligent work will yield rewards. Had Lin Yu not dedicated herself to her duties, would Chu Dongheng have been so audacious in his decision? Lin Yu's rank is equivalent to that of 4 others, all holding the title of deputy section chief. Thus Chu Dongheng has yet to appoint her as deputy director. However, she manages the affairs of the section in his stead. Lin Yu cherishes this opportunity and works diligently, ensuring that she does not disappoint Chu Dongheng. Under her management, the secretariat has become organized and revitalized, garnering satisfaction from Secretary Zhao Zafang. Naturally, Chu Dongheng's office is adjacent to Secretary Kong Chaolin's, necessitating that visitors must secure his approval to meet with the provincial secretary. This exemplifies the prestige of being Jiangdong's foremost secretary. Consequently, local officials are compelled to show him respect, given that he is backed by the highest authority in Jiangdong. In recent days, individuals have begun arriving to report on their work, with Chu Dongheng maintaining a low profile. At 2:30 p.m., Zhao Zafang arrived. Chu Dongheng called Lin Yu to assist him in the secretary's office while he and Zhao Zafang entered Secretary Kong's office. It was Kong Chaolin who summoned Zhao Zafang, and the three convened to discuss matters. As a secretary, it was incumbent upon Chu Dongheng to serve tea, while Lin Yu would merely stand guard outside. Once seated, Kong instructed them to engage in discussion, noting that the conference had already taken place and objectives were clear. It was time to take action. He encouraged them to share their thoughts casually, emphasizing that no conclusions were necessary. The aim is to expedite the advancement of certain units without increasing personnel. Individuals should be selected from existing units. The primary leaders of the Investment Promotion Bureau and various city and county development zones should be promptly reported to the Provincial Organization Department for preliminary assessment, culminating in a final decision by the Provincial Organization Department to underscore the seriousness and significance of the initiative. It is suggested that a single deputy provincial governor, Preferably a younger individual, be tasked with overseeing this, ensuring that quality and speed are maintained. Zhao Zafang articulated his perspective. Initially, he had hoped to delegate this to Chu Dongheng for a more comprehensive discussion, but given that Kong Chaolin specifically requested his input, it would be remiss not to offer his opinions. Chu Dongheng speculated that Kong Chaolin was likely to convene a standing committee meeting soon, anticipating some actions. Next month, a framework would be established, with Jiangdong taking the lead for an auspicious start. As an individual within the system, it was essential to engage in a display of political prowess. Allow me to share my thoughts. I find myself in agreement with the Secretary General's perspective and shall refrain from reiterating it. Beyond the Secretary General's insights, there exists an urgent matter that warrants attention, providing the necessary basis to support this series of initiatives, specifically regarding the policies and regulations governing the development zone. Otherwise, even if a leader is elected, they would remain unaware of what actions are permissible and what are not. Currently, the existing policies and regulations are insufficient to support the construction of the development zone. After all, this is a novel entity. It is entirely reasonable that previous policies and regulations do not apply. Without independent policies and regulations to safeguard the development zone, it is futile to discuss its establishment. Chu Dongheng spoke with utmost seriousness. How do you propose to advance the establishment of policies and regulations for the development zone? Kong Chaolin refrained from sharing his thoughts, as there was no need for him to do so. His current focus was to listen attentively to constructive contributions from others, enriching his own perspective. Damn it. Are you testing me? He thought. Undoubtedly, the Provincial Party Committee's Policy Research Office would be responsible. However, upon visiting, he found the office to be somewhat lacking. It would not be an exaggeration to say that aside from Professor Shailin, who had been marginalized for a long time, and a few individuals who had been reassigned due to connections, only 2 clerical staff remained. What do you think about restructuring the research office? Kong Chaolin interjected. The research office proposed elevating to a deputy department level and increasing personnel. Let's start by adding 5 more individuals. Additionally, I have an idea to incorporate personnel from the first secretariat. Our previous 4 members are all over 40, with the youngest, Shen Xueqing, already 28. The intention behind bringing Lin Yu to the first secretariat is this: she is a research-oriented talent, having served as a researcher in the Education Bureau, making her an excellent fit. Among our 3 members in the first secretariat, all of whom are over 40 and only hold deputy section chief titles, they merely serve as bell ringers. By involving them in the research office, they can conduct surveys, and given their writing skills, their participation in policy and regulation formulation would be invaluable. We could also consider recruiting new talents to refresh the team. Chu Dongheng took a sip of tea and continued. Aware that Kong Chaolin would likely pursue further inquiries, so he decided to articulate his thoughts fully. Moreover, we need to transfer someone from the Environmental Protection Bureau and either the court or the procuratorate, which would bring our total to 5 personnel. The inclusion of someone from the Environmental Protection Bureau is crucial, as the regulations must encompass environmental law. While we currently pursue economic growth, we must not neglect environmental protection. Presently, compliance is challenging, domestic environmental equipment is inadequate, and foreign alternatives are prohibitively expensive. However, if we fail to include such provisions in agreements with enterprises, it would significantly undermine government credibility. Hence, we must ensure clarity from the outset. Having expressed all his thoughts in one breath, Chu Dongheng concluded. What you have all articulated is commendable and comprehensive, Kong Chaolin remarked, shifting his tone. Secretary General, if no members of the Standing Committee are absent, please notify that a Standing Committee meeting will be held tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, with no allowances for absences. Tomorrow's meeting will also include the Vice Governors of the Provincial Party Committee and Provincial Government, as well as the Deputy Secretary General and the Directors of the Office. Subsequently, Chu Dongheng requested Zhao Zafeng to communicate with the evaluation department regarding the preparation for the recruitment of a batch of secretarial staff for the first secretarial division, and then took Lin Yu to a meeting at the division. Aside from Lin Jie, who had just been transferred from the archives, we have been acquainted for over a year. You all joined the first secretarial division before me and have been here for several years, yet still remain at the deputy level, which is rather embarrassing. To elevate all of you to full positions at once seems rather unrealistic, not to mention the potential criticism that may ensue. I would like to hear everyone's thoughts. Are you hoping to see us leave? The speaker was the eldest among us, Lin Yan. In his 40s, Lin Yan had come from Jiangming Daily 8 years ago. His writing is commendable, and he possesses a certain aloofness, frequently speaking with a tone of aggression. Brother Li, you are a veteran of the first secretarial division, and I hold you in high regard. Your presence here is certainly welcome, but have you considered your age? Even if someone offers you a secretarial position now, how many years can you still carry someone's briefcase? Please share your thoughts. I will do my utmost to assist you if I can, although I cannot guarantee anything. Chu Dongheng endeavored to show respect, speaking earnestly. Another male staff member, Zhao Jian, aged 35, had joined from Jiangdong Daily and had been with the first secretarial division for 5 years. Chapter 16, Endeavor Zhao Gu, what about you? Please share your thoughts. How may I assist you? I have no particular ideas, you may arrange it as you see fit. Securing a formal position would suffice, Zhao Jian expressed. Although Zhao Jian seemed to say little, his words conveyed an understanding of the current prominence of Chu Dongheng in Jiangdong. His acknowledgement suggested he had a strategy in mind. Zhao Jian's ability to consider such nuances reflects a commendable emotional intelligence. I would like to hear your arrangements first, Lon Weining interjected. At 32, while not the eldest, she had been with the first secretarial office for 6 years, having transitioned from the Jiangdong Daily. Li Gu, what are your thoughts? Chu Dongheng reiterated his inquiry towards Lin Yan, deliberately omitting mention of Shen Xueqing, as he had no intentions of involving her in the discussions. I aspire to serve at the grassroots level or in certain bureau-level units, but I shall await your arrangements, Lin Yan replied. Shen Xueqing remained silent. A deliberate choice by Chu Dongheng to assess her emotional acumen. Nevertheless, she understood the implications of his silence. Her value was recognized, and there was a possibility for her to remain within the first secretarial office. The fact that Chu Dongheng was consulting them indicated he had already devised plans for their futures. Here is my notion. Albeit still in its formative stages, following the directives from Secretary Kong regarding the Provincial Economic Conference, we should establish development zones in various cities and counties. These zones are a novel concept requiring the formulation of policies and regulations, a task designated to the Provincial Policy Research Office. My proposal is to transfer you 3, Li Gu, Zhao Gu, and Lon Jie, to the Policy Research Office, where I will advocate for your elevation to formal positions. Once the policies and regulations for the development zones are finalized, adjustments can be made if opportunities arise, Chu Dongheng succinctly elaborated. Previously, we have had no particular goodwill towards you, why would you wish to assist us? Lin Yan retorted, his tone tinged with the pride characteristic of an intellectual. However, you bear no grievances against me, do you? We are colleagues, and if I can assist, I shall. Currently, my capacities are limited. I have not been able to offer you better placements. After all, I am merely a secretary, albeit the exclusive secretary to Secretary Kong. And I cannot parade him around various ministries and units. Such actions would be futile, Chu Dongheng lamented, yet he spoke the truth. Moreover, you all must conduct research across various cities and counties. After work, Lin Yan, Zhao Jian, and Lon Weining exited the office, while Lin Yu and Shen Xueqing remained. Lin Jie, you shall go to the Policy Research Office, however, your formal affiliation will remain with the first Secretarial Office, as your position there will be a temporary assignment. Chu Dongheng informed, knowing Lin Yu would not oppose this arrangement. Qing Jie, your recent progress in drafting has been commendable. It would be best for you to stay with the first secretarial office for now. I will endeavor to secure you a position within the propaganda department. Should any leaders require a secretary, I will strive to assist you, but elevating you to a formal position should not pose an issue. Opportunities for female leaders are limited, though. Those within the system recognize that while male leaders often employ male secretaries, it is less common for them to appoint female secretaries without facing criticism. Very well, sister. I shall heed your advice. I entrust my future to you. She replied. When women liberate themselves, men become no match. Sister Qing, your words are ambiguous. So what? It seems as though you are relying on me, yet you haven't made proper arrangements, which leaves me feeling anxious. Lin Yu would not say anything, after all. It was Chu Dongheng who advocated for her current position. Chu Dongheng was waiting at a bus station not far from the provincial committee. Tomorrow, he need not work, as he had arranged to dine with Hua Yueren. Although it had been a while since their last meeting, their relationship had significantly deepened through text messages. Today, he successfully secured a date with Hua Yueren, which filled him with excitement. He pondered if he might hold her hand, perhaps even wrap his arm around her slender waist. Yet, envisioning Hua Yueren's icy yet captivating visage made him hesitate. Her figure, so alluringly curvaceous. While his thoughts wandered, a sleek CC vehicle halted before him. The window descended, revealing a beautifully cold and exquisite face. Get in, she commanded, her tone leaving no room for argument. Such is the confidence of a beauty. Chu Dongheng opened the passenger door and entered. Although Hua Yueren was clad in a coat, it could not conceal her impressive curves. The added tension of the seatbelt only accentuated her allure. Despite the chill in the air, the atmosphere was undeniably warm. You have a car? He inquired, surprised since he had not seen her drive last time. You didn't ask, she replied. Last time, I was in my father's vehicle. How ruthless. You have a car yet kept me out in the cold. This is how my teacher educates me. What do you think? Not much. Where to? Tiani Pavilion. Hua Yueren pressed the accelerator and they sped off. At Tiani Pavilion, they opted for a cozy private room, enjoying their meal in warmth. Shoo. I've heard you've become quite popular, she remarked. Just average, really. I prefer to remain low-key, but my abilities don't allow it, he boasted, suddenly pausing. Could it be that your school has also heard about me? What do you think? Tell me, how do they speak of your man? Chu Dongheng grinned mischievously. How thick-skinned. My man indeed. She felt a blush creep onto her cheeks, realizing she had inadvertently granted him some advantage. She sipped her drink to ease the awkwardness. You've certainly become the talk of the town. They say you've outperformed the younger generation in less than a year, becoming Zhongdong's top secretary. Truly a paragon of talent and beauty. You must be an environmental hazard when you walk the streets. What? Am I now associated with environmental pollution? Because you are so incredibly handsome. Chu Dongheng nearly sprayed his drink everywhere, coughing in disbelief. This praise is excessive. Am I truly that remarkable? Hua Yueren shot him a disdainful glance. In school, the reality was even more exaggerated. Unmarried young female teachers nearly camped outside the provincial committee to declare their affection for Chu Dongheng. This influx of rivals was a matter he could not disclose to him. Otherwise, he would become insufferably boastful. Am I now an example for your school in educating students? Indeed. Sigh. This prowess is simply uncontainable. With a playful swat, Hua Yueren feigned annoyance. Chu Dongheng reached out, taking her delicate hand in his. Her cheeks flashed crimson, and he found himself momentarily captivated by her beauty, causing her to blush even deeper. Chu Dongheng could no longer contain his impulses. With a swift motion, he wrapped his right arm around Hua Yueren's waist, drawing her close and kissing her passionately. Hua Yueren playfully struck his back with her delicate fists, though it was evident she did not exert any real force. She pushed against him, feigning anger as she scolded, "You rogue. Yet, her expression betrayed no genuine ire. Her cheeks flashed a vibrant red akin to a ripe apple. Unable to suppress the joy swelling within her. Clearly, Hua Yueren acknowledged their relationship as that of lovers. Chu Dongheng felt a wave of elation. It was the first genuine happiness he had experienced in over a year. Chapter 17, An unexpected encounter. The two individuals found solace in each other's hearts during their tumultuous youth. In truth, they had already developed an affection for one another upon their first meeting. As Chu Dongheng strode with a breezy demeanor alongside Hua Yueren, they exited the private room. There was no hand-holding. Hua Yueren withheld that gesture, having inadvertently surrendered her first kiss, and thus, as a form of retribution, she denied him the intimacy of their fingers intertwining. Walking side by side along the corridor of the tiny pavilion winery, an unforeseen incident unfolded. Approaching them were four young men, led by an individual seemingly in his late 20s, with half-bleached hair and a conspicuous gold chain adorning his neck. "Hey beauty. I've taken a liking to you," the young man declared, blocking Hua Yueren's path. Chu Dongheng stepped back, instinctively pulling Hua Yueren behind him. Suddenly, the three companions of the half-bleached-haired young man encircled both Chu Dongheng and Hua Yueren. "You are obstructing our way, kindly step aside," Chu Dongheng stated coldly, gripping Hua Yueren's hand as he attempted to move past them. Though anger simmered within him. He was recently appointed as the secretary to the provincial governor and wished to avoid unnecessary trouble. "Sure, you can go, but leave the beauty behind for my enjoyment," retorted the young man with half-bleached hair. "What have you eaten today? Your scent is intoxicating." Chu Dongheng's fury was akin to that of a volcano ready to erupt, however. He believed it prudent to avoid conflict, as most patrons in this establishment were either wealthy or influential. Yet, fate had other plans. "Brother Quan has taken a fancy to your woman, consider yourself fortunate," one of the three young men remarked, their voices rising in volume, drawing the attention of onlookers who began to emerge from their private rooms. Chu Dongheng felt no desire to become a spectacle for the crowd, especially under the threat of losing his beloved. Whispers circulated among the observers, "It seems another girl is in distress." The unfortunate girls ensnared by this Gao Quan were numerous, protected by both wealth and political power, rendering them untouchable. Rumor had it that Gao Quan once encountered a young couple, and upon finding the wife beautiful, he forced himself upon her, leading the wife to despair and ultimately jump to her death. The husband, left with no recourse, could only lament his fate. "Get lost. If you want to live, then get out of my way," Chu Dongheng exclaimed, forcefully dragging Hua Yueren away. Daring to utter the word "die" in my presence," the half-bleached-haired young man taunted, reaching out towards Hua Yueren, his hand aimed perilously close to her chest. This act ignited the volcanic fury within Chu Dongheng. With a swift kick, he sent the half-bleached-haired young man flying. "If you seek death, I shall oblige," he proclaimed, using all his might to dispatch the other three as well. As the half-bleached-haired young man soared through the air, the remaining three lunged at Chu Dongheng. With no intention of holding back, he resolved to deliver decisive blows. It is worth noting that Chu Dongheng was well-versed in martial arts. While it would typically be impossible to dispatch four opponents so easily, the element of surprise, coupled with the fact that these four were usually not confronted, allowed him to swiftly overcome them. "Wow, this young man is formidable. Keep it up. This kid is impressive, but he is in for trouble." Amidst the tumult, some reveled in the chaos, while others expressed sympathy for Chu Dongheng, primarily due to their acquaintance with Gao Quan. Hua Yueren, however, stood in stern silence, unable to fathom that her seemingly gentlemanly boyfriend could unleash such ferocity. Conflicts often escalate dramatically, and the four assailants, far from being innocent, scrambled to their feet, roaring threats at Chu Dongheng. With renewed vigor, he retaliated fiercely, bolstered by Hua Yueren's presence, which compelled him to exercise restraint, preventing him from unleashing unbridled violence. Despite this, within a brief span, the four were once again subdued by Chu Dongheng, who placed his foot firmly on the chest of the fallen assailant, half yellow-haired, and declared to the remaining three, "Do not move, if you do, my foot shall find its way to his throat. At that moment, Chu Dongheng became aware of a dull pain in his head, a result of an accidental blow from a stick. His hands bore the brunt of the earlier assault, as he had shielded himself from the barrage of blows from sticks and chairs. The scene grew increasingly lively, for Gao Kuan, the so-called young master of Jiangming, found himself humbled beneath the foot of an obscure youth. In the world of martial legends, it is said that a warrior may be slain, but never insulted, thus. It was a grave matter indeed for the esteemed Gao Kuan to be brought low in such a manner. This incident would surely become the most sensational news in Jiangming. At this juncture, a middle-aged man approached, addressing Chu Dongheng as young brother, and implored him to show some leniency and release Gao Kuan. His words, while seemingly humble, carried an air of condescension. "What grounds do you have to demand my consideration? Who do you think you are?" Chu Dongheng retorted coldly, dismissively referring to him as a mere garlic bulb. The onlookers erupted in cheers, for they recognized the man as Jiang Zhonghe, the proprietor of Tianyi Pavilion, a figure of considerable influence. "I am Jiang, the owner of Tianyi Pavilion," the middle-aged man declared. "You were present when my girlfriend and I were insulted, so do not feign ignorance of the situation." Chu Dongheng shot back. "You were there when my girlfriend and I were insulted, don't act as if you just returned from a journey in the West." The middle-aged man displayed no sign of embarrassment, instead, he felt a sense of honor in defending Gao Kuan. "So, you refuse to lift your foot?" he inquired, his expression darkening ominously. "Are you threatening me? Is that how you choose to interpret my words?" The middle-aged man pressed. "You may interpret it as you wish." Chu Dongheng countered defiantly. "Very well. As long as you have no regrets. Haven't you already called the police? Let us await their arrival." Chu Dongheng observed from a distance as the man made his call, but he too felt it prudent to contact the authorities. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Chu Dongheng was reaching out to Wu Liegu, the chief of police in Jiangming City. He refrained from mentioning his title, simply stating that there was some trouble at Tianyi Pavilion and assistance was required. Individuals like the half-yellow-haired aggressor, who exhibited such brazen arrogance, could not possibly lack connections, especially given the presence of this so-called owner of Tianyi Pavilion. The responding officers would likely come from the nearby Chengnan police station. It was improbable that the chief of police would intervene in such a minor affair. Prudence was essential to avoid greater complications. As the secretary to the provincial secretary, Chu Dongheng understood that beyond his clerical duties, ensuring the safety of the provincial secretary was paramount. Thus, possessing the contact numbers of the deputy chiefs of police was indispensable. As anticipated, 3 male officers soon arrived, 2 youthful ones and one appearing to be in his 30s. The proprietor of Tianyi Pavilion, Boss Jiang, approached to greet Director Chen, expressing his gratitude. Chu Dongheng remained silent, keen to observe how the 3 police officers would handle the situation. Gao Kuan, who was beneath Chu Dongheng's foot, shouted at the arrival of Chen Zhensha, the head of the Chengnan police station, demanding that he deal with this young man, pointing at Chu Dongheng. Chen Zhensha was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Gao Kuan in such a predicament. Incredulously, he thought to himself that this young man had audacity, daring to trample on Gao Kuan. "Release your foot, young man," Chen urged, realizing the necessity of maintaining decorum in the presence of law enforcement. Reluctantly, Chu Dongheng complied. As Gao Kuan rose, he directed his ire at Chu Dongheng, demanding that Chen apprehend him and administer a severe reprimand. "Cuff him," Chen commanded the 2 officers, pointing at Chu Dongheng. "Cuff him. Is this your method of resolution? Have you ascertained the facts?" Chu Dongheng replied calmly. At this moment, Hua Yueran felt a sense of composure. She understood that the call she had just made was undoubtedly to the police chief. Her father, being the county party secretary, had instilled in her the notion that the most direct means of resolution was to summon the police chief. As the secretary to the provincial party committee, Chu Dongheng undoubtedly commanded respect from the police chief, who would be loath to disregard him. Understand what? Offending young Master Gao is a crime, do you comprehend? Chen Zhensha retorted with disdain. Chapter 18 Unexpected Events 2 For those within the bureaucratic framework of Jiangdong Province. It is a desire for Chu Dongheng to owe them a favor. Understanding the dynamics, offending young Master Gao is akin to committing a criminal act, do you comprehend? Chen Zhensha displayed a look of disdain. So young Master Gao is akin to a deity in Jiangdong, free to dispose of anyone as he pleases. Chu Dongheng chuckled in disbelief. Beside them, the self-satisfied Gao Kuan declared, why the discontent, young lad? In Jiangdong, offending me, Jiang Ming, is tantamount to a death sentence. As long as it pleases me, I could have all the women from your household brought to my bed, do you believe that? Young Master Gao possesses an extraordinary talent for articulating illegal activities with such levity and humor. It seems that engaging in the abduction of another's women is not a rare occurrence for him, as Chu Dongheng conversed with Gao Kuan as if they were old acquaintances. Not infrequently, so what? I possess the capability. Gao Kuan unabashedly proclaimed. Chu Dongheng clapped in approval, quite impressive, indeed. Allow me to extend my congratulations in advance, Director Wu. Did you hear that? The crowd turned as 6 officers emerged, with Wu Liegu leading the way. Undoubtedly, being a former Special Forces operative, Chu Dongheng had conducted some prior research on an individual of Wu Liegu's caliber. In fact, Wu Liegu had arrived a short while ago. But Chu Dongheng had gestured for him to remain inconspicuous momentarily. With Wu Liegu's arrival, Chu Dongheng greeted him, leaving the onlookers intrigued by the unfolding drama. Cuff them. Wu Liegu commanded without hesitation, pointing at Gao Kuan and his companions, directing the 6 officers. Wu Liegu, feeling the pressure of a diminished background in Jiangming, sensed the constraints imposed by the former leaders who had stepped back, as well as the Municipal Political Committee Secretary and the police chief, leaving him rather constrained. Many cases had been left unresolved. It was not an exaggeration to label scoundrels like Gao Kuan as significant nuisances. The evidence against Gao Kuan was substantial. And it would not be an overstatement to deem him a major menace to Jiangming, yet prosecution remained elusive. Having offended Jiangdong's foremost secretary, Gao Kuan was now compelled to gamble. An opportunity to rise alongside Jiangdong's top secretary presented itself. Wu Liegu, do you wish to relinquish your position? How dare you apprehend me? Who grants you such audacity? Gao Kuan's arrogance was palpable. Whether I keep my position or not is not for you to decide. You should be more concerned about your own situation. Wu Liegu retorted, waving his hand for the cuffs. Director Wu, what brings you here? Chen Zhensha greeted him, although his tone lacked respect. If you can come, why can't I? You may leave, this matter does not concern you, Wu Liegu asserted. Director Wu. If you intend to apprehend young Master Gao, is Secretary Gao aware? Chen Zhensha pressed on. Who I apprehend is none of your concern, mind your own business. Wu Liegu replied coldly. It was quite remarkable that Wu Liegu, a bureau chief, found himself being interrogated by a mere precinct captain, particularly one of his subordinates, compelling him to make a decisive move against Gao Kuan, lest he forfeit his role as police chief. Chu Dongheng took a few steps away. Wu Liegu understood his intent. Wishing to keep his identity concealed, and thus refrained from mentioning Chu Dongheng's name, approaching him instead. Director Wu, could you share some details regarding this individual? The Gao Kuan Company stands as one of the foremost enterprises in Jiangming, with Gao Kuan's father, Gao Zhong, renowned as the wealthiest individual in the city. Additionally, Gao Zhong is the nephew of the Municipal Political and Legal Affairs Committee Secretary, Gao Zhilong. The connection between the secretary and the director of the Jiangdong Police Department, Fu Shanghui, forms a powerful alliance. It would be an understatement to label Gao Kuan as a significant menace to Jiangming, as any transgressions he commits are swiftly suppressed. Wu Liegu, with a sense of resignation, acknowledged that Gao Kuan's arrogance is backed by considerable resources. Chu Dongheng, newly appointed as the secretary of the Provincial Party Committee, felt discomfort in confronting both the director of the Jiangdong Police Department and the secretary of Jiangming's Political and Legal Affairs Committee. However, given the circumstances, a counterattack was imperative. Engage with the public thoroughly, and ensure to extract the surveillance footage from Tianyi Pavilion. I expect a copy as well, Chu Dongheng instructed. After a moment of contemplation regarding Gao Kuan's confinement, he added, if there are any additional cases against him, ensure a thorough investigation tonight. Should any issues arise, direct them towards me. He further advised Wu Liegu to report to the Provincial Political and Legal Affairs Committee Secretary if necessary, leaving him with his personal contact information before departing with Hua Yueren. As Wu Liegu recounted the situation, it became evident that under the pressures exerted by Fu Shanghui and Gao Zhilong, he had been rendered ineffectual. Should he manage to overturn their influence, Wu Liegu would undoubtedly align himself with Chu Dongheng. Indeed, without a robust network, one might find themselves at a disadvantage. Had Wu Liegu not intervened, Chu Dongheng might have been forced to spend the night at the station. The plight of an ordinary citizen in such a predicament would be even graver. This menace must be eradicated, he concluded, though the task appeared daunting. As Chu Dongheng and Hua Yueren departed, Wu Liegu finalized his duties before escorting Gao Kuan away. However, the crowd remained, convening for a public assembly. The proprietor of Tianyi Pavilion sensed impending trouble, despite his connections. He was acutely aware of Gao Kuan's ties to both the Political and Legal Affairs Secretary and the Police Director. Wu Liegu's decision to apprehend Gao Kuan left him contemplating the implications of taking a stand. Should anything happen to Gao Kuan on his premises, he would bear the consequences. The young man, possessing some degree of influence, had undoubtedly garnered Wu Liegu's respect in apprehending Gao Kuan. Yet, the efficacy of this action remained questionable, as it was likely that Gao Kuan would be released by morning. It was long overdue for this troublemaker to be dealt with, yet no one dared to take action. Perhaps this time a miracle will occur, he mused, though he remained skeptical about the feasibility of such an outcome. Even if he doesn't meet his demise, he might still suffer a significant downfall. The crowd buzzed with curiosity regarding the identity of this young man daring enough to confront Jiangming's Gao Kuan. Who could he be? They wondered, intrigued by the audacity displayed. Was he not strikingly handsome? One remarked, to which another retorted, but does that have any bearing on the matter? Recently, whispers had circulated about a remarkably talented young man who had swiftly ascended in status, Jiangdong's most esteemed secretary. Indeed, that young man is none other than Chu Dongheng, the personal secretary to the provincial secretary Kong Chaolin. The crowd gasped in astonishment. If that individual were the illustrious secret of Jiangdong, Chu Shuangjue, then, indeed, the drama would be substantial. You have once again misnamed him, what a folly. He possesses both beauty and talent. And coupled with his audacity to confront the calamity that is Gao Kuan, the name Chu Shuangjue is truly formidable. Though it is all in jest, from this moment forth, Chu Dongheng shall bear an additional moniker, Chu Shuangjue. The crowd buzzed with chatter, for it held no consequence for them, yet the tale must endure. Only the proprietor of Tianyi Pavilion, Jiang Zhong, wore a countenance of despair. This night was destined to be tumultuous, as the guests of Tianyi Pavilion departed. The legend would commence. Tomorrow would usher in the climax. Jiangdong was fated to undergo a transformation. Chapter 19, The Provincial Committee Standing Committee Morning. As was his routine, Chu Dongheng arrived at the office 10 minutes earlier than the designated time, tidying up Kong Chaolin's office before retreating to his private chamber, where he encountered Secretary Zhao Zafeng. Secretary, why are you here so early? The secretary hasn't arrived yet. I came to see you. I heard you were injured last night. Is it serious? Zhao Zafeng inquired with genuine concern. Oh. Chu Dongheng was taken aback, having forgotten that Hua Yueren would inform her father, Hua Jicheng, about the incident. Naturally, Hua Jicheng would then question Zhao Zafeng. Thank you for your concern, it's not serious. I merely shielded myself from those sticks and chairs, it stings a bit. But I've trained in combat, so this minor injury is nothing to me. Last night's incident didn't occur too late, and you didn't bother to inform anyone. Fortunately, you did notify Director Wu, or you would have faced severe consequences. I've already spoken with Secretary Kong about this matter, so you needn't concern yourself further. Zhao Zafang reproached lightly. I just feel that fighting with someone doesn't count as a loss. I can't just report to my parents every time I get into a scuffle. That doesn't feel right, Chu Dongheng expressed sincerely. But you must consider who your opponent is. If you want Secretary Kong's aid, you might not have survived last night, and your run would have been humiliated. Have you thought about that? Zhao Zafang stated truthfully. A different individual might have met a far graver fate. As Chu Dongheng began to sweat over the events of last night, his phone rang. It was a call from Wu Liegu. Director Wu, good morning. Good morning, Deputy Director. I apologize, I didn't handle the situation well. Wu Liegu's voice came through the line. Oh, please elaborate on the situation, Secretary Zhao is here as well. Chu Dongheng gestured to open the discussion. Last night, Wu Liegu had cleverly refrained from bringing the individuals to the police station, opting instead to confine them elsewhere and turn off their phones. Early in the morning, he received calls from Gao Zhilong, the secretary of the Municipal Political and Legal Committee, and Fu Shanghui, the director of the Provincial Police Department, demanding their immediate release, which Wu Liegu refused. Subsequently, Fu Shanghui personally arrived at the municipal police station to retrieve the individuals. In truth, Chu Dongheng had anticipated that Gao Zhilong and Fu Shanghui would exert pressure on Wu Liegu to release them. Ultimately, releasing them first and then apprehending them later would have been the least troublesome option. However, Fu Shanghui's direct intervention was beyond his expectations. This was escalating. You shouldn't bear too much pressure. Have you retained any evidence? Chu Dongheng inquired. Following your instructions, I had him sign the handover document. And he took the individuals with him. However, there was little choice. Director Fu drew his gun and forced my hand, so I had to draw mine as well. Wu Liegu replied, his voice tinged with anxiety. Drew a gun? What on earth does Fu Shanghui intend to do? Both Zhao Zafang and Chu Dongheng exclaimed in unison. Have you reported this to Secretary Li of the Provincial Political and Legal Committee? I have. What did Secretary Li say? He advised me to hold on for the moment while he gathers more information. Damn. Director Wu, you needn't worry excessively right now. Listen carefully. Bring all the case materials related to Gao Quan to the Provincial Committee immediately. Also, ensure that the more agile officers keep a close watch on Gao Quan and prevent him from leaving Zhongming. At 9 o'clock, Secretary Kong is scheduled to convene a standing committee meeting. Prior to this, you are to report the circumstances to Secretary Kong. Zhao Zafang, observing Chu Dongheng's arrangements, felt a sense of calm and satisfaction. The situation had exceeded his control, and if mishandled, could lead to uncontrollable events. It was imperative that Secretary Kong was informed. Secretary General, I must trouble you with this matter. When the boss arrives, please provide him with a preliminary report, and once Director Wu is present, you can elaborate further. This matter has escalated significantly. Very well, I shall wait here for Secretary Kong. Zhao Zafang readily agreed, feeling it more appropriate for him to report to Secretary Kong. As Zhao Zafang was briefing Kong Chaolin, Wu Liegu arrived. After informing Kong Chaolin, Chu Dongheng ushered Wu Liegu into the room to report to Provincial Secretary Kong and Secretary General Zhao Zafang about the events involving Gao Quan and Chu Dongheng from last night to this morning, including the illegal activities committed by Gao Quan over the years and various reports concerning him. This is insufferable. Kong Chaolin's expression darkened after hearing Wu Liegu's report. His displeasure palpable. You will remain in the provincial compound for now. A standing committee meeting is about to commence. After it concludes, you will provide another report to the committee. Kong Chaolin instructed Wu Liegu. Though anxious, Wu Liegu felt a thrill of excitement. His decision from last night had proven correct. Aligning with Chu Dongheng had brought him into the spotlight of the provincial secretary, presenting a genuine opportunity for advancement. At just over 40, it was only natural for a police chief to harbor aspirations for ascension. The thought exhilarated him. At 8:58, Chu Dongheng followed Kong Chaolin into the conference room. Typically, the top leader enters just on time, asserting their authority. The governor usually arrives 5 minutes early, while others are free to arrive at their convenience. For this expanded standing committee meeting, Chu Dongheng was included due to his role as deputy director of the office. Although he also served as Kong Chaolin's secretary and needed to fulfill his duties fast. Upon entering the conference room, the scene was not as he had envisioned. He intended to find a corner to sit quietly. However, contrary to his expectations, as he walked in behind Kong Chaolin, the assembled members did not direct their attention to Kong but instead focused entirely on him, creating an almost scrutinizing atmosphere. Few recognized him, particularly among the provincial government officials, most of whom had only heard tales of his reputation without having met him. As Kong's secretary, he was accompanied by a young man, and it was evident who he was. In the presence of powerful figures in Jiangdong, curiosity was piqued by the rumors surrounding him. Indeed, he is youthful and remarkably handsome, someone exclaimed, and the room buzzed with admiration. Among the attendees were several women, not too old yet not too young, many in their 30s. One should never underestimate the penchant for gossip among women. Wow! He truly is as handsome as the rumors suggest, someone called out, leaving Chu Dongheng feeling somewhat embarrassed. He serves as the secretary to the provincial party secretary, where image holds significant importance. Donning a suit and leather shoes is customary, complemented by a tie, making him remarkably handsome. So strikingly handsome, one might say, that his presence could almost be deemed an environmental hazard. Chu Dongheng felt a wave of awkwardness, fidgeting with his nose, clearing his throat. This hardly resembles a provincial standing committee meeting. Further complicating Chu Dongheng's discomfort was the presence of a certain individual. Director Chu, you shall be my secretary in the future, that is a certainty, exclaimed Vice Governor Mei Xiaobing, addressing Secretary Kong. When will you be promoted? She continued. Secretary Kong Chaolin could do nothing but smile as laughter erupted throughout the conference room. It must be said, when women assert themselves, men often find themselves rendered insignificant. Governor Xiaobing, please excuse the mirth, Chu Dongheng awkwardly interjected. Young man, from now on, when you see me, call me sister, do not make me feel old. Mei Xiaobing retorted, eliciting another round of laughter. Amongst the joviality, the most composed was a figure clad in a woolen outfit, presumably Yi Tianming, the political commissar of the Jiangdong military region. Following this amusing interlude, Chu Dongheng settled into a corner. The provincial standing committee members took their places at the conference table, with him seated respectfully behind the two sides of the committee. This time, Chu Dongheng had arranged for everyone from the secretariat to attend, as it was an expanded meeting. Some were tasked with note-taking, while others were to serve tea. Chapter 20, the provincial committee meeting. The provincial secretary and the governor are seated side by side, with the deputy secretary positioned beneath the secretary, followed by various provincial departments such as the Discipline Inspection Commission, Political and Legal Affairs Committee, Organization Department, and Propaganda Department. Below the governor sits the executive vice governor, followed by the deputy governors and various other officials. Kong Chaolin initiated the proceedings, noting that everyone had arrived. So it was time to commence the meeting. Due to health issues over the past few months, he had been unable to attend the provincial committee meetings. After taking a sip of water, he invited the attendees to share their work reports, asking who would begin. Of course, not everyone needed to report, as it would take days if all 30 attendees spoke. The first to report was Vice Governor Mei Xiaobing, who, although not a member of the standing committee and the youngest present, oversees tourism, education, urban construction, and media. Following her, another vice governor provided their updates, one after another. After the executive vice governor, the deputy secretary of the provincial committee spoke. The purpose of expanding this meeting was primarily to discuss the progress of the proposals made by Kong Chaolin at the recent economic conference and the division of responsibilities. Neither Governor Zhang Jiehui nor Secretary Kong offered much commentary, with the focus mainly on the Executive Vice Governor and the Deputy Secretary. The Executive Vice Governor assists the Governor, while the Deputy Secretary aids the Secretary in personnel arrangements. Although progress on the development zone construction and personnel selection was somewhat slow, Kong Chaolin refrained from criticism. As everyone presented their reports, the meeting was convened to discuss how to advance the work of Jiangdong this year, particularly emphasizing the development zone construction as a top priority. All beginnings are difficult, Kong Chaolin remarked, urging the esteemed attendees to share their insights freely. The organization department had issued a notice to all cities and counties to select leaders for the development zones, anticipating the submission of lists within 10 days. However, the department suggested that the head of the development zone should also serve as a member of the standing committee to elevate its status, as proposed by Minister L. Jianqi. While the status may be elevated, concerns arose about whether this would lead to disarray in personnel allocation or necessitate an increase in staffing. Wu Yishun, the secretary of the Legal Inspection Committee, interjected, expressing his views while appearing detached. Chu Dongheng glanced at Wu, questioning his intentions. As Minister L's remarks aligned with Secretary Kong's vision, he wondered if Wu, having held his position for so many years, lacked the political acumen to comprehend this. It seemed that Wu had previously expressed strong dissatisfaction while serving in his role, and today's meeting might not bode well for him if he continued to provoke. Neither the secretary nor the governor interjected. There is no need for an increase in personnel. Deputy leaders from the local governments can concurrently serve as members of the standing committee, suggested Deputy Vice Governor Li Jianwei, receiving unanimous support from the attendees. I believe that the land departments of each city and county should promptly plan the land use for the development zones, determining the size required and ensuring a scientific design. Additionally, it is crucial to maintain a suitable distance from urban areas to avoid the necessity of relocating again when the city expands, he concluded. The Standing Committee Vice Governor Yugu expressed his viewpoint. It may not require much, who knows the scale of investment attraction. If it is excessively large, it would be wasteful and unutilized, especially given its considerable distance from the urban area, necessitating road construction, which would incur substantial expenses. The Executive Vice Governor voiced a contrary opinion. Although it may seem like a differing stance, in reality, it hardly differs from creating disruption. Chu Dongheng has fallen silent. This old fellow is quite something. Industrial land must indeed be distanced from urban areas, otherwise, industrial operations would disrupt residents' lives, and road construction is normal. It is surprising that someone in such a high position as Executive Vice Governor would exhibit such superficiality, while he oversees the industrial sector adeptly. The suggestion was merely a proposal. If he doesn't voice it himself, does that mean he is offended when others do? The others appeared equally perplexed. The provincial party secretary and the governor remained silent, encouraging open discussion yet displaying evident displeasure. Everyone had their own remarks. From our publicity department, we have undertaken preliminary work, selecting young individuals with commendable writing skills to follow up on the development zone's promotion. However, we are unfamiliar with the main personnel at CC Station, and we will require assistance from two prominent figures to ensure CC Station disseminates our development zone news, thereby amplifying our influence and benefiting the investment promotion efforts. The Minister of Publicity, Chu Shengxiang, a female minister, stated that if necessary, both the governor and I will intervene to seek support from CC Station. Kong Chaolin turned to Zhang Jiehui and remarked, I believe there is no need to refine the Investment Promotion Bureau. The matters of investment can be handled by the Development and Reform Commission, which might be more convenient. The Secretary of the Law Inspection Committee, Wu Yishun, interjected. What is this maneuver? This was decided long ago, and now there is opposition. Since the meeting commenced, Governor Zhang Jiehui had been jovial, promoting open dialogue. Yet it should not be without boundaries, his demeanor darkened. Nevertheless, he restrained himself. The atmosphere became noticeably peculiar. Those sipping tea continued their indulgence, while others sketched away. The tea connoisseurs seemed to analyze the composition of tea's elements, while the artists appeared to be creating masterpieces. I believe the Development and Reform Commission should also fulfill its functions. They should not merely linger in their offices reviewing documents. Executive Vice Governor Chin Weimen interjected once more. Observers never tire of the spectacle. It seemed to criticize the Development and Reform Commission, yet in truth, it supported Wu Yishan. The Provincial Party Committee and the provincial government appeared harmonious, but beneath the surface, currents churned. In terms of hierarchy, both the Provincial Party Secretary and the Governor are at the ministerial level, with no clear allegiances. On the Provincial Party Committee, the Organization Minister and Publicity Minister stand with the Secretary, and the Secretary of the committee undoubtedly aligns with him. However, the Provincial Deputy Secretary, Guo Mingshen, has yet to reveal his stance. Within the provincial government, it seems that only the executive vice governor does not overtly support Governor Zhang Jiehui. The prominent figures began to display inclinations toward factions during this standing committee meeting. Although the provincial party committee and the provincial government exuded harmony, it was merely superficial, concealing turbulent undercurrents. As for whether the Investment Promotion Bureau should be refined, it is premature to reach a conclusion. The primary concern lies with whether those responsible can shoulder the burden. This was the statement from the Secretary of the Provincial Political and Legal Affairs Committee, Li Kaiyuan. This old fellow seems to be one who muddles through. I personally believe that one essential matter is to take the initiative, specifically regarding the Provincial Policy Research Office. It is imperative that the Policy Research Office expeditiously formulates the policy documents for the development zone, thereby safeguarding its advancement. Secretary General Zhao Zafang, recognizing the opportune moment, must bring this to light, also to alleviate the previous awkward atmosphere. This is precisely what Kong Chaolin requires, however. The current staff shortage within the Policy Research Office necessitates prompt enhancement. Zhao Zafang's remarks were not overly detailed, merely skimming the surface, thus it is unnecessary to elaborate extensively. Everyone present understands its significance. If the Policy Research Office becomes ineffective, it serves no purpose and squanders resources, which should not be tolerated. Is there not a standing committee? A dedicated session should be convened to thoroughly examine these issues. What no one anticipated was that the one to step forward would be Vice Governor Guo Mingshen, leaving everyone astonished and perplexed. Initially, Chu Dongheng believed they were merely there to disrupt proceedings, yet it seems he had overestimated the intelligence of these seasoned individuals. Their arrogance reveals a lack of willingness to learn from the outside world, a group of frogs in a well. I wholeheartedly endorse the Secretary General's suggestion. Just as in any craft, expertise is specialized, the Standing Committee has numerous responsibilities and cannot afford the luxury of engaging in textual studies. The young female vice governor, Mei Xiaobing, succinctly articulated this point, demonstrating her considerable vision and grasp of the broader context. Chapter 21, The Provincial Committee Standing Committee. The discussions among the members reached a crescendo, revealing substantial issues that could lead to a conclusion. Just as Governor Zhang Jiehui began to deliver an encouraging address, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The atmosphere was vibrant, as participants expressed their thoughts freely, suggesting that this grand plan was somehow connected to Director Chu. Was it possible for Director Chu to share his insights and broaden everyone's horizons? The request came from Wu Yishan, the Secretary of the Legal Inspection Committee, who, with a hint of embarrassment, acknowledged the multitude of titles he held, uncertain which one to use appropriately. Had he refrained from adding that last remark, it might not have raised eyebrows. Although Chu Dongheng was not a permanent member, the expanded meeting was well aware that the speech prepared by Provincial Economic Committee Secretary Kong Chaolin was authored by him. Thus, it was reasonable for Chu Dongheng to express his views. However, the addition of that last comment shifted the sentiment entirely. The conference room fell silent once again, with all eyes fixed curiously on Wu Yishan and Chu Dongheng. Despite Chu Dongheng's role in the Discipline Inspection Commission being at Secretary Kong Chaolin's behest, Implying no animosity between him and Wu Yishun, it was rare for a prominent provincial figure to engage in such a dispute with a mere secretary in Jiangdong's political history. Kong Chaolin remained unperturbed, while several other provincial heavyweights cast disdainful glances. Chu Dongheng, feeling helpless, stood up and addressed the leaders, stating, "I am not a permanent member. And my experience is limited. My words carry little weight, so I shall refrain from intruding on your discussions." After sitting down, Chu Dongheng pondered Wu Yishun's intentions clearly. He sought to undermine Secretary Kong's authority. Anyone with discernment could sense it. I am also curious to hear Secretary Chu's insights, to see if they align with the rumors. Interjected Vice Governor Guo Mingxian. I support Secretary Yishun and Secretary Guo's proposal. Added Qin Weimen, the Executive Vice Governor. Deliberately addressing Chu Dongheng as Secretary Chu to echo Wu Yishun's earlier quip about his numerous titles. Chu Dongheng glanced at the three scheming faces, feeling exasperated, and turned to the two prominent leaders, Secretary Kong and Governor Zhang. Although the trio's tactics were underhanded, they understood that those present were equally intrigued and desired to listen. Hence no one dared to oppose. However, it felt excessive for three provincial magnates to gang up on a mere secretary. Governor Zhang Jiehui, unable to tolerate the situation any longer, looked at Kong Chaolin. "It's of no concern," Kong Chaolin replied nonchalantly. Zhang Jiehui sensed that preventing Chu Dongheng from speaking would likely lead to further complications. "Director Chu, please share your thoughts to satisfy everyone's curiosity," Zhang Jiehui encouraged, addressing Chu respectfully, thereby correcting the earlier remarks made by the three seniors. The expanded meeting indeed included the director of the provincial office. And Chu Dongheng should be positioned to speak as the office director rather than merely as a secretary, whose role would typically be to record the meeting. Kong Chaolin had no reservations. Despite Chu Dongheng's lack of grassroots experience, he was more than capable of countering the three seasoned politicians with sound scientific theory. Growing increasingly indignant, Chu Dongheng had initially aimed to remain low-key, yet the persistent provocations from the three elders made it clear he was not one to be trifled with. With the governor's encouragement, it was evident he could not remain silent any longer. Reluctantly, Chu Dongheng stood up once more. "Good morning, esteemed leaders. It seems someone has called me out, and I feel quite embarrassed. I welcome your guidance on any shortcomings in my remarks." Chu Dongheng spoke earnestly, understanding the need for a modest approach. "To begin with, let us consider the Provincial Research Office. The development zone remains a nascent endeavor for Jiangdong and indeed for our nation, lacking established policies and regulations. Rather than abolishing the research office, we must strengthen it. It is imperative to swiftly augment personnel, elevate the office's standards and ranks, and expeditiously formulate policies and regulations for the development zone." As Governor May aptly noted, with numerous matters on Commissioner Chang's agenda, it is unrealistic to expect these policies and regulations to be deliberated upon in a short time, especially as they do not fall within his expertise. Policies and regulations require thorough investigation and research, as well as consensus from the Standing Committee, necessitating professionals to undertake specialized tasks. Without the prior establishment of policies and regulations, how can the colleagues in the development zone proceed? What are the boundaries? Is land to be provided free of charge, or will there be compensation? Who will provide the guarantees? When the head of the development zone presents a planning proposal for signature, Secretary Guo, would you dare to sign it? We must contemplate before we act. Chu Dongheng pointedly addressed the matter, perhaps too bluntly. Even the prominent figures were taken aback. As for Secretary Wu's suggestion to streamline the Investment Promotion Bureau under the Development and Reform Commission for greater convenience, might it not be even more efficient to incorporate the Land Bureau as well? The Development and Reform Commission is responsible for project approvals. Yet it also engages in investment promotion. It is akin to a sports competition where one acts as both athlete and referee. Why then, would we even require a competition? We could simply award the championship outright. It became evident to all that this young man possesses considerable substance, though the three prominent figures, while challenging him, might have been overly direct. Having just heard the suggestions from the three leaders, I feel compelled to clarify that the notion of keeping pace with the times does not entirely align with our current situation. Are you implying that this old-timer cannot keep up with the era? I did not say that. Seeing the chair, you took a seat yourself. So do not place the burden upon me, I dare not accept it. Goodness. The undertone of that remark was rather strong. Chu Dongheng, undeterred, continued his discourse. Governor Li's advice regarding the development zone's distance from urban areas is indeed astute, albeit lacking numerical substantiation. Our province boasts a population exceeding 70 million. With 70 residing in rural areas, we are neither lagging behind nor at the forefront, but rather at a median level. The planning of the development zone must take into account urban expansion, thus a degree of distance from the urban center is essential. And the extent of that distance is based on sound reasoning. At this moment, everyone straightened their posture, captivated by the discussion. Why? The critical question was, how far must we be from the urban center? Let us analyze this together. In developed Western nations, urbanization rates exceed 70. With some reaching over 80, whereas our own country stands at below 30. The reason for the substantial urban populations in developed Western countries lies in their advanced industrialization. However, we need not draw comparisons. Why do I assert this? Because the prosperity of Western nations was achieved through the war-driven plundering of other countries' wealth, resulting in a history of suffering for those nations. However, its implications for urban development warrant our attention. The notion of an industrially strong nation is not solely the privilege of certain countries, our nation can also aspire to this. Thus, the development zone serves as a platform to propel the advancement of industrially robust provinces. Once the industrial sector establishes itself within the development zone, it necessitates a substantial influx of production and technical personnel for factory construction and housing development. But where will these individuals reside? Relying solely on factory accommodations will not suffice. The workforce in the development zone, including production staff and construction workers, will gravitate towards urban job opportunities, especially given that our nation's higher education institutions are currently undergoing expansion. Each graduating student is bound to seek employment in urban areas, with our province's population of such individuals estimated at approximately 14 million, constituting 20 of the rural populace, mind you. This figure represents merely 20 of the rural demographic and encompasses only the influx of urban migrants over the past 3 years. Where will such a multitude find shelter? This situation catalyzes the emergence of another industry, real estate. Presently, the province is witnessing the construction of high-rise buildings and factories, however, a cohesive industrial framework has yet to materialize. Will the properties developed by real estate companies be sold to these newcomers? Certainly not. Initially, they will be marketed to urban residents seeking improved living conditions, while their previous residences will be rented out to incoming workers. Chapter 22, the Provincial Standing Committee. Chu Dongheng spoke for quite some time without explicitly stating how far the development zone should be located from the urban area. The audience listened intently, eager to understand. So, what should be the distance of the development zone from the city center? Taking the current area of various cities and counties as a baseline, the area designated for county towns and county-level cities should be 2.5 times that baseline. This implies that a development zone can only be established in locations that exceed the current area of these towns and cities by 2.5 times, for prefecture-level cities. The requirement is at least 3 times, and for provincial capitals, the distance must exceed 5 times. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd, accompanied by a collective sigh. The governor, Zhang Jiehui, whispered to Kong Chaolin, "Your secretary is indeed impressive." To which Kong Chaolin responded with a hint of pride, "Of course, I have a discerning eye." Zhang Jiehui chuckled, "You certainly know how to boast." However, it was clear that Chu Dongheng possessed considerable talent, which explained Kong Chaolin's calm demeanor. He had the confidence that came from having such a capable secretary. Ignoring the audience's astonishment, Chu Dongheng continued his analysis of the rationale behind this distance. Currently, The average monthly income in our country hovers around 700 yuan, while in developed nations, it is approximately $2,000, equivalent to 14,000 yuan when converted. The disparity is staggering. With such low income, how can one afford to consume? The CPI index is significantly lower than that of developed countries, which is a considerable gap. You need not calculate, it is evident. He briefly explained the CPI index, then scanned the room before continuing. In developed nations, the majority of vehicles on the streets are compact cars. In contrast, even in our provincial capital, Jiangming, the main thoroughfare is merely a 4-lane road. The planning for the new urban area mandates that the main roads must be at least 8 lanes in both directions, with secondary roads having a minimum of 6 lanes and ideally 4 lanes. Otherwise, within 3 years, we will face severe traffic congestion. Within 3 years. As the development zone progresses, the income of industrial workers will surpass that of agricultural workers. The income of the general populace will see a substantial increase, allowing many to afford compact cars. Using Jiangming as an example, the current population stands at 900,000, which should reach 1.8 million in a year, provided the development zone progresses smoothly. The mayor of Jiangming, sitting at the table, felt a mix of excitement and anxiety. He was thrilled because he knew how Jiangming could achieve this, yet anxious because Chu Dongheng had cited Jiangming as an example. If it fell short, it would reflect poorly on him. Our long-term foundation lies in agriculture and industry, with the development zone serving as a lever. The short-term breakthrough will come from the real estate sector. Given such a substantial economic scale, is it too much to establish a development bureau and enhance a research office? I shall conclude my speech here. Having said so much, he felt parched and took a sip of water. There was no need to elaborate further, the implications were clear. If anyone failed to understand, he would be left speechless. The audience was bewildered, and even the 3 elderly gentlemen, no matter how thick-skinned, felt a touch of embarrassment, as it was challenging to find counterarguments. The key was their lack of understanding, which rendered them unable to refute his points. Meanwhile, a vice-governor Mei Xiaobing remained a spectator, always keen to observe without getting involved. Brother, stay low-key. I have faith in you. Sister, I wish to remain inconspicuous, yet my capabilities do not permit such modesty. Chu Dongheng jested, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Ah, the youth, so amusing indeed. Brother, a true hero does not concern himself with origins. Nor does the pinnacle heed the passage of time. You have emerged at your zenith, Mei Xiaobing remarked, striking a pose of one atop a mountain. Splendid, splendid. Young Chu. Who would have thought such talent resided in Jiangdong? Those who dissent may challenge Yang Chu in debate. Governor Zhang Jiehui bellowed with laughter. Kong Chaolin, however, sat composed, quietly severing his tea, exuding an air of a sage unperturbed by worldly affairs. Meanwhile, Secretary Zhao Zafang sighed, acknowledging the commotion that seemed to follow this young man wherever he went. The Minister of Publicity, Chu Xiangxiang, and Deputy Governor Mei Xiaobing began to gossip once more. Governor Mei, have you heard about last night? What transpired last night? Mei Xiaobing, ever intrigued by matters concerning Chu Dongheng, inquired. Last night, Chu Dongheng dined with his girlfriend at Tianyi Pavilion, where a conflict arose, later resolved by the chief of the municipal police. Is it serious? How serious? The gravity of the situation seemed secondary. Chu Dongheng had acquired a new title. What title? Chu Shuangjue. Chu Dongheng, the foremost secret in Jiangdong, talented, stunningly handsome. Capable of causing environmental disturbances merely by walking the streets, the Department of Folk Organizations has dubbed him talent and beauty in one, the moniker Chu Shuangjue. Ha. Chu Xiangxiang, being in the publicity department, was well informed about both internal and external affairs. The eyes of the public are discerning, by trust in the populace, Mei Xiaobing summarized, as the two women continued their murmurs. Greetings, everyone. Today's standing committee meeting is unlike any other. There were minor interruptions, yet they do not detract from our objectives. I shall refrain from further elaboration, as Yang Chu has articulated our intentions clearly. The provincial government is committed to advancing the established agenda. Governor Zhang Jiehui concluded with remarks that were more of a non-summary. The final summary would undoubtedly be delivered by Provincial Secretary Kong Chaolin, who displayed no emotion. I shall not elaborate further. All suggestions made during today's assembly have been duly recorded by the Secretariat and will be compiled into documents for distribution and archiving. Kong Chaolin spoke at a more measured pace than usual, and after a 10-minute recess, all committee members and the deputy governor returned for an impromptu meeting to address pressing matters. The Secretariat continued its documentation. Confusion rippled through the assembly. Yet no one voiced their thoughts. Only the Secretary of Political and Legal Affairs, Li Kaiyuan, felt a sense of foreboding. If the topic at hand pertained to last night's events involving Chu Dongheng, it could spell trouble. Would Kong Chaolin leverage last night's incident to assert authority? If so, it could become a significant issue. He was aware but had failed to report it. Kong Chaolin had refrained from meddling in personnel arrangements over the years. Not clinging to power, and his desire for control was not overwhelming. He had never sought to intimidate anyone, leading them to mistakenly perceive him as a non-threatening figure. In truth, he was solely devoted to serving the public, eschewing cliques, yet that did not imply he would turn a blind eye to unlawful conduct. This was a miscalculation. Let us hope the matter does not escalate, for it could indeed send tremors through the political landscape of Jiangdong. Gao Zhilong, as the secretary of the Municipal Political and Legal Committee, openly disregards propriety, directly contacting the police chief to coerce the release of individuals. To make matters worse, the director of the Public Security Department brazenly brandished a firearm to extract someone. This is utterly reprehensible. Few are aware of the events that transpired last night. With a meeting commencing at 9 this morning, leaving many uninformed. The propaganda minister, Chu Xiangxiang, was only aware of last night's incidents and likely had no knowledge of the morning's developments so swiftly. The two women sat together, engaged in conversation. It is likely related to the matter involving Chu Dongheng from last night, whispered Chu Xiangxiang. Could it be that Secretary Kong is so protective? Mei Xiaobing questioned in confusion. If this pertains to last night, then it is no trivial matter. Do you know who had a conflict with Chu Dongheng last night? Who? Gao Kuan, the son of the affluent Jiangming Gao Zhong. Was it merely a fight? Last night, the chief of police in Jiangming personally apprehended Gao Kuan. If it were just a typical scuffle, they would not have made an arrest, especially given Jiangming's prestigious reputation. Gao Kuan is a scourge to Jiangming. And only someone of Chu Dongheng's stature could handle him, lamented Chu Xiangxiang. Is there truly such an implication? Gao Kuan is a significant troublemaker. And no one dares to confront him. His connections are formidable. Mei Xiaobing, having recently ascended to the position of deputy provincial governor, is aware that recognizing him as a troublemaker without taking action implies that it involves more than just his father's affiliations. It certainly carries political weight. Gao Zhilong, the secretary of the Municipal Political and Legal Committee in Jiangming, is his uncle, and the police chief, Fu Shanghui, is in cahoots with him. A second-generation heir. Indeed. Given that Mei Xiaobing has only recently arrived in Jiangdong, she is likely unaware of these intricate dynamics. Chapter 23, an additional standing committee meeting 10 minutes later. Upon returning to the conference room, the attendees were already seated. Notably, to the right of Kong Chaolin sat the political commissar of the military region, Yi Tianming. A sense of bewilderment enveloped the room, yet no one dared to inquire, for it was clear that ordinary matters would not necessitate a standing committee meeting. The sudden addition of this meeting was purely a matter of urgency. Events that transpired last night and continued into the morning had escalated to a critical level, compelling the convening of the committee. Kong Chaolin's expression was grim, starkly contrasting with his demeanor from the previous meeting. Chu Xiangxiang and Mei Xiaobing exchanged glances, realizing the connection to the events of the prior night. Li Kaiyuan, the secretary of the Provincial Political and Legal Affairs Committee, was drenched in cold sweat. Chu Dongheng lowered his gaze, sipping tea and nervously rubbing the cup with his hands. This matter involves my secretary, Chu Dongheng, hence the necessity for this meeting. If it were merely the events of last night, I would not take it to heart. However, this morning, something shocking occurred that involves individuals at the departmental level, necessitating immediate action. The details of the case were to be reported by the director of the Jiangming City Public Security Bureau. Upon hearing Jiangming City, Jiangming's municipal party secretary, Jiang Lin, broke into a sweat. "Director Wu, please come in." With that, Director Wu Liegu entered the room. "Good afternoon, esteemed leaders." After greeting everyone, he took a seat at the table across from Kong Chaolin and Zhang Jiehui. The chair had been intentionally left for him. Regarding the incident involving Director Chu and Gao Quan at Tiani Pavilion last night, Wu Liegu provided a detailed account without taking much time to elucidate the events. Gao Quan had a history of such misconduct, which left the committee members largely unfazed. Wu Liegu then reported on the morning's phone call from Jiangming's Political and Legal Affairs Secretary, demanding immediate release of individuals and the provincial police chief drawing his weapon to seize them. Realization dawned upon the attendees. The provincial police chief drew his weapon. What sort of operation is this? Jiangming's municipal party secretary felt a slight sense of relief, as his responsibility appeared minimal. Yet, for Li Kaiyuan, the provincial political and legal affairs secretary, the color drained from his face. This is serious. Subsequently, Wu reported on the various offenses committed by Gao Quan over the years. Leaving the attendees aghast, it was astonishing that so many cases had gone unaddressed. Had it not been for the conflict with Chu Dongheng, when would this cover-up have ended? "Director Wu, please pause," Kong Chaolin interjected, initially intending to hear the opinions of Jiangming's committee members. However, given the presence of the municipal party secretary and the involvement of two departmental-level officials, the matter was best decided at the provincial committee level. Let us discuss how to proceed. Secretary Li, you begin. I must express my contrition to the provincial committee and government. This morning, I received Director Wu's report and did not realize the gravity of the situation. I acknowledge my bureaucratic shortcomings and request punishment from the provincial committee. The political and legal affairs secretary spoke anxiously. Your matters can be addressed later. Let us focus on the current issue, Kong Chaolin interrupted him. Immediately suspend the positions of Jiangming's Legal Affairs Secretary Gao Zhilong and the Provincial Police Chief Fu Shanghui, and initiate the arrest of Gao Quan. The Political and Legal Affairs Secretary was left with no choice but to seek survival in a dire situation. Others, please share your opinions. Kong Chaolin remarked coolly. Regarding last night's incident, with no witnesses present, how can we ascertain the truth? If someone harbors ill intent, who can truly know? We must not hastily reach a conclusion. The chairperson of the Discipline Inspection Committee, Wu Yishun, spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Upon hearing his words, the attendees were left bewildered, pondering how someone with such a mindset could hold the position of chairperson for so many years. Governor Zhang Jiehui shook his head while sipping tea. In the presence of the provincial leaders, would the police chief Wu Liegu dare to act recklessly? The crowd chuckled. Kong Chaolin gestured with his hand. Wu Liegu instructed his secretary to turn on the projector and insert the videotape for playback. It seemed that Kong Chaolin had anticipated Wu Yishun's outburst, deliberately interrupting Wu Liegu to delay the video until this old man revealed himself. Wu Liegu played the significant portions of the footage, for otherwise it would take 1 or 2 hours to view both tapes. After the video concluded, Kong Chaolin asked Wu Liegu to wait outside. With the tape played, the case had been firmly established. Now, the only question remained was how to address it. Kong did not even glance at Wu Yishun. However, the political commissar of the military district, Yi Tianming, remarked, "Shao Chu, your skills are commendable, fighting valiantly for a fair lady. If only you were in the military, I would appoint you as a regiment commander right away." Secretary Kong, not only does Governor May wish to claim your secretary, I too have the desire, such talent. You remain calm in the face of adversity. At Yi Tianming's words, the group erupted in laughter, lightening the atmosphere. Mei Xiaobing shot Yi Tianming a glance, conveying the message that he should not covet her personnel, he ought to comprehend her intentions. Were it not for the seriousness of the standing committee meeting, a quarrel might have ensued between the two. Let us proceed with the discussion, Kong Chaolin stated succinctly. It was evident that he was displeased, a rare occurrence. Everyone began to voice their opinions, following the suggestion of the Secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Committee, Li Kaiyuan. My recommendation is to dismiss the Director of the Police Department, Fu Shanghui, and remove Gao Shiliang from his position as Secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Committee of Zhongming City and from his standing committee role, to immediately arrest Gao Kuan. For the resolution of the case, Wu Liegu, the police chief of Zhongming City, will also serve as the Secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Committee of Zhongming City and a member of the city's standing committee, while Gao Shiliang will temporarily retain his position as deputy mayor. Additionally, the director of the provincial police department, Fu Shanghui, who is armed, should be immediately apprehended to prevent any harm to innocents. The organization minister voiced his own suggestions. The attendees found the proposed actions regarding Fu Shanghui and Gao Shiliang to be quite appropriate, though the idea of Wu Liegu concurrently serving as Secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Committee of Zhongming City remained open for discussion. Chapter 24, A meeting of the Provincial Standing Committee. The Provincial Secretary has always presented himself as a sage, handling matters with grace and civility, never known for an iron-fisted approach. The populace seems to relish the benevolence of an elder, treating it as a norm, or perhaps believing that this tiger has lost its teeth. Yet, they overlook a critical truth: a toothless tiger remains a tiger. They also forget that they have neglected to report numerous matters to Kong Chaolin, feeling smug about compromising party integrity for personal gain in Jiangdong. More alarmingly, they have neglected to recognize that Governor Zhang Jiehui is no ordinary figure. One does not ascend to the position of governor without considerable capability. Zhang Jiehui, supported by a prominent family, is obligated to reciprocate their assistance. Should his interests be threatened, he will take decisive action. His apparent passivity is merely a result of Kong Chaolin's presence. While the provincial committee convenes, the Gao family is far from tranquil. Gao Zhong slaps Gao Kuan across the face. You foolish child, do you truly believe yourself to be invincible? The Gao family will eventually be ruined by your hands. You, a grown man, cannot even assist at home yet persist in stirring up trouble. Gao Zhong scolded vehemently. Isn't he just a mere secretary? I'll deal with him another day, Gao Kuan retorted nonchalantly. He was unaware of the countless times he had committed such indiscretions, always having someone to smooth over the fallout. A mere secretary. That is the secretary of the provincial secretary, and you have slapped the face of the provincial secretary. Do you think you can escape unscathed? He hasn't even retaliated yet. The Gao family has built such a vast enterprise, entangling with officials is a perilous endeavor. Especially with Jiangdong's rising star, the first secretary Chu Dongheng, Gao Shong's wife, San Yume, interjected. Upon seeing his mother enter, Gao Kuan felt a surge of relief and feigned innocence. And you dare to say it's my fault? You think it's so simple? Gao Kuan's demeanor turned icy. Upon learning that the chief of police in Zhongming City had personally detained Gao Kuan, he sensed trouble brewing. Wu Liegu, perpetually overshadowed by the city political and legal committee secretary, who happens to be his elder brother, was well aware of this. The audacity to detain his son suggested a significant backing. Upon inquiry, he discovered that his son had offended none other than Jiangdong's most influential figure, the first secretary Chu Dongheng. Thus, he hastily urged his brother Gao Zhilong to expedite his son's release, knowing well the trouble his son had courted over the years. The phone rang, and Gao Zhong recognized it was Gao Zhilong calling. Brother, what is the situation? Has there been any movement from the provincial committee? Gao Zhong asked urgently as he answered the call. Currently, there is no news, or today happens to be the day of the provincial standing committee meeting, came Gao Zhilong's voice from the other end. The standing committee meeting? This is serious. Gao Zhong's hands trembled. The meeting of the Provincial Committee Standing Committee may not necessarily be related to Gao Kuan's matter, the committee had notified this yesterday morning. However, the situation could escalate. Primarily due to Fu Shenghui's reckless actions of brandishing a firearm in public, which is tantamount to courting disaster. Gao Zhilong's voice was filled with both anger and helplessness. Will you be affected? Gao Zhong inquired with concern. The impact is inevitable. I have just called Wu Liegu to request the release of the individuals involved. The outcome could vary greatly depending on how Kong Chaolin chooses to frame the situation, but Fu Shenghui is certainly finished. Gao Zhilong stated candidly. As the secretary of the Municipal Political and Legal Affairs Committee, he was acutely aware that drawing a weapon in the police station is a blatant violation of the law. What shall we do now, brother? Gao Zhong asked, his mood heavy with worry. Gao Zhong had always respected the opinions of his elder brother. The secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Committee, as his own business success was largely attributed to his brother's support. Undoubtedly. His enterprise was a star company in the city, benefiting Gao Zhilong as well, creating a mutually advantageous relationship. One word, leave. The farther, the better, ideally. To a foreign land. Gao Zhilong issued a firm command. He understood that if Gao Kuan were apprehended and confessed, not only would Fu Shenghui have no chance of escape, but others could also be implicated, leading to the complete downfall of the Gao family. In an aged residence, a robust middle-aged man swiftly entered. An elderly gentleman in his 70s was sipping tea in the hall, humming a tune. What brings such urgency? At your age, can't you remain calm? The elder remarked. Father. There is indeed a matter of great significance in Jiangdong. The middle-aged man replied. Do tell. The elder maintained an air of serene composure. Last night, Gao Zhong's son, Gao Kuan, had an altercation with Chu Dongheng, the personal secretary to Provincial Secretary Kong Chaolin. It involves Gao Kuan and Chu Dongheng's conflict, as well as the incident where Police Chief Fu Shanglong drew a gun in the municipal police station, he informed his father. Hon Biao, despite being a leader of a major group, could hardly remain oblivious to such explosive news. The elder, named Hon Weijie, was a retired official, holding the rank of a department head before his retirement, and had been a prominent figure a decade ago. Yet, time had not been kind, forcing him to step back. His eldest son, Hon Biao, founded Biodong Group with his father's backing, which became a renowned enterprise in Jiangming City. However, the new generation and societal shifts had rendered old loyalties ineffective. Tian Gao Group, supported by Gao Zhilong, had been steadily encroaching upon Biodong Group's market share. The rivalry between the two groups had never ceased. In certain aspects, Biodong Group found itself under significant pressure from Tian Gao Group. Do you wish to seize this opportunity to strike at Tian Gao Group? Hon Weijie glanced at his son, Hon Biao. Yes, the opportunity is rare, Hon Biao responded frankly, not concealing his intentions in front of his father. Are you familiar with Chu Dongheng? What kind of person is he? Hon Weijie inquired. I know a bit. This young man has been making waves lately. He has been with the Provincial Secretary's office for over a year, and just before the Provincial Economic Conference, the provincial government announced that Chu Dongheng, the personal secretary to Secretary Kong Chaolin, has been promoted a level to Deputy Division Chief, Hon Biao explained. It is said that Chu Dongheng has garnered the trust of Provincial Secretary Kong Chaolin. In addition to serving as the director of the 1st Secretarial Division and Deputy Director of the office, he concurrently holds the positions of Director of the 3rd Legal Inspection Committee and Director of the 3rd Evaluation Department. Rumor has it that the directives issued during this year's Provincial Economic Conference were penned by Chu Dongheng. Furthermore, Chu Dongheng is currently the youngest master's degree holder in both the Provincial Party Committee and the provincial government, at the tender age of 23. He is the most prominent figure in Jiangdong, admired for his handsome visage and remarkable talents, earning him the moniker of the dual talents of Chu. This nickname may merely be a playful appellation from the populace, while the rumors may hold a grain of truth or be entirely fanciful. It is evident that he is at the beginning of his career and has not yet offended anyone, leading to a lack of malice directed towards him. Though some embellishments may exist, his capabilities are undeniable, as indicated by his appointments, suggesting that Kong Chaolin is keen on nurturing his potential. Hon Weijie, an old hand in the bureaucratic arena, recognizes this as a strategic move to allow Chu Dongheng to gain experience across various departments. However, he advises patience, for it is prudent to await the decision of the Provincial Standing Committee. The Provincial Standing Committee? The matter has escalated to such a high level. Hon Biao, not being entrenched in the system, may not fully grasp the implications, yet he understands that involving the Provincial Standing Committee signals a significant issue for Jiangdong. One must acknowledge that the Provincial Public Security Bureau Director, Fu Shanghui, and the Secretary of the Municipal Political and Legal Affairs Committee, Jiang Ming, are both at the bureau level. Addressing either of them requires the sanction of the Provincial Standing Committee. Fu Shanghui is undoubtedly finished. The fate of Secretary Gao Zhilong remains to be seen. Hon Weijie took a sip of tea and remarked, "Indeed, this is a grand opportunity for us. However, there is no need to rush or take action. Secretary Kong Chaolin will undoubtedly intervene." Despite Kong Chaolin's seemingly understated demeanor over the years, it is not indicative of weakness. His calm exterior may have led others to underestimate him, yet it is likely he will leverage this situation to address certain individuals. Hon Weijie shot a glance at Hon Biao, who appeared puzzled. How could he not be perplexed? Hon Biao thought, "This is an exceptional opportunity. The crux lies with Chu Dongheng. To intimidate his secretary is tantamount to striking at Kong Chaolin himself. Even if Kong Chaolin refrains from action, Chu Dongheng will undoubtedly respond. Consider this: if the target of intimidation were Chu Dongheng himself, the consequences would be negligible. However, to audaciously attempt to usurp his girlfriend is a line that should not be crossed, especially for a young man brimming with vigor. Chu Dongheng's reluctance to retaliate stems from his desire not to overshadow Kong Chaolin, avoiding any negative connotations of arrogance. If Kong Chaolin intervenes, he may only deal with a few within the system. However, if Chu Dongheng takes matters into his own hands, the Gao family could face ruin. Those within the departments and agencies would be loath to cross Jiangdong's foremost secretary. The Gao family has unwittingly collided with an unyielding force. As the saying goes, "He who is destined for destruction must first go mad," a sentiment aptly applied to individuals like Gao Kuan. It is imperative to guide the younger members of the Hon family wisely, otherwise, they may find themselves next in line. Hon Biao broke into a cold sweat. Should the Hon family produce another Gao Kuan, their downfall would be inevitable. By the way, we should seek opportunities to connect with Jiangdong's foremost secretary. It would be advantageous for the Hon family, Hon Weijie instructed. Regardless of the speculations from various parties, Chu Dongheng was oblivious to them. Even if he were aware, he would still be unable to govern the thoughts of others. Chapter 25. The Provincial Committee meeting continues. The Provincial Committee meeting persists, and the council members, along with the 3 vice-governors, have never encountered such an assertive demeanor from Kong Chaolin, with both the provincial secretary and the governor having spoken. Dissent from others holds little weight. Consequently, the head of the provincial police department, Fu Shanghui, is relieved of his duties and will be subjected to an investigation by the Legal Inspection Committee and the Procuratorate, with further actions to follow. The comprehensive operations of the police department will temporarily fall under the purview of Deputy Director Zhu Guohua. Gao Zhilong will no longer concurrently serve as the Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee of Jiangming City and a member of the Municipal Standing Committee. Instead, the Director of the Municipal Police, Wu Liegu, will assume these roles. Throughout this process, various voices emerged from the Secretary of the Provincial Legal Inspection Committee, the Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Committee, and the Executive Vice Governor of the Municipal Government, yet their opinions could not alter the overarching situation. Secretary of the Provincial Political and Legal Committee, Li Kaiyuan, is eager to distance himself from the unfolding events and is determined to provide unwavering support. The Secretary of Jiangming City, Lin, is merely focused on avoiding personal repercussions. The 13 committee members, with 3 dissenting votes, find their opposition ineffectual. The most significant beneficiary of the Gaoquan incident is undoubtedly Wu Liegu, who has ascended from a department-level position to a deputy director without any preceding signs. He has successfully entered the leadership team of the Jiangming Municipal Committee, a feat that many strive for throughout their entire careers without success. One should not assume that becoming the police chief guarantees a swift rise to higher positions. Without connections, one may find themselves stagnating in that role, ultimately retiring into a non-political position or departing directly, the scenario all too common. Everything stems from one individual, Chu Dongheng. Most committee members are familiar only with his voice, having never seen his face, but today they finally witness a different, youthful presence and come to realize the immense regard the provincial secretary holds for him. Just an hour after the committee meeting concludes, the tempest brews in Jiangdong. The head of the provincial police department has been dismissed, and the disciplinary committee and procurators are now involved in investigating various matters. Gao Zhilong will no longer serve as a member of the Jiangming Municipal Standing Committee, with his position as political and legal secretary transferred to Wu Liegu. Officials in Jiangdong are left bewildered. Wu Liegu has swiftly ascended to a leadership position within the Jiangming Municipal Committee. Within 2 hours, everyone within the system is aware of the situation. The provincial secretary, as the paramount leader of Jiangdong, commands respect that is not to be challenged. Wu Liegu expresses profound gratitude to Chu Dongheng, reflecting on the gravity of his own decisions at that moment. Police Chief Fu Shanghui has already been apprehended, and Gao Quan was arrested upon reaching the airport. With the action executed by the armed police, an operation orchestrated by Kong Chaolin through Yi Tianming. After all, the armed police are under military command, making Yi Tianming's involvement seem entirely justified. Had he wavered in his stance alongside Chu Dongheng, he likely would have met a fate similar to that of Fu Shanghui and Gao Zhilong. Such circumstances evoke profound reflections. Navigating the political arena resembles traversing along the edge of a precipice, with each step we take determining the trajectory of our fate. A single correct move can lead one to soar to great heights, while a misstep may result in an irretrievable plunge into the abyss. Each decision carries the potential to shape one's future, thus, one must proceed with utmost caution and meticulousness. Only through wisdom and strategy can one remain impervious to the capricious winds of the political landscape and ascend to the pinnacle of success. However, this path is destined to be fraught with challenges and obstacles, demanding immense effort and sacrifice. Yet, it is precisely such trials that embolden those who dare to pursue their dreams, propelling them toward the seemingly unattainable glory and splendor. The entire Jiangdong is in turmoil. Yet Chu Dongheng remains unfazed. This reflects his untainted character and also highlights his limited understanding of politics. Had it been someone else, they might have seized the opportunity to garner allies for their political capital, though this could have drawn the ire of Kong Chaolin. Thus, every situation possesses duality, yielding both gains and losses. As the standing committee concluded, Kong Chaolin required rest. After Chu Dongheng and the driver returned him home, he resumed his duties at the provincial party committee. Little did he anticipate that the political commissar of the military district would seek him out in the secretary's office. If Kong Chaolin remained indoors, Chu Dongheng had no choice but to stay in the secretary's office. Although the provincial secretary was absent, he was obliged to respond to incoming calls and reports. "Commissar Yi, the secretary is not in the office." Chu Dongheng greeted Yi Tianming as he approached. Though Yi Tianming held a significantly higher rank in the military, with his position as a member of the provincial standing committee, Chu Dongheng felt it was essential to show respect. "I am not here to see Secretary Kong, I am here for you." The straightforwardness of military personnel was evident in his words. "For me? How humble my little secretary's office has become." Though Chu Dongheng was unaware of Yi Tianming's intentions, he recognized the necessity of offering deference to someone of such stature. He would not allow his status as Jiangdong's foremost secretary to lead to arrogance, as that would have dire consequences. His predecessor, Song Gang, had suffered from such hubris, which had led to widespread discontent. Zhao Zifeng had cautioned him about this. Then please offer your guidance, Chu Dongheng replied with humility. After taking a sip of the tea poured by Chu Dongheng, Yi Tianming said, "There is no need for guidance. I simply require your assistance." Please excuse my laughter. What assistance could this humble secretary provide you? Chu Dongheng's heart raced. Realizing that since Yi Tianming was a member of the Provincial Standing Committee, any matter he presented would likely be minor, requiring little from him. Your help would be quite appropriate in this matter. I have a subordinate, a vice squad leader and reconnaissance soldier, who sustained minor injuries during a mission. He has recovered well and is in good physical condition. The issue lies with his family, as he has only an elderly mother and a sister. With the upcoming college entrance examinations, he is likely to succeed, but he wishes to transfer back to Zhongming to support his mother. The directness of military discourse, coupled with Chu Dongheng's relatively low rank, prompted Yi Tianming to articulate his request plainly. "Oh, in that case, have him come to see me. And I shall discuss with Director Wu about appointing him as a deputy captain in the municipal police department. However, he is currently driving for Secretary Kong. Do you think this arrangement is suitable for the commander?" Chu Dongheng responded swiftly, immediately articulating his thoughts. In truth, he had long contemplated replacing Kong Chaolin's driver. After all, the current driver, Lao Qin, was nearing 50, and one cannot remain a driver indefinitely. Moreover, given the current circumstances, Kong Chaolin's safety was paramount. The provincial secretary Kong Chaolin has encountered a minor issue. He and Secretary Zhao Zifeng find themselves in a precarious situation. He has broached the subject with Zhao Zifeng. Yet no suitable candidates have emerged thus far. At this juncture, Yi Tianming's request for assistance arrives like a fortuitous windfall, akin to receiving a pillow when one is weary. It is indeed a most fitting opportunity. Comrade Dongheng is rightfully regarded as the preeminent secretary of Jiangdong, as legend has it. Yi Tianming seeks Dongheng's aid with aspirations of securing a position as a driver within the provincial committee, an endeavor that, while modest, holds promise. Many veterans of special forces find it challenging to secure positions that accept them, with few opportunities available in reputable organizations, leading to limited prospects for advancement. However, if he could secure a deputy captain role within the City Police Bureau, there exists a pathway to ascend to captain or even director with commendable performance. This matter is within his purview to handle, yet his military background affords him little interaction with local affairs. And he wishes to avoid the stigma of meddling in local governance. Thus, approaching Chu Dongheng, the first secretary of the provincial committee, is indeed the most prudent course of action. Ren Qifeng is the grandson of a comrade of his father's, a scion of revolutionary heritage. Yi Tianming's father has entrusted him with the responsibility of aiding the grandson of an old comrade. If Ren Qifeng were to remain in the military, matters would be considerably more straightforward. However, his mother requires care and attention. Dongheng's arrangement not only addresses the issue of rank but is also the most suitable method for assisting Ren Qifeng. In truth, Yi Tianming's visit to Dongheng is also a means of assessing the character of this young man, whether he lives up to his esteemed reputation, or if, having assumed the role of Kong Chaolin's secretary, he has become complacent. Moreover, prominent families in Yancheng are on the lookout for capable political figures to cultivate alliances or forge connections. Should they manage to befriend such individuals or assist them in attaining high office, they would undoubtedly reap the benefits, albeit with the accompanying label of association. Chapter 26 Misfortunes never come alone. In truth, his visit to seek assistance from Chu Dongheng was also a means to gauge the character of this young man, to ascertain whether he lived up to his esteemed reputation or if, upon becoming Secretary Kong Chaolin's aide, he had become overly ambitious yet underperforming. Furthermore, prominent families in Yan City were on the lookout for exceptional political personnel to cultivate relationships with. Should these individuals ascend to positions of power with their support, their families would undoubtedly reap the benefits. This is a common tactic employed by influential families to attract talent. Yi Tianming's approach, however, was distinct. He intended to create a debt of gratitude to Chu Dongheng, which would provide him with a valid reason to request assistance in the future. Although he owed Chu Dongheng a favor, the principle of reciprocity would apply when Chu Dongheng sought help otherwise. If he were to approach Yi Tianming for support during a challenging situation, it might tarnish the purity of their connection. One cannot deny the astuteness of Yi Tianming. Though Yi Tianming hailed from a military lineage, many members of his family engaged in commerce, which was essential for the family's continued prosperity. In truth, the elite were not well acquainted with Chu Dongheng, yet Kong Chaolin's recent high-profile actions inevitably attracted the attention of some notable figures. The rumor of a remarkable young man in Kong Chao's circle had not gone unnoticed, and Yi Tianming's grandfather was among those who took note. Yi Tianming's request for assistance from Chu Dongheng served as a signal of his intent to forge a connection. However, Yi Tianming's cleverness contrasted with Chu Dongheng's current lack of political acumen, the reflection of his status and position. In fact, Vice Governor Mei Xiaobing's public maneuvering to recruit Kong Chaolin's aides was merely another variant of this strategy. Otherwise, she would not dare to vie for a secretary against the provincial party secretary without courting danger. Chu Dongheng reported Yi Tianming's request for assistance to Secretary General Zhao Zefeng. Zhao Zefeng was taken aback. Such a trivial matter could easily be addressed by asking anyone, as most would be willing to oblige. A favor from a provincial committee member was not something to be taken lightly, and only someone like Chu Dongheng, who lacked political sensitivity, could exhibit such casualness. He merely felt it was an opportunity to secure a competent driver for Kong Chaolin. Zhao Zefeng was someone who had been introduced to the elite families, only to be abandoned later. It seemed that Chu Dongheng had caught the attention of some influential figures. Yi Tianming, belonging to a military family that most would overlook, was not surprising in the eyes of Ye's grandfather. Regardless, Chu Dongheng was a diligent individual, currently lacking in political instincts. If the Yi family valued him, it might provide a measure of protection. Days later, as Ren Qifeng arrived, Chu Dongheng arranged for him to meet Wu Liegu. He was initially appointed as the deputy chief of the Criminal Investigation Division of the Municipal Police Bureau. There was only one chief, but several deputies. Wu Liegu's direct promotion to the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee was significantly aided by Chu Dongheng. His assistance was highly sought after. With Wu Liegu's support, Ren Qifeng's rise was assured, fulfilling Yi Tianming's expectations. Subsequently, Chu Dongheng began to establish the Provincial Research Office, a matter of utmost urgency and precision. Zhao Jian, Lan Weining, and Lin Yan were transferred to the Provincial Research Office, while Lin Yu was appointed as the director of the office. Xia Yilen has been appointed as the director and secretary of the party committee, elevated to the rank of deputy department head. Zhao Jian, Lan Weining, and Lin Yan have also been promoted to the position of regular department head. Chu Dongheng has taken on the role of deputy director in a practical capacity. The most elated among them is undoubtedly Xia Yilen, who has long felt that the research department has not received adequate attention, spending his days sipping tea and perusing newspapers. However, true to his scholarly nature, Xia Yilen has never ceased his research endeavors. Now, he finally has a platform to showcase his talents. Chu Dongheng has also recruited El Xuanli from the court, a man in his 50s who has not been particularly esteemed in his previous role. He possesses a profound familiarity with legal statutes and has participated in the formulation of various local policies and regulations, rendering him quite suitable for the position. Originally a deputy division head, he has now been promoted to division head and appointed as deputy director. Additionally, he has brought in Shibin, a 30-year-old from the Environmental Protection Bureau. This is where it gets interesting. Although Chu Dongheng is well known, he does not appear on television, and thus no one recognizes him at the Environmental Bureau, where the atmosphere is rather lax. Nonetheless, this is not within Chu Dongheng's purview, and he chooses to disregard it. Upon observing the bureau, he finds that only Shibin is diligently writing, so he enters to engage in conversation. Their discussion flows pleasantly, yet curiously. Neither inquires about the other's identity or name. Serendipitously, Shibin turns out to be one of the researchers in environmental policy and regulations and has been in his current position for 6 years without a promotion. He fits perfectly with Chu Dongheng's requirements. When Chu Dongheng asks Shibin if he would consider a change in work environment, it prompts Shibin to finally ask who Chu Dongheng is. Upon learning that he is the esteemed secretary Chu Dongheng, he becomes ecstatic, never expecting to converse with such a prominent figure. Naturally, Shibin is eager to accept, as he merely transitions from one office to another. The significant advantage lies in the immediate promotion to deputy division head upon joining the provincial research office, along with the opportunity to meet provincial leaders. The greatest benefit, however, is the chance to work alongside the influential Chu Dongheng. As their conversation unfolds, Chu Dongheng is left speechless to discover that Shibin is actually Shen Xueqing's husband. The coincidence is almost too remarkable to believe. With personnel now assembled and preparations underway for assignments to various research locations, a few minor hiccups arise. First, Shen Xueqing comes to visit, expressing her recent promotion to division head. She wishes for her husband, Shibin, to experience a moment of pride, but just days later, her husband's advancement to deputy division head leaves her feeling overshadowed and diminishes her standing at home. She insists that Chu Dongheng help arrange a more favorable position for her, seeking to enhance her familial stature, leaving Chu Dongheng in a rather bemused predicament. Reluctantly, he assures her that he will keep an eye out for suitable opportunities. As Chu Dongheng sighs in exasperation, having realized that Shen Xueqing is not easily placated, the Secretary General arrives, carrying 4 sheets of paper, and an uneasy premonition arises within him. Ordinarily, the Secretary General would extend a greeting. Since he is not here to report to the Secretary, it is evident he has come to seek something from him. As expected, the Secretary General presents him with 4 resumes of candidates intended for positions in the Provincial Research Office. They include individuals from the Water Resources Bureau, Health Bureau, and Tourism Bureau. And to his astonishment, even from the Family Planning Office, 2 men and 2 women. This perplexes Chu Dongheng. He typically selects individuals who are not highly regarded in their respective institutions, and he wrongly assumes these candidates would be similarly overlooked. However, Chu Dongheng's assumptions prove to be misguided. According to Zhao Zafang, these individuals have all come through connections, with some even having ties to certain deputy provincial governors. Chu Dongheng sighed inwardly, lamenting that misfortunes seldom come alone. The presence of more or fewer people was inconsequential, as it was not his salary being expended. The crux of the matter lay in whether these individuals were truly suitable. Zhao Zafang playfully teased him, attributing his popularity as the reason so many sought to draw near. Lin Yu had been summoned from the archives, only for others to covet that position as well, now, as he presided over the research. Others were vying for roles in the research department. This left Chu Dongheng utterly speechless. These 2 units had previously been the least desirable destinations for those within the system. Chu Dongheng, however, could only acquiesce to the wishes of the leadership. Thus, he organized the research department into 4 groups to conduct investigations across various cities and counties, allotting them merely 20 days. The organization department also assisted Chu Dongheng by adding 3 young individuals to the mix, 2 men and 1 woman. It was said that the competition to enter the Provincial Party Committee's secretarial office was fierce, akin to a battle of dragons and tigers. The positions within this office were already highly sought after, and with Chu Dongheng as the director, his prominence only intensified the allure. Only 3 positions were available. Yet there were at least 1,000 candidates who met the qualifications, illustrating the brutal nature of the competition. Chapter 27, The Influence Within Each Household. Lin Yu dined with her husband, son, and in-laws. Her son was merely 8 years old. Uncharacteristically, her husband, Lu Ronghao, assisted her by serving dishes and ladling soup. "Oh, Comrade Lu Ronghao, your behavior today is quite unusual. I hope you continue this effort." Lin Yu shared a harmonious relationship with her husband, both were educators. However, their dual careers in teaching became untenable, and later, Lu Ronghao's father, Lu Chong, leveraged his connections to transfer Lin Yu to the Education Bureau. Lu Chong had previously retired from a prominent position in the Municipal Cultural Bureau, where one's former role diminishes in significance after retirement. Due to being marginalized at the Education Bureau and recognizing the limited prospects within the political arena, Lin Yu found solace in the stability of her husband's salary and her father-in-law's pension, which sufficed for their household. Consequently, Liu Chong sought connections to secure a position at the Provincial Party Committee's archive room, a role that few aspired to claim. Liu Chong observed this situation with intrigue, pondering. "What schemes are you concocting, my son?" "Dad, it seems that Lin Yu, your daughter-in-law, has been promoted," Liu Ronghao joyfully proclaimed. "Promoted? Is there even a rank in the archive room?" Liu Chong quizzically gazed at Lin Yu. "Father, last month I was transferred to the first section of the provincial committee and received a promotion to a deputy level. It's hardly a grand elevation." Lin Yu shot Liu Ronghao a reproachful glance. "Indeed, no wonder that old Comadjon Chiu Xionglo never sought my opinion during meetings. Yet, yesterday at the research meeting, he actually solicited my thoughts. How polite of him." Liu Chong chuckled heartily. "Oh, splendid news. When did this occur?" "Do not underestimate the position of a clerk in the first section. Many would exhaust their connections to attain such a role. Your father-in-law lacks the prowess to achieve this, I assure you." Liu Chong set down his chopsticks, speaking earnestly. What Liu Chong stated bore truth. With his network, he genuinely could not secure such a position. "Have you not heard the rumors regarding the first secretary of Jiangdong?" Lin Yu countered. "I have heard whispers, but their veracity is questionable. It sounds rather fantastical." "Are you associated with the first section?" Liu Chong inquired. "Indeed, it is not the first secretary of Jiangdong. Who could possibly transfer someone from the archive room to the first section?" Lin Yu elucidated. She recounted how, upon her employment, all departments had rejected her, only for the Secretary General to intervene and assign Chu Dongheng to a section. He spent a year in obscurity, yet as a master's graduate and an academic, he dedicated his time to studying central documents, speeches from various leaders, reports, and assorted data in the archive room. I found it astonishing that such a highly educated individual was overlooked, allowing him the freedom to explore whatever piqued his interest. Occasionally, we would discuss those reports and speeches. Before the Provincial Economic Conference, he was appointed as the personal secretary to the provincial secretary and became the director of the first section. Thus, a position in the first section became available, leading to my transfer there." Lin Yu recounted with composure. As for her promotion to a deputy level, it was entirely reasonable, as the personnel in the first section could not be of too low a rank. However, for Liu Chong, this was extraordinary. "This is a remarkable stroke of luck. An unexpected windfall. It appears that your placement in the provincial committee's archive room was indeed fortuitous. Do not underestimate your sub-level position. Once you ascend to a rank, even if you endure the passage of time, you can still attain a deputy director position by retirement." Liu Chong felt quite pleased that his daughter-in-law had the opportunity to shine. "Father, you are indeed correct. It is a fortuitous twist of fate. Now, if you wish to access the archives, without connections to the provincial committee or government, it is simply impossible." Lin Yu sighed. "Ever since I was transferred from the archives, the positions there have become highly coveted. Those without strong connections truly find it difficult to gain entry." "Why is that? Is competition for the archives necessary?" Liu Ronghao, not being an administrative officer, could not grasp this nuance. "Why? It is, of course, to facilitate proximity to Chu Dongheng. Gaining his recognition could potentially alter one's destiny." What a bunch of thoughtless individuals. If Lin Yu lacked merit, would he have been appointed to the first secretarial office? Do they truly believe it is merely due to their familiarity with Lin Yu? He holds a master's degree, he possesses discernment. If someone utterly incompetent were to be appointed, the provincial secretary would certainly take notice. Liu Chong, being a person who emerged from the system, understood this immediately. Thus, learning is paramount. While Chu Dongheng studies in the archives, Lin Yu, you too are subconsciously learning. Ronghao, education is crucial. Do not lead their children astray. Liu Ronghao awkwardly smiled at his father's reprimand. Father, did you know? Now, Chu Dongheng presides over the Provincial Research Office. Previously, he had to rely on connections to escape. And now, remarkably, 4 individuals have used connections to enter the research office. These people are far too eager, as if the provincial committee were Chu Dongheng's family. I genuinely worry for them. Lin Yu lamented. Lin Yu, with this opportunity, you must strive diligently. Chu Dongheng is an erudite individual, and he organizes every task with clarity. Your age is still advantageous, there remains considerable room for advancement, Lu Chong advised. It must be said that individuals emerging from the system often exhibit a certain degree of bureaucratic infatuation. By the way, I have something to share with you, starting tomorrow. The research office will conduct research across various cities and counties, so during this period, I will not be home, and you should pay extra attention to your son's studies. Lin Yu instructed Liu Ronghao. Why are you bringing up the provincial research office when you are not part of the first secretarial office? Liu Ronghao inquired, perplexed. I am also serving as the director of the Provincial Policy and Regulations Research Office, in addition to holding a deputy section chief position in the organization department. The developmental zones promoted by the provincial committee require policy and regulatory support, which must be expedited. Lin Yu explained. Are you saying you concurrently hold positions in both the Provincial Policy Research Office and the organization department? Lu Chong asked, intrigued. Is that so surprising, father? Lin Yu responded. Somewhat taken aback. Of course it is surprising. There has never been such a dual appointment. It indicates that Chu Dongheng is nurturing you. And these positions are meant to accumulate qualifications. Lu Chong remarked. Chu Dongheng holds even more positions. He is also appointed in the organization department, the disciplinary committee. As the deputy director of the office, and as the deputy director of the research office. Lin Yu replied. It seems the provincial secretary holds his secretary in high regard. Lu Chong sighed. Rumors suggest that Gao Shong's son from the Tiongao group has offended Jiangdong's foremost secretary. And those involved will inevitably face repercussions from Provincial Secretary Kong Chaolin. Lu Chong sought confirmation of this. It is not entirely the case, primarily. It is the police chief's unlawful act of drawing his weapon to seize individuals at the Municipal Police Bureau that has incited the ire of Secretary Kong from the Provincial Committee. This recent conflict among the youth is unprecedented, otherwise, it would not have warranted a resolution by the Standing Committee, Lin Yu elucidated. However, to speak candidly, without Chu Dongheng, the menace posed by Gao Kuan would remain unresolved, a fact that has been circulating in recent days, Lu Chong remarked. It appears this matter has significant repercussions. By the way, Ronghao, have there been any responses from your school lately? Lin Yu inquired of Liu Ronghao. Yes, but it aligns closely with what my father mentioned. Liu Ronghao replied. Oh, that is reassuring. Lin Yu responded quite casually. Our school should have a substantial reaction, right? Liu Ronghao's curiosity piqued. Lin Yu, not wishing to respond, feared that silence might be deemed impolite. Isn't there a teacher at your school named Hua Yueren? Yes. The legendary Ice Beauty. Is she involved in this? Indeed. It was she who dined with Chu Dongheng that day. Lin Peng mentioned that while discussing family matters with Chu Dongheng. Lin Yu revealed that her husband teaches at Jiangming No. 1 High School, to which Chu Dongheng responded that his girlfriend is also at Jiangming No. 1 High School. What a small world, the individuals involved are right here. Liu Ronghao exclaimed. Hua Yueren is Chu Dongheng's girlfriend, do not offend her, nor seek to curry favor. Simply maintain a normal rapport. It is crucial that this information remains confidential. Why? This is explosive news. Liu Ronghao queried, puzzled. What a fool. Given the gravity of Chu Dongheng's situation, should Hua Yueren's identity be exposed, the Gao family might act out of desperation, placing her in peril. Furthermore, it is only due to your connection that Lin Yu could be transferred from the archives to the secretariat, undermining her talents, which is detrimental to Lin Yu, understood. Lu Chong scolded. Lin Yu's family has seen an elevation in status due to her advancement, working under the most prominent figure in Jiangdong, and this meal was particularly delightful. Especially for Liu Chong, with his political experience, he perceives that as long as Chu Dongheng continues to be valued, Lin Yu may potentially surpass him, at least ascending to the position of deputy director. Positions above deputy director are scarce, and attaining such roles relies on opportunity and the support of influential individuals. Engaging in conversation with those old-timers could provide stories to boast about for a lifetime. Chapter 28 The Influence of Each Family, Part 2 Ever since Wu Liegu was promoted to serve concurrently as the secretary of the Municipal Political and Legal Committee and a member of the Standing Committee, his home has been inundated with visitors bearing gifts. This incessant influx has become a source of considerable distress for Wu Liegu. Previously, despite his position as the chief of the municipal police department, he was held in little esteem, and no one bothered to pay him a visit with gifts. This sudden attention has caused quite a stir for his wife and children. Recognizing the precariousness of Wu Liegu's newfound status, his wife, determined to shield him from any negative influence, has resolutely declined all gifts from visitors. Wu Liegu treads carefully, having spent years as a mere puppet in his role. He feels an obligation to honor the police uniform he wears. His recent advancement stems from his commitment to justice, and he knows he must steadfastly support it. Coming from humble beginnings, he cannot afford any missteps that might disappoint Chu Dongheng. In contrast, Lin Yan, Zhao Jian, and Lon Weining have shown little reaction at home. With their promotions to official ranks, they enjoy slightly higher salaries and the prospect of potential positions as town mayors, though they have minimal support from the older generation and must rely on Chu Dongheng. However, Shen Xueqing stands out, her demeanor reminiscent of a chivalrous heroine. She bin. Did you come to the provincial committee just to annoy me? She questions. How have I annoyed you, Qingjie? She bin, 2 years her junior, is compelled to address her as sister, underscoring her elevated status. It took me considerable effort to achieve my current rank, and yet you waltz in here at a higher level. I've spoken with Chu Dongheng, he must secure me a favorable position, or I will not let this go. Moreover, since you have a good rapport with him, I expect your assistance, understand? She punctuates her words with a playful gesture, mimicking a gun with her right hand, implying a mock threat. You think the provincial committee is the private domain of Chu Dongheng? Shibin realizes he cannot casually agree, for that could lead to complications. A refined individual, he finds himself inexplicably drawn to the audacious Shen Xueqing. Are you referring to Chu Dongheng, the secretary to Secretary Kong Chaolin? Inquires Xiningzheng, Shibin's father, who is retired from his position as the director of the Environmental Protection Bureau and has followed in his father's footsteps by working in the same department. He is accustomed to the playful banter between his son and daughter-in-law and finds it entertaining. Yes, Dad, you are aware. Shen Xueqing prompts. Indeed, Xiningzheng chuckles. Recently, as old comrades have been gathering for tea and conversation, and the topic that arises most frequently is none other than Chu Dongheng. What kind of person is he? No way. Chu Dongheng's influence is that significant. Shibin exclaims in astonishment. Absolutely. Last year's Provincial Economic Conference featured a speech drafted by Secretary Kong, which was penned by none other than Chu Dongheng. This year's focus is derived from the content of that very speech. Shen Xueqing interjects. It was that speech that elevated Chu Dongheng to the status of Jiangdong's foremost secretary, as Secretary Kong recognized his talents through it. Surely, it cannot be solely based on one speech that Secretary Kong places such importance on him. Certainly not. You should know that he single-handedly overturned the standing committee during the provincial expansion meeting. Shen Xueqing beams with pride. Enlighten me on how Chu Dongheng managed to counter those committee members that day. Xiningzheng expresses his keen interest. During this session of the standing committee, the attendance was notably high, prompting all personnel from the secretariat to take meticulous notes. Each participant presented their reports while proposing various possibilities and departmental establishments. It was at this juncture that an individual emerged to challenge the suggestions made by committee members, sowing discord. Originally, Chu Dongheng was merely an attending representative, seated in a corner. Unexpectedly, the first to start trouble was the secretary of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, who explicitly called upon Chu Dongheng for a response. The two high-ranking officials from the Provincial Party Committee and the provincial government remained as steadfast as mountains. Most attendees were aware that some of Secretary Kong's ideas stemmed from speeches penned by Chu Dongheng. With no alternative, Chu Dongheng expressed his own views, simultaneously countering the provocateurs and rendering them speechless. His audacity was remarkable, articulating his points with the flair of a strategist, directly addressing individuals by name in his rebuttals. Much to the satisfaction of the provincial leaders. Who could dare to oppose him? With Secretary Kong's backing, his boldness was entirely understandable. Shibin interjected, asserting that he was mistaken. Both the provincial governor Zhang Jiehui and vice governor Mei Xiaobing, along with the political commissar of the military region, Yi Tianming, held him in high regard. Shen Xueqing cast a disdainful glance at Shibin. However, wasn't this all rather ostentatious? Did he not fear that Secretary Kong might not always be present to protect him? Shibin remained unconvinced. How can one be low-key when it is evident that Guo Rishuan and his cronies aim to undermine Chu Dongheng in an attempt to discredit Secretary Kong? Everyone present could see through this. How could Chu Dongheng remain oblivious? If one seeks to strike at his superior's reputation, must he not consider the implications? Moreover, Chu Dongheng coined a memorable phrase during the standing committee meeting: one may wish to be low-key, but capability does not permit it. Indeed, he even mimicked Chu Dongheng's manner of speaking, eliciting laughter. This young man certainly stirs the waters of Jiangdong. For the region, his presence may not spell good fortune. Nevertheless, Shibin's apprehensions were not without merit. He, a mere deputy section chief, was confronting a provincial deputy secretary, an executive vice governor, and a provincial discipline inspection secretary. Should he find himself alone in future encounters, it would be akin to a fragile egg striking against a stone. Xining admired Chu Dongheng's courage. However, did those three not overstep their bounds? Could they truly challenge the authority of the provincial secretary? Were they unaware of the weight that comes with being the top leader, or did they harbor ulterior motives? Yet, Shen Xueqing had a point: if someone sought to undermine their superior, action was inevitable, lest others perceive them as weak. This situation was indeed fraught with complexity. Xining continued, nonetheless, that young man's speech was of remarkable quality. Our seasoned colleagues have studied it extensively, whether in terms of party awareness or strategic direction. Its innovative spirit holds significant value. I suspect this speech may even catch the attention of central leaders. Old cadres are indeed astute, possessing keen political sensitivity. In truth, Chu Dongheng maintained a low profile. He was never captured by the television cameras, and he declined all interviews from reporters, primarily due to Jiangdong's sudden curiosity about him, compounded by his notable accomplishments. Consequently, the rumors surrounding him grew increasingly exaggerated. Shen Xueqing elucidated that Shibin had personally sought him out at the Environmental Protection Bureau, displaying no airs, and was far more approachable than the former Song Gang. Song Gang is indeed a person who allows the horse to run but does not let it graze. Just look at your group of secretaries. For several years, none of you has managed to elevate anyone. Shibin interjected, exactly. It has led me to my current position as a regular section chief. If he had promoted us, I might have been a deputy division chief by now, perhaps even applying for a deputy county mayor position. He himself is a division chief, now serving as a county mayor, while we remain as deputy section chiefs. However, it seems that Secretary Kong is not particularly fond of him at the moment. Shen Xueqing chuckled. Of course, Secretary Kong has now recognized the talent of Chu Dongheng, a person whom Song Gang has neglected for an entire year without utilizing. As the secretary of the provincial committee, does he not have his own thoughts about this? Xining remarked with a click of his tongue. Chapter 29, The Unpredictable Winds of Fate. The incident concerning the first secret of Zhongdong and Gao Quan unfolded in Wulia Valley, where numerous individuals were implicated under the collaboration of the Legal Inspection Committee and the Prosecutor's Office, causing a stir throughout Zhongdong province. Regrettably, the situation was less than ideal. Gao Quan, the notorious wastrel, either received a tip-off or remained obstinately silent, failing to divulge any significant information, compelling further investigation. Chu Dongheng, disinterested in the matter, found his immediate concern lay with the formulation of policies and regulations for the development zone. Except for himself, everyone in the research office was mobilized. As Secretary Kong Chaolin's aide, he needed to stay close to Kong, while also overseeing the development zone policies, necessitating his presence in field research. He assigned each team member a task, in addition to investigating and drafting regulations for the development zone. They were to compose a report on the operations of the municipalities and counties they surveyed. He had no choice once the development zone regulations were complete. It would not suffice to allow them to languish in the office sipping tea every day. He needed to assess these individuals to determine their suitability for a political career. Fate is capricious, calamity can strike unexpectedly. It was now the first month of the lunar calendar, and the impending spring rains should have delighted the populace. Yet, strangely, a relentless typhoon persisted for a full fortnight. Those dispatched for research faced obstructions, and some municipalities experienced flooding. The people often say that the plans for the year are made in spring, but such an early calamity was maddening. Though not chronologically extensive, the sheer volume of rain was unprecedented in a century. Early one morning, the phone in Secretary Chu Dongheng's office rang incessantly, each call reporting disaster conditions to the provincial secretary. "Hello, this is Chu Dongheng from the provincial secretary's office." This phrase was mechanically repeated countless times throughout the day. "Secretary Chu, this is He Chanming from Xinglin City," came a voice, somewhat hurried. Xinglin City was the prefectural city encompassing Chu Dongheng's Huofeng County. "I have an urgent matter to report to Secretary Kong. Is Secretary Kong available to take a call?" He Chuanming's tone was urgent. Ordinarily, Chu Dongheng would exercise his discretion in either relaying or withholding calls of lesser importance, but on this day, every call warranted immediate communication to Kong Chaolin. "I apologize, Secretary He, but Secretary Kong is currently on another call." "Is it urgent? Could you provide a brief overview of the situation?" Chu Dongheng inquired. A question typically inappropriate for a secretary to pose to a prefectural city secretary. However, exceptional circumstances warranted exceptional measures. If the matter was indeed pressing, it could be prioritized. And a close aide could make such determinations. This is why individuals below were keen to curry favor with the provincial secretary's close aides. Secretary Chu. The town of Guyu in Hafeng County has been inundated, with many houses collapsed. Currently, 20 citizens are reported missing. Came the urgent voice from the other end of the line. Secretary He, please do not hang up. I will connect you with Secretary Kong immediately, Chu Dongheng hurriedly responded. The matter of missing citizens was no trivial issue. Chu Dongheng made his judgment and promptly reported to Kong Chaolin. Secretary, it's urgent. There are citizens missing due to the flooding in Guyu Town, Hafeng County. He Chanming could hear Chu Dongheng communicating with Kong Chaolin. I have also heard that other municipal party secretaries are reporting their work to Kong Chaolin. In other words, his report must interrupt others' presentations. A secretary must possess sufficient reasons to interrupt the boss's call. Thus, Chu Dongheng particularly mentioned the disappearance of the common people, prompting Secretary Kong to decide whether to interrupt the ongoing call. With that, Kong Chaolin ended his current conversation and took over Chu Dongheng's phone. 5 minutes, typically. Urgent reports are brief and to the point. Shao Chu, come in. Chu Dongheng entered. Kong Chaolin wore an anxious expression. Help me connect with Comrade Huajicheng, the county party secretary of Hafeng County. At this moment, every word from Kong Chaolin was essential. Chu Dongheng swiftly located Huajicheng's number. Shao Chu. If you have something to say, hurry up. I'm busy. Hua Jicheng's voice came through the line. Although Chu Dongheng was his daughter's boyfriend, Hua Jicheng was preoccupied and had no time for idle chatter. Secretary Hua, Secretary Kong from the Provincial Party Committee wishes to speak with you. Upon delivering the message, Chu Dongheng handed the phone to Kong Chaolin. According to protocol, Kong Chaolin should relay instructions through the municipal party secretary, but given the urgent circumstances, a direct approach was more effective. Without Chu Dongheng's preliminary communication, Hua Jicheng might have assumed it was an impersonation. Comrade Jicheng, please provide an update on your situation. The conversation now bypassed the usual formalities of official discourse, getting straight to the point. Secretary, I am currently in Guyu town, and the situation is. Hua Jicheng also delivered a concise report. You remain stationed at Guyu town, dispatch personnel, and strive to ensure the safety of the people's lives and property. Every bit counts. If manpower is insufficient, you can request assistance from the municipal committee, and have them contact the armed police. If that's not enough, reach out to the stationed troops. You may consider this my directive. I assure you, I will execute your instructions and complete the task, Hua Jicheng promptly affirmed. What is the weather situation? Kong Chaolin inquired. Slightly anxious. Rain, which will lessen in 2 hours but will not cease until 8 p.m. tonight. Tomorrow will be entirely clear, Chu Dongheng replied. Given the continuous rainfall, maintaining communication with the meteorological department to understand weather changes is an essential duty for a secretary, otherwise the sudden actions of the provincial secretary could be hampered and potentially lead to accidents. Shao Chu, please call the governor and the Secretary General, and relay the following. Secretary General, in 2 hours, Secretary Kong will depart for Guyu town in Hofeng County. I request your accompaniment. Please assist in contacting the police department. Minister Chu, could you help coordinate with the provincial television station for a live broadcast? Rengu, in 2 hours, Secretary Kong will head to Guyu town. Please prepare and await in front of the provincial committee building. Director Guan, hello. Director Chu, good day. Please assist in connecting the governor. I have a message from Secretary Kong that needs to be conveyed. Governor, like you, Secretary Kong is also busy on calls. And I will convey his message on his behalf. 2 hours from now, Secretary will head to Guyu town, Hafang County, Xinglin City. Please arrange the standing committee meeting accordingly. The Provincial Party Committee and the provincial government have formulated a unified opinion regarding flood relief and post-disaster reconstruction. You may decide the timing. If you are unavailable, please delegate the task to someone else. Chu Dongheng could only express this as the governor must also be concerned for the people and cannot be deprived of such responsibilities. Shao Chu, how have you arranged this? Zhang Jiehui inquired. I have asked the Secretary General to notify the television station to broadcast this trip live. Shortly, I will request the traffic police to assist with monitoring the road conditions. Thank you, Shao Chu. I understand now. After Zhang Jiehui hung up, he turned to his secretary, Guan Tongza, and remarked, did you hear what was said just now? Following Chu Dongheng's example, we should do the same. Guan Tongza, who had accompanied him, was competent but paled in comparison to Chu Dongheng. The reason he sought Chu Dongheng's arrangements was that such matters were certainly under his purview. He knew that Chu Dongheng would divulge the necessary details if asked. If the Secretary General, Zhao Zafeng, were to inform him, the situation would differ. Chu Dongheng was aware of his intentions, as Kong Chaolin had advised him, hoping that this governor would be in sync with him, albeit without pressure. Chu Dongheng had grasped this nuance, thus he would undoubtedly share his plans, considering the provincial government operates under the guidance of the Provincial Party Committee. Director Yang, greetings. This is Chu Dongheng from the Provincial Party Committee. Oh, Director Shao Chu, what instructions do you have? I would not dare to give you instructions, Director Yang. I simply seek your assistance. Speak freely, then I shall attend to it. Despite his esteemed position, Director Yang would not presume to assert authority over the Secretary of the Provincial Party Committee. Director Yang, in 2 hours, Secretary Kong will travel to Guyu Town, Hafan County, Xinglin City. Could you kindly send someone to inspect the highway conditions from the provincial capital to Xinglin City to ensure there are no damages? Certainly. I will attend to it immediately. Thank you, Director Yang. No need for thanks. Hello, Secretary He. This is Xiao Chu from the Provincial Party Committee. What instructions do you have, Director Chu? He Chanming responded cautiously. You just, Secretary He, or as a mere secretary. I would not presume to instruct a municipal party secretary, such audacity would be ill-fated. However, in 2 hours, Secretary Kong will proceed to Guyu Town, Hafan County, Xinglin City. Please dispatch someone to inspect the route from Xinglin City to Guyu Town to ensure Secretary Kong's smooth arrival. Additionally, Director Yang has already been apprised to check the route from the provincial capital to Xinglin City. Since Secretary Hua is currently in Guyu Town, I would appreciate your assistance with the Xinglin City to Guyu Town route. Understood, Director Xiao Chu. I will dispatch personnel to survey the route from Xinglin City to Guyu Town immediately to ensure Secretary Kong's safe arrival. Qingjie, in 2 hours. Secretary Kong will head to Guyu Town, Hafan County, Xinglin City. Did you not come from Jiangdong Daily? Perhaps you could share some information with him. The intention behind having Shen Xueqing relay information to Jiangdong Daily was Chu Dongheng's strategic consideration. He aimed to ensure Shen Xueqing maintained a presence at Jiangdong Daily, otherwise he could reach out directly. Lastly, he needed to inform Hu Jichen that Secretary Kong from the Provincial Party Committee would be traveling to Xinglin City, Hafan County, Guyu Town in 4 hours. After Chu Dongheng completed a series of pertinent phone calls, he let out a deep sigh of relief. Chapter 30, Unforeseen Circumstances. Time passed slowly. With only 5 minutes remaining until the designated 2-hour mark, Chu Dongheng stood in the corridor observing the interview vehicle from Jiangdong Television, its camera set up and ready. Secretary Zhao Zafang and Minister of Propaganda Chu Xiangxiang had also taken their positions. The Jiangdong Daily was present as well, holding umbrellas in the rain. Though their numbers were sparse, thus they were primarily there to photograph and document the event. Chu Dongheng orchestrated this arrangement, understanding that a provincial secretary should not appear too solitary, which would detract from the dignity associated with the position. Conversely, an excessive entourage might give the impression of ostentation. Thus he sought a delicate balance. Everyone's gaze fixated on the office door of the provincial secretary. Precisely on time, Chu Dongheng emerged, pulling the door open. The television crew buzzed with excitement. The opportunity to broadcast live the provincial secretary's outing was a rare one. When Kong Chaolin exited and observed the scene below, he turned to Chu Dongheng and nodded in acknowledgement. In his eagerness to receive updates, he had momentarily forgotten about the television crew. Yet he was pleased with Chu Dongheng's meticulous preparations. Regardless of the situation, embarking on a risky endeavor to the disaster-stricken area warranted some media coverage, otherwise the efforts would go unrecognized and deemed futile. The convoy was already organized, with the provincial chief's vehicle flanked by police cars, followed by Secretary Zhao Zafang's vehicle, along with those from the propaganda department, the television station, and the newspaper, with another police car trailing behind. The Director of Transportation, Bang Dong, was also present. Households in Jiangdong province with electricity were tuned in to watch the unfolding news of the disaster. Viewers saw the screen flash the words, "Latest updates on Jiangdong's rain and flood." As the scene shifted, Provincial Secretary Kong Chaolin appeared, clad in a raincoat, with Chu Dongheng beside him, also dressed in a raincoat and holding an umbrella to shield him, strategically positioning himself behind Kong to remain out of the camera's view. A female host from the television station reported through the rain, microphone in hand, "Dear viewers, Jiangdong is currently experiencing unprecedented rainfall. Just recently, Provincial Secretary Kong Chaolin learned from reports by the Xinglin Municipal Committee and the Hafan County Committee that the flooding in Guyu Town, Hafan County, is particularly severe. Concerned for the situation, he has bravely ventured into the rain to oversee operations in Guyu Town. We will provide continuous updates on the situation as he arrives in 2 hours. In the footage, the provincial secretary refrained from making a statement, merely gesturing as he approached the vehicle. Chu Dongheng opened the rear door for Kong Chaolin, who entered the car, followed closely by Chu taking the passenger seat. The secretary's entry signaled the commencement of their journey. The television footage then transitioned to show Governor Zhang Jiehui, whose departure was similarly reported, albeit 1 minute later than the provincial secretary, to ensure a seamless live broadcast transition. Although the flood in Jiangdong had initially drawn limited attention, the sight of both the provincial secretary and the governor braving the rain to take command changed the narrative significantly. The propaganda department swiftly coordinated with CCTV for coverage, prompting the attention of major stakeholders. The public became increasingly engaged with the unfolding disaster. 2 hours later, they successfully arrived in Guyu town. Thankfully, Chu Dongheng's prior arrangements proved beneficial, otherwise, they would have encountered difficulties, as several roads had been damaged by the flooding after exiting the highway, requiring the police and highway department personnel to brave the rain to restore access. Guyu town had indeed suffered extensive damage from the water, with many old houses having collapsed. As the waters did not recede at that moment, it appeared that the expanse of water had surpassed the area of land. Provincial Secretary Kong Chaolin expressed his gratitude to the armed police soldiers by grasping their muddy hands. He personally inspected the sites of collapsed houses, led by Hua Jicheng, and subsequently listened to the report from County Secretary Hua Jicheng. It was only upon learning that the missing individuals had been located that Kong Chaolin felt a slight relief. All reports were conducted under the watchful gaze of cameras, effectively broadcasting every action live. Had it not been for the reminders from Chu Dongheng and Zhao Zafang, urging Hua Jicheng to intensify efforts in the search for the missing citizens, the situation could have become dire for Hua Jicheng. With the individuals found, the inadequacies of other areas became trivial. At the very least, the absence of casualties was a monumental relief. Subsequently, Kong Chaolin issued significant directives, assuring the people of Guyu town that the provincial government would fully support the post-disaster reconstruction. He then addressed the camera, instructing all municipalities and counties to convene standing committee meetings, emphasizing the necessity for party and government unity in addressing the flood disaster. Any inaction would result in immediate accountability. Chu Dongheng arranged for a 30-second statement from the television station to convey this message. Within 3 minutes of the secretary's directive, the broadcast switched to Governor Zhang Jiehui, who also issued instructions and arrangements. The broadcast was live, undoubtedly orchestrated by the Minister of Propaganda. As soon as the provincial secretary's directives were announced, the propaganda department promptly relayed the content to the governor, ensuring consistency in their public statements. Given that the governor was in the disaster area, there was no opportunity to monitor television. Manual operation was imperative. This coordination allowed for seamless collaboration between the provincial leadership and the government. The successful execution of this operation was also attributed to the efforts of Chu Dongheng and Zhao Zafang. Otherwise, the propaganda department might not have conceived or dared to implement such a strategy. Although it was somewhat cumbersome, it facilitated their work without the fear of offending a powerful figure. Meanwhile, the provincial capital was mobilizing supplies to be dispatched to the disaster zone at the earliest opportunity. This adept organization garnered commendation from the central authorities. In the evening, a delegation from the provincial capital arrived in Hafeng County to spend the night. Given the extensive flood damage in the town, local hotels and guest houses were occupied by residents, leaving no accommodations available for them. Kong Chaolin instructed Secretary Zhao Zafang to notify the standing committee members of Xinglin City and the municipal government to convene in Hafeng County for a meeting at 9 p.m. After a simple dinner in Hafeng County, at precisely 9 p.m., Provincial Secretary Kong Chaolin exceptionally presided over a meeting involving the 4 leadership teams of both Xinglin City and Hafeng County. After listening to the various work reports, he issued the following directives. 1. Essential supplies must reach the affected counties and towns by tomorrow. Food shortages must not incite chaos among the disaster-stricken populace. 2. Post-disaster reconstruction must commence swiftly, to be resolved within a month. 3. Supplies and funds allocated by the provincial committee must be utilized 100 judiciously, benefiting the people. With the Discipline Inspection Commission ensuring proper oversight. 4. All meeting proceedings were broadcast live. This evening's meeting was synchronized with the governor's activities, presenting a considerable challenge for the television station. 3 locations: the Provincial Party Committee compound, the Riverfront County of the Provincial Secretary, and the Stone Mountain County of the Provincial Governor, held a simultaneous meeting that was broadcast live, marking a historic first. The Jiangdong Daily managed to capture the event with mere photographs, while the Jiangdong television station's coverage could be described as chaotic. Nevertheless, the journalists were quite pleased, as such news topics and formats are rare within the nation. Some reporters discreetly slipped their business cards into Chu Dongheng's pocket, requesting to be informed of any breaking news, leaving him in a state of amused bewilderment. Although live broadcasts are not uncommon, the manner in which this event was conducted was unprecedented, and it was widely believed to be a brainchild of Chu Dongheng's innovative planning, certainly not a concept that the older officials at the provincial committee would have conceived. Throughout the process, Chu Dongheng provided guidance on how to shoot, suggesting optimal angles for the coverage. While he may not be well versed in journalistic procedures or editing, he possessed an acute understanding of the best perspectives for capturing the secretary, the governor, and the deputy secretary as they spoke and issued directives. He also offered advice on how to manage the timing and framing when all 3 were depicted in a single shot. It must be said, with the first secretary of Jiangdong at the helm, the outcome is bound to be exceptional. Chapter 31: Unforeseen circumstances. After the meeting concluded, Kong Chaolin summoned Wajicheng for a private discussion. "Comrade Jicheng, why have we not seen the party secretary of Guyu Town?" Kong Chaolin inquired casually. "The party secretary of Guyu Town has recently fallen gravely ill and has submitted his resignation, feeling that his age is a factor. The county committee had deliberated on this matter and was prepared to approve it, with a successor already discussed. However, the municipal party committee wishes to send someone over. Yet consensus on the candidate has yet to be reached. Thus, the county committee has temporarily decided not to approve Comrade San Yunho's resignation," Wajicheng reported candidly. Kong Chaolin was relatively satisfied with the handling of the recent disaster, with the support of the Secretary General and Chu Dongheng. He felt unperturbed by the possibility of offending certain figures within the municipal government, and spoke his mind freely. "Oh, I see," Kong Chaolin pondered. "The municipal committee's opinions are of no concern to you in Hafeng County for the time being. I will think it over and inform you tomorrow." This left Wajicheng momentarily taken aback, wondering if a provincial party secretary would indeed interfere with the appointment of a town party secretary. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The only person the provincial secretary seemed to care about was likely Chu Dongheng. Was it possible he would be released so soon? Yet, as a deputy division head, placing him in a principal position seemed inconsistent. Perhaps a deputy county head could be feasible, but a 23-year-old deputy county head was still remarkably young. Such a scenario had not occurred in 3 decades. Nevertheless, anything was possible. Since Chu Dongheng's emergence, the political affairs of Jiangdong had seldom followed conventional logic, often surprising everyone. It was not out of the question for Chu Dongheng to be appointed as county head directly. The next morning, the weather aligned with the meteorological department's predictions. The rain had ceased. A delegation from the provincial committee was preparing to return to the provincial capital when Kong Chaolin opted not to convene another meeting. Before departing, he summoned the standing committee members of Xinglin City and the Hafeng County Committee. It was customary to reiterate certain matters before leaving. Once all were gathered, Kong Chaolin cleared his throat. "Comrades Chanming and Jicheng, I will make preliminary arrangements regarding the candidate for the party secretary of Guyu Town. Given the severe impact of the disaster on the town, the allocation of resources and funds requires careful management." Although the Xinglin Municipal Committee had their eyes on the position, they merely sought to provide an opportunity for a junior to gain experience, which was not of great concern. However, they found it peculiar. The Hafeng County Committee members were baffled, wondering why a provincial secretary would doubt their competence over such a minor issue. Yet, Wu Jicheng was fairly certain of Kong Chaolin's intentions. The candidate must be Chu Dongheng, but whether he would assume a substantive or nominal role remained to be seen. The Secretary General was also making similar conjectures. Meanwhile, Chu Dongheng felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. Could it possibly be me? He thought, as his superior often approached matters unconventionally. Indeed, the unexpected was about to unfold. I have decided to appoint my secretary, Xiao Chu, to oversee operations in Guyu town during this period, Kong Chaolin stated, glancing at Chu Dongheng. You need not return to the provincial capital, instead, you will head to Guyu town to direct the reconstruction efforts. How long is the time frame for this assignment? Chu Dongheng could only weakly inquire. Everyone present, despite their varying ranks, felt a jolt at Chu Dongheng's inquiry. Although you are the secretary to the provincial party secretary. Such a question seems rather audacious. The position bestowed upon you by the boss is enviable, to haggle over it is rather unbecoming. Especially considering the fierce competition among those of your generation. The crowd's minds struggled to keep pace. Only Hu Jicheng, the secretary of the Hafeng County Committee, and Zhao Zafeng, the Secretary General of the Provincial Party Committee, grasped the underlying implications of their conversation. Otherwise, one might mistakenly believe that a deputy director could assume the role of a town party secretary. Given the status of Guyu town, it hardly deserves such high-ranking officials. Your tenure cannot exceed 6 months, Kong Chaolin stated with evident satisfaction. Chu Dongheng comprehended the implication. Kong was suggesting that it would be quite embarrassing if the secretary to the provincial party secretary could not effectively manage the affairs of a town within that time frame. I assure you I will fulfill the task assigned to me, Chu Dongheng declared, aiming to elevate his boss's reputation in the eyes of the assembly. A collective gasp arose among the attendees, surprised by the audacity of such maneuvering. Comrade Jicheng, you shall escort Xiao Chu to Guyu town shortly. As a county committee secretary, you have numerous responsibilities, surely you cannot be stationed at a single town. Very well, I shall personally accompany Director Chu to Guyu town, Hu Jicheng replied, understanding Kong's intentions. Hence referring to Chu as director to elevate his status. I anticipate that by the time Xiao Chu departs from Guyu town, the new party secretary will be firmly established. Kong Chaolin added. Though this statement was somewhat nebulous, the others discerned its essence. Upon his departure, Chu Dongheng suggested that they should proceed with the appointment of the town's party secretary without delay. The fact that the position remained unfilled due to petty calculations among them was a gentle admonition aimed at alleviating some pressure from Hu Jicheng's responsibilities. Hu Jicheng was particularly impressed by Kong Chaolin's strategy, allowing Chu Dongheng to take the lead in management while avoiding any criticism directed at the provincial party secretary for meddling in lower-level affairs. The cadre of political figures dared not oppose him, despite his youth. Chu Dongheng, that merely 23 years of age, had already attained the rank of deputy director and was a favored aide to the provincial secretary. To offend this young man would likely carry consequences not far removed from offending Kong Chaolin himself. They applauded Kong for his wisdom. A man bold enough to challenge the entire provincial standing committee to preserve his boss's dignity was not someone anyone would wish to provoke on a whim. Hu Jicheng, buoyed by the prospects ahead, mused that if things continued thus, Chu Dongheng might ascend to the rank of full director by the age of 24, a dream for many. Perhaps he could even become a son-in-law. Even Secretary General Zhao Zafeng felt a twinge of envy while congratulating Hu Jicheng, leaving the others perplexed. After the departure of the provincial and municipal delegations, Hu Jicheng accompanied Chu Dongheng to procure some personal essentials, such as bedding, and promptly delivered him to Guyu town. Wasting not a moment, Hu Jicheng had initially entertained the idea of introducing Chu to his wife, but time constraints dictated otherwise. By the time they arrived at Guyu town, it was already 4 in the afternoon. The delegation consisted of Hu Jicheng and Bai Xingcai, the county's organization minister, who convened a joint meeting of the town party committee and government to save time. The announcement regarding the decision made by the Hifeng County Committee was delivered by the Minister of Organization. Following thorough deliberation, the Hifeng County Committee resolved to approve Comrade San Yunho's request for medical retirement. thereby relieving him of his duties as a member of the Guyu Party Committee and the secretary of the Town Party Committee. Comrade Chu Dongheng has been appointed as a temporary member of the Hifong County Committee, a standing committee member, and a member of the Guyu Town Party Committee, as well as the party organization secretary. Currently, Comrade Chu Dongheng serves as the personal secretary to the provincial party secretary. The announcement concluded without specifying the duration of Chu Dongheng's appointment, a deliberate choice intended to deter the proliferation of unscrupulous maneuvers for official positions, which could hinder the progress of Guyu Town's reconstruction. Those inquisitive enough may seek the truth, as those who lack discernment may find themselves in precarious situations. And the county committee shall not be held accountable. Chu Dongheng's resume was only briefly mentioned, specifically noting his role as the close aide to Provincial Party Secretary Kong Chaolin. A fact already widely recognized, other details were withheld at Chu Dongheng's request. Although his appointment is somewhat unconventional, the absence of a deputy division-level position without inclusion in the county standing committee raises questions. The deliberate inclusion of the term temporary in his title invites speculation among the public. Without these appointments, it would have been inappropriate for Chu Dongheng to intervene in the affairs of Guyu Town. Subsequently, County Party Secretary Hua Jicheng delivered a motivational speech, urging unity among all to enhance the various undertakings within Guyu Town. Chu Dongheng also made a statement, expressing his eagerness to learn from everyone and seeking their support for the swift reconstruction and economic advancement of Guyu Town. Town Mayor Yen Dongfu also expressed his unwavering support for Secretary Chu in executing his responsibilities. These were merely formal platitudes common in official circles. What truly matters is the arrival of this young individual with a relatively high rank, but deputy division-level official. Will he be effective? Higher ranks indeed overshadow many, leaving little room for maneuver. After a brief meeting, Hua Jicheng and his entourage returned to the county seat, while Chu Dongheng was compelled to assume a different role. Chapter 32: A new validation in the quaint town of Chu Dongheng. The guest house stirred to life early in the morning. An announcement had been made the previous day regarding a meeting of the town's party committee and government, set for 8:30. With time to spare, he turned on the television to catch the news. The provincial channel was saturated with reports on the provincial secretary and governor from the prior day. The broadcasts conveyed recognition and affirmation of Z, particularly praising the provincial secretary and governor for their selfless dedication to the populace, even in the face of personal peril. A natural disaster had inadvertently ignited fervor in Jiangdong, transforming the calamity into a testament of the party's profound sense of responsibility. For Chu Dongheng, this bore little impact. His rank did not afford him any political advantages. He made a call to arrange for Shen Xueqing to temporarily occupy his position in the secretary's office. As Kong Chaolin was set to go out accompanied by the Secretary General, no further arrangements were necessary. Once he had finalized his plans and prepared to depart, the phone rang. "Hello, may I ask who is speaking?" Chu Dongheng answered. "Chu, you forgetful secretary. It's Leng Rushuang from the provincial television station," came a playful voice from the other end. "Leng, are you not working today? The station head has shown great generosity this time, granting us a 3-day holiday for our efforts yesterday." "Indeed. You all faced quite the challenge broadcasting in the downpour. A break is well deserved, and I appreciate your hard work. But how shall I thank you, dear sister? I'm in the town and can hardly offer you anything substantial. A meal would require a trip back to the provincial city." Chu Dongheng felt a twinge of awkwardness, as she casually referred to him as sister. "Ah yes, you are now the head of Guyu Town. I ought to address you as Secretary Chu." "What sort of secretary am I?" "Merely a temporary stand-in for Secretary Kong." "You are not calling just to chat, are you?" "Actually, yes. The station head mentioned the importance of cultivating a good relationship with you, as he believes you possess significant talent. Who knows, you might even uncover an explosive news story." "You flatter me, truly. I am merely serving the leadership. However, if you find yourself bored, perhaps you could assist me." Chu Dongheng intended to conclude the conversation, as he had a meeting to attend. Yet, he suddenly thought it might be beneficial to have her capture the essence of Guyu town, documenting its landscape for future comparisons post-reconstruction. He could also invite the county television station, but their personnel were currently preoccupied. And their equipment would certainly not match the provincial station's quality. What kind of work? Leng Rushuang's interest piqued. Guyu is currently the area most severely affected by the floods in Jiangdong province. Capturing this moment could be vital. We could track the developments and, should the situation escalate, showcase our province's leaders' commitment to the welfare of the people. With some artistic flair, it might even garner accolades in competitions. Have you become a master of persuasion? Trying to enlist me for manual labor? She teased. Whether you come or not is entirely up to you. This is indeed a worthy endeavor. Dongheng chuckled, aware that his request had a hint of persuasion. I'll consult with my partner first and then get back to you. Dongheng took her response lightly, hanging up the phone as he stepped outside. Feeling uplifted, Dongheng contemplated the significance of Secretary Kong's arrangements, recognizing their deeper implications from the perspective of provincial and municipal levels. This is an opportunity for one secretary to gain experience and enhance their resume. However, from the county committee's viewpoint, it reflects the provincial government's heightened concern for Guyu, a region severely affected by flooding. For Dongheng, it serves as a test from Kong Shaolin, a validation of the integration between theory and practical application, assessing whether the efficacy of the practical approach matches the theoretical standards he espouses. As he pondered these thoughts, he made his way to the conference room. Upon his arrival, he found the meeting in progress, though he was indifferent to the precise timing of his entrance. A quick glance around the room revealed over 20 individuals, predominantly called in due to the disaster relief efforts. Good morning, everyone. I am Dongheng. For those who were absent yesterday, it is necessary to introduce myself once more. When you report shortly, please take a moment to introduce yourselves as well. This is my inaugural meeting in Guyu town, and also my first as a civil servant. Given the unusual circumstances we are currently facing, we may have more frequent meetings. Please do not be overly concerned with hierarchy. Punctuality is what truly matters. And I may arrive a bit early at times. He glanced at the town mayor, Yan Dongfu, and added, since I am still unfamiliar with the procedures of town meetings, I kindly ask Mayor Yan to assist in facilitating the work reports. Certainly, Secretary Chu. Yan Dongfu responded, proceeding to arrange the order of reports. Dongheng sensed a lack of warm welcome from the gathered individuals. Their curiosity about him was evident. It was important to note that among the town's leadership, he was the youngest. Mayor Yan was in his 30s, while the youngest among the deputy mayors, Du Lifeng, was around 28. Her rise to the position of deputy mayor likely stemmed from the necessity of having at least one female among the 4 deputies. The deputy secretary, Chong Lingson, was the oldest, nearing 50, while the executive deputy mayor, Bai Chong, was also in his 40s. It could be said that everyone present was considerably older than him. This trend of older individuals seeking to solidify their credentials was likely common in many townships, making innovative progress quite challenging. Each individual reported on their respective responsibilities. And while the progress appeared satisfactory, Dongheng emphasized the critical importance of utilizing allocated resources and funds without fail. This is a directive from the county committee, reinforced by a commitment made with Secretary Kong at the provincial level. Please do not put me in a difficult position later. In concluding the meeting, he acknowledged his limited familiarity with the town's situation and refrained from offering guidance, allowing everyone to execute their current responsibilities. However, he stressed 2 primary focuses: the swift handling of post-flood reconstruction and the revitalization of the town's economy. Listening to the reports, he felt confident in summarizing the essentials. After all, he had not only theoretical knowledge but also practical awareness of the challenges at hand. Following the meeting's conclusion, he intended to summon the driver for an inspection of the town's current conditions when a call from Leng Rushuang interrupted him. We are approaching Guyu town. Where do you plan to meet us? Her voice resonated through the phone, leaving Chu Dongheng momentarily stunned. After agreeing to consult with partners before responding, I waited for over an hour without a reply, only to receive a sudden message. This woman is quite audacious. I shall remain at the town government awaiting your arrival. Chu Dongheng felt quite helpless. Nonetheless, it is for the best. Today we shall finalize the filming arrangements while also surveying the town's condition. I will have them create a copy for myself, allowing me to avoid constant trips outside, thereby enhancing work efficiency. The mere thought of this lifted my spirits. Mayor Du, you and the publicity committee member, Lu Qing, should come over shortly, as we will be heading out to the provincial television station soon. Chu Dongheng had to adjust his plans on the fly. With the presence of the television crew, the publicity committee member must be utilized. Although the devastation is severe, the primary issue lies with the numerous old houses that have collapsed, compounded by the flooding in several areas. Now that the waters have receded, we can drive out to assess the damage, which will aid in planning our next steps. Additionally, I intend to gather information about the situation from some individuals in the town committee and government, as women tend to be quite gossipy. And I might uncover some valuable insights. Chapter 33, The Root Lies in Poverty. The propaganda committee member, Lu Qing, and the deputy mayor, Du Lifeng, are of similar age. And Chu Dongheng is engaged in conversation with them. Suddenly, an interview vehicle pulls up in front of them. 3 individuals disembark, one is the driver, another is Leng Rushi. And the third is Feng Xiong, Leng Rushi's partner. I truly apologize for ruining your holiday, Chu Dongheng says with a hint of embarrassment. Just remember to treat me to a good meal when you return to the provincial capital, Leng Rushi replies briskly. Absolutely. Chu Dongheng introduces both parties. After a round of pleasantries, they all board the vehicle heading towards the disaster-stricken area. Their first stop is at a site where the destruction is most severe. The scene is chaotic. The affected residents can only take refuge in tents provided from above. Several excavators are clearing away the debris. This area bears the brunt of the devastation, with Mayor Yan Dongfu personally overseeing the operations. It is a bustling scene. Yet, the hustle and bustle feels deeply ironic. Chu Dongheng muses. Observing Chu Dongheng directing 2 television staff to capture footage, Yan Dongfu approaches him. Comrade Secretary, the footage is for the provincial station, right? That day, Leng Rushi and her team came with the provincial secretary. The town's officials likely have some recollection, Yan Dongfu states. Yes, there's no choice. They insisted on gathering news from my jurisdiction, and I am powerless to refuse, Chu Dongheng replies, his expression one of resignation. Mayor Du Jie, what are your thoughts on this scene of devastation? Chu Dongheng gestures towards the disarray before them. The primary issue was the failure to anticipate the intensity of this flood. Our preparations were insufficient. As the mayor, I bear an undeniable responsibility, Yan Dongfu admits, somewhat abashed. Chu Dongheng refrains from responding and instead turns to Du Lifeng. What do you think, Du Jie? What the mayor says is not without merit. Additionally, the buildings are quite old, having suffered from years of neglect once the water surged. They collapsed. Du Lifeng adds as a supplement to Mayor Yan Dongfu's statement. You are addressing a natural phenomenon, yet the root cause lies in poverty. The common folk are too impoverished. If they had the means to construct sturdy homes, would we be confronted with this devastation before us today? Change is imperative. Chu Dongheng exclaims passionately. This topic weighs heavily upon them, and a profound silence envelopes the trio, leaving them momentarily speechless. Mayor, this area is slated for reconstruction. I have an idea we should discuss, Chu Dongheng proposes to Yan Dongfu. Go ahead. Yan Dongfu responds, his expression one of anticipation. This area is also set for rebuilding. Notice how there are no structures in sight. We ought to create a main thoroughfare here. The plan should include a dual 6-lane road, with buildings on either side set at a width of 8 meters. Every 100 to 200 meters, there should be intersections. Chu Dongheng articulates his vision with great enthusiasm. Yan Dongfu and Du Lifeng listen, taken aback by his ambitious ideas. My goodness! Are you proposing a city-level infrastructure? They exclaim. Incredulous. If Chu Dongheng's plan were to materialize, the width of this street, including sidewalks and paths for the visually impaired, would exceed 60 meters. While it is impossible to directly demolish and rebuild the existing structures, given the current circumstances, it is indeed feasible, and it will undoubtedly succeed. Trust me. Chu Dongheng insists. Invigorated by his vision. The mayor and deputy mayor, Yan Dongfu and Du Lifeng, find themselves rendered speechless by his audacity. Trust you? And where will the funding come from? They retort skeptically. The mayor suggested, let us divide our tasks here. As I have just arrived, I may not be of much assistance in directing the matters at hand. Therefore, I will familiarize myself with the town's circumstances over the next few days and subsequently devise a plan for discussion. He then addressed Du Lifeng, Sister Du. I kindly request that you prepare a list of the current personnel in the town along with their detailed information, including temporary workers. Both Yan Dongfu and Du Lifeng had no objections, for overall coordination was indeed Yan Dongfu's responsibility, and personnel matters fell under Du Lifeng's purview. Cold Ruoshang and her colleagues had already captured the essence of this area. As the three women engaged in lively gossip, Chu Dongheng surveyed his surroundings. Lu Qing, the publicity committee member, inquired about the recent conversation between Du Lifeng and Secretary Chu, noticing their fervor. Du Lifeng recounted Chu Dongheng's vision for the land. To which Lu Qing responded with skepticism. Cold journalist, you are from the provincial city, do you know much about Secretary Chu? Is his idea truly feasible? Du Lifeng could not help but ask. Not extensively, but from your description, do you believe Secretary Chu's vision lacks plausibility? Cold Ruoshang replied, observing their incredulous expressions. You would do well to put your faith in him, for he will undoubtedly pursue his plans with success, and following him will present boundless opportunities. The people of Guyu town are indeed fortunate. Cold Ruoshang asserted earnestly. Is that so? Would I deceive you? She continued, it seems you have little understanding of Chu Dongheng. Had you known him better, you would not be asking such questions. Collaborate with him, and you shall not regret it, otherwise, you may find yourself regretting the contrary. Yan Dongfu, overhearing this, felt a surge of concern. He had not anticipated such trust in Chu Dongheng from those in the provincial city. It appeared he could no longer entertain petty schemes. Perhaps this was an opportunity for him. It was improbable for someone in their 30s to ascend to the position of mayor without possessing substantial capability. His political acumen was evidently sharper than that of Du Lifeng and her peers. Lu Qing and Du Lifeng seemed more inclined towards gossip than work. Cold journalist. Do share more about Secretary Chu to inspire our admiration. Lu Qing prompted. Do you know what people in the provincial city call Chu Dongheng? They refer to him as Jiangdong's foremost secretary, also known as Chu Shuangjue. The title of Jiangdong's foremost secretary is quite understandable, as he serves as the secretary to the provincial party committee. But what of Chu Shuangjue? Is it any wonder that women are perpetually captivated by gossip? He is irresistibly handsome, to the point of causing environmental pollution when he walks the streets. He is also exceptionally talented, a master's graduate, truly a dual prodigy. Cold Ruoshang regarded them with disdain, implying that they were too remote to be unaware of such information. Lu Qing and Du Lifeng, initially astonished, burst into laughter. How exaggerated. This is indeed the grandest of gossip. What brings you such joy? Let us get to work and strive to complete the documentation of the town today. Unbeknownst to Chu Dongheng, he was the subject of their gossip. Yet, his arrival had somewhat tempered their chatter. Chu Dongheng and Cold Ruoshang continued to capture images until past 5 in the afternoon, documenting every establishment in the town, even hastily consuming their lunch. Chu Dongheng instructed Lu Qing and Du Lifeng to cooperate as he contemplated his plans. Time was of the essence. The preliminary plan must be finalized before the disaster reconstruction commenced, for once certain buildings were erected, dismantling them would become problematic. A town that cannot manage itself brings great embarrassment. He is acutely aware that the town officials harbor doubts about him, primarily due to his youth. At merely 23 years of age, and with a delicate appearance that makes him resemble a lad of 18 or 19, it is no wonder that skepticism surrounds him. He must swiftly present a comprehensive plan and, if necessary, push forward with determination, for without such action, achieving success within the allocated time frame will be challenging. Within the town, he has already conceived a vague outline of his vision. Tomorrow, he shall turn his attention to the surrounding villages. Though the flood has ravaged this area, the process of rebuilding should be relatively straightforward. Every situation must be viewed from both perspectives. Chapter 34 The amusing anecdotes of Chu Dongheng. Chu Dongheng instructed Lu Qing to arrange accommodations for Leng Rushuang and herself at the guest house, as they were to dine at the cafeteria shortly. In his office, he expressed a desire to gain insight into certain individuals and matters concerning the town committee and government, indicating that he sought assistance. Chu Dongheng preferred to consult women, believing their penchant for gossip and lesser depth of guile would be advantageous. As he observed, the town was relatively impoverished, a situation somewhat tied to internal strife. His predecessor, Secretary Sun, was elderly and favored stability during the vacancy of the mayoral position. Deputy Secretary Chong Lingsen and Executive Deputy Mayor Bai Chong were embroiled in a fierce rivalry akin to a cockfight. Secretary Sun doubted their capabilities to expand the town's prospects and thus placed his hopes on the younger Mayor Yen, who had the backing of the then county head, Hua Jicheng. However, the internal struggles persisted, with covert maneuverings ongoing. Du Lifeng remarked on the town's lack of economic development, noting that these two men, not in their youth, had fallen out of favor with the county committee, leading to a stagnation among the local leadership. Lu Qing added to this observation. Chu Dongheng recognized that the town's poverty was the root of its troubles, with a significant portion of salaries reliant on county subsidies, leaving little for other funding needs. A weighty sense of responsibility bore down upon him as a party member. He understood that if he failed, replacing him would be exceedingly difficult. Despite the support he enjoyed from Provincial Secretary Kong Chaolin and County Committee member Hua Jicheng, that evening, the group gathered in a private dining room at the cafeteria. As the recent flooding made outdoor dining impossible, the cafeteria's offerings were derived from supplies provided by higher authorities. Mayor Yan Dongfu was also summoned to join them. As drinks flowed, the conversation became lively. The men indulged in white liquor while the women sipped beer, leading to an animated exchange of banter. The women, older than Chu Dongheng, exhibited an unyielding curiosity. Lu Qing, the publicity committee member, encouraged Leng Rushuang to indulge in some gossip about Chu Dongheng. Why don't you share your impressions of him or what information you wish to hear? She teased, deliberately piquing their interest. Cold Rushuang hinted at unfinished discussions from earlier, suggesting that many young women were likely vying for his attention, questioning how he could earn the title of Chu Shuangjue, the dual excellence of Chu. Lu Qing displayed a keen eagerness to hear more. Oh, so you all have been gossiping about me today. What is there to gossip about? Don't let Leng tease you, Chu Dongheng interjected. He raised his glass to toast with Yan Dongfu, Feng Jiong, and the driver, dismissing their frivolous chatter. Drinks are welcome. But I also want to hear the gossip, Yan Dongfu quipped. Come on, you, a grown man, are indulging in gossip too. Your gossip is unique and of great value. Leng Rushuang chimed in, urging him on. Chu Dongheng's reputation soared throughout the provincial capital and Jiangdong. Discussions in political circles predominantly revolved around him. Your local information is exceedingly closed off, Cold Rushuang remarked, adopting the guise of a Fokwai sage. Does Secretary Chu wish to know how the outside world speaks of you? Honestly, I'm not aware, Chu Dongheng chuckled, acknowledging that he could not prevent such discussions. Cold Rushuang continued to address Lu Qing's previous question. The young ladies from the provincial capital were nearly at the provincial committee's doorstep in their eagerness. I must inform you that this individual tends to maintain a low profile regarding personal matters. Have you ever seen him in the newspapers or on television? I presume not. Few have encountered him in person, yet nearly all have heard of the legends surrounding him. Is it truly that exaggerated? I am unaware of such tales, stammered Chu Dongheng, feeling somewhat awkward. Of course, it is true. Do you know how you earned the title of Chu's dual excellence? Cold Ruosheng remarked, gazing at Chu Dongheng. How did that come to be? Chu Dongheng inquired with curiosity. Do you recall the incident at Tiani Pavilion? Cold Ruosheng chuckled. Cold reporter. Do share the story about Tiani Pavilion, interjected Yan Dongfu. Everyone turned their attention to Yan Dongfu, surprised that even men could indulge in such gossip. Gossip transcends gender. Please continue. Yan Dongfu cleared his throat. It is said that our esteemed Chu was dining at Tiani Pavilion with his girlfriend one day, enjoying a romantic evening. Amidst their tender exchanges, one must remember that Chu possesses unparalleled charm, so one wonders what his girlfriend must be like. Cold Ruosheng intentionally paused. Undoubtedly. She is exceptionally beautiful. Du Lifeng chimed in. Moreover, to describe her as a beauty that could shatter flowers and moonlight, or cause fish to sink and geese to fall, would not be an exaggeration, Cold Ruosheng elaborated. Chu Dongheng coughed. Please refrain from coughing, it disrupts our listening pleasure, Cold urged. This time, it was Feng Jitong's turn to support the narrative. Goodness. This man is no less gossipy than a woman. Cold Ruosheng took a sip of beer to clear her throat. After their meal, they were bound to either return home or find a more romantic setting to continue their discussions about life. As they strolled through the corridor, they encountered 5 individuals, one of whom was particularly noteworthy. Who? The group inquired. By the heavens. This reporter possesses a remarkable storytelling ability, and these individuals seem quite cooperative. Cold Ruosheng continued, that individual can be described as a significant menace in Zhongming City, known as Gao Quan. Gao Quan is the scion of the Tiongao Group in Zhongming City, the nephew of the Secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission, Gao Shilong. He has caused considerable distress among young women and has been known to brazenly snatch wives from husbands, even being implicated in a homicide case. Yet no one dares to investigate him. Cold Ruosheng paused, leaving the audience anxious for more. Now, consider this, Gao Quan and Chu are complete strangers. Yet upon seeing Chu's stunning girlfriend, he could not resist, and attempted to seize her. However, Chu was not one to be trifled with. And in a fit of righteous anger for his beloved, he swiftly dispatched the 5 assailants, placing his foot upon Gao Quan's chest. It was a humiliation the likes of which Gao Quan had never experienced. Though immobilized, he remained audacious, the crowd surrounding them, all familiar with Gao Quan, observed. While only Chu and his girlfriend were oblivious to his notoriety. The onlookers began to murmur, each contributing to the narrative of Gao Quan's misdeeds. Neither party received assistance. Yet there were always a few dim-witted individuals, such as the owner of Tiani Pavilion, who commanded Chu to release Gao Quan and even called the police to apprehend him. How absurd. With a single call to the chief of the Zhongming City Police, Chu had those troublemakers arrested. In the moment, someone finally connected the dots regarding the information about the esteemed Chu, revealing that the individual who had just brutally assaulted Gao Quan was none other than Zhongdong's foremost secret. Consequently, a nickname was bestowed upon our esteemed Chu, Chu Shuangjue, as a tribute to his efforts in ridding the populace of malevolence. The crowd erupted in delight. Yet, as Cold as Frost noted, how much of it was genuine. Feng Xiong observed silently, questioning whether the others believed Cold as Frost had exaggerated. The crowd remained silent. But their glances betrayed an unspoken agreement with Feng Xiong's sentiments. Her assertions held truth, for the accounts from those present at the scene were unanimous. If in doubt, one could inquire with Chu himself. Moreover, this was merely a minor incident, just a casual display of Chu's prowess, with far greater revelations yet to come. There is more? Elaborate, urged the crowd eagerly. Feng Xiong cast a sidelong glance at Cold as Frost, took a sip from his wine glass, embodying the demeanor of an enigmatic sage. Choosing silence, thus implying that it was Cold as Frost's turn to speak. Chu Dongheng felt a sense of resignation. Chapter 35 A Curious Tales of Chu Dongheng 2 Alcohol. When consumed at the right moment, can indeed give rise to stories. With a hint of inebriation, Leng Rushuang became the center of attention, encouraging the crowd to engage further. She was eager to divulge more. Let me kindly remind you, should you fail to cooperate with the esteemed Chu, your demise shall be a consequence of your own folly. You have no idea how many individuals in the provincial capital desire to make the acquaintance of Chu, and how many wish to walk alongside him, even I, your sister. Find myself tempted. She exclaimed with a playful tone. Does this relate to the previous tale? The crowd inquired. Leng Rushuang cast a knowing glance at them, her delicate hand striking the table. Of course it is related. How else could I make you understand? It would be a waste of my goodwill. You must know that the events of the following morning unfolded precisely because of what I just recounted. The director of the police department stormed into the city police station to apprehend Gao Kuan, brandishing a firearm, and the situation escalated dramatically. Secretary Com of the provincial committee was infuriated and promptly convened an expanded meeting of the standing committee, summarily dismissing both the secretary of the political and legal affairs committee of Jiangming and the director of the provincial police department, and had Gao Kuan apprehended once more. Such a gratifying turn of events. The previous incident barely scratched the surface of the prowess of our esteemed Chu. During the standing committee meeting, while casually discussing the development zone, opposition arose. Do you know whose brainchild the development zone is? It is none other than our Chu. The elderly naysayers in the committee leapt to oppose him, yet Chu single-handedly challenged the entire assembly, engaging in a war of words, of course, excluding the provincial secretary and the governor. In that meeting, Chu exuded a scholarly demeanor, brimming with charisma, as he pointedly addressed the issues at hand. At that moment, a female vice-governor named Mei Xiaobing, who was somewhat supportive of Chu, advised, "Brother, remain low-key." Do you know what our esteemed Chu replied? Take a guess. Observing the crowd's puzzled expressions brought a sense of satisfaction to Leng Rushuang. It is entirely normal that you cannot fathom it. Chu's mindset is beyond your imagination. She paused, tantalizing the audience, then with a sigh, she recounted Chu's words, "Sister, I too wish to be low-key, but my capabilities do not permit it." As she spoke, she mimicked Chu Dongheng's posture, standing with her hands behind her back and gazing skyward. The crowd gaped at Chu Dongheng in astonishment. He could only offer a wry smile. The absurdity of it all left him exasperated. To say such a thing is truly astonishing. She teased, "Are you all startled? Leng, it seems you have not yet finished," duly remarked, eyeing Leng Rushuang. Clearly, they were delving deep into the narrative. You see, the provincial committee's data center is a place that no one wishes to visit. Furthermore, the policy research office was once a place everyone sought to escape. However, ever since it became known that our esteemed Chu enjoys visiting the data center, they have transferred someone from there to the first secretarial office. Now, Chu presides over the provincial research office. Consequently, both the data center and the research office are claiming to be involved, even going so far as to leverage connections to gain entry. What a turn of fate. Do you understand why I say your fortunes lie there? Moreover, the recent live broadcast during the flood was orchestrated by none other than Chu. Thus, the Department for Grassroots Organizations concluded, when Dongheng intervenes, it is bound to be of exceptional quality. Whether true or false, everyone applauded. Chu Dongheng could only accompany them with a bitter smile, resigned to the whims of fate. This young woman could easily become a detective. However, Chu Dongheng instructed that this is merely a story and should not be taken seriously or shared. After the gathering, she went to converse with Hua Yueran at the guest house. Following dinner, the mayor, Lu Qing, and Du Lifeng did not return home but instead sought a place to sip tea and digest the chilling information shared. Chu Dongheng's appointment as the party secretary of Guyu Town was anything but ordinary, as it was uncommon for a deputy division chief to take such a position in a town that had yet to warrant such high-level representation. The banquet left them yearning for more. Whether the tale of Leng Rushuang was true or false, it was evident that Chu Dongheng held considerable influence in the provincial capital. Mayor, I believe it is prudent for you to collaborate effectively with Chu Dongheng. He is not here to usurp your position. Moreover, he is unlikely to remain in the role of party secretary for an extended period. Perhaps Chu Dongheng can truly elevate our Guyu town, benefiting us all. Du Lifeng remarked. I concur, especially since he is quite handsome. Lu Qing added with a playful demeanor. Cut it out, you flat. Du Lifeng rolled her eyes in exasperation. My concern lies with Lao Chang and the others. If they secretly undermine him, it could spell trouble. Yan Dongfu expressed his apprehension. You need not worry about that. If those old-timers continue their antics, they might just find themselves retiring early. Chu Dongheng wouldn't be assigned here without some merit, Du Lifeng replied, her tone dismissive. Oh! How insightful! How could I have overlooked that? He comes from the provincial committee, Secretary Hua must be supporting him. Yan Dongfu exclaimed, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Meanwhile, Chong Lingsen and Bai Chong were also indulging in drinks. As the town's committee secretary, Chong Lingsen held the most promise for advancement, considering the mayor had only recently assumed office. Bai Chong had once been the front-runner for the mayoral position, only to be thwarted by Yan Dongfu, leaving him in a state of dissatisfaction. Thus, the two engaged in subtle machinations behind the scenes. Old Chong. I've heard this young man has significant connections. We must tread carefully, lest we find ourselves capsized by someone yet to fully mature. Bai Chong cautioned as he downed his drink. You need not fret. If any decisions arise, I will simply abstain. However, you should ensure that the workers you recruited do not get any ideas about tapping into relief funds. Some money is off limits, especially at this critical juncture, Chong Lingsen replied, pulling out a cigarette and offering one to Bai Chong before lighting one for himself and taking a deep drag. How credible is the rumor that Chu Dongheng will leave in 6 months? Chong Lingsen mused lightly. He is likely to depart, as he is still the secretary to the provincial committee and cannot remain here for an extended duration. I have also inquired with some acquaintances at the county committee. And there should be no mistake, Bai Chong assured him. Bai Chong sighed softly. What does it matter if he does not leave? What can he possibly change? Indeed. Last time when the party secretary was appointed, the municipal committee intervened, when Secretary Hua did not withdraw. Can this young man alter the municipal decisions? Should we align ourselves with him? Chong Lingsen replied helplessly. Even if we do not align ourselves, we likely cannot obstruct anything, and aligning with him would yield no benefits. After all, he has only been in Guyu for 6 months. What achievements could he possibly accomplish? Bai Chong lamented. We have no advantage in age. If we cannot advance further, we will be facing retirement in a few years, Chong Lingsen sighed with a sense of resignation. The main issue is that our development in Guyu is stagnant, and the county committee does not trust us at all. Do you think this young man might try to facilitate the development of Guyu before he departs? I have heard from some friends in the provincial capital that he possesses a modicum of ability. Bai Chong shared information he gathered from other sources. Today, he invited reporters from the provincial television station for a shoot. Does he have something in mind? Chong Lingsen inquired, looking at Bai Chong. He should have something planned. But whether it will be effective remains uncertain. After all, he lacks grassroots experience, and I have heard that he does not seek the limelight. However, without funding, everything is in vain, Bai Chong acknowledged. I hope he is not merely idling away, engaging in fruitless endeavors. His presence or absence will not make a significant difference in the post-disaster reconstruction efforts, Chong Lingsen concluded with a heavy sigh. Chapter 36, Conception. The following day, Chu Dongheng did not attend the meeting, opting instead to accompany Leng Rushuang and others on a photographic expedition. Their destination was various village committees. However, the driver, Chen Dingwa, informed them that the sedan could not navigate the village due to poor road conditions. Given the number of people, traveling by motorcycle was also impractical. Consequently, they resorted to employing a bulldozer that was currently clearing debris from a flood, a vehicle they had never previously experienced. Fortunately, Driver Chen Dingwa was well acquainted with the routes of the various villages, otherwise, completing their filming task would have been impossible. The state of the roads was dire, with some villages still featuring thatched cottages, and in areas further from the town, the electricity was non-existent, relying instead on kerosene lamps. Were the officials of Guyu town neglectful or indifferent to the plight of the common people? With such vast tracts of land, and the soil not particularly poor, how was it that the lives of these citizens continued to deteriorate year after year? Chu Dongheng felt a heavy weight on his heart. Had Secretary Kong already been aware of the conditions in Guyu town, prompting his deliberate assignment to this location? However, in this regard, Chu Dongheng was mistaken. While Kong Chaolin was indeed aware of the town's struggles, he was unaware of their severity. It is unreasonable to expect a provincial secretary to possess such intricate knowledge. After all, there are countless villages throughout Jiangdong, a staggering number. Just within Guyu town, there are over 60 natural villages and 14 administrative villages. The total population of Guyu town exceeds 110,000, marking it as a densely populated impoverished town. Addressing the food security of such a large population is no simple task, yet the level of poverty is striking, raising questions about the actions of the town's officials. After bidding farewell to Leng Rushuang and Feng Jiong, Chu Dongheng seized the opportunity to allocate some time to oversee the width of the streets reserved for reconstruction. While dedicating the majority of his time to visits, he needed to devise a comprehensive plan and design for the entire town, otherwise any prospects for development in Guyu town would likely be postponed for an extended period. He paid particular attention to ancient architecture. One day, he approached a distinctive, entirely wooden structure and heard a frail voice berating someone, seemingly scolding his grandson. Drawn by curiosity, Chu Dongheng stepped inside. The building was a traditional courtyard residence, featuring mortise and tenon construction, suggesting that the craftsmanship was a continuation of ancient traditions. In the courtyard, an elderly man was striking a young man, approximately 25 years of age, with a stick. Before the young man lay several completed miniature models of houses, diverse in design, while he was engaged in crafting others. Observing this, Chu Dongheng began to contemplate. "Greetings, elder. I could not resist entering upon seeing the remarkable architecture of your home, please forgive my intrusion." Chu Dongheng greeted the elderly man, who appeared to be around 80 but was remarkably spry. The elder, pleased to have someone admire his home, responded, "Young man, have you come here out of admiration?" Chu Dongheng felt a pang of embarrassment. He had not come for that reason but had stumbled upon the place by chance. "I did not come out of admiration but rather by coincidence. I chanced upon this residence, which boasts a pure wooden mortise and tenon structure and exceptional craftsmanship. Such buildings are indeed rare." Chu Dongheng replied, maintaining a respectful demeanor. The elderly man was somewhat disappointed that he did not know of Chu Dongheng's reputation. However, upon hearing Chu Dongheng speak of the ancient craftsmanship of the houses he created, he recognized him as a discerning individual, which brought him some relief. "You are indeed a connoisseur," the elder sighed. He instructed his grandson to pour a cup of tea for Chu Dongheng, and the two settled down to converse. The elderly gentleman, surnamed Su and named Zuming, aspired for the prosperity of his lineage. Learning that Chu Dongheng was the new secretary of the town's party committee, they struck up a conversation. From their dialogue, it became evident that the Su family was among the earliest settlers in the area, with their ancestry tracing back over 2 millennia. Due to the turmoil of war, their forebears had migrated as a family, having once served as royal architects. The houses were constructed based on ancestral blueprints. Though some of these documents had been damaged or lost, a few still remained. In this era, few held interest in such matters, and the elder felt a sense of urgency, fearing that in a century, there would be no one to carry on the legacy. Thus, he pressed his grandson to learn the craft, hoping that someone would preserve the traditional wooden architecture after him. Among his many grandchildren, it was Su Zhu who showed a glimmer of talent, a name bestowed upon him by the elder in hopes of continuing their ancestors' pure wooden mortise and tenon construction. Yet, Su Zhu's interests lay elsewhere. He believed that he could not earn substantial wealth from this trade and sought to work in the city for better financial prospects. Which led to the scene Chu Dongheng had just witnessed. After listening to the elder's aspirations, Chu Dongheng inquired, "Old Su, is it possible to pass on this ancient architecture?" "Why not? A few years ago, I recruited several apprentices, but they all left after a few months. Now, my grandfather is forcing me to learn." Su Zhu interjected before the elder could respond. "You are a man of great principle, Old Su." Chu Dongheng sighed. "Your dedication to this pure wooden mortise and tenon construction is commendable. This embodies the wisdom of our ancestors. It must not end in my hands." The elder spoke with a sense of desolation. "Brother Su, are you saying you are not learning this because it doesn't yield substantial profits?" Chu Dongheng asked Su Zhu. "Indeed. Many people go to the city to earn big money. Learning this craft won't bring in income. How can one support a family? Many from the Su family have gone to the city to earn a living, and I wish to do the same." Su Zhu spoke truthfully, yet found himself at odds with his grandfather's wishes. "Brother Su, I can help you earn a fortune, but you must master the craft." Chu Dongheng suddenly had a burst of inspiration. "Secretary Chu, please tell me more. I believe with my grandfather's guidance, I can surely succeed." Su Zhu's interest was piqued upon hearing that this craft could indeed lead to wealth. Chu Dongheng then proposed a plan to establish a craft company that not only constructs houses but also produces tables, chairs, dressing boxes, vanities, and other artisanal goods. "We can create these items, sell them in the city, or offer them to tourists when they visit, or even take custom orders," Chu Dongheng articulated, igniting Su Zhu's enthusiasm. Upon hearing this, elder Su felt a surge of excitement. If Chu Dongheng's plan were to succeed, not only would the wooden architecture be preserved, but it would also thrive and generate income. "Secretary Chu, do you believe this can truly succeed?" the elder asked eagerly. "Success is attainable, yet such craftsmanship has nearly vanished. People possess a certain curiosity for ancient artifacts, akin to the way one craves a plate of fresh greens after indulging in meat." Chu Dongheng provided a reassuring response to Elder Su. "The flower pavilion to the north of the town serves as the initial step for your practice. Restoring the flower pavilion, a testament to our cultural heritage, is essential. Behind the pavilion, additional structures can be erected using the Su family's wooden architecture, providing a venue for showcasing your finished products." Chu Dongheng has devised his own plans, viewing this wooden architectural endeavor as his first breakthrough. In truth, he does not currently require political achievements. When the time is right, he will be promoted by the authorities. His primary concern lies in the impoverished conditions of the villages he visits, many of which lack even basic lighting. As the secretary to the provincial committee as Secretary Kong, he hopes to garner some respect by appealing to various departments, for opportunities may not present themselves again. Within 6 months, he is determined to produce a comprehensive plan for Guyu Town, executing it with resolute efficiency. Support from the county party secretary is sufficient. Especially with the esteemed provincial secretary backing him, he possesses leadership resources that others lack. Chapter 37 Vision 2 in the ensuing days. Apart from convening the standing committee to ascertain the progress of reconstruction, Chu Dongheng traversed every road, alley, and village. On occasion, he encountered a few petty hooligans and local bullies, engaging in altercations that he swiftly quelled, causing many ruffians to flee at the mere mention of his name. Each time he ventured out, Chen Dingwa, who accompanied him, was filled with trepidation. Thus, 10 days elapsed, and under the guidance of the town officials, many residents of Guyu Town began participating in the construction of their community. Meanwhile, Chu Dongheng settled into his office, embarking on his grand vision for the development of Guyu Town. His absence from the streets left the townsfolk somewhat unsettled, as they frequently inquired about Secretary Chu's activities. Unbeknownst to him, he was deeply engrossed in the town's development plan. Firstly, the support for enterprises in Guyu Town. Su Zhu's traditional mortise and tenon wooden architecture was chosen as the inaugural project. 2 construction companies were required, primarily responsible for the road construction in each village. 1 stone company to supply materials, and 1 transportation company. Village-level enterprises, to be advanced through the collaboration of 2 or more village committees. Would include the establishment of a vegetable base, multiple fruit bases, and 2 food processing factories, along with a team for construction. Currently, Guyu Town lacked recognition. Attracting investment in such a backward township was unrealistic, necessitating the initial support of a select group. Secondly, personnel allocation. The town mayor and deputy mayor would serve in the village committees, establishing party organizations within the companies to supervise operations and guide the villagers. The shortfall would be addressed by recruiting local university graduates, numbering between 8 to 10, with a tenure of 3 to 5 years in the village committees. Thirdly, regarding funding. Participants in the enterprises would contribute their own resources, while the remaining funds would be sourced through bank loans. Striving for an interest rate reduced to 50% of the original. The town government would provide guarantees. Land transfer fees would still be collected, though tax rates could be more flexible. In total, there should be about 25 enterprises, with an average loan of 1 million sufficient for each, necessitating a total of 25 million for road construction, initially dirt paths, followed by asphalt, and eventually cement roads. Thus, Chu Dongheng remained cloistered for 3 full days, even sacrificing time with Huayuran in the evenings. He resembled a master in seclusion, diligently refining his craft. Finally, the comprehensive development plan for Guyu Town, encompassing over 30,000 words, was completed. It was, indeed, a more arduous task than drafting speeches for the provincial secretary. Little Chu, I heard you were in seclusion. Have you emerged? Came Zhao Zafang's jovial voice over the phone. The secretary chuckled, just finalizing a plan, I've just finished. Chu Dongheng replied somewhat sheepishly. The policies and regulations for the development zone are nearly ready, you must return to keep an eye on things. The standing committee still needs to discuss and approve it. All right, I will return to the provincial capital tomorrow. I'll take the opportunity to report my Guyu 3.5 plan to Secretary Hua and Secretary Kong. After hanging up with Secretary Zhao, Chu Dongheng couldn't help but smile wryly. It seemed the town party would reconvene for discussion, which was fortuitous. Reporting to Secretary Hua and Secretary Kong first would be wise, lest he be caught off guard if the 2 influential figures opposed his plan. It appears that a trip to the county town is not feasible today. I shall postpone it until tomorrow morning. The following day. There is no need for any special arrangements, as the mayor will be present. Chu Dongheng summoned driver Chen Dingwa to set off for Hafan County. Once on the expressway, Chu Dongheng retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Director Zheng, is Secretary Hua in the county town? If so, does he have time? I wish to report to Secretary Hua in an hour. Chu Dongheng's secretary, Zheng Jiani, took the call. Hello, Director Chu. Secretary Hua is in the office. He has instructed that if you come over, you may do so directly. Zheng Jiani replied with enthusiasm. Few dare to assert themselves in front of Chu Dongheng, especially when dealing with the secretary of the county committee. Thank you, Director Zheng. Chu Dongheng responded with a smile. Returning to the provincial capital, Secretary Hua inquired from his office. Yesterday, the secretary called to inform me that the policies and regulations for the development zone have been finalized, and I need to return to the provincial capital to discuss them with the research office before presenting them to the provincial standing committee for approval. This matter also falls under my responsibility. I have prepared a 3.5 development plan for Guyu Town, and I wish to brief you on it, Chu Dongheng stated earnestly. In the office, the workflow must be adhered to. Informalities could lead to misunderstandings. Oh, I heard you have been secluded for several days working on this. It must be a significant undertaking. I eagerly anticipate it, Secretary Hua remarked with a smile. Chu Dongheng rubbed his nose, acknowledging that the matter had been exaggerated in circulation. It is not as grand as it sounds. I simply observed Guyu Town, where the populace suffers from poverty. I drafted a plan to see if it could initiate some change. As he spoke, Chu Dongheng produced a notebook from his bag and handed it to Secretary Hua, revealing his 3-5 development plan for Guyu town. He had printed several copies before his departure. You are the first to review this plan, and I welcome your feedback. The town's party organization is unaware of its contents. I intended to present it at the town committee meeting today before reporting to you. However, given the urgency of the provincial committee's development zone policies, I propose that if you have no objections, we present it at the town committee meeting for further discussion and refinement. Chu Dongheng remained modest, as humility is a virtue one must uphold. It must be said that Chu Dongheng's writing skills are commendable. The content is a product of his thorough exploration of the entire town, ensuring it is substantive. As Secretary Hua perused the pages, he became increasingly captivated. With each turn of the page, he was astonished. A person without grassroots experience could produce such an impeccable development plan, truly a genius. The plan is indeed tailored for Guyu, crafted with its actual circumstances in mind, making it highly feasible. He need not inquire about the authenticity or origin of this plan, only Chu Dongheng could conceive it. Excellent, excellent, excellent. This is remarkable, Secretary Hua exclaimed, uttering 3 praises in succession. Upon hearing this, Chu Dongheng felt reassured. With Secretary Hua's endorsement, he could confidently seek financial support from the county government. It seems you have thoroughly explored Guyu town, otherwise, you would not possess such familiarity with its industrial landscape. After watching the performance, Hua Jicheng addressed Chu Dongheng, remarking, "Indeed, the dogs in Guyu village do not bark at me." In a somewhat proud manner, Chu Dongheng replied, "Secretary Hua, I am eager to return to the provincial capital. I shall forego reporting to the county mayor since there has yet to be a discussion at the town party committee." "Very well. You may return to the provincial capital. I shall convey the necessary information to the county committee. Should you have any requirements regarding your work in Guyu, feel free to express them. And I will do my utmost to accommodate your needs," Hua Jicheng assured him. He noted that the aspects of the plan requiring funding from the county committee were minimal and quite feasible, leading him to believe the proposal was impeccable. Should Chu Dongheng's plan come to fruition, it would significantly enhance his political achievements and could serve as a model for promotion across various townships. After requesting Chen Dingwa to escort him to the county bus station, Chu Dongheng instructed him to return to Guyu while he himself purchased a ticket back to the provincial capital. Chapter 38, Planning. Shortly after Chu Dongheng departed, Hua Jicheng dialed his daughter Hua Yueren's number. "Dad, is there something you need?" came Hua Yueren's voice from the other end. "Shaoran, are you aware that Chu Dongheng is returning to the provincial capital today?" "Yes. He mentioned it to me yesterday. I have no classes this afternoon, so I'll go to the station to pick him up shortly. Is everything all right?" "Nothing to worry about, just make sure to fetch him. He currently lacks transportation, so your assistance is appreciated." After ending the call, Hua Jicheng felt a strong urge to present Guyu's planning document for immediate discussion at the standing committee meeting. However, he restrained himself, knowing he could not disclose its contents until Chu Dongheng had reported to the provincial party secretary. He feared the displeasure of Secretary Kong could lead to dire consequences. Previously, he had consented to Zhao Zafang's suggestion for his daughter to meet with Chu Dongheng merely to placate Zhao. Now, however, he was eager to see his daughter wed Chu Dongheng at the earliest opportunity. He arrived in the provincial capital shortly after 1 o'clock. Upon exiting the station, he spotted Hua Yueren waiting by the car. He rushed over and enveloped her in a warm embrace. Seeing Chu Dongheng's gaunt face pained Hua Yueren's heart, prompting her to shed her reserve and return the hug. When Chu Dongheng attempted to steal a kiss, she playfully pushed him away and delivered a light punch. After enjoying a meal together, it was already 2:30 in the afternoon when Hua Yueren escorted him to the provincial committee. There was no need for an announcement as Chu Dongheng entered to meet Kong Chaolin. The secretary's office was temporarily under the supervision of Shen Xueqing, whom he had arranged to be there. In the office were 2 prominent figures, Provincial Party Secretary Kong Chaolin and Secretary General Zhao Zafang. Secretary General, both present. Chu Dongheng greeted them. I've heard you have been in seclusion, diligently crafting a significant work. I was eager to witness it, and upon learning of your arrival, I made it a point to wait for you. Zhao Zefang remarked, adding, it is said in Zhongdong, when Dongheng takes action, it is bound to be a masterpiece. Such idle chatter among friends in the martial world should not be taken to heart. Chu Dongheng replied with a self-deprecating smile. From his bag, he produced 2 copies of the Guyu 3.5 planning document and handed them to Kong Chaolin and Zhao Zefang. He also provided one to Secretary Hua when passing through Hafan County. We can discuss those reports later, he added. Remarkable. You've only been in Guyu town for less than a month, yet you've managed to grasp the situation and devise such a pragmatic plan. It appears you have exerted considerable effort. Kong Chaolin remarked after reviewing the document, raising it slightly to emphasize his point. Oh no, not this again. Chu Dongheng lamented internally. Without addressing the core issue of Guyu's poverty, any additional misfortunes will inevitably afflict the local populace. I visited the village with the provincial television station to document the conditions there, intending to commemorate my tenure and compare the changes. However, we could only access the village by bulldozer due to the lack of roads. The village is quite distant from the town, and it still lacks proper lighting, he continued. Consequently, I entrusted the majority of the reconstruction efforts to the local officials and made it a point to familiarize myself with every aspect of the town. Guyu is, after all, the town, and somewhat remote, attracting capital investment seems an impossible endeavor. For development to occur, reliance must be placed on the local populace. However, the citizens lack the insight, awareness, and methodologies necessary for modern economic advancement, necessitating guidance and direction from the government. They are devoid of contemporary enterprise management techniques yet find themselves in need of bank loans, leaving them uncertain. Hence, I propose establishing a party organization within their companies, which are reliant on loans, to provide them with guidance and management. A span of 3 to 5 years is essential. During this period, the town will not approve the establishment of similar or competitive enterprises, ensuring they can earn profits to repay their debts. Thereafter, their development and transformation will depend on their own endeavors and opportunities. With 3 to 5 years at their disposal, they should attain the competence of professional managers. Moreover, the timing is opportune, as the recent flood has rendered destruction unnecessary. We can proceed directly with restructuring. Chu Dongheng articulated his vision with fervor. The 2 provincial leaders nodded in agreement. Despite their impassive expressions, they were internally taken aback. After all, they were seasoned figures, accustomed to numerous experiences, which allowed them to remain composed, though they could have easily erupted in applause. The rumors circulating in the community were indeed accurate. Dongheng's endeavors were bound to yield excellence. Secretary General Zhao Zefang continued to jest with Chu Dongheng, urging him to wrap up his tasks promptly. Kong Chaolin assured him of his unwavering support for the Guyu plan. Secretary General, I will delve into the research over there. Chu Dongheng had already notified the personnel for the study to be ready. Once he departed, Kong Chaolin inquired of Zhao Zefang about his thoughts on the plan. What a talent! Despite lacking any grassroots experience, he has remarkably devised a tailored development path for Guyu in such a short time, truly impressive. Zhao Zefang praised without reservation. The timing for restructuring is impeccably precise. Kong Chaolin remarked, expressing concern that this promising individual should not linger too long in such a small place. We must give him a push. Isn't there a recent report concerning a standing committee vice mayor awaiting approval? Let Comrade Hua Jicheng, the secretary of Hafan County, take on that role and strive to advance this plan. Kong Chaolin resolved. Secretary General, please inform Comrades Jia Huai and Rishian, along with Comrade Liu Dianqi from the organization department, to convene for a discussion. Zhao Zefang inwardly rebuked Hua Jicheng, reflecting on the absurdity of his rapid advancement. Barely 2 years since his last promotion. Some people are truly infuriating. One must question the fairness of fate. Chu Dongheng remained oblivious to these sentiments, knowing that such matters were beyond his purview. Nevertheless, he had penned a speech that elevated him to the role of secretary to the provincial committee, and now a town's plan had propelled a county secretary to a deputy department-level position. Fortunate indeed was he to have such a solid foundation. Comrade Chaolin, has your secretary returned with a bomb? Let us not be left in a daze, joked Governor Zhang Jiehui as he entered the room, engaging Kong Chaolin in light-hearted banter. Deputy Secretary Guo and Organization Minister Liu Dianqi had arrived earlier, enjoying tea, still unclear about the purpose of their summons. Upon hearing Governor Zhang Jiehui's jest, they suddenly grasped the situation. The governor seems remarkably well informed. That rascal just returned a few hours ago, and you've already received the news. Kong Chaolin doesn't mind the retort. Your secretary has quite a reputation, it's impossible not to keep an eye on his every move. Otherwise, should he unleash a trump card, it would surely send shockwaves through Jiangdong. Better to be prepared than to be caught off guard. Zhang Jiehui continues the banter, noting that Jiangdong has become excessively tranquil, but little upheaval wouldn't hurt. Kong Chaolin remarks that the Secretary General should provide some insights into the development plan for Guyu Town. Fortunately, when Chu Dongheng returned, he had several copies made. Well then, I shall peruse the masterpiece of Jiangdong's foremost secretary, Zhang Jiehui declares as he flips through the pages. Everyone is engrossed in their reading. Anything endorsed by the provincial party secretary is bound to be of considerable merit. Kong Chaolin and Zhao Zafang leisurely sip their tea. No wonder this old fellow is so pleased with himself. This plan is indeed remarkable. If successfully implemented, not only will Guyu benefit, but the entire economic landscape of Jiangdong County's towns will flourish, and grassroots initiatives will progress smoothly. They've chosen a secretary with genuine talent, no wonder he is so smug, it's enough to incite envy. Zhang Jiehui muses to himself. At that moment, I thought you dispatched Chu Dongheng to Guyu because you doubted the local officials' management of disaster relief funds. It seems you had quite another scheme in mind. Truly a cunning old fox. Zhang Jiehui lifts his gaze to Kong Chaolin. Indeed, what can I say? Kong Chaolin replies. Your envy is futile, that secretary is mine. So do not harbor any misguided intentions. He relishes Zhang Jiehui's envious expression. In due time, I shall assign my secretary to the base for training. I will borrow yours for a while. Zhang Jiehui states earnestly. Don't even think about it. Kong Chaolin knows Zhang Jiehui would never actually do such a thing. But he cannot afford to leave even a sliver of opportunity unguarded. The other three observed the two leaders of the provincial committee jokingly vying for a deputy secretary. Feeling both amused and exasperated, but if word of this were to leak, it would surely cause an uproar. Chapter 39, The Promotion of Wajiching. What do you all think of the development plan for Guyu Town? Kong Chaolin inquired, sipping his tea leisurely. The plan could be deemed flawless, yet its implementation poses certain challenges. The crux lies in whether the officials in Guyu can execute it without compromise, expressed Evaluation Minister Liu Dianqi. Even Guo Rishuan, who typically clashed with Chu Dongheng, found no faults to point out. We certainly cannot have our provincial committee stationed there. For that would be akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito, remarked Governor Zhang Jiehui dismissively. The initiative must come from Hafan County. And we can reach out to Xinglin City to garner their robust support, suggested Deputy Secretary Guo Rishuan gently. Kong Chaolin took another sip of tea and said, I commend Comrade Rishuan's perspective. After much discussion without arriving at a clear theme, a palpable sense of discontent lingered among them. This was not characteristic of Kong Chaolin. Governor Zhang Jiehui felt this sentiment keenly. Comrade Chaolin, why don't you enlighten us? You must have a plan by now. For the provincial committee, Guyu Town is a minor issue, merely share your suggestions, and we can express our positions. My personal recommendation aligns with Comrade Rishuan's, though I would like to add a few points. Recently, there was a report regarding a standing committee member and deputy mayor from Xinglin City who had yet to be approved. I believe it would be beneficial for Comrade Wu Jicheng to simultaneously assume the role of deputy mayor, facilitating smoother communication and collaboration with the Xinglin municipal government, Kong Chaolin concluded. Upon hearing this, everyone internally acknowledged his cunning. It was no wonder the organization minister had been prepared, waiting for this moment. Zhao Zafang and El Denchi remained indifferent, as the work would proceed regardless of who undertook it, as long as it was executed effectively. Governor Zhang Jiehuai, however, had more layered thoughts. He was content with whatever figure was proposed, knowing they would ultimately serve him. Ha. Zhang Jiehuai chuckled inwardly, enjoying the moment. The only one feeling disgruntled was Guo Rishuan, irritated by Kong Chaolin's sudden involvement in personnel matters. He was acutely aware that the provincial deputy secretary oversaw personnel transfers, feeling his power gradually slipping away. Who could he blame? The previous expanded standing committee meeting had been an attempt by Wu Yishun, the head of the Legal Inspection Committee, to undermine the provincial secretary and showcase their influence, aiming to instill a sense of caution in Kong Chaolin regarding their power. This was the aftermath. Ha, I have no objections, Governor Zhang Jiehuai said casually, adding, Comrade Wu Jicheng from Hafeng possesses commendable abilities. He is a young, level-headed cadre who understands the bigger picture. Deputy Secretary Guo Rishuan recognized that the decision had been made. The top leaders of the provincial committee and government had reached a consensus. Even if he opposed, the vote would be 2-1. The organization minister would certainly not oppose Kong Chaolin. Governor Zhang Jiehuai seemed to be appeasing Kong Chaolin, which only deepened his own sense of unease. In truth, the governor's comment about Wu Jicheng's competence was pointedly directed at him. Xinglin City had a vacancy for a standing committee deputy mayor, and the proposed candidate was a subordinate from R, already in his 50s, nearing 60, despite his questionable capability. The provincial committee has been delaying the approval, and this individual was recommended by Deputy Secretary Guo Rishuan, who seeks to manipulate the committee for his own gain. Ultimately, it has benefited Wu Jicheng. Hello, Secretary General. What instructions do you have? Came the cheerful voice of Wu Jicheng over the phone. It is rare for a leader from the provincial committee to make a call, and he discerned Zhao Zafang's tone was jubilant, as he shared the closest rapport with Zhao among the provincial standing committee members. No specific instructions, merely extending my congratulations, Zhao Zafang subtly conveyed. Congratulations? Pray tell. What is the cause for my delight? Wu Jicheng inquired. Did Chu Dongheng not present you with the Guyu 3.5 development plan while passing through Hafeng? Zhao Zafang asked. Indeed. The plan is quite commendable, a positive development. Wu Jicheng responded with a chuckle. Incorrect. That is of little significance. You have received a promotion, Zhao Zafang remarked with a hint of envy. Promotion? I am perplexed. I have only served as the secretary of the Hafeng County Committee for nearly 2 years. Wu Jicheng replied, bewildered. You did not see this coming, did you? This is not a conventional promotion. The provincial committee just deliberated and decided to appoint you as the vice mayor of Xinglin City while concurrently serving as the secretary of Hafeng County Committee. A deputy department level position, my friend. Quite unexpected, isn't it? Zhao Zafang declared triumphantly. Are you certain I did not mishear the provincial committee's decision? Am I still dreaming? Wu Jicheng cautiously sought verification. Everyone experiences such a surreal sensation. There is no mistake, the meeting just concluded. It was proposed by Secretary Kong and supported by the governor. Do you believe that the old fellow Guo Rishuan could obstruct this? Zhao Zafang chuckled. It is hard to believe that I am so fortunate. Wu Jicheng exclaimed joyfully. Fortunate? Indeed. Without your prospective son-in-law Chu Dongheng and that Guyu 3.5 development plan, you would have no chance. Even if Secretary Kong wished to promote you, it would not be feasible, let alone an unconventional promotion. Zhao Zafang retorted disdainfully. The provincial committee places immense importance on Chu Dongheng's Guyu 3.5 development plan. Wu Jicheng paused momentarily before slowly responding. Of course, Secretary Kong does not want Chu Dongheng to spend excessive time on Guyu to expedite progress. It must be pursued vigorously. However, we cannot expect the provincial committee to oversee the affairs of a mere town. To fortify your influence and facilitate communication and coordination with Xinglin City, they have made an exception in promoting you. Relish this moment. I anticipate that Comrade Denchi from the organization department will notify you shortly. Don't forget to treat me to a meal when you come to the provincial capital. Zhao Zefang remarked with a grin. Oh. If I can treat you, I certainly will. A treat is a must. It is not uncommon for a county committee secretary to also hold a position as a city standing committee member. Much like a city party secretary concurrently serving as a provincial committee member. However, it is rare for someone like Hua Jicheng to simultaneously hold the position of vice mayor of Xinglin City. Considering Hafeng County is not a key county under Xinglin City's jurisdiction. Meanwhile, the provincial government, led by Governor Zhang Jiehui, was convening a meeting with the provincial government officials and municipal secretaries, primarily to discuss Chu Dongheng's Guyu 3.5 development plan. The sentiments among the vice governors varied. Thankfully, it was only a town-level plan. Had it been a city-level plan, it would have been quite embarrassing. What should have been the responsibility of the provincial government was instead managed by the party committee, leading to a loss of face. Zhang Jiehui observed with keen interest. And one need not feel embarrassed. Chu Dongheng is a prodigious talent, a rarity to emerge once in several centuries. There is no need for concern. The intention behind this display is to emphasize the importance of guiding our subordinates effectively, cascading responsibilities down the ranks, and committing to tangible actions for the benefit of the populace rather than merely uttering slogans. Even Zhang Jiehui inadvertently referred to Chu Dongheng as a monkey cub. Despite lacking any grassroots experience, within less than a month of his arrival in Guyu, Chu Dongheng comprehended the intricacies of the locality with remarkable clarity. Such is the emergence of grassroots experience. He even tailored a comprehensive 3 to 5 year plan for Guyu town. Should this plan succeed, it would signify a departure from poverty for the region. This is the ultimate mission of our cadre. Zhang Jiehui felt compelled to elevate the significance of Chu Dongheng's 3.5 plan, directing the focus of the assembly towards the welfare of the people. Indeed, Chu is truly unable to remain inconspicuous. It seems I must borrow some manpower from Secretary Kong another day, remarked Mei Xiaobing, exuding an air of determination. The assembly responded with a chorus of disdain. However, Governor Zhang Jiehui interjected, "Governor Mei, I wholeheartedly support you." The crowd was taken aback, though laced with humor. There was a kernel of sincerity in his jest. Good things ought to be shared. Let us not allow the secretary to monopolize all the merits. Zhang Jiehui added with a grin. Chapter 40. The appointment of Hua Jicheng. Chu Dongheng was engrossed in discussions with the members of his research team, diligently refining the policies and regulations for the development zone, oblivious to the events unfolding outside. From the deliberations of the provincial party committee regarding the appointment of Hua Jicheng, to the subsequent announcement of the development plan for Guyu 3.5 by Governor Zhang Jiehui, the news had already spread across various cities, counties, and towns. Jiangdong once again found itself swept up in a wave of excitement surrounding its foremost secrets. Despite his desire for discretion, his capabilities demanded recognition. It must be acknowledged that the director of the research office, Xia Yilen, was truly remarkable. The policies and regulations he crafted largely met the requirements of the development zone. Alongside a team of individuals with backgrounds as secretaries, possessing strong writing skills, the formulated policies were both concise and coherent. Chu Dongheng merely contributed a few supplementary ideas, and it was estimated that they could be submitted for discussion at the standing committee meeting the following day. As the clock struck 5 in the afternoon, the workday was nearing its end, yet the meeting room of Xinglin City was filled with the city's standing committee members, accompanied by the provincial organization minister, L. Dinchi. Hua Jicheng entered the meeting room alongside the mayor and the secretary of the municipal party committee. The meeting was presided over by Secretary He Chanming. Comrades, This standing committee meeting has been convened rather hastily, yet everyone's punctual attendance reflects a commendable party spirit. The purpose of this gathering is to announce a crucial appointment from the Provincial Party Committee, and I shall say no more on that. Now, I invite Minister L to address us. Minister L Dienchi ascended the podium with measured grace, unveiling the appointment letter which had been deliberated by the Provincial Party Committee. He announced the decision to appoint Hua Jicheng, the Secretary of the Hafan County Party Committee, as a member of the Xinglin City Standing Committee, Vice Mayor, and concurrently Secretary of the Hafan County Party Committee, effective immediately. A wave of astonishment swept through the room, causing many to forget to applaud. Some leaders from the Municipal Party Committee had already caught wind of the news and, upon seeing Hua Jicheng, had nearly confirmed it, yet, until the official announcement, uncertainty lingered. There had been no prior indication of this appointment. L Dienchi, unfazed by the crowd's reaction, recognized that such a promotion was indeed unconventional, which explained the astonishment of those present. Comrade Hua Jicheng is characterized by strong party spirit, upright conduct, youthfulness, steadiness, and a robust perspective on the larger picture. Under his leadership, Hafan County has achieved commendable results. Now, there is a matter requiring Comrade Hua Jicheng's full commitment. I now invite Comrade Hua Jicheng to speak. Let us welcome him with applause. The former Deputy Secretary of the Standing Committee was no longer present, and Hua Jicheng, also serving in a dual role, felt no need for lengthy orations. He approached the podium and esteemed Minister L, Secretary He, Mayor Zheng, and fellow Standing Committee members, good afternoon. I am grateful for the trust bestowed upon me by the provincial and municipal committees. I will strive to assist the Mayor and Secretary, working collaboratively with all of you to advance the development of Xinglin City. Hua Jicheng's remarks were succinct, partly due to lack of preparation, and partly because he was merely a newly appointed vice mayor, ranking lower in seniority. He deemed lengthy speeches inappropriate, as it might overshadow the main agenda. Comrades, we shall now proceed to a discussion session of the Standing Committee. The content will revolve around the documents at hand. He Chanming pointed to the development plan for Guyu Town 3.5 that he had received from Hua Jicheng, stating that this was also one of Comrade Jicheng's significant missions, deserving of everyone's support and commitment. This is the development plan for Guyu 3.5, recently initiated by Comrade Chu Dongheng, the newly appointed Secretary of the Guyu Town Party Committee. This remarkable plan was originally drafted before Comrade Chu had the opportunity to discuss it with the Guyu Town Party members. The Provincial Committee has requested that we, in Xinglin City, conduct an initial discussion and provide our supportive opinions. Upon concluding his remarks, he instructed the Secretary to distribute the document. The Provincial Organization Minister, L.V. Dienchi, also attended, though he refrained from commenting, as he needed to relay the conclusions of the Xinglin City Standing Committee back to the Provincial Committee. Everyone seemed to be paying serious attention. The approval was a foregone conclusion, given the Provincial Secretary had endorsed it. If this were to be rejected, it would indeed be preposterous. The top aides in Jiangdong had grown accustomed to the proceedings, yet few had actually encountered Chu Dongheng. Nevertheless, this did not hinder their assessment of the Guyu 3.5 development plan. It is indeed an impressive proposal, indicating that Chu Dongheng possesses genuine talent and expertise. Should this plan be successfully implemented, the citizens of Guyu will be empowered and stand tall. Furthermore, the funding required is relatively modest, and the support from Hafan County and Xinglin should pose no issues. We wholeheartedly endorse the Guyu 3.5 development plan, with the Municipal Party Committee and government serving as its robust backbone. The party spirit among the members is commendable. Are there any dissenting opinions? He Chanming inquired. The perfection and feasibility of the Guyu 3.5 development plan are beyond question. It is a scheme that must be executed, with the backing of the Municipal Party Committee and government alongside Hafan, for the development of a town being an uncomplicated task. The intent of the Provincial Committee appears to be that we should use this plan as a blueprint to advance the development of all townships under the jurisdiction of Xinglin City. Mayor Zheng Jiji expressed his insights. indicating that Comrade Hua Jicheng's dual role as the deputy mayor of the Municipal Standing Committee is essential for timely exchanges regarding construction experiences in Guyu, marking the core necessity of Hua Jicheng's dual appointment. Finally, a clear-minded individual has emerged, and LV Dianchi breathed a sigh of relief. The others also seemed to have an epiphany. This appointment is both urgent and unique. As LV Dianchi departed Xinglin for the provincial capital after the conclusion of the standing committee meeting, signaling the end of the recent intense competition for the deputy mayor position. Through a series of actions by Provincial Secretary Kong Chaolin, officials gradually began to comprehend that the secretary's objective lies in promoting grassroots work and striving for the welfare of the people, which encapsulates Secretary Kong Chao's governing philosophy. Failure to grasp this could lead to their exclusion from the political arena. When Chu Dongheng and his colleagues emerged after a busy afternoon, exhausted, they received several calls from Guyu, including one from Town Mayor Yan Dongfu, confirming that the Guyu 3.5 development plan was indeed not authored by Chu Dongheng. It was only then that Chu Dongheng realized that within the span of a single afternoon, the entire Jiangdong region had received his Guyu 3.5 development plan as a foundational blueprint for grassroots development. Chu Dongheng couldn't help but smile wryly, wondering if these high-ranking officials could finalize agreements without prior discussion among the Guyu Town Party Committee. Ultimately, the plan had not yet been finalized. Well, it seems he has sparked another wave of excitement. Chu Dongheng chose not to dwell on this. He had not dined with his mother in quite some time and needed to hurry home, not wishing to linger with Hua Yuan any longer. Fortunately, few knew his personal phone number, or else even a simple meal with his mother would be fraught with interruptions. Spending time at home with my mother also provides an opportunity for self-relaxation. I have been rather tense lately. Engaging in conversations with her about the sights, sounds, and experiences of Guyu has stirred my emotions. We have both endured a great deal, and this shared struggle serves as a motivation for Chu Dongheng to aspire to alter Guyu's circumstances. Chu Jinluo feels a sense of satisfaction regarding her son's endeavors. Before retiring for the night, Chu Dongheng indulged in a tender phone conversation with Hua Yuan. Following that, he meticulously reviewed the recently refined policies and regulations for the Jiangdong Development Zone, as he is scheduled to present them to the Provincial Standing Committee for discussion tomorrow. He hopes to secure swift approval. The well-being of the populace hinges on the simultaneous advancement of various economic sectors. For the traditional industries currently fall significantly short of meeting the needs of the people. In truth, for Chu Dongheng, his enthusiasm is primarily directed towards his work. He remains somewhat oblivious to the intricacies and games of the political arena. Were it not for his fortunate encounter with Provincial Secretary Kong Chaolin, whose discerning eye recognized his potential, many of his aspirations would remain mere words on paper. Chapter 41, The Provincial Committee discusses development zone policies early the next morning. Chu Dongheng presented the prepared policies and regulations for the Jiangdong Development Zone to his superior, Kong Chaolin. Kong Chaolin, confident in Chu Dongheng's capabilities regarding this type of written work, reviewed the documents and instructed the Secretary General to convene a meeting of the Provincial Standing Committee at 3 p.m. that afternoon. Naturally, the research office staff would also participate, effectively transforming the meeting into an expanded session, albeit limited to the research office and various vice-governors. The Standing Committee meetings are not summoned lightly. They are convened only for significant matters such as personnel appointments, major decisions, or the dissemination of crucial directives from the central government. Consequently, each meeting garners considerable attention. At 2:58 p.m., Kong Chaolin entered punctually, followed closely by Chu Dongheng, who, as Kong's secretary, was always ready to assist his superior. The meeting was presided over by Provincial Secretary Kong Chaolin, while the policies and regulations were read and explained by Lin Yu, the director of the research office. Lin Yu, being a former teacher, spoke with a well-paced rhythm, neither too fast nor too slow, presenting the policy explanations in a clear and organized manner, which satisfied the committee members. Indeed, since Lin Yu had been reassigned to the first secretariat by Chu Dongheng, her performance within the secretariat had been commendable, earning even Kong Chaolin's approval. This further enhanced Kong's appreciation for Chu Dongheng's ability to discern talent. Xia Yilen, as the research director, addressed the committee members' inquiries regarding specific policies. For matters pertaining to law, environmental protection, geology, and other specialized fields, he designated particular researchers to provide answers. The research office possessed experts in these areas, such as Shibin, who specialized in environmental issues, and LV Xuanli, who had transitioned from the judiciary. As this was a new initiative, the committee members had not conducted extensive studies on it, and the proposal was swiftly approved. Initially, the vice-governors expressed their commitment to earnestly promote the establishment of the development zone mechanism. This was only natural. It was akin to an unexpected windfall, promising substantial political achievements if executed effectively, hence the vice-governors were eager to support the initiative. Provincial Governor Zhang Jihue promptly initiated mobilization efforts, with Secretary Kong Chaolin summarizing the meeting. Finally, Kong symbolically inquired if anyone had additional comments. Receiving none, he adjourned the meeting. At that moment, an idea flickered in Chu Dongheng's mind, and he hesitated to speak. Although he was not a member of the standing committee and could offer opinions on the policies and regulations, he lacked the authority to suggest matters beyond that scope. Vice-Governor Mei Xiaobing noted Chu Dongheng's indecision. Within the provincial government, aside from the governor, Mei Xiaobing was particularly observant. Chu, do you have some profound insights or a trump card that you find inconvenient to share? Don't just relay everything to Secretary Kong. We are eager to hear your thoughts. Mei teased, recognizing that Chu Dongheng's hesitation indicated he wished to express an opinion that likely exceeded his authority as a non-member. Mei, I have no profound insights, just some thoughts I'm not sure are appropriate to voice here, Chu Dongheng replied, awkwardly touching his nose. Oh. As soon as Xiao Chu appeared, I felt rejuvenated by several years. You may consider the meeting adjourned. Let us engage in casual conversation, Governor Zhang Jihue remarked. Even Vice-Governor Mei Xiaobing realized that Chu Dongheng's words might breach the limits, and as the governor, Zhang Jihue was acutely aware of the underlying reasons. After contemplating for a moment, Chu Dongheng expressed his thoughts, stating that he would need to return to Guyu tomorrow. It was imperative to discuss this matter now, as future opportunities might be scarce. He surveyed the group, oddly noting that everyone seemed eager to listen. Clearing his throat, Chu Dongheng began. I have an idea. Aside from Director Xia, all other research personnel should be assigned to positions below, such as county magistrates, deputy mayors, and assistant mayors. Given that this is a new undertaking, it is unrealistic to expect flawless policies and regulations immediately. Their assignments would allow them to monitor the progress of the development zone, and they would undoubtedly encounter various issues, enabling timely feedback and adjustments. They could also identify and correct any discrepancies in policy implementation at the city and county levels, thus preventing the subordinates from exhibiting bureaucratic arrogance. Of course, this is merely a nascent idea I just conceived, and I offer it for your consideration. As soon as he finished speaking, many of the standing committee members were taken aback. Is this feasible? This young man is incredibly imaginative. The proposal to send so many individuals for such assignments felt akin to organizing a production team. Meanwhile, the personnel from the research office were experiencing rapid heartbeats. If such assignments were possible, some might even attain the position of deputy county magistrate, which would be quite commendable. A deputy county magistrate is a substantial role, and even positions like county assistant would be within reach for their relatively young ages. Securing a county magistrate position would not pose any issues. And perhaps even a deputy mayor role could be in their future. What a remarkable opportunity. It seemed that aligning with Chu Dongheng was indeed a wise choice. In truth, his idea aligned with the outcomes Chu Dongheng had envisioned. Secretary General Zhao Zafang was momentarily startled, but upon reflection, he felt reassured. If it were a conventional notion, it wouldn't resonate with Chu Dongheng's character. Reactions varied among the attendees. The provincial leaders mused that this idea was commendable and beneficial for nurturing young talent. Others thought, how audacious. This notion is certainly imaginative. The prospect of appointing numerous assistants at the departmental level and above represented a significant opportunity. It would be advantageous to place one or two individuals from their own families or factions in such positions. The organization minister pondered, wow, this young man truly possesses brilliance. Only someone like Chu Dongheng would dare to articulate such an idea. Even I would hesitate to entertain such thoughts. Some prominent figures began to strategize. They could enlist their own secretaries to join, facilitating better understanding or control over certain cities and counties, thereby expanding their own influence. Their considerations had already surpassed Chu Dongheng's initial vision, and he could scarcely fathom their intentions. Had he known, he would never have proposed such an idea. Nevertheless, Chu Dongheng's suggestion provided them with an opportunity. Otherwise, even the provincial leaders, aside from the provincial secretary and governor, would not have dared to voice such thoughts for fear of being accused of factionalism. Governor, what do you think of Shao Chu's idea? Kong Chaolin directly inquired of Governor Zhang Jiehui, without seeking input from others. You also mentioned that Shao Chu's ideas are rather commendable. The timeliness of information is of paramount importance, and any deviation in decision-making must be promptly corrected. Governor Zhang Jiehui praised, asserting that the youth's thoughts are indeed ahead of the curve. Many were left astonished, wondering how this could be acceptable. Clearly, the provincial party secretary did not oppose this notion, and with the support of the two prominent figures in Jiangdong, the matter was essentially settled. The two dignitaries deliberated and decided to give it a try, subsequently entrusting the task to Minister of Organization, Lv Dianchi. However, this placed Lv in a position that was both prestigious and somewhat awkward, while everyone sought to leverage connections to place individuals under him. Some of these were indeed high-ranking officials from the provincial committee and government. Fortunately, he could deflect some responsibility onto Chu Dongheng and Kong Chaolin. Yet, as the Minister of Organization, managing such arrangements posed no significant challenge for him. The personnel from the First Secretarial Office and the Research Division, who spent their days sipping tea and perusing newspapers, finally received their assignments, and they were quite substantive. Provided that the Research Division had no tasks, they could engage in some practical work. Those at the deputy section level and above were appointed as assistant deputy mayors, while those at the section level were designated as assistant deputy county heads. Given that there is currently no development zone in the town, these assignments were quite advantageous for those involved. Lin Yu, being of a lower rank, primarily remained in the First Secretarial Office, symbolically holding the title of Assistant Deputy District Head in Jiangming City. She need not go below, which was satisfactory. And it was only due to Chu Dongheng's advocacy for her convenience in the First Secretarial Office that she secured this position. Lin Yu had no choice but to remain in the First Secretarial Office. Deputy Governor Mei Xiaobing sent her secretary to take an appointment, insisting that Chu Dongheng arrange one for her. Consequently, Chu Dongheng could only assign Shen Xueqing to her, which caused him considerable anguish, as Shen Xueqing, whom he had been nurturing for significant contributions, was snatched away just as she was about to shine. Despite this, it fulfilled the promise he had made to find Shen Xueqing a good position. In an instant, Shen Xueqing ascended to the role of Deputy Governor's Secretary, leaping to success, brimming with joy to the extent that she nearly embraced Chu Dongheng in celebration. Chapter 42 Invitation from the young master of Yancheng. Chu Dongheng finally organized the tasks assigned to him by the provincial committee and planned to return to Gui the following day. One afternoon, the office of the provincial secretary received a young visitor, approximately 25 years of age. Hello, which unit are you from? It seems there is no appointment for you, Chu Dongheng intercepted him. Greetings. You must be Secretary Chu. My surname is Hua, hailing from Yancheng. I spoke with Secretary Kong over the phone. Could you kindly relay a message for me? The visitor replied. Upon hearing this, Chu Dongheng responded, please hold on a moment. Coming from Yancheng, and without any official title, the visitor could either be the son of an old acquaintance or perhaps a colleague's child. Despite the lack of warmth in the visitor's demeanor, Chu Dongheng decided to assist him, especially since he had already communicated with Secretary Kong via phone. Secretary Kong has asked you to go in. Please. Chu Dongheng opened the door and gestured for him to enter. After the visitor went inside, Chu Dongheng made tea for him and then stepped outside, casually sipping tea with his legs crossed, as it was not his concern. Uncle Kong, my father sends his regards. The visitor conveyed. Have a seat. Kong Shaolin waved. How is your father? Both men settled onto the sofa. The visitor indeed hailed from the Hua family of Yancheng, named Hua Luyun, a prominent family in that region. His father, Hua Tsongzong, was a provincial governor, a figure of considerable influence. Although not deeply acquainted with Kong Shaolin, they shared a familiar rapport. The reason for the young man's visit to Jiangdong remained unclear, yet out of respect for his father, Kong Shaolin agreed to meet him. My father is well. Before I left, he mentioned a friend in Jiangdong. Though my visit is merely for leisure, as a junior, I felt obliged to pay my respects. His words were quite appropriate, devoid of any traits typical of a spoiled heir from Yancheng, prompting a nod of approval from Kong Shaolin. To come all this way merely for leisure. Kong Shaolin, a seasoned fox in worldly affairs, silently mused. The young man did not explicitly state his intentions. And as an elder, it was not his place to pry further. They engaged in light conversation about family matters, without hinting at any ulterior motives or requests for assistance. Let me arrange a dinner for you this evening, lest I encounter your father next time and he reproaches me for not taking care of his offspring, Kong Shaolin suggested. Noticing that their conversation had reached a comfortable juncture, especially since Hua Luyun had not revealed any pressing matters. Uncle Kong, you are too courteous. I have already made arrangements with a friend, so I wouldn't want to trouble you. Hua Luyun quickly responded, expressing his gratitude. Although he was not well acquainted with Jiangdong, he did have a couple of friends there. Kong Shaolin pondered for a moment before proposing, how about this? I will have Xiao Chu accompany you. And that will be my invitation. You two are young and will surely find common ground in conversation. What do you think? That sounds splendid. Thank you, Uncle Kong. Hua Luyun replied joyfully. Indeed, he had come specifically to seek out Chu Dongheng. Kong Shaolin thought to himself. While he could see through the young man's intentions, he chose not to expose them. Despite their acquaintance, there was no substantial reason for Hua Luyun to visit unless there was a deeper purpose. Upon hearing Kong Shaolin's call, Chu Dongheng entered. This is Hua Luyun from Yancheng, son of Governor Hua. Please treat him well this evening. You are both young and should have much to discuss. Kong Shaolin instructed Chu Dongheng. Since it was a directive from his own employer, refusal was certainly not an option. Hua Luyun extended his hand for a handshake with Chu Dongheng, introducing himself as a representative from the capital, while Chu Dongheng identified himself as hailing from Jiangdong. It is a pleasure to meet the legendary #1 secretary of Jiangdong. Hua praised, to which Chu modestly responded, you flatter me, I merely run errands for my employer. And my connections have elevated my status. They exchanged pleasantries as if they had been old friends for years. As a native of Yancheng with a provincial governor for a father, Hua Luyun naturally commanded a certain respect. Chu Dongheng, undoubtedly aware of his stature as the secretary to Jiangdong's leader, was well aware of the intricacies of the political arena. Many sought to befriend him or invite him for meals, but he consistently declined. Even Hon Biao, the head of the Jiangdong Biao group, had faced rejection. Thus, Hua Luyun's strategy to connect with Chu Dongheng involved leveraging his father's influence to first establish rapport with Kong Shaolin of Jiangdong. Only with Kong's endorsement would Chu consider engaging with him, showcasing Hua's considerable effort. Having achieved his objective, Hua Luyun exchanged contact information with Chu Dongheng before bidding farewell, with plans to meet later that evening. Chu Dongheng initially contemplated spending the night at Hafang and returning to Guyu the following morning. However, at 7 in the evening, he received a call from Hua Luyun, confirming their dinner appointment at Tiani Pavilion. Chu Dongheng couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. His long-standing grievances with Gao Quan had originated from this very establishment. Yet, Given his employer's insistence, he felt compelled to attend, despite his personal reluctance. Promptly at 8, despite his internal reservations, Chu Dongheng arrived on time. To his surprise, Hua Luyun greeted him at the entrance, leaving him puzzled. They entered the most opulent private room at Tianyi Pavilion, the Zhongdong Room. The table was adorned with a sumptuous array of dishes, meticulously prepared with the finest ingredients. To Chu Dongheng's astonishment, 2 individuals were already seated, Jiang Zhonghe, the owner of Tianyi Pavilion, and Fu Shenghui, the former director of the Jiangdong Provincial Public Security Department. Noticing the slight change in Chu Dongheng's expression, Hua Luyun laughed lightly. Apologies, Secretary Chu. I neglected to inform you in advance about our esteemed guests. I must extend my apologies. Chu Dongheng quickly regained his composure, glanced at Hua Luyun, and refrained from further comment, thinking to himself that one must adapt to circumstances. Good evening, Boss Jiang, Director Fu. He greeted, maintaining decorum. Shall we take our seats, Hua? Polite exchanges ensued with Jiang Zhonghe and Fu Shenghui. While they were not direct adversaries, Fu Shenghui held a significant position, and it would be inappropriate to display any contempt. Moreover, he had to consider Hua Luyun's presence. However, he refrained from shaking hands, as the nature of their relationship remained ambiguous. Please, take a seat, Hua Luyun gestured invitingly. Once seated, Chu Dongheng noticed Hua Luyun remained silent, and thus he engaged in the customary toasting and socializing. After several rounds, Jiang Zhonghe raised his glass to toast Chu Dongheng, saying, Director Chu, a young and accomplished talent in the political sphere. I apologize for my earlier oversight in not recognizing your stature. He added, in light of Hua's reputation, I shall drink this toast. Chu Dongheng and Jiang Zhonghe clinked their glasses and raised them to their lips. I am merely a humble secretary, serving my boss, not an elite. I simply wish to enjoy my modest life. The implication in Chu Dongheng's words suggested that accepting your toast did not yet signify our friendship. In truth, Chu Dongheng's attendance was not solely due to Kong Chaolin, he was primarily intrigued. For he did not perceive the flamboyant nature often associated with the science of high officials in Hua Luyun. Chapter 43, An invitation from the young master of Yancheng. Secretary Chu, your influence is second only to the 2 top leaders of the provincial government. Ever since Boss Jiang offended you, his business has suffered immensely. Hua Luyun remarked with a smile, after all, Boss Jiang and the Hua family still share some connections. With such words spoken, even Chu Dongheng, lacking in intelligence, could discern the underlying implications. The relationship between Tianyi Pavilion and the Hua family could not merely be described as a trivial connection. Would a son of the provincial governor truly intervene for something so insignificant? Until the capabilities of the Hua family were fully understood, respect must be afforded. After all, even Kong Chaolin had shown deference to Hua Luyun's father, leaving no room for Chu Dongheng to refuse. I suppose I should also raise a toast to Boss Jiang then. Chu Dongheng clinked glasses with Jiang Zhonghe. He remained taciturn, harboring the belief that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. Until he grasped Hua Luyun's true intentions, he could not speak freely. With that drink consumed, it seemed Jiang Zhonghe's affairs had already been settled. Hua Luyun exchanged a glance with Jiang Zhonghe, who then excused himself to attend to other guests. The private room was left with only Chu Dongheng, Hua Luyun, and Fu Shenghui. Chu Dongheng sensed the main topic was about to emerge. Hua Luyun did not ask Fu Shenghui or Chu Dongheng to toast, instead, he produced a pack of cigarettes, offering one to each of them. After lighting one for himself and inhaling deeply, he directly addressed Secretary Chu, could you assist with a favor? More precisely, help Director Fu. Hua Luyun's straightforwardness caught Fu Shenghui off guard, causing visible unease. Please, don't refer to him as director anymore, he has been dismissed. Chu Dongheng was equally surprised by Hua Luyun's candor, realizing that feigning ignorance would be futile. Indeed, as Chu Dongheng had suspected, the matter concerning Tianyi Pavilion would not escalate to the provincial secretary's level. After all, Tianyi Pavilion was a business, and involving such a prominent figure in the political sphere was akin to using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Fu Shanghue held a position of considerable rank. A ministerial-level official whose issues could not simply be resolved by the provincial committee. I'm merely a deputy division chief. Are you certain I can assist with a ministerial-level matter? Chu Dongheng replied, framing his response as a question. Yancheng was over 1,000 kilometers away from Jiangdong. A realm entirely disconnected. To suggest that the relationship was solely with Hualuyun was something Chu Dongheng could never accept. The connection likely extended to the governor himself. Judging by Hualuyun's demeanor, he did not seem like someone who engaged in reckless endeavors, despite his youth. If Secretary Chu cannot help, it may prove exceedingly difficult to find anyone who can, Hualuyun stated earnestly. Moreover, once this is accomplished, consider it a personal favor owed to you. Indeed. Many aspired to earn a favor from Hualuyun, and such a favor carried significant weight. Although Chu Dongheng had only been in the political realm for a little over a year, he understood the gravity of the situation. After all, it was a favor from the governor's son, far from ordinary. It appeared that Hualuyun was keen on protecting Fu Shanghue, likely due to his father, Hua Congzong, or some influential figure behind him. Hua, you understand that Director Fu's position was determined by a provincial standing committee discussion. It cannot be overturned lightly, Chu Dongheng articulated, fully aware of the intricacies involved. Furthermore, wouldn't it be more efficient to approach Secretary Kong or Governor Zhang directly? If I could directly approach Secretary Kong or Governor Zhang, the issue would be considerably simpler. Engaging with such esteemed figures would necessitate my father's intervention. One must understand that individuals of their stature would not dare to meddle in the affairs of others across thousands of kilometers, as it would surely mark the end of their political careers, especially in matters such as these. Hualuyun sighed with a bitter smile. What Hualuyun articulated was indeed the truth. Once officials reach the provincial level, intervening across provinces invites censure, and in severe cases, it could abruptly halt their political journey. Chu Dongheng's mind raced, analyzing the situation incessantly. It was evident that Fu Shanghui's predicament was daunting, unless there were hidden circumstances. What could those circumstances be? Hualuyun's actions suggested a significant probability of success. Chu Dongheng glanced at Fu Shanghue and asked, Director Fu, was your gunshot at the city police station intentional? At this, both Hualuyun and Fu Shanghue exchanged astonished glances. How did you arrive at this conclusion? It seems I have underestimated you, Secretary Chu, Hualuyun remarked, looking intently at Chu Dongheng. So, did I guess correctly? Please elaborate. Rather than responding directly, Hualuyun seemed to be assessing Chu Dongheng. His eyes sparkled with intrigue, as he believed that this trip to Jiangdong would yield substantial rewards. If Chu Dongheng could resolve his issues, it would pave the way for a deeper alliance. For he might be a rare talent in the bureaucratic realm. Despite his youth, Hualuyun, as a scion of high-ranking officials, had been exposed to a wealth of experience. While many within the system had encountered various individuals, few possessed such profound insight at such a young age. With proper nurturing, his potential was limitless. As the provincial police chief, he could not possibly be ignorant of the disciplinary consequences of drawing a weapon in the police station. It was evident he aimed to escalate the situation. The provincial committee had merely dismissed him, leaving the matter unresolved. The police chief, although a provincial official, was still subject to oversight from higher authorities. As Chu Dongheng lit a cigarette, he continued, based on your actions, Hua Shao, there remains hope for safeguarding Director Fu. This suggests the existence of underlying circumstances, which even the provincial committee may not be privy to. I have only just considered this. Astute. Engaging in dialogue with intelligent individuals is always effortless. Hualuyun applauded. Smart. Nonsense. Chu Dongheng retorted bluntly. Those high-ranking figures must have anticipated this, otherwise the handling of the matter would not have been so vague. However, it would be somewhat challenging for the provincial committee to overturn its own decision. That is where you, Secretary Chu, come into play. As I mentioned earlier, if you cannot assist, it will be arduous to find someone who can, Hualuyun responded with enthusiasm. Since Chu Dongheng was capable of discerning this aspect, he had already achieved half the battle. The real concern lay in whether he would believe it, as disbelief would surely lead to inaction, rendering any explanation futile. 3 years prior, shortly after Fu Shanghui assumed the role of provincial police chief, he inherited a significant case but had not uncovered any useful leads. Just as he was overwhelmed with thoughts, someone claiming to possess information requested a private meeting with him. Since the beginning, Fu Shanghui has found himself devoid of leads. He perceives himself as the chief of police, believing that others would not dare to entrap him. Furthermore, the urgency of the case propelled him to meet with someone who claimed to possess information. However, upon meeting this individual, their conversation yielded nothing of significance. And after merely sipping some water, he lost consciousness. Upon awakening, he discovered himself beside a beautiful, youthful woman, entirely unclad. And photographs were taken of him in this compromising situation. Thus commenced his descent into a nightmare. Those who held the evidence over him relentlessly threatened him, compelling him to undertake actions he was unwilling to perform. For 3 years, he endured in silence, striving to unearth the identity of the person who had orchestrated his downfall. Yet, each directive issued to him was communicated in an elusive manner, laden with complexities. Wu Liegu was intentionally marginalized, as this was a form of protection. Given Wu Liegu's military background and upright character, it was to prevent him from following in Fu Shanghui's troubled footsteps. Now that he has been dismissed from his position and rendered devoid of utility, he has not received any directives during this period. Chapter 44 Who could it be? Listening to Fu Shanghui recount his 3 years of harrowing experiences, even Chu Dongheng felt a chill run down his spine. It was also bizarre. If this were indeed true, then the tranquility of Jiangdong was merely a faux concealing a nefarious hand stirring the pot of vested interests. Who could it be? Such a formidable force that even Fu Shanghui, with his background in criminal investigation, had been unable to unearth the truth in 3 long years. You are unwilling to accept this, yearning for vengeance? Chu Dongheng inquired, gazing intently at Fu Shanghui. Indeed, every single day of those 3 years has been a nightmare. I shall not find peace until the truth is revealed. Fu Shanghui replied, his face contorted with fury and anguish. Chu Dongheng offered each of them a cigarette, stating, "If you wish for my trust, you must present something of substance." He paused, then added, "Furthermore, you haven't engaged in any illicit activities during these 3 years, have you?" "Absolutely not. Every cent of the money that was offered as bribes has been donated. I have kept not a single penny," Fu Shanghui asserted, producing a stack of papers and handing them to Chu Dongheng. "Truly commendable for a police chief, every donation is meticulously documented," he remarked. Among the papers were notes detailing directives sent to Fu Shanghui over the past 3 years, as well as the telephone numbers used during each communication, all meticulously recorded. Indeed, the preservation of evidence is commendable. It seems Fu Shanghui is resolute in avenging this grievance, Chu Dongheng noted. Hua Shao, this favor is quite significant, given the chance. I shall pay a visit to your esteemed father's domain and perhaps engage with the city's party secretary. Chu Dongheng waved the stack of papers in the air, exclaiming, "Disaster has befallen us." Hua Luyun chuckled lightly, "It's not so dire. If you genuinely wish to come to Qingyun, I would dare to mention it to my father, suggesting you take on the role of the city's party secretary. I suspect he would be thrilled." Hua Luyun was indeed taking the conversation in stride. "Aside from the 3 of us and Governor Hua, who else is privy to this information?" Chu Dongheng asked, feeling a sense of unease, as though he were being manipulated. Yet, having witnessed the pressures Fu Shanghui endured, his sense of justice compelled him to probe further. "None. Only the 4 of us are aware." "What is the extent of the threats to your family?" Chu Dongheng did not need to inquire further. He already knew that Fu Shanghui's family must have faced intimidation, for otherwise, he would not have endured such humiliation for 3 years. "Unbeknownst to me, they have placed dead mice and cats in my kitchen and living room," Fu Shanghui replied, the look of helplessness etched on his face. Your father has only been in the position of provincial governor for 3 years or less, correct, Huashao? Chu Dongheng directed his gaze at Hua Luyun. Indeed. Just over 2 years. This is tied to my father's ascension to the governorship, Hua Luyun responded, feigning ignorance, though it was true that 3 years ago they had considered establishing an industrial presence in Jiangdong, but had failed to navigate the intricacies of the provincial government at that time. Fu Shanghui was likely a test case for the Hua family in Jiangdong, but was thwarted by external forces. While the Hua family endeavored to secure the position of Hua Zongzong as provincial governor, they effectively dismantled the Hua family's aspirations to establish a foothold in Jiangdong. Now that Hua Zongzong had stabilized his position, it was certain that he would initiate the plans that had been aborted 3 years prior. With positions above the departmental level dwindling, the competition for advancement was not solely reliant on political networks, significant economic prowess was also requisite. Although Chu Dongheng had only recently begun to engage with the political arena, he could comprehend the underlying dynamics. Some truths are better left unsaid. Damn it. Why have I been dragged into your grievances? Just wait and see. If I choose not to assist you in the future, I might just bring misfortune upon you. In my humble opinion, there should only be one individual orchestrating this, yet the operation necessitates the involvement of at least 2. I firmly believe that Director Fu has certainly scrutinized the handwriting on these notes. But finding no match indicates that the author is not from Jiangdong and has not resided there for an extended period. They only enter Jiangdong when necessary to execute their plans, thus remaining concealed from the local authorities. The true mastermind lies among those in Jiangdong. Chu Dongheng glanced at Hua Luyun and Fu Shanghui, offering his personal insights. What are your thoughts? What would you have me do? Chu Dongheng considered 2 individuals. One of whom possesses the highest credentials, then only his status allows him to remain overlooked. Of course, I believe Fu Shanghui also has his suspicions. But Chu Dongheng refrained from inquiring further. It was not his concern, and knowing too much could prove detrimental. His encounter with Hua Luyun was merely their first. Not a deep acquaintance, and he must not dig his own grave. It is certainly hoped that Secretary Chu might assist in bringing this matter to the attention of Secretary Kong, striving for an early arrangement for Uncle Fu within a unit. While the Hua family intends to invest in Jiangdong, thereby bolstering its economy. Hua Luyun spoke candidly. Chu Dongheng shot Hua Luyun a disdainful glance, questioning. Are you suggesting that the provincial committee outright dismisses my involvement? I have not imparted any secrets to you. What kind of look is that? My father wants me to engage with you so we can devise solutions together. Hua Luyun, not being part of the establishment, likely had limited dealings with officials, yet his father is the governor. What a predicament for his son. Chu Dongheng soon grasped that Hua Zongzong likely intended for his son to gather intelligence or explore the possibility of resolving Fu Shanghui's situation. It could also signify that Fu Shanghui does not hold significant importance within the Hua family, yet attaining a high-ranking official is no trivial feat, and thus worth attempting. Nevertheless, he had already entered this fray and needed to resolve it expediently. Regardless of the outcome, there remained a multitude of matters awaiting his attention in Guyu town. He would report to Secretary Kong the following morning, who would undoubtedly inquire about his proposed solutions. He could not remain silent, nor could he burden his superior with the specifics. What a stroke of bad luck. Moreover, if Fu Shanghui's predicament were indeed valid, Kong Chaolin could not possibly ignore it. The first step would involve sending Fu Shanghui to study at the party school in Yancheng, a reasonable justification for his dismissal, as it would ostensibly enhance his party loyalty. The second step would entail relocating Fu Shanghui's family to Yancheng under the guise of establishing connections there. Presenting it as an appeal for a transfer to Yancheng would make it difficult for the unseen hand to discern that their relocation was for the protection of the Hua family. The third step would involve ensuring Fu Shanghui's position in Yancheng was not firmly established, leading to his return to Jiangdong. The fourth step would require assigning Fu Shanghui a role of lesser significance, thereby facilitating ongoing investigations. Chu Dongheng shared his thoughts with Hua Luyun and Fu Shanghui. The feasibility of this plan depended on Secretary Kong's approval, otherwise, all would be in vain. Upon hearing Chu Dongheng's proposal, Fu Shanghui's face lit up with joy. Uncle Fu, what do you think of this plan? Hua Luyun gazed at Fu Shanghui and remarked, I believe it is feasible. The only thing that holds Fu Shanghui back is the safety of his family. Once this issue is resolved, he will undoubtedly pursue the matter with relentless vigor. Secretary Chu, I have decided that your friend is trustworthy. Should you require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. On the contrary, I shall pretend not to know you from now on. It is quite evident that you bear the mark of trouble upon your forehead, Chu Dongheng retorted, eliciting a hearty laugh from Hua Luyun. What is the background of that old rogue, Wu Yishan? Chu Dongheng inquired, casting a glance at the two. That old fellow has never been on good terms with me. Previously, he was merely focused on his work, not contemplating much. Anyone who crossed him would face his wrath, especially with Secretary Kong backing him. However, the circumstances tonight compel me to remain vigilant. Wu Yishan has been in Jiangdong for nearly 5 years. Maintaining a low profile without significant achievements, he is rather ordinary, Fu Shanghui explained. Chu Dongheng observed Hua Luyun, clearly dissatisfied with this response. I have heard from the old master that Wu Yishan is associated with the L family faction from Yanchang, though not part of the core. Hua Luyun interjected, after all, he hails from Yanchang, so it is only natural that he possesses considerable knowledge of this area. Chu Dongheng pondered momentarily, and what about Song Gang? Oh, he is my predecessor, the former secretary to Secretary Kong. Before Fu Shanghui could respond, he continued, by the way, Director Fu, who do you trust the most here in Jiangdong? Wu Liegu, Fu Shanghui replied without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 45, The Fury of Kong Shaolin. My interactions with Song Gang have been quite limited. After all, I am not a member of the Provincial Standing Committee and lack the authority to report to Secretary Kong. We are acquaintances, yet not deeply connected. At this juncture, Fu Shanghui's countenance shifted slightly. Did Director Fu have an inkling of something? Chu Dongheng inquired with a casual tone. Secretary Chu, there is a matter I am uncertain whether to disclose. Fu Shanghui hesitated, his expression betraying uncertainty. Observing this, Chu Dongheng surmised it must pertain to Secretary Kong. Otherwise, Fu would not be so indecisive. He chose not to press further, adopting an attitude that suggested, if you wish to speak, then do so, if not, I am indifferent. Fu Shanghui seemed to summon his resolve, exerting considerable effort as if he were drawing upon all his strength. On one occasion, I reported myself through another's voice as a means of testing the waters. One letter was sent to the Discipline Inspection Commission, while another was dispatched to Secretary Kong. Yet neither yielded any response. Upon concluding his account, Fu Shanghui appeared quite anxious. In contrast, Chu Dongheng fell into deep contemplation. After lighting a cigarette, he smoked it down to the nub before lifting his gaze. You need not worry about Secretary Kong's party integrity, he likely has not seen your report. Your approach was commendable. He then turned to Hua Luyun, declaring, consider this your treat, I must take my leave. Once Chu Dongheng departed, Fu Shanghui and Hua Luyun engaged in hushed conversation. What do you think Secretary Chu meant? His words were rather cryptic, Fu Shanghui remarked, slightly dazed. It is unfortunate that you are still a cadre at the department level. Secretary Chu is subtly cautioning you about Guo Rishuan and Song Gang. These two are indeed worth scrutinizing, Hua Luyun remarked with disdain. Fu Shanghui did not entirely dismiss this notion. Yet he was reluctant to associate such thoughts with the two individuals, one being the secretary to the provincial party secretary, and the other the head of the provincial procuratorate. One is close to the provincial secretary, while the other holds a position on the standing committee. Nevertheless, you were correct in relaying information about Chu Dongheng. He has been within the system for less than 2 years yet demonstrates remarkable acumen in handling matters, truly exhibiting a high level of competence, Hua Luyun praised. Do you think Chu Dongheng can persuade Secretary Kong to resolve my predicament? Fu Shanghui expressed his concern. Rest assured, approaching him was a prudent decision. Only he possesses the ability to rectify your situation. He is evidently intrigued by the one who set the trap for you. And his involvement indicates that the dark hand is soon to be revealed. This shadowy figure has already provoked Secretary Kong's ire, moreover, given Secretary Kong's trust in Chu Dongheng. The latter will not allow this malevolent force to undermine Kong's authority. He would never betray the trust Kong has placed in him. Had you dared to report directly to Secretary Kong 3 years ago, that sinister hand would have likely been dealt with long ago. Hua Luyun spoke with an air of nonchalance. Once your issue is resolved, refrain from relying on him too heavily. Although he is young, the higher-ups have already taken notice of him, otherwise, my father would not have sent me to seek him out. In the landscape of provincial secretaries' aides across the nation, only Chu Dongheng has garnered the attention of the higher echelons. He is composed and unhurried, with a promising future ahead. Apart from resolving Fu Shanghui's affairs, Hua Luyun's meeting with Chu Dongheng was also a directive from his father, serving as a test for him. Naturally, Hua Luyun could not disclose the true purpose of his acquaintance with Chu Dongheng to Fu Shanghui, as it would undermine the significance with which the Hua family regards Fu. Some prominent families derive their strength not solely from their own kin. When faced with external forces, they adeptly enlist allies to bolster their external influence. Naturally, this entails a cost, requiring investments of various resources, including political, economic, and social capital. Among these families is the Hua clan, with Hua Luyun being one notable figure. The machinations of these illustrious families are likely unknown to Chu Dongheng, who cannot fathom their intentions. Currently, he remains an individual devoid of any substantial background, having been distanced from such circles since childhood. Unbeknownst to him, he has already garnered the attention of the upper echelons, as he navigates the complexities of an unfamiliar bureaucratic landscape. The following morning, Chu Dongheng arrived at the provincial party committee compound in a rather discontented mood. Hua Luyun, having orchestrated an introduction through Kong Chaolin, sought to manipulate him, which left Chu feeling quite resentful. He sensed that his tranquil existence was on the verge of upheaval. In the office of the provincial secretary, Chu Dongheng stood before Kong Chaolin's desk, meticulously recounting the details of his dinner with Hua Luyun and the latter's request for assistance regarding Fu Shanghui. He presented the evidence that Fu had preserved and the organized statements concerning Fu's situation to Kong Chaolin. Upon hearing Chu Dongheng's report and reviewing the documents, Kong Chaolin's expression darkened ominously, as if a torrential downpour were imminent. The emergence of such issues within Jiangdong, particularly involving a departmental cadre who had been under someone else's control for 3 years, was intolerable to him. Kong Chaolin surmised that Hua Luyun's arrival was indeed linked to Fu Shanghui and recognized the abnormality surrounding Fu's circumstances. It was inconceivable for a seasoned police officer and a high-ranking official to remain oblivious to the repercussions of wielding a firearm to threaten one's own. The gravity of the situation was staggering. 3 years had elapsed without his knowledge. He seethed with a profound anger, unprecedented in its intensity. By the way, Secretary, there is a matter I believe you should be informed of. Chu Dongheng began, contemplating whether to disclose Fu Shanghui's self-reported situation to Kong Chaolin. This was intricately tied to Kong Chaolin's former secretary, Song Gang, and Chu was uncertain of Kong's stance toward him. Whether or not Kong Chaolin had received Fu Shanghui's whistleblower letter was merely conjecture on his part. If Kong had indeed received it and chosen to disregard it, there must have been a rationale behind his silence. To voice such a possibility could significantly tarnish his standing in Kong Chaolin's eyes, potentially jeopardizing his future. Thus, he could only hope that Kong had never laid eyes on that letter. Kong Chaolin lifted his gaze, exhaling slowly. Speak. 3 years ago, Fu Shanghui attempted to extricate himself from the control of those shadowing him, submitting whistleblower letters under another's name. One was sent to the Discipline Inspection Commission, and the other to you. His intention was to draw the provincial committee's attention and, through investigation, expose the hidden hand controlling him. However, he received no response, which left him hesitant to report directly to you. Chu Dongheng articulated deliberately, ensuring Kong Chaolin could absorb his words while observing his reaction. After listening to Chu Dongheng's account, Kong Chaolin appeared remarkably composed, his demeanor tranquil as he pondered the implications. He bore the weight of decades navigating the treacherous waters of bureaucracy, remaining unperturbed even amidst turmoil. Kong Chaolin's mind raced with thoughts. A peculiar flame ignited within him. Song Gang, his secretary, had underestimated him. Previously, he merely perceived Song Gang's actions as a betrayal of loyalty expected from a secretary, yet it seemed to transcend that, potentially even bordering on criminality. The 2 letters of complaint had vanished without a trace, their simultaneous disappearance suggesting a collusion of sorts. Were Wu Yishan and Song Gang deeply entwined? If so, what magnitude of trouble loomed? This was a dereliction of duty. The Hua family, the L family, could they be implicated? What about the Zhang family? Zhang Jiehui had only recently arrived 2 years ago. In your opinion, how should this be managed? Kong Chaolin inquired of Chu Dongheng. Chu Dongheng had anticipated this question from Kong Chaolin. It served as an assessment of Chu Dongheng, reflecting a trust in his judgment, a sentiment he was acutely aware of. Chapter 46, Agreement on Chu Dongheng's plan. What do you think should be done? Kong Chaolin inquired, lifting his gaze towards Chu Dongheng. Anticipating this question, Chu Dongheng recognized it as both an assessment of his capabilities and a demonstration of trust in him, which he was keenly aware of. Secretary, I believe we can proceed in this manner. Chu Dongheng recounted the plan he had discussed with Hua Luyun the previous day, outlining it meticulously for Kong Chaolin. Indeed, starting with a study at Yen School, followed by a redefinition of our objectives, this plan is quite feasible. Your contemplation of the issues is commendable. Kong Chaolin praised, his expression remaining unchanged, devoid of any visible emotion. Secretary, if there are no further matters, I shall return to Guyu. The affairs there have yet to commence. Chu Dongheng understood that what lay ahead was beyond his purview, reserved for the provincial leaders. His immediate concern was the reconstruction of Guyu, ensuring that the local populace could lead the lives they desired. Very well. Attend to your duties, Secretary. Kong Chaolin gestured dismissively. Chu Dongheng exchanged a few words with Hua Yueren before hailing a taxi to the bus station. Hua Yueren, occupied with classes that morning, was unable to see him off. Naturally, Chu Dongheng also called Wu Liegu to ensure the safety of Fu Sheng's family and to coordinate as best as possible with Fu Shenghue during his time of need. Upon reaching Hafeng, he made a brief apology call to County Secretary Hua Ji before promptly transferring to a vehicle back to Guyu. After all, Hua Ji was the father of Hua Yueren and his future father-in-law. Even before his arrival, plans were already in motion. In a hurried return to Guyu, Chu Dongheng entered the town committee and government office, where a multitude of individuals gathered around him. Apart from exchanging pleasantries, most were inquiring about the planning scheme for Guyu town, leading to a chaotic scene that left Chu Dongheng somewhat bewildered. Meanwhile, during Chu Dongheng's return, in the provincial secretary's office, Secretary Kong Chaolin and Provincial Governor Zhang Jiehui were engaged in discussion. Governor Zhang held in his hands Fu Shenghue's self-report and a myriad of evidence. Secretary, this situation is utterly deplorable. Employing such underhanded tactics to control and manipulate a provincial official is outrageous. Although Fu Shenghue is not a member of the Provincial Standing Committee, his influence is not to be underestimated, and the severity of his actions speaks for itself. If we do not root this out, Jiangdong is in peril. Alongside his own indignation, Zhang Jiehui expressed a resolute stance: severe punishment is imperative. Governor Fu Shenghue, being from a criminal investigation background, has eluded identification of this shadowy figure for 3 years. It runs deep. We must allocate time to unravel this. It must be said that Governor Hua's strategic approach was astute. Utilizing his son to engage with Yang Chu would draw less attention from the shadowy figure. I truly envy your wisdom, Zhang Jiehui remarked with a smile. Zhang Jiehui surmised that Chu Dongheng had caught the attention of the Hua family, with the intention of courting him, a notion evidenced by Hua Luyun's engagement with him. While Zhang Jiehui perceived this connection, he refrained from voicing it, trusting that Kong Chaolin was equally aware and that they were all cognizant of the underlying truths. Indeed, it is worthy of envy. Kong Chaolin replied with a hint of pride, though I, too, have my moments of blindness. Yang Chu was merely a fortunate occurrence. Zhang Jiehui understood that Kong Chaolin was referring to Song Gang. Indeed, when Song Gang served as Kong Chaolin's secretary, his performance was rather mediocre. And he exhibited a haughty demeanor, resulting in a poor reputation. Naturally, he did not dare to show disrespect in front of Zhang Jiehui, lest he receive a slap from him. It is likely that Song Gang was merely a pawn, yet if he deliberately concealed that letter of accusation, the matter would be viewed differently. Zhang Jiehui expressed his opinions, and we must probe into that hidden hand. I believe Shao Chu's thoughts are worth trying. I too find it feasible. Furthermore, the suppressed major cases could be selected by Wu Liegu for investigation, observing how that shadowy figure reacts. We could also make breakthroughs from the principal offenders of the cases, creating a star to startle the snake. I concur with the consensus reached between the two parties. And they proceeded to discuss further details. The following morning at 9 o'clock, Chu Dongheng convened an expanded meeting of the party organization members in Guyu town. Each participant was provided with a copy of the Guyu 3.5 development plan. Everyone read attentively. The atmosphere was momentarily silent. This was a development plan endorsed by the provincial committee, unprecedented for Guyu, and it bore epoch-making significance for the town. Chu Dongheng sipped his tea leisurely, fully aware that no one dared to oppose this plan, as it was a proposal driven by the province. To oppose it would be tantamount to courting disaster. However, details still required modification, which was the purpose of today's party organization meeting. All right. I trust everyone has read through this. The Guyu 3.5 development plan has received the endorsement and support of the Hifeng County Committee, the Municipal Committee and Government, and even the Provincial Committee and Government. Thus there is no need for discussion regarding its execution. Instead, we shall deliberate on any unreasonable aspects or areas needing improvement within the proposal. Chu Dongheng glanced around the room and continued, we must break free from the long-standing image of being a model of poverty alleviation. The salaries of our public officials in Guyu are largely allocated from the county's finances, which is a source of shame. Month after month, year after year. We must seek favors from the County Finance Bureau, often spending a significant portion on entertaining them. Therefore, we must unite and work together to expedite the realization of this plan. First, we must elevate the plan's stature and then create a grand vision, serving as both a rallying cry and motivation. Judging by the expressions of those present, it was evident that some harbored doubts and were inclined to question. We must suppress such sentiments for the time being. Secretary, I believe that widening the main road from the town to Ligia village is feasible. But the segment through Waziz village will require some land from the locals, which may provoke resistance from the villagers. We can offer appropriate compensation for the occupied land. And the county and city governments will support us in this regard. It is advisable to reserve more land, as we may wish to expand further when we have the funds. Excellent. Chu Dongheng annotated directly on the Guyu 3.5 development plan. We support enterprises. Should the town government hold shares or merely collect taxes? Can the reconstructed houses in the town reference existing ancient architecture to showcase the uniqueness of Guyu? How can we attract those who have gone out to work back home? The pure wooden structures of the Su family possess great potential. However, how do we promote them? As for the materials for road construction, such as gravel and sand, currently, financial resources are somewhat limited, hence, we shall prioritize the construction of asphalt roads at the village level. As for the materials required for road construction, such as gravel and sand, we can extract them from the nearby Guanshan Ridge, which currently obstructs the access to Watsuan village. By excavating this area, we can create a roadway that alleviates the transportation difficulties faced by Watsuan and Shitsuan among other villages in reaching the town. The timber extracted from Guanshan Ridge can be generously donated to Su Company for the restoration of the Tanhua building. Furthermore, we should reserve the land behind Tanhua building to construct several traditional wooden structures using mortise and tenon joints. These structures will serve as a venue to showcase various handicrafts from Guyu town, which we envision will evolve into a brand and a symbol of strength for our community. Naturally, immediate results may not be evident. Chu Dongheng paused to take a sip of water and continued discussing the support for enterprises. Given that the local populace currently lacks the concept and experience in managing businesses, it is imperative that every new village enterprise establishes a party branch to oversee operations for a period of 3 to 5 years. This measure will ensure that no duplicate enterprises emerge during this timeframe, especially considering that most of their funding comes from bank loans. We must guarantee the banks do not incur losses, as our town government will act as their guarantor. Chu Dongheng spoke with conviction. Chapter 47, The Historic Party Meeting of Guyu Town. The secretary expressed concern over the relatively low educational levels of the village committee members. It was evident that sending personnel from the town to assist would not suffice. Additionally, there was the question of how to determine the rank of the appointed village party branch secretary. Organizational committee member Lu Qing displayed a worried expression, demonstrating the keen insight expected of someone responsible for personnel matters. Chu Dongheng, in a cheerful tone, proposed that candidates for the village party branch secretary be recruited from the community. The prerequisites were as follows: firstly, a minimum of a college degree; secondly, candidates should not exceed the age of 28; thirdly, they must be local youths born and raised in Guyu; fourthly, there were no limitations on their fields of study, and both males and females were encouraged to apply; fifthly, party members would be given priority; sixthly, the number of recruits would be between 7 to 8; and seventhly, they would be classified under civil servant status, with ranks equivalent to that of an assistant to the deputy town mayor. This recruitment process would be publicly announced throughout Guyu Town. I have already discussed this matter with Mayor Hua, and it has been agreed that our town can conduct its own recruitment for this round of civil servants. A collective sigh of relief swept through the room. It could be said that the rank was already quite significant. Following this, the division of responsibilities was outlined, with each individual assigned their respective roles. Chu Dongheng would oversee the comprehensive work, Town Mayor Yan Dongfu was responsible for all tasks as required, Executive Deputy Mayor Bai Chong would handle road and street construction. The reconstruction of houses damaged in the flood would fall under the purview of the Deputy Mayor. Personnel recruitment would be managed by Organizational Committee Member Gu Lon, and the restoration of the Tonghua building would be overseen by Deputy Mayor Du Lifeng. The Publicity Committee would be tasked with promoting and following up on the initiatives. During the meeting, a bold initiative was proposed to accomplish significant progress within 100 days. Within this time frame, the development plan for Guyu 3.5 must take shape. Every individual was held accountable for their assigned duties, with strict consequences for any lapses in execution. After thorough discussions, a unified vision emerged, and thus the implementation of the Guyu Town 3.5 development plan commenced with great fervor. However, while aspirations were high, the reality proved to be starkly different. Following the announcement for civil servant recruitment, the response was dishearteningly minimal. The residents of Guyu Town were impoverished, and only a few families could afford to send their children to university, let alone in rural areas. Many candidates exceeded the age limit, while others, having found success elsewhere, were reluctant to return. There was also skepticism regarding the attractiveness of the opportunity. Organizational Committee Member Gu Lon reported to Chu Dongheng with a wry smile. Comrade Gu Lon, this reflects the accuracy of our development plan. The people of Guyu are indeed impoverished and struggling to transform this state of backwardness. We must rely on our party to lead them in the construction of their hometown. It is our mission as party members to guide and assist them in this endeavor. Do not be disheartened. If you refine your recruitment efforts, you will eventually experience a sense of achievement unlike any before. Realizing that you have not wasted your youth or your commitment to the party, Chu Dongheng patiently advised her. With the assistance of the Publicity Committee, within 5 days, they successfully recruited 7 individuals, 5 men and 2 women, which was considered a satisfactory outcome. These newly recruited individuals were among the most critical components. Without them, the establishment of village enterprises would be untenable. On February 3, a subsequent meeting was convened. This assembly could be deemed the most significant gathering for the town. In addition to the town committee and government, it included village directors, representatives, entrepreneurs, engineering team leaders, bank officials, and more. Chu Dongheng gazed upon the throng of people gathered below, feeling the weight of his responsibility as he presided over such a significant meeting for the first time. Esteemed villagers and comrades, he began, many of you may have heard my name, yet do not know me. Allow me to introduce myself, I am Chu Dongheng, the acting party secretary of Guyu town. Following a brief self-introduction, he proceeded to discuss the 3-5 development plan for Guyu town. Firstly, he addressed the support for enterprises in Guyu town, emphasizing the need for construction companies to facilitate road development in the villages. He proposed establishing 2 construction firms. 1 stone supply company to provide materials, and a transportation company. Additionally, village-level enterprises would be promoted through collaboration among 2 or more village committees, including the establishment of a vegetable base, multiple fruit bases, and 2 food processing factories, along with a cooperative farming team. Currently, Guyu town lacks recognition, making it unrealistic to attract investment in this underdeveloped region. Thus, the focus must be on nurturing a select few enterprises first. Secondly, he outlined personnel arrangements, suggesting that the town mayor and deputy mayor should take on roles within the village committees, establishing a party organization within each company to oversee operations and guide villagers. The shortfall in personnel would be filled by recruiting local university graduates, with 7 individuals already hired to serve as village heads for the merged committees over a term of 3 to 5 years. Thirdly, he discussed financial aspects, highlighting that participants from enterprises would contribute their own funds, while any deficiencies would be met through bank loans, aiming for an interest rate reduced to 50% of the original. The town government would provide guarantees for these loans. Land transfer fees would still be collected, although tax rates could be more flexible. In total, approximately 25 enterprises would be established, with an average loan of up to 1 million per company, necessitating a total of 25 million for road construction, initially dirt roads, followed by asphalt, and ultimately cement. With fervor and clarity, he painted a vivid picture of Guyu town's future 3 to 5 years hence, envisioning a GDP of 5 billion and an annual per capita disposable income exceeding 30,000. He imagined a community where mobile phones and private cars are commonplace, where children can afford higher education, and where craft brands flourish, transforming into a cultural and tourism hallmark. If we all work together, the future of Guyu is promising, he proclaimed. His impassioned oration left the town officials astonished. They had not anticipated that the seemingly gentle Secretary Chu possessed such fervor and determination. The attendees were stirred, filled with hope for a brighter future. Currently, Guyu's GDP is less than 100 million. Yet he boldly envisioned it soaring to 5 billion in just a few years, a daring aspiration that left the 2 bank managers smiling wryly. Their banks primarily engaged in deposit and withdrawal transactions, seldom extending loans, and even if the townsfolk were willing to borrow, they were hesitant due to the town's impoverished status, fearing defaults. Yet, the prospect of a 12 million loan was daunting, but under Chu Dongheng's relentless persuasion and commitment, approval was sought from the county bureau. The banks decided to take a bold gamble, though they were acutely aware that a single misstep could be catastrophic. Returning to the guest house, Chu Dongheng sighed deeply, recognizing the gravity of the situation. It was a high-stakes gamble, and he mused that perhaps a secretarial role would have been far more comfortable. With May approaching, the deadline agreed upon with Secretary Kong, time was of the essence, and the tasks ahead were formidable. Should the framework not be completed by May, the consequences would be dire. Tomorrow, I must escort those 7 inexperienced recruits to the county party school for a week-long study on enterprise management. It's rather tight. Is there any news, Hua? Chu Dongheng received a call from Hua Luyun. Thank you, my brother, Chu. Hua Luyun's cheerful voice resonated through the phone. No. I cannot associate with you, brother, you come with your own pitfalls. Chu Dongheng remarked with disdain. Regardless of your acknowledgement, I recognize you as my brother. Let me share some good news, the plan you set is coming to fruition. In a few days, Uncle Fu will be attending Ziyan School for studies. You have rendered a significant service, and I must express my gratitude. That's wonderful. The ultimate decision rests with the two prominent leaders of the Jiangdong Provincial Party Committee and government, with whom I have little connection. If thanks are to be given, it should be directed to them. You have made a remarkable contribution, I must thank you. I shall treat you to a meal another day. You are not a person of the officialdom, why adopt such formalities? Your culinary skills leave much to be desired. Chapter 48, a joyous conclusion. After ending the call with Hua Luyun, Chu Dongheng felt a mix of unease and anticipation. The provincial leaders had taken action, and it was likely that the hidden hand behind the turmoil would soon be revealed. It was expected that Zhang Zhehui would succeed Kong Chaolin, and naturally, he was keen to unearth the individual responsible for the discord, otherwise, both leaders would bear the burden of accountability. The alliance of these two influential figures was not something that ordinary forces could withstand. The most pleased among them was Hua Luyun, who, with the assistance of Chu Dongheng, had managed to resolve a challenging issue that had troubled his father, the governor, thereby significantly enhancing his standing within the family. It is important to note that he was not the sole heir. The resources were not exclusively his, especially with his numerous cousins vying for their share. Once this matter was settled, he would be able to hold his head high before his father, and within the family, his words would carry greater weight. The following day, Chu Dongheng set off for Hafeng County with the newly recruited 7 individuals, accompanied by the town committee members and all vice mayors. In response, the standing committee of Xinglin City, along with the vice mayor and the county party secretary, convened an expanded meeting of the county committee and government to hear the work report from the Guyu town committee and government delegation. This was tantamount to a high-level reception for the Guyu delegation. Esteemed Mayor Hua, County Head Zhong, and all county leaders, it is a pleasure to meet you. We present the finalized version of the Guyu 3.5 development plan. After convening a mobilization conference for all town officials, confidence ran high among the participants. Following Chu Dongheng's report on the progress of work, he paused to scan the meeting room. He continued, in addition to the originally allocated funds, we seek the support of the county committee and government to facilitate the procurement of various materials required for the reconstruction of Guyu from local enterprises and factories. Every bag of cement, every tile, and every steel bar must be sourced externally. The final page of the development plan outlines the categories of materials needed. We hope the county government can take the lead in contacting relevant enterprises and factories to serve as designated procurement points for Guyu's construction. The benefits of this approach are manifold. Firstly, the construction will be supported by our city and county, ensuring that resources remain within our jurisdiction. All materials required for Guyu's development must be procured from designated suppliers, with a period of 3 years established for this arrangement. The GDP generated from the investments by Xinglin City and Hafeng County will naturally accrue to both. Secondly, enterprises supporting the construction of Guyu, even if operating at low or zero profit margins, will cultivate a reputation for integrity within the province. Thirdly, the City and County Supervision Bureau can assist in ensuring quality control, allowing for efficient delivery of materials as needed, streamlining our efforts to accelerate the pace of development. Lastly, my report concludes here. Thank you for your attention. After listening to Secretary Chu's report, the attendees were invited to share their thoughts or suggestions. In such a setting, we can only address Chu Dongheng by his official title, just as he must refer to me as Mayor Hua, Hua Jicheng remarked. I support this proposal. The flow of funds can be controlled locally. This is beneficial. Over the years, Guyu's administrative expenses have undoubtedly amounted to millions. A one-time resolution is preferable. An allocation of 5 million would be worthwhile. The county chief, Zhong Wan, was the first to express his stance. The economic benefits generated belong to him, and he has no reason to oppose. Nor would he dare to, for if he did, he might find himself in a precarious position regarding national assets come tomorrow. Support. There is no issue. It is rare for Secretary Chu to be so thoughtful. The proposal passed unanimously. Everyone has a profound understanding of Chu Dongheng. This young man is not to be underestimated, as sometimes the legends of the Jianghu hold truth. No wonder Secretary Kong of the Provincial Committee places such significance and trust in him. Indeed, Secretary Kong is an astute veteran with a discerning eye. Since everyone agrees, let us compile and report to the municipal and provincial governments. Now, let us confirm the relevant bidding responsibilities for liaising with various suppliers. Hua Jichang wasted no time and got straight to the point. At that time, Kong Chaolin appointed Hua Jichang as a committee member, standing committee member, and deputy mayor of Xinglin City, intending to facilitate more convenient reporting to the provincial committee regarding the progress of Guyu Town's development. It is worth noting that a county party secretary does not possess the authority to report directly to the provincial committee. Upon returning to Guyu, Chu Dongheng focused solely on one task: visiting and supervising. The responsibility for tracking and implementing the work with material suppliers in the county was entrusted to the executive deputy town mayor and publicity committee member, Liu Qing. He could not personally handle every matter, for not only would it overwhelm him, but others might also criticize him for not delegating authority. 7 days passed, and the 7 village secretaries who went to the county school for study returned. The prices for various materials were also established. The efficiency of the county party committee and government in this endeavor was commendable. Now everything is in place, we simply await the favorable winds. The companies responsible for road construction and building houses lack the necessary technical expertise and will require external guidance. This is a commitment Chu Dongheng made to them. His connections in this area are limited, only the Biodong Group from the provincial capital comes to mind. The Biodong Group is involved in numerous industries, including real estate, road construction, and investments, but Chu Dongheng wishes to avoid dealings with such enterprises, not wanting to owe favors to commercial entities, which could become difficult to repay. The Biodong Group had previously sought to befriend Chu Dongheng, inviting him to dinners, but he politely declined. Once spoken, words cannot be taken back. Promises made to the people of Guyu must be fulfilled. Chu Dongheng could only reach out to Biodong Group's chairman, Hon Biao, requesting assistance with road construction and technical guidance in building. He could offer compensation, albeit minimal, merely symbolic. Hon Biao readily agreed, stating it was a trivial matter, and he would personally bring a team the following day. Upon receiving Chu Dongheng's request, Hon Biao was elated. Chu Dongheng was managing the Tiongao Group, and the Biodong Group had reaped substantial benefits, profiting immensely. Despite multiple attempts to invite Chu Dongheng for meals and foster a friendship, he had been politely turned down. Now that Chu Dongheng reached out, there was no reason for Hon Biao to be displeased. The next day, Hon Biao, chairman of the Biodong Group, arrived as promised, accompanied by 2 engineers. To show respect, Chu Dongheng welcomed him at the entrance with members of the town committee and government. Chairman Hon, my apologies for making you travel to this small place, Guyu. Chu Dongheng greeted Hon Biao with a handshake as he stepped out of the car. There was no choice. He needed to seek assistance from him. Director Chu, what is a little trouble? You can stay here for an extended period. I am merely here for a day or 2. In comparison, it is nothing. Hon Biao replied nonchalantly. Mr. Hon, allow me to introduce the officials of Guyu Town to you. Chu Dongheng presented the members of the Guyu Town Committee and government to Hon Biao, remarking that these 2 gentlemen are engineers from your esteemed group. We are immensely grateful for your support in aiding Guyu. Chu Dongheng stepped forward to shake hands with the 2 engineers. According to Hon Biao, these 2 engineers are regarded as the pinnacle of technical expertise within their organization. The bespectacled gentleman is named Li Ku, while the one with the slicked back hairstyle is Lin Ping. Both are in their 40s. Chapter 49, A Heart of Ice in a Jade Vessel. A group accompanied Hon Biao as they strolled through Guyu Town. As they reached the town center, Chu Dongheng remarked to Hon Biao, Director Hon, do not be misled by the current dilapidated state of Guyu Town. By the end of the year, it will undoubtedly undergo a remarkable transformation. We have at least 25 enterprises in our initial support phase, when currently, Guyu's annual GDP is less than 10 million. I firmly believe that in 3 to 5 years, it will reach 5 billion. I possess utmost confidence in this projection. Presently, the average disposable income for the citizens of Guyu is a mere 6,000 yuan or even less, however, in 3 to 5 years. The group trailing behind jested, "Secretary Chu, you are starting the hype again," just the other day at the county committee meeting. You dazzled them with a report claiming 5 million. Chu Dongheng paused, pointed to the ground beneath them, then gestured towards the east. Director Hon. This is the main thoroughfare, a 6-lane road in both directions. To the west lies the Tanhua building, which will undergo restoration. Such wooden mortise and tenon structures are becoming increasingly rare. As the name suggests, it was erected to commemorate Guyu's former top scholar, and it holds significant meaning. Before us is an empty plot designated for a shopping complex, originally. It was intended for the town government's self-constructed project. If you are interested, we could allocate it to your group. The crowd was momentarily stunned. Realizing the potential of this persuasive pitch, Chu Dongheng retrieved a blueprint of the urban development plan from his bag to show Hon Biao. Director Hon. You need not doubt my intentions. Before your arrival, I envisioned self-construction. However, with your presence, I see an opportunity to offer you a robust future industry. Additionally, I fear that if the government manages the shopping center and profits excessively, it may lead to corruption. I would not want to tarnish my reputation over such matters. He then handed Hon Biao a stack of documents. This contains our fixed material pricing, which the city and county have facilitated to support Guyu. This is unique across the nation. It is crucial. Of course, the land transfer fees here will be 30% higher than in the outskirts. Yet, a budget of 10 million for construction, including land transfer fees, is entirely feasible. Despite Guyu's current state of disrepair, we have a population exceeding 110,000, and it will only grow. I trust your vision, Director Chu, Hon Biao replied with a smile. The crowd thought, oh wow. This is possible. Director Hon, there is no need for contemplation. This plot spans at least 20,000 square meters. In 3 to 5 years, its value will soar to 50 million, in 10 years, it could reach 100 million. And that is still a conservative estimate. Even if the shopping center yields little profit, the land alone will suffice for your gains. He gestured toward the horizon, Director Hon. Do you see those distant mountains? There lies a lake perfect for hotel construction. My intention is to put it up for bidding for a hotel, according to foreign standards. It must be a 5-star establishment or higher, requiring an investment of 50 billion, which could be phased in over 3 stages. The audience was at a loss, struggling to grasp the magnitude of his claims, feeling as if they had entered a realm of fantasy. One person exclaimed, "Pinch me, I must be dreaming." The crowd murmured. And Hon Biao, aware of their skepticism, turned to them, "Do you think Secretary Chu is merely spinning tales? I must inform you that you do not fully comprehend the caliber of Secretary Chu. His economic acumen is among the finest in the nation. You are fortunate to be following Secretary Chu, and while you may not believe this now, in a few years, you will. Your Secretary Chu is not just an ordinary master's graduate, he has conducted research abroad." He then turned to the 2 engineers and inquired about their thoughts. Engineer Lee responded, "Secretary Chu is indeed correct. This land will be valued at 50 million in 3 years, and 10 years down the line, it could very well reach 5 billion. Lee then pointed to a distant hill in the west. Your plans must entail removing that hill, correct? The crowd was astonished, exclaiming, "How did you guess that?" They were taken aback. After all, the planning map was merely a rudimentary sketch and did not depict that area. Others might refrain from excavating, but Secretary Chu undoubtedly would. He may not know how much cement will be needed for the road or what type of rebar will be required for constructing buildings. But he certainly knows how to foster economic development. He continued, by removing that hill, a road can be constructed leading to the Qingyun Expressway. Consequently, Guyu will be flanked by 2 expressways, which means that Guyu will have access to 2 highways, significantly enhancing transportation convenience. Although Guyu currently appears distant from both expressways, this is indeed an advantage, as there will be ample land available for future utilization. Looking at the crowd, he jested. Surely you do not believe that Secretary Chu is excavating that hill based on feng shui, do you? That would be quite unfortunate. The crowd, overwhelmed by the information received today, found it difficult to digest and was left breathless. Hon Biao addressed the crowd. Your Secretary Chu is not fond of owing favors. Countless individuals in the provincial capital wish to invite Secretary Chu for a meal, eager to meet him, yet he has never accepted an invitation. His willingness to seek my assistance this time truly reflects his desire to develop Guyu. He possesses an unwavering commitment to the people. This is the most dedicated and considerate government official I have ever encountered, Hon Biao remarked. The crowd gained a newfound respect for Chu Dongheng. Mr. Hon, you exaggerate. One must govern in their position. Secretary Kong tasked me with addressing the matters of Guyu, and I cannot disappoint his expectations. Chu Dongheng maintained the humility befitting his position. Hon Biao spoke the truth of the present circumstances, but the existence of Kong Chaolin must be acknowledged. Without him, Chu Dongheng would be nothing, thus he must tread carefully to avoid leaving a negative impression on Kong Chaolin. Mr. Hon, I believe this shopping center plaza is worth investing in, as Secretary Chu stated. It holds great potential and faces little competition, ensuring profitability, remarked Engineer Lin with a prominent pompadour. Naturally, without Secretary Chu's strategic planning, the situation would be entirely different. The two group engineers were remarkably confident of Fodong Group. $1 million investment is merely a gesture. Thus, it was resolved to invest in a shopping center plaza in Guyu, with a total construction area ultimately determined to be 10,000 square meters, integrating shopping, dining, trade, and entertainment into one comprehensive plaza. The investment would amount to 10 million. Disbursed in a single payment, with tax reductions of 50% over the first 5 years as a concession. Human sentiments belong to the realm of personal relationships. While business is strictly a matter of contractual obligations, naturally, this task will be entrusted to Mayor Yan Dongfu. The project, valued at 10 million, need not require the personal signature of Chairman Hon Biao, as it is grounded in Hon Biao's trust in Chu Dongheng. The crowd, caught in a dreamlike reverie, wondered, has this truly come to fruition? Is it merely a whimsical exploration? Why does it seem so surreal? It appears that Guyu's ambitions are on the cusp of realization. As they ascended the mountain range described by Chu Dongheng, they discovered, as he had foretold, the relatively modest summit cradling a picturesque lake, its scenery enchanting and unparalleled, making it an ideal location for a leisure hotel investment. An investment exceeding 5 billion seems wholly justifiable. The expanse of land is vast, and with careful planning that respects ecological integrity, construction that aligns with the contours of the mountains will allow guests to feel as if they have stepped into a realm of ethereal beauty, transcending reality. Chairman Hon, I am not deceiving you, am I? It is advisable to consider a joint venture with a hotel group from Xianggang, given their advanced international hotel management expertise. The crucial point is that the land transfer fees are not yet exorbitant, with the dawn of China's reform and opening up. We anticipate a significant rise in value within a few years. Securing land is tantamount to securing the future. Let us seize the opportunity. Chu Dongheng was eager to further showcase his knowledge. The crowd stood agape. Was this not a form of persuasion? I find myself intrigued, truly. Following Director Chu's vision, I shall endeavor to engage some capable hotel groups from Xianggang for a partnership. What a splendid location indeed. Hon Biao sighed. The crowd, momentarily stunned, seemed to believe it might actually materialize. Eventually, Hon Biao did indeed secure partners to construct the hotel, but that is a tale for another time. Chapter 50, in full swing 3 days later. Hon Biao sent the person in charge of the construction of the Guyu shopping center to sign a letter of intent for cooperation. On February 15, the shopping plaza was inaugurated with a ribbon-cutting ceremony. An investment project of 10 million is no trifling matter. Hon Biao personally attended the ceremony. While Guyu represented Chu Dongheng in inviting County Party Secretary Xing Lin and Vice Mayor Hua Jicheng to join in the festivities. This was also a deliberate move by Chu Dongheng to allow Hua Jicheng to gain recognition for his achievements. Furthermore, he did not wish to overshadow the event. As he was merely an acting official, it would be inappropriate for a secretary to a provincial party secretary to take center stage at the ceremony. On the same day, various infrastructure projects in Guyu town also celebrated groundbreaking ceremonies. Gyeongdong TV broadcasted the event live, capturing the attention of the entire province. Originally, Guyu had attracted the interest of the provincial government, and with Chu Dongheng, the top secretary of Gyeongdong, serving as the acting town party secretary, it was impossible for them to remain unnoticed. For example, it would have been inconceivable for a provincial television station to cover a poor town like Guyu, let alone a county. Suddenly, all eyes of Gyeongdong province were focused on Guyu. Attendees at the ribbon cutting included officials from the Hafan County Committee and government, who received numerous congratulatory and inquiry calls, basking in the spotlight and glory. Hon Biao's Biaodong group received accolades from the provincial government and emerged as the biggest winner, championing the motto of aiding Guyu in building a better home, achieving a win-win situation. The provision of low-cost materials for Guyu's construction also garnered praise from the Gyeongdong provincial government, leading to a batch of conscientious enterprises in Hafeng County being recognized. Notably, these companies received free exposure on provincial television, benefiting all involved. Those merchants who chose not to participate were left regretting their decisions. Even the provincial television reporters, Leng Rushuang and Fong Xiong, who had been closely following the construction of Guyu, were promoted to deputy directors of the news department. Chu Dongheng's prowess, known as Chu Shuangju, was once again the topic of fervent discussion. Anyone associated with Chu Dongheng reaped considerable benefits. While most people in Gyeongdong were aware of Chu Dongheng's name, few truly knew him, as he rarely appeared on television and shunned the limelight. However, contrary to his intentions, he sparked greater curiosity about the illustrious figure known as Gyeongdong's top secretary. The construction in Guyu town was progressing vigorously, with dust swirling in the air yet the residents of Guyu saw not the dust, but rather hope. On February 20th, Chu Dongheng convened an expanded meeting of the town party organization, including all vice-town heads. Chu Dongheng was no longer perceived as a mere youth but as a highly esteemed town party secretary, commanding respect and authority, with no one daring to oppose him. During the meeting, Chu Dongheng made specific requests regarding the architectural characteristics of buildings in Guyu town. The unified design, conceived by the wooden structure architect Mr. Su Zuming, was established as the standard. Any designs not conforming to this would not be approved for construction. The planning and design of various street constructions would be undertaken by 2 engineers from Biaodong Group. Everyone was more than willing to comply. Having been in the political arena for several years, they recognized that Chu Dongheng's demands were indeed in the best interest of Guyu. Not to mention the tangible benefits for the citizens of Guyu, the successful completion of these projects would significantly enhance his prospects for promotion. No one dared to engage in internal strife or sabotage. Anyone who dared to do so would surely meet a grim fate. It is important to note that Chu Dongheng was none other than Gyeongdong's top secretary, a figure of considerable influence. Dealing with someone like him would be a swift affair. Each individual is entrusted with a specific responsibility, and this shared accountability is one of the reasons why everyone is genuinely devoted to their roles. Chu Dongheng does not seek personal accolades. His sole desire is for Guyu's development to surpass the expectations set by Provincial Secretary Kong Chaolin. The officials of Guyu town have personally experienced this transformative endeavor, and each has exerted considerable effort, resulting in a rapid enhancement of their professional competencies. The overall improvement in work capabilities has facilitated the seamless advancement of Guyu's construction. Each person has emerged like a phoenix from the ashes, brimming with vigor. Similarly, Hafeng County has flourished, inspired and invigorated by Guyu's momentum, especially County Chief Shongwon, who recognizes that he is no longer a contender against Hua Jicheng. It is merely a matter of time before Hua Jicheng receives a promotion, with the county party secretary position destined to be assumed by him. Thus, he is particularly industrious. tirelessly conducting research and directing the expansion of Guyu's development plans across various townships. This collaborative effort includes the deputy county chiefs. In stark contrast, Chu Dongheng appears to be idly wandering the streets, seeking to understand the needs of the common people. He spends his days collaborating with 2 engineers from Biaodong Group, refining the urban planning for Guyu. With their assistance, he has finally completed the comprehensive plan for Guyu. After finishing the construction planning for Guyu, he sighed in relief. It was a significant achievement considering his limited time of merely 6 months. Nearly 2 months have already elapsed, leaving only 4 months remaining. The National 2 sessions will convene on the 5th of next month, and he must accompany Kong Chaolin to the capital, which will consume another 10 days or so. On February 27, Chu Dongheng convened a meeting with the town's party committee members and deputy mayor to review the progress of various tasks and outline the construction plan for Guyu, emphasizing the necessity of adhering to the master plan during implementation. On February 28, Chu Dongheng traveled to Hafeng County, lacking a direct route back to the provincial capital. He had to transfer in Hafeng County. In the office of the Hafeng County Party Secretary, Wajicheng and Chu Dongheng sat comfortably on a sofa. Wajicheng, aware that Chu Dongheng is the boyfriend of his daughter and that they were alone, felt no need for formalities. Chu Dongheng briefly reported on the progress of work in Guyu, much to Wajicheng's delight, as the development of Guyu was proceeding smoothly. This success would significantly enhance his political achievements. At only 46 years of age, he had already reached the position of deputy bureau chief, and further advancement seemed feasible. With the accomplishments in Guyu, his reputation would undoubtedly be bolstered, especially with the support of Provincial Secretary Zhao Zafang and Chu Dongheng. Dongheng, you are heading back to the provincial capital with Secretary Kong to Yan City, aren't you? Wajicheng inquired, as he too was a representative attending the national conference. He intended to join them, thus he was fully aware of Chu Dongheng's current trip to the provincial capital alongside Kong Chaolin. Chu Dongheng was not a representative himself and lacked the qualification to attend the conference. However, during the meeting, should any issues arise in Jiangdong, they could contact his secretary, who would promptly reach out to the provincial secretary to propose solutions. Consequently, it is customary for leaders at the city level and above to bring their secretaries along, although it is not strictly obligatory. Yet, the provincial secretary invariably brings a secretary, as they serve as the final decision maker for problem resolution. Failure to establish contact would complicate matters significantly. Indeed, the Secretary General has informed me that, in any case, the work for grain rain has already been arranged. So there should be no issues. My presence neither adds nor detracts. Indeed, when Secretary Kong assigned you to oversee the disaster relief supplies, it was also an opportunity for you to gain experience. You have far exceeded his expectations. Remarkably, you have managed to influence the entire Shilling City through the small town of Guyu. However, it is fortunate that you have invigorated the economy of Hafeng County. And even the entirety of Shilling City owes a debt of gratitude to you. Huaji City remarked, aside from your status, you indeed possess considerable talent. Nevertheless, you must cherish this achievement, for it is hard-earned. Chapter 51, a reminder. With a chuckle, Chu Dongheng remarked, as long as the matters concerning Guyu are resolved, the well-being of the common people is all that truly matters. As for achievements, they are hardly significant, for I am not the genuine party secretary of the town, merely serving in a temporary capacity. He believed it was misguided to think that fulfilling Secretary Kong's assignment was the sole purpose of his role. Numerous individuals with grassroots experience were available, and his selection was simply Secretary Kong testing his abilities, providing him with valuable experience. He should not underestimate this opportunity, as it would undoubtedly stand out in his future political career. Seeing Chu Dongheng's casual demeanor, Hua Jicheng felt compelled to remind him of the seriousness of his situation. However, he refrained from elaborating further, recognizing that Chu Dongheng was young and lacked the years of political experience to fully comprehend the nuances involved. Yet, Chu Dongheng's nonchalant attitude was indeed somewhat irksome. Those entrenched within the system tirelessly strive for advancement, and countless individuals languish in mid-level positions for years without making progress. Most simply retire from their posts without ever ascending. In contrast, he effortlessly ascended to the position of deputy director, soon to be promoted to director. While Hua Jicheng had toiled for many years to attain the rank of deputy minister, having surpassed many others. It was not merely the matter of guyu that propelled him to such heights. The last time he reached the position of director was through the relentless support of the Secretary General, which left Hua Jicheng both amused and exasperated. It's the weekend. Have you informed Shaoran to meet you at the station? Hua Jicheng skillfully shifted the conversation. I told her to expect a call when we near the provincial city. By the way, uncle, I have been receiving updates lately. The county's economic momentum appears quite promising. Doubling the economic indicators should pose no problem, right? He added casually. Indeed, the momentum is quite favorable, and a doubling of the economic indicators should not be a challenge. If all goes well, perhaps even more. Hua Jicheng replied with a smile, feeling buoyed by the pleasant surprises from the books he had received recently. Uncle, although I have not yet fully entered the political arena, I can discern certain attitudes from the two prominent figures in the provincial committee. If all goes according to plan, your position may undergo changes by the end of this year or early next year, Chu Dongheng stated earnestly. Do share your insights, I am intrigued. Hua Jicheng responded, eager to listen, knowing that Chu Dongheng was close to the provincial secretary. Lacking political sensitivity, he often gleaned straightforward impressions from the actions and words of the secretary, making it worthwhile to hear his perspective. The individual orchestrating your potential change will not be Secretary Kong, but rather the governor. The governor and the secretary maintain a cordial relationship. Decisions are often made jointly between the two. Recently, several adjustments have been made, all under the governor's initiative. With the secretary's backing, as the secretary is keen to support the governor in succeeding him. In the future, the provincial committee will undoubtedly be under the governor's control, which perfectly aligns resources in his favor. Furthermore, the secretary is not fond of internal strife, and the governor is perceptive enough to notice this. Thus, all matters are conducted with respect for the secretary, fostering a pleasant collaboration between the two. Consequently, those aligned with the secretary whom the governor sees potential in shall be elevated to his inner circle. Your exceptional promotion to deputy minister is unprecedented in Jiangdong, and the governor's unwavering support signifies that you have captured his attention. Coupled with your advantageous age, you will inevitably become one of his own. There is no reason for him to oppose you. Chu Dongheng took a sip of tea. If the governor successfully succeeds Secretary Kong, the new governor will undoubtedly be an outsider. Can this newly appointed governor coexist harmoniously with him, just as the secretary did? Thus, I surmise he will begin to strategize. For the secretary may depart Jiangdong or step back at any moment. As long as it does not contravene regulations, those he favors will undoubtedly be promoted first. Oh! What position do you think the governor will assign me? Hua Jicheng chuckled. If you were in sync with the secretary, I would wake up laughing in my sleep. Of course, it was merely a jest. He would not dare to converse so freely with anyone else outside of his exchanges with Chu Dongheng. I believe the ultimate aim of the governor's arrangement for you is the position of mayor of Jiangming City. He is not satisfied with the current mayor, Yao Jimi, who is quite advanced in age, and it is likely he will be asked to step down soon, hence there is no urgency in replacing him. Jiangming is the provincial capital, a place of great importance, and appointments are made with utmost caution. Currently, he collaborates seamlessly with the secretary. Yet that does not guarantee uniformity in all matters. The individuals he employs must receive the full support of Secretary Kong at this moment. As long as he highlights your capabilities, the secretary will not object. The opinions of others remain uncertain. Our relationship is surely known to the secretary. The Secretary General would not conceal this from him. Your good rapport with the Secretary General implies that your promotion would not entail disloyalty towards him. Thus, should the governor choose to promote you, it is a certainty that the secretary will agree. Once the two influential figures reach a consensus, There is no need for a provincial standing committee meeting, any opposition would be rendered ineffective. After hearing Chu Dongheng's words, Hua Jicheng fell into contemplation. As if there were a grain of truth in this. Kong Shaolin seldom reprimands others, yet do not underestimate this seemingly toothless tiger, he merely keeps his mouth shut. What do you think the chances are? Hua Jicheng inquired quietly. This was a thought he had never entertained, for he had just ascended to the position of deputy director. And that alone felt like a divine favor, how could he dare to ponder further? 100%. But I am uncertain whether it will be by the end of the year or next year, Chu Dongheng replied earnestly. If it is by the end of the year, where do you think it might be? What position? Hua Jicheng asked softly. Given that he had just assumed the role of deputy director, he was not yet eligible for the mayoral position, even as a deputy standing in for the mayor. Hua Jicheng treated the conversation as mere banter, otherwise his heart truly could not bear it, he had just stepped into the role of deputy director. I have checked the current positions of deputy directors and above. If it is this year, there is only one position suitable for you. Which position? This time, even Hua Jicheng felt a twinge of nervousness. The acting director of the Provincial Public Security Department, this is the only position available for arrangement, and it does not contravene any regulations. Then, from the acting director's position, you would be transferred to Jiangming City as the acting mayor, serving as deputy while standing in for the mayor. Chu Dongheng took another sip of tea. The current director of the provincial police has not yet been appointed due to the unresolved situation surrounding the former director, Fu Shanghui. Not yet definitively resolved. Hasn't he already been dismissed? Hua Jicheng queried, perplexed. It is no wonder Hua Jicheng is unaware, even the provincial standing committee members are in the dark. Is there any speculation? Of course, only 3 individuals are privy to this matter, the governor, the secretary, and myself. Hua Jicheng was genuinely astonished. Do not blame your ignorance. Even the members of the provincial standing committee are unaware. The earlier information pertains solely to me, while the latter is something I personally handled. The specific reasons cannot be disclosed to you, not due to a lack of trust, but because it pertains to the strategic arrangements of 2 prominent figures within the provincial committee. Any hint of information could jeopardize the entire plan. Therefore, it is imperative that you do not reveal even the slightest detail to others. Fu Shanghui's ascent to the position of police chief undoubtedly involves some connections. Once the truth about his situation is fully unveiled, the implications could be significant. Should they be minor, he might very well regain his former position. During this period, it is most suitable for you to navigate the situation, then given the rapport between you and me, as well as with the Secretary General. Your temporary elevation will be perceived as a result of our connections, diverting attention from other possibilities. This strategy serves a dual purpose for the 2 esteemed leaders. Firstly, it demonstrates their genuine support for you. Secondly, it positions you as part of their broader scheme. Of course, this is merely my conjecture. As for Chu Dongheng, let it be casual conversation, one must not be too definitive. Chapter 52, Springtime in Huaji City. Without mentioning the main hall, it directly refers to the deputy position. Hearing your words, there seems to be a glimmer of hope. Huaji City harbored a modest thought within. He dared not delve too deeply, after all. This was the provincial police chief, a position that, although not part of the standing committee, is often held concurrently by the vice governor, a role of considerable power. Many aspire to such dreams, including Huaji City himself. It is not merely a flicker of hope, but rather a substantial one, with a probability exceeding 60%. Chu Dongheng spoke earnestly, stating that if one were to select an individual from the past who held a formal position or a deputy acting in place of the formal one. Once the matter concerning Fu Shanghui was settled, how would these 2 individuals be arranged? Only you have been oriented towards a transitional role from the outset, which facilitates arrangements without disrupting the governor's own plans. The position of the director of the Public Security Education Bureau, while not part of the standing committee, is nonetheless significant. As the provincial party secretary, it is essential for him to maintain control, especially in light of the recent Fushanghue incident, where both prominent figures must tread carefully. Otherwise, the police chief would have already appointed someone. Currently, Zhu Guohua, who oversees all operations, faces disadvantages due to his age. Even if he has backing, that support hesitates to speak on his behalf because the recent Fushanghue affair has greatly angered Secretary Kong. Anyone advocating for an individual disfavored by Secretary Kong is not far from retirement. Naturally, aside from the provincial party secretary, would the governor even consider Zhu Guohua? That is highly improbable, as Governor Zhang values those who can contribute in the coming 5 years, otherwise, the conversation is futile. Chu Dongheng's remarks resonated with the wisdom of a seasoned politician. It seems I underestimated him. Thankfully, he is not an adversary, otherwise he would indeed be a source of concern. Then let us hope for your auspicious words, perhaps it may indeed come to fruition. Huaji City responded with a relaxed smile. What do you think I should do now? Huaji City posed this question as a test of Chu Dongheng's political acumen. Do not concentrate all your efforts on economic matters. In economics, I believe County Chief Zhong is more diligent than anyone. He understands that your prompt elevation is his ultimate goal. Should he miss this opportunity, he will have no chance left, remaining in his position until retirement. Chu Dongheng offered a cigarette to Huaji City, lighting one for himself and exhaling a plume of smoke. You must seize the opportunity presented by the recent developments in Guyu, using the expansion of Guyu's experience as your guiding principle. Significantly adjust personnel. Promoting the capable and virtuous youth, aim to establish a situation where even in your absence from Xinglin City, you can still influence them. Only then will the governor recognize your insight, otherwise, he might as well appoint you as the secretary of the Xinglin City Party Committee. You make a valid point. Based on your report on Guyu's progress, within 6 months, it should be nearly ready, allowing for personnel to be selected from Guyu. After all, they have developed alongside you, and they will undoubtedly feel gratitude and loyalty towards you. Huaji City shared his thoughts. Utilizing those who have been with you ensures that others cannot easily criticize. The key lies in making the Guyu model a success. Truly, he is an old hand, able to pinpoint the critical aspects in an instant. Uncle, we should discuss this further. You are aware that one careless move could lead to disastrous consequences. We are merely engaging in conversation. Do not attempt to connect this with the governor, and the content of our discussion must remain confidential, even from the Secretary General. At this point, a person as astute as Hua Jicheng should know how to navigate this situation. Delving deeper would be disrespectful to the seasoned veterans. It would merely be nonsensical chatter. It seems you have great confidence in my potential for that position, Hua Jicheng remarked with a smile. He would not engage in a dispute with Chu Dongheng over trivial matters. Naturally, when the time comes, he will consult me on whom to recommend. This serves both as a test for me and a means to validate his own thoughts. The secretary would behave in this manner with those he trusts. Oh! Hua Jicheng finally comprehended why he felt entitled to the position of police chief. Chu Dongheng himself is a crucial vote. Coupled with Secretary Zhao, the prospects appear exceedingly promising. Reflecting on this, even Hua Jicheng felt a surge of confidence. When do you anticipate this will occur? By the end of the year at the latest. Or as early as October. The higher-ups cannot afford to leave the position of police chief vacant for an extended period. Fushanghue will be temporarily assigned to a less significant position upon his return from Yen University, one that does not attract attention. Therefore, your appointment as acting police chief is indeed a strategic move to reserve that position for Fushanghue. One could interpret it this way. Subsequently, transitioning from the police chief role to the mayor of Zhongming should be considerably easier. Otherwise, how could they expect you to leap from the position of deputy mayor of Xinglin, bypassing even the executive deputy mayor role, to become mayor of Zhongming? How could the provincial elders accept such a shift? If the provincial secretary and the governor join forces to suppress those old-timers in the province, what would the central authorities think? Many of those elders are nearing retirement age. The governor would not expend effort to win over individuals who are about to lose their value, with the secretary shielding him. It would be peculiar if he did not seize the opportunity to cultivate a group of grassroots officials who are advantageous in terms of age. Hearing Chu Dongheng's astute analysis, his thoughts began to race. It appears that in addition to connections, luck plays a significant role in one's advancement. He understood that relying solely on the Secretary General without Chu Dongheng's influence would make swift ascension nearly impossible. In essence, as Chu Dongheng suggested, attaining a formal division chief position within 2 years signifies one is on the path to becoming provincial-level reserve talent. The thought delighted him. However, a seasoned veteran in the political arena would never display his emotions openly. What he failed to consider is that beyond Hua Jicheng's professional capabilities, the key factor is the strong rapport between Hua Jicheng and Chu Dongheng, which would provide additional protection for Chu Dongheng once he departs from Jiangdong. No one anticipated Kong Chaolin's regard for Chu Dongheng, except for Governor Zhang Jiehui, who could discern this. Thus, Chu Dongheng's analysis did not reveal Zhang Jiehui's strategic cards. To rise to the position of governor, one must be exceptionally astute. After dining at the county guest house, Chu Dongheng and Hua Jicheng hurried to the interstate bus station. Upon returning, he intended to indulge in a couple of days with his beloved Yuran before accompanying the provincial secretary to the capital. As Chu Dongheng exited the station, he spotted Hua Yuran's car parked in the usual spot, the engine running, indicating that she had arrived punctually. As I settled into the passenger seat, I gazed upon Hua Yuran's exquisite visage, inhaling the faint fragrance of her perfume. Chu Dongheng felt an overwhelming urge to embrace her and plant a kiss upon her lips. However, upon noticing the lascivious expression on Chu Dongheng's face, Hua Yuran cast a murderous glare his way, prompting him to sense impending danger. That lascivious gaze vanished without a trace, leaving Hua Yuran with a triumphant smile. This evening, several classmates were gathering, typically absent from Jiangdong, and she insisted, "You must accompany me." Was it even possible to decline? Absolutely not. Chu Dongheng slumped back in resignation, muttering, "My wife is so domineering." Yet, as he caught sight of Hua Yuran's deadly glare once more, he thought, "I adore this." Should anyone witness his sly expression, they would undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment at the revelation of Jiangdong's foremost secretive figure behaving so modestly in front of his girlfriend. A miracle. How irritating. Chapter 53, The class gathering of Hua Yuran. Throughout the afternoon, Chu Dongheng spent his time with his mother. He had planned to accompany Hua Yuran to a gathering with her classmates for dinner in the evening, thus foregoing another meal with his mother. Although he had a girlfriend, Chu Jinluo was aware of this, yet Chu Dongheng had not introduced her to his mother, considering they had only been dating for 3 months. As they were preparing to dine out, he could not escape the customary parental admonitions. He refrained from mentioning his last visit to Tianyi Pavilion, fearing it would cause unnecessary worry for his mother. However, the incident involving Jiangdong's first secret was widely known, making it impossible for her to be unaware, especially since it had garnered much attention at the time. As for the gathering, it was organized by Hua Yuran's high school classmates, several of whom hailed from Jiangdong. Although she was initially reluctant to attend, the influence of her close friends, who insisted on bringing their boyfriends, proved overwhelming. This gathering was hosted by a former classmate who had struck it rich in business and was treating everyone, despite Chu Dongheng's aversion to socializing, and Hua Yuran's reserved and tranquil demeanor, it seemed appropriate to partake in the event after several years since graduation, especially when professional ties had grown sparse. With time still on their side before the 7:30 p.m. meeting, Chu Dongheng took a shower and donned a casual outfit, complemented by a pair of sneakers. He rarely wore casual attire, but formal wear was the norm for public servants. At 7:30 p.m., Hua Yuran arrived at the intersection in her CC. Chu Dongheng buckled his seatbelt as he entered the car. "I forgot to ask, where are we going?" he inquired, turning to look at Hua Yuran, who appeared ethereal in her fitted dress with flowing hair, exuding beauty. "Anywhere but Tianyi Pavilion," she replied. "Is it really Tianyi Pavilion?" Chu Dongheng asked, sensing her reluctance. Are you afraid to go? Hua Yueren's gaze fixed on him, acknowledging her apprehension stemming from the haunting memory of the Gaoquan incident. However, the thought of being with Chu Dongheng eased her fear somewhat. Chu Dongheng could not help but chuckle. Realizing that a classmate who had recently become wealthy would naturally choose Tianyi Pavilion, the pinnacle of dining establishments in Jiangdong, to showcase his success. He hoped that no further incidents would transpire there, as it would be quite unfortunate. Let us go, I'll accompany my wife through thick and thin, he said. Attempting to lighten the mood, though his playful remark elicited a piercing glare from Hua Yueren that sent shivers down his spine. They arrived at Tianyi Pavilion before 8 o'clock. Given that the dinner was scheduled for 8, they were not late. They were led into a VIP room which, although not as lavish as the Supreme Suite, was still quite opulent. Upon entering, they found that their classmates were already present, with only the 2 of them missing. There were 13 in total, making for a gathering of 15. The spacious VIP room comfortably accommodated them, featuring a large table that could seat over 20 people, surrounded by sofas and coffee tables. As they settled in, groups of men and women mingled on the sofas, sipping tea and chatting. A girl with short hair approached and warmly embraced Hua Yueren. Yuren, it's been so long. You are still as beautiful as ever. The school belle was indeed a sight to behold. Following this, most of the attendees stood to greet them. The short-haired girl, Annie, embraced Hua Yueren. Her high school and university classmate, and a close friend, who was also remarkably beautiful. Our class's handsome Lu Qinggong remarked, as long as you are here, we shall indulge ourselves. She is truly well-meaning, to which Annie responded with a teasing click of her tongue, what nonsense are you spouting, he? Isn't this a class reunion? What does it have to do with me? She then turned to take the hand of Chu Dongheng, introducing him. Let me introduce you to my boyfriend, Chu Dongheng. A girl with long hair interrupted Hua Yueren's introduction, exclaiming, you have a boyfriend? How come I never heard about this? They had failed to catch the name Chu Dongheng, their ears only registering the phrase boyfriend. Many faces in the crowd displayed expressions of intrigue. After all, Lu Qinggong had pursued Hua Yueren during their school days, yet she had never paid him any heed. Recently, he seemed to be thriving in the capital, specially organizing this gathering with the intent of confessing his feelings to Hua Yueren, the fact well understood by all attendees. Noticing that Chu Dongheng remained unchanged in expression, Hua Yueren felt relieved and was about to clarify when Annie interjected, come on, Lu Qinggong is in the adjacent room, he'll join us shortly. She pulled Hua Yueren to the sofa, where they began to chat. Several girls surrounded Hua Yueren, while Chu Dongheng found himself overlooked, experiencing such neglect for the first time. This was understandable. The realities of society were far less innocent than those of school, and it was only natural for superficiality to emerge. Having graduated, Chu Dongheng entered the provincial party secretary's office, often spending his free time with his mother. He was largely untouched by the chaotic elements of society and lacked any pretentiousness, which was likely one of the reasons Hua Yueren was drawn to him. His attire revealed no sign of luxury brands. You chat with them, oh, I'm fine. It's been years since you've all seen each other, Chu Dongheng reassured Hua Yueren. They both understood the situation. Despite Annie's few words and the expressions of those around them, it was clear that Lu Qinggong had his sights set on Hua Yueren. Best not provoke me, otherwise I wouldn't hesitate to teach that Lu Qinggong a memorable lesson, Chu Dongheng thought, settling into an unoccupied sofa, pouring himself tea, and lighting a cigarette. Taking a deep drag. The disregard was palpable. It was one thing to ignore him, but to discuss other men vying for his girlfriend's attention lacked the most basic courtesy. The girls were chattering animatedly with Hua Yueren, and it was evident they were aggressively promoting Lu Qinggong. Indeed, Hua Yueren became incensed and stood to leave, prompting the girls to swiftly shift the topic to work. Chu Dongheng leisurely sipped his tea, trusting Hua Yueren. With her beauty, it was undeniable that she attracted many admirers, and it would be unreasonable for her to easily succumb to others' opinions. He had no particular interest in their conversation, but in the confined space of the private room, snippets of dialogue inevitably reached him. Among Huayuan's classmates were civil servants, teachers, entrepreneurs, and business people, yet most discussions seemed to revolve around Lu Qinggong. Lu Qinggong has been thriving in Yancheng, having encountered a certain young master who has provided him with substantial support, leading him to great wealth and a promising future. It seems that everyone shares an unspoken understanding, avoiding any interaction with Chu Dongheng, as if associating with him would offend Lu Qinggong. Lu Qinggong has garnered the favor of the affluent young masters of Yancheng, who not only possess wealth but also wield significant political connections. Receiving even a modicum of assistance from them could spare 1-2 decades of arduous struggle. It appears that Huayuan is akin to Lu Qinggong's protective cloak. Those who dare to infringe upon it meet dire consequences. However, Chu Dongheng remains unfazed by such matters, adhering to the ancient adage, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Should Lu Qinggong continue to act without discernment, he may find himself devoid of both intellect and vision in the future. Chapter 54, Mi Liangyu. As Chu Dongheng languidly indulged in his solitary reverie, a slightly plump individual with a cherubic visage approached and took a seat beside him. This little chubby fellow wore an expression that lacked the exuberance displayed by others in the vicinity. Brother, I am Mi Liangyu. What do they call you? Mi Liangyu greeted Chu Dongheng. Noticing that no one here recognized him, Chu Dongheng candidly introduced himself. What's the matter? Haven't you sought wisdom from your classmates? Enough of that. My family owns a modest company, nothing noteworthy, Mi Liangyu replied, revealing the reason behind his despondent demeanor. Look at them, all engrossed in discussing that fellow Lu Qinggong. Why not form a group and seek his guidance? Who knows, perhaps your family could rise to prominence in Jiangdong. Chu Dongheng suggested, handing him a cigarette. After lighting their cigarettes, Mi Liangyu remarked, before you arrived, Lu Qinggong was here, strutting around like a peacock. I never expected him to lend a helping hand. I merely thought, after years apart, it would be good to catch up. Yet, witnessing these faces, I regret coming. This gathering feels less like a reunion and more akin to a bustling market. Mi Liangyu expressed his irritation, adding, by the way, brother, Lu Qinggong is in the exclusive VIP room entertaining friends from Yancheng, who are said to be quite influential. It would be wise for you to take your run and leave. With genuine concern etched on his face, Mi Liangyu's sincerity touched Chu Dongheng. You must have come here specifically to tell me this, right? Chu Dongheng inquired nonchalantly. It's nothing, but I appreciate your concern. Indeed, after all, you are Huayuan's boyfriend. Any trouble would reflect poorly on us all. Lu Qinggong has always prided himself on being Huayuan's boyfriend. Now, suddenly, someone else claims that title. How do you think he would react? He would undoubtedly target you. Mi Liangyu scanned the room. Lu Qinggong has considerable connections in Jiangdong, with a high rank. Coupled with his newfound wealth in Yancheng, he has become quite arrogant. He walks tall in Jiangdong, but no one dares to confront him. So, brother, it would be best for you to take Huayuan and leave. Although Chu Dongheng remained indifferent to Mi Liangyu's warnings, he sensed that the evening might take an unexpected turn. He had no intention of stirring trouble, but if it came to him, he would not shy away. Leave? What would that signify? A secretary to the secretary of the Jiangdong Provincial Committee being bullied without retaliation, such behavior is beneath my dignity. I wouldn't be able to maintain my standing in the provincial compound, he replied resolutely. Regardless, Mi Liangyu's intentions were noble, and Chu Dongheng expressed his gratitude. Mi Liangyu, understanding the gravity of the situation, refrained from insisting that Chu Dongheng and Huayuan depart, as it would provoke Lu Qinggong. A consequence neither of their families could bear. The conversation shifted, and they discussed other matters. Mi Liangyu's family primarily dealt in construction materials, dabbling in import and export trade as well. In the county, they were considered a respectable business, yet in the provincial city, they were relatively inconsequential. Chu Dongheng, feeling a sense of camaraderie with Mi Liangyu, who exhibited a commendable sense of justice, exchanged contact information with him. Meanwhile, Huayuan felt a growing discomfort as several female classmates fervently promoted Lu Qinggong. Lu Qingyun, young and accomplished, had achieved remarkable success in a mere few years. And the Lu family was poised to become the foremost name in Jiangdong, potentially eclipsing the Han family. In Jiangdong, there exists a formidable political resource. Bolstered by the assistance of the Guo family from Yancheng, it seems that ascension is merely a matter of time. Huayuan cannot help but feel anxious, fearing that if a conflict arises, Chu Dongheng's wrath may lead to dire consequences for many. They are all classmates and fellow townsfolk, then future encounters could become exceedingly awkward, with a grave possibility that these classmates might find themselves entangled in trouble together. Attempting to leave is not an option. Moreover, Chu Dongheng prefers a low profile, shunning ostentation that comes with status, a sentiment shared by Huayuan. While Chu Dongheng and Mi Liangyu are engrossed in conversation, a figure approaches, holding a drink. After taking a seat, Mi Liangyu introduces him, Guan Honyun, the mayor of Lonshui town in Baimu County, who has made quite a name for himself. Honyun, why aren't you engaging with them on development matters? Why are you here? Alas, this is hardly a gathering of classmates, everyone has ulterior motives, all eager to curry favor with Lu Qingyun. It has only been a few years since graduation, yet everyone seems preoccupied with their careers. It is rare to see one another, and now, when classmates meet, they reveal their utilitarian nature. Guan Honyun expresses his disappointment, turning to Chu Dongheng. You are Huayuan's boyfriend. And judging by the earlier situation, Lu Qingyun may target you soon. I cannot predict the extent of that. Lu Qingyun's character is lacking. Yet he has a powerful uncle who is the deputy mayor of Zhongming City and is now allied with the Guo family from Yancheng. The Lu family of Jiangdong is poised for great success. This is beyond your capacity to handle. I suggest you and Huayuan leave promptly. And as for An Yi, she truly lacks discernment, helping Lu Qingyun organize this gathering without understanding Huayuan's circumstances. The name Lonshui town resonates deeply with him. He had lived in a small village nearby during his childhood, a decade and more ago. I wonder how his third uncle is faring now. What of the chubby boy? Young Xingxing, his closest companion, often affectionately referred to as Gorilla. His third uncle must be over 80 by now. I hope he is still alive. Without the third uncle, his mother would have suffered indignities. Guan Honyun, the deputy mayor from Lonshui town, has unlocked memories for Chu Dongheng. It seems a visit back is in order. Since Mi Liangyu also embodies the chubby boy's spirit, Chu Dongheng feels an immediate sense of familiarity upon seeing him. As for Guan Honyun's mention of the deputy mayor of Zhongming City, it must refer to Lu Jianfeng. There is only one deputy mayor with the surname Lu in Zhongming City, and that is Lu Jianfeng. A person who isn't even a member of the city committee has no right to act so arrogantly. Thank you, Brother Guan, issues must be resolved. Chu Dongheng maintains his calm demeanor. I have already suggested to Brother Chu that leaving now is the best course of action for everyone tonight. Mi Liangyu gestures with open hands, his expression one of resignation. Thank you. You need not worry. Everyone is born of parents and raised by them. No one would dare to contravene the law of the land and simply abduct someone. Chu Dongheng responds lightly, leaving Mi Liangyu and Guan Honyun in a state of helplessness. As for the prospect of abduction, Lu Qingyun might indeed be audacious enough to attempt it. In the past, he may have hesitated, but now, who knows? Brother Guan, how is Lonshui town faring now? Has it developed well? Chu Dongheng cannot restrain his curiosity and inquires of Guan Honyun. Logically, as an official, Guan Honyun should have reacted upon hearing the name Chu Dongheng. However, it appears that he truly remains unaware of Chu Dongheng's endeavors. The intricacies surrounding Gao Quan's affairs are known to only a select few, while the majority tend to propagate misconceptions, rendering the truth increasingly obscure. Consequently, the public gradually forgets. In the recent construction of Guyu town, the more distant cities and counties from Xinglin City believe that the proposal must have originated from the county party secretary, with the vice mayor of Xinglin City, Hua Jicheng, being the architect behind it. It is inconceivable that someone like Chu Dongheng, devoid of grassroots experience, could have contributed. Thus, During the presentation, there was no particular emphasis on Chu Dongheng's name, and given the relative obscurity of Lonshui town, it is entirely reasonable that he went unnoticed. Furthermore, it is possible that there may be others with the same name, as otherwise one would expect Huayuan to have boasted about him. Had they been aware of Chu Dongheng's true identity, their demeanor would likely have been markedly different, possibly more enthusiastic. Nevertheless, this level of recognition is sufficient for Chu Dongheng. It is commendable that the two individuals have managed to preserve a semblance of integrity and original intent amidst the prevailing circumstances. Chapter 55, Conflict 1. As usual. The primary issue remains the lack of infrastructure development, which hinders the economic growth of the region. After years of applications, the only response received has been a mere promise of further research. The location of Blue Water is not particularly remote, it is simply overlooked. Each time the city allocates funds, Blue Water receives nothing. Sigh. I shall refrain from elaborating on this, the thought of resigning has crossed my mind. Dongheng speaks the truth, which reflects the incompetence of the local officials, including those from the Baimu County Committee. Baimu County is under the jurisdiction of Yunshui City. Not far from the provincial capital, yet distanced from Xinglin City, making the ignorance of Chu Dongheng unsurprising. Indeed, this has consistently been a challenge faced by many townships. Chu Dongheng remarked softly. Dongheng did not take offense, this is a common ailment well known by the people of Jiangdong. At that moment, the door swung open. And the waiter entered with the dishes. It was already 8:30 and everyone was hungry. The so-called Lu Qinggong had yet to arrive. No need to wait for Qinggong. Let us eat fast, he will arrive shortly, and he declared with an air of authority, inviting everyone to the table. Chu Dongheng paid no heed to the others' attitudes and took a seat to the right of Huayuan, while Milyongyu sat to his right and Dongheng to the right of Milyongyu. This seating arrangement was not of their choosing. But they had no option but to comply, as others were unwilling to sit next to Chu Dongheng. Huayuan and Chu Dongheng disregarded the others, eating at a swift pace, occasionally clinking glasses with Milyongyu or Dongheng, but primarily focusing on their meal. During the toasts, aside from Milyongyu and Dongheng, no one else dared to clink glasses with Chu Dongheng. It seemed as though he was oblivious to this, concentrating solely on eating, intent on finishing his meal and departing. The others exchanged curious glances, thinking, this fellow is remarkably composed, his girlfriend is about to be taken from him, yet he remains so at ease in his dining. Inevitably, the anticipated moment arrived. The door burst open, revealing a dining cart adorned with a grand cake, topped with a single large candle and surrounded by a myriad of fresh flowers. The cake bore the inscription, Lu Qinggong's confession to Huayuan on their anniversary. The cart was pushed by a waiter from Tiani Pavilion, while a handsome young man held a large bouquet of roses. The room fell into a profound silence. It was clear who this individual was, Lu Qinggong. Expressions of mockery spread across the faces of the others, the show was finally about to begin. Everyone rose to their feet, except for Chu Dongheng and Huayuan, who remained seated. The cart was pushed right behind Huayuan. Slowly, Chu Dongheng and Huayuan stood. Just as Huayuan was about to speak, Chu Dongheng restrained her. Are you the one called Lu Qinggong? If you intend to confess to Yuan, I would advise against it, I am Yuan's boyfriend. Remove this display, and let us pretend this never occurred, Chu Dongheng asserted, pointing to the dining table. The others thought to themselves, this fellow certainly has a flair for theatrics, with your meager status, how can you compare to Lu Qinggong? With a mere finger, he could obliterate you. You do not deserve Huayuan, on any level, the consequences for opposing me in Jiangdong are far graver than you can imagine, Lu Qinggong declared, lifting his chin arrogantly. If you wish to continue existing in Jiangdong, it would be prudent to vacate promptly. For Yuan's sake, I shall be merciful this evening. Yuan, you should abandon him, Lu Qinggong is right, he is unworthy of you. Only Lu Qinggong is your best choice. And he provided assistance to Lu Qinggong. Close your mouth. You have erred repeatedly, Chu Dongheng admonished Annie. At this point, he no longer recognized her as a classmate of Hua Yueren. You are emulating Gao Kuan's approach. I did not expect you to have acquired his genuine skills. Chu Dongheng remarked with a smile, though internally, he was seething with rage, suppressing his fury with difficulty. Mentioning Gao Kuan signified what was to follow. Who is Gao Kuan? Lu Qinggong inquired. If you still wish to confess your feelings, you shall soon discover who Gao Kuan is, Hua Yueren nearly laughed. As Chu Dongheng's girlfriend, she was well aware of his temperament. She recognized that the situation tonight was serious. However, with Chu Dongheng by her side, she felt no fear. Perhaps this was the sense of security that love bestows. She took out her phone and sent a message. Dongheng is in conflict with someone at Tianyi Pavilion, VIP room. The recipient was Uncle Zhao. Who gave you the audacity to prevent me from pursuing the woman I desire? Lu Qinggong towered above. Among the crowd, no one dared to speak up. For they shared Lu Qinggong's view that Hua Yueren was not someone a rustic like Chu Dongheng could approach. Mi Liangyu and Guan Honyun, unable to bear the sight, attempted to intervene but were restrained by Chu Dongheng. He did not wish for his troubles to involve others. If you aspire to be like Gao Kuan, I shall facilitate that. Chu Dongheng's face was devoid of humor, his patience had worn thin. Gather your belongings and leave. The crowd gasped in disbelief. How could anyone dare to tell Lu Qinggong to leave? Lu Qinggong disregarded everyone, his gaze fixated solely on Hua Yueren, exuding an air of impending retribution. He stepped forward, knelt on one knee, then raised his hands. You ran, But his words trailed off. Chu Dongheng's right foot flew up, striking Lu Qinggong's chin and sending him sprawling. This was not the end. Chu Dongheng continued to kick Lu Qinggong in the chest. It is worth noting that Chu Dongheng had trained in combat. With a resounding thud, Lu Qinggong crashed to the ground. Chu Dongheng advanced and seized Lu Qinggong by the collar. Slap, slap. The onlookers could not discern how many slaps Lu Qinggong had received. At that moment, he truly felt unrecognizable, his face resembling that of a pig's head. Have you grasped who Gao Kuan is? Chu Dongheng, feeling a twinge of pain in his hand, finally ceased his assault. If you dare to lay a hand on me, you are finished. My uncle is the deputy mayor, and Guo Shao of Yan City will not spare you. I shall make you pay with your family's lives. He was severely injured, his confession thwarted, and he had been beaten by a country bumpkin, utterly humiliated. Oh, you wish to surpass Gao Kuan? I am a benevolent person, I shall grant any request. He lunged forward to seize Lu Qinggong once more, delivering another round of brutal blows. The crowd was left dumbfounded. This fellow was indeed ferocious, and no one dared to intervene. Everyone believed that once Lu Qinggong's uncle arrived, Chu Dongheng would be finished. No one could save him. Stop! A voice called from the entrance. The more they spoke, the more Chu Dongheng unleashed his fury. 3 individuals had arrived, and one young man stepped forward to confront Chu Dongheng. Judging by his appearance, he appeared to be quite young, likely similar in age to the others present. Do you not hear my command to cease? Are you courting death? Guo Aj seethed with fury. He felt that Chu Dongheng's failure to heed his words was a tremendous affront to his dignity. The illustrious Guo Shao, reduced to such humiliation in Jiangdong. He had come to the scene, having heard the anguished cries of Lu Qinggong, which were quite pronounced. The gathered crowd, perceiving Guo Aj's lofty demeanor, surmised that he must indeed be the Guo Shao referred to by Lu Qinggong. Chu Dongheng halted, casting a glance at Guo Aj and retorted, "What are you? A mere nobody, to dictate terms here." Chapter 56, Conflict 2. The game has escalated, transcending the bounds of anyone's imagination. Deep within their subconscious, they anticipated that Chu Dongheng would be thoroughly dealt with, while Lu Qinggong would successfully declare his feelings, causing Hua Yueren to shed tears as she wept into his cup. This deviation from the expected narrative was bewildering. It was then that they noticed Hua Yueren did not step forward to intervene, nor did she appear flustered. She stood quietly, devoid of any concern. Guo Shao, this bumpkin dares to lay a hand on me. If I invoke your name, does he still dare to act? Lu Qinggong exclaimed loudly. The crowd shared a collective thought. Lu Qinggong was being insidious, seeking to exact revenge on Chu Dongheng through Guo Shao's influence. Useless Guo Aj, he said to Chu Dongheng. It matters not who you are, but one must consider the master before striking a dog. Are you aware of whom you have offended? Your identity holds no interest for me, nor do I wish to know it. Moreover, he is your dog, not mine. If a master cannot manage his own dog, he should not keep one. What, do you wish to defend him? Chu Dongheng responded calmly. Guo Aj chose not to reply, instead fixating his gaze on Hua Yueren. This woman is indeed the one Lu Qinggong fancies. She is truly beautiful. Guo Aj remarked, his eyes lingering on her. Hua Yueren remained silent, as this type of attention was most unwelcome to her. Chu Dongheng swiftly placed himself in front of her, addressing Guo Aj, should you desire to become Gaokuan, I would not mind facilitating your wish. The crowd, hearing this proclamation, felt a surge of unexpected excitement. The annual spectacle was unfolding before their eyes. As events spiraled out of control, it became evident that Chu Dongheng had lost all patience, having already made his intentions clear when he first struck Lu Qinggong. In Jiang Zhanghe's office, the server who had just been pushing a cart reported, "Boss, something major has occurred. Secretary Chu has clashed with someone. It seems one of them is from Yancheng, with the surname Guo." In truth, Chu Dongheng had been aware of this upon his arrival, instructing the server to inform him immediately of any developments. Wu Liegu had just finished his meal when his phone rang. "Director Liegu, this is Zhao Zafeng." "Good day, Secretary. What are your instructions?" "Shao Chu is in a conflict at Tiani Pavilion with someone. Take a few individuals there, but do not enter. You want to be able to withstand the phone call from his girlfriend." He then sent another message, "If it becomes overwhelming, please call. You too. I am Guo Aj from Yancheng, of the Guo family. Do you understand the significance of that?" Guo Aj arrogantly stated to Chu Dongheng and Lu Qinggong. "This woman is mine. You two have no objections, I trust." "I have no objections, as long as Guo Shao is pleased," Lu Qinggong eagerly interjected. Yet, the crowd stood frozen in disbelief. To what extent had they become mere dogs, willing to relinquish their own women? "If you wish to become Gaokuan, I shall make that dream a reality for you, for I am benevolent." Chu Dongheng's expression darkened, his body trembling with rage, causing Hua Yueren to feel a twinge of concern. Chu Dongheng had reached the pinnacle of his fury. This could very well lead to dire consequences. Guo Aj cast a disdainful glance at Chu Dongheng, declaring that taking your woman is a punishment for you, and you should be grateful to me. Do you understand? He then turned to the two companions who had accompanied him, pointing at Hua Yueren, commanding them to take her away. After uttering these words, he turned to leave, disregarding Lu Qinggong. However, after just a few steps, there were two sharp cracks, followed by two anguished cries. The hands of the two men were directly crushed under Chu Dongheng's feet. He continued to kick them, sending the pair flying. Guo Aj, astonished, could hardly believe that Chu Dongheng dared to strike his men. Pointing at Chu Dongheng, he shouted, "Are you seeking death? How dare you hit my people? I don't know if I will die, but I do know that you will not leave this private room tonight, if you wish to become Gaokuan. I see no reason not to fulfill your wish." Chu Dongheng retorted, seizing the hand that pointed at him, delivering a swift kick, followed by a relentless assault. As for Guo Aj, that spoiled brat, he could do nothing but endure the beating, ultimately resembling a fat pig in a pitiful state. The crowd felt their hearts nearly stop, unable to breathe as they witnessed the tragic fates of Lu Qinggong and Guo Aj. This man was truly ferocious. Even the esteemed young Master Guo of Yancheng had been so thoroughly thrashed. "You dare strike me? I swear I will take the lives of your entire family." Guo Aj continued to shout defiantly. Chu Dongheng responded with yet another round of heavy blows. He then turned his attention back to Lu Qinggong, alternating his strikes between the two. "Stop. Please, I beg you. Both Guo Aj and Lu Qinggong pleaded for mercy. You must plead. If you do not die, you will be left maimed. But wait. Did you not wish to become Gao Kuan? I am merely assisting you. Chu Dongheng chuckled. Suddenly, Jiang Zhonghe approached and quietly inquired if assistance was needed. Recognizing that the strength of the Hua family in Yancheng far surpassed that of the Guo family, Chu Dongheng replied. No need. You go about your business. But you have reminded me. Jiang Zhonghe, upon realizing he was not needed, departed. Chu Dongheng proceeded to deliver another round of punishment. Demanding, did you not want my life? Hurry and call for help. He then retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Brother Chu, what a surprise to receive your call. Came the voice of Hua Luyun from the other end. Hold on. Let's refrain from the brotherly terms for now. I need to inquire about something. At your service. Brother Chu. Is there a Guo in the Guo family of Yancheng? Chu Dongheng intentionally referred to Aj as Agu. What Guo? You mean Guo Aj, right? He is merely a show-off, often bullying others and harassing women. I am not acquainted with him. Has he gone to Jiangdong to show off? Hua Luyun hastily distanced himself from any association. Oh. He wishes to become Gao Kuan, and I have already accommodated him. I worry it may involve you. And I would rather not be invited for a meal when he brings trouble. I am not familiar with him, let him continue to be beaten. Hua Luyun concluded the call. He was well aware of the deeds Gao Kuan had committed in the past. Given Hua Luyun's assurance, there was no need for further concern. Upon hearing Chu Dongheng refer to Hua Shao, Lu Qinggong and Guo Aj realized he was indeed speaking of Hua Luyun from the capital S Hua family. Hua Luyun had just accomplished a significant feat for the family, elevating his status dramatically. Guo Aj, now filled with rage towards Lu Qinggong, lamented the misfortune of having his woman taken away, realizing he had truly encountered a formidable opponent. After hanging up, Hua Luyun pondered for a moment. First, I must remind the Guo family, otherwise, if matters are not handled properly, when Chu Dongheng requires assistance, there will be a reason for it. I made a phone call. Hua Shao, how could you possibly call me? I would never refuse an invitation to dine. A youthful voice emerged from the other end of the line. We shall discuss the meal later. Is your brother in Jiangdong? Indeed. He went with a friend from Jiangdong. Then there is no doubt. He has provoked the wrong individuals at Tianyi Pavilion in Jiangdong and has been dealt with quite severely. If you do not hasten to find someone to intercede on his behalf, he may very well meet his end there. The information fee is waived. The woman was Guo Aj's sister, Guo Ahong. Guo Ahong recognized the gravity of the situation. She was aware of her brother's propensity for troublemaking. But who exactly were these people in Jiangdong that the Guo family feared? Do you know who my brother has offended? Chapter 57 Conflict 3 Guo Ahong was acutely aware that matters had escalated. She knew her younger brother had a penchant for causing trouble. But who in Jiangdong would dare to disregard the Guo family? Do you know whom my brother has offended? She inquired. Of course, I do. Pray tell. I am curious to discover who in Jiangdong would not hold the Guo family in high regard. Allow me to offer a friendly warning, it would be wise to avoid confronting this individual. Otherwise, your precious brother may find it difficult to extricate himself from Jiangdong. His rank may not be high, but you will find it impossible to deal with him. He is the foremost young man in Jiangdong. The first secretary of the Jiangdong Provincial Committee, Chu Dongheng, known colloquially as Chu Xuanjue. Can you enlighten me on the nature of my brother's transgression? I am not entirely certain. But you might want to relate to your contacts in Jiangdong that Guo Aj has become Gao Kuan, and it will all become clear. With that, Hua Luyun terminated the call. I cannot divulge everything, but a hint should suffice. Once this matter is resolved, consider it a favor owed to me by the Guo family. Hua Luyun had not anticipated that a single call would stir up excitement in both Yancheng and Jiangdong. Guo Ahong descended the stairs to the living room, where her father, Guo Rishong, was engrossed in a television program. "Father, your beloved son has encountered trouble in Jiangdong. You must swiftly contact Uncle Rishon to rescue him. Aj is in trouble in Jiangdong." What has transpired? Guo Ahong recounted Hu Liuyun's words to Guo Rishong. "That scoundrel is always stirring up trouble." Guo Rishong grumbled as he dialed a number. "Brother Shen, Aj is in a predicament in Jiangdong, you need to intervene." "Who has he offended?" "He has invoked the Guo family name in Jiangdong, and ordinarily, no one would dare to provoke us." The voice of Guo Dashon resonated on the line. "I hear it is the secretary of the provincial committee, Chu Dongheng." "What? He has antagonized Chu Dongheng? He is courting disaster. Is this secretary of the provincial committee particularly noteworthy?" "Indeed. The provincial committee secretary, Kong Chaolin, is quite protective of him." "Are you aware of the specifics?" "Not entirely, but the word circulating is that Guo Aj has transformed into Gao Kuan, and that should clarify matters." "What implications does this hold?" "This is serious. Guo Aj has made advances on Chu Dongheng's woman." "Are you certain?" "Absolutely. Gao Kuan was nearly beaten to death by Chu Dongheng for attempting to take his woman and is now languishing in prison, uncertain of his fate. He has certainly crossed Chu Dongheng's line. Isn't he merely a minor secretary? Does he truly possess the audacity to contend with our Guo family?" "You do not grasp the situation. Although Chu Dongheng is young and appears to act with reckless abandon, he is meticulous and leaves no room for error. Moreover, the provincial committee secretary places great trust in him. By the time you find someone to confront him, Aj may very well have already been sentenced." The previous Gao Kuan incident implicated several high-ranking officials, including the provincial police chief. The call ended. Guo Rishong pondered deeply. This matter required prompt resolution. "Ahong. Book us plane tickets. We shall depart for Jiangdong tonight." The assailants, exhausted from their exertions, and the assailed, writhing in despair. Chu Dongheng came to a halt, stating, "You may either call for assistance, or I shall continue my onslaught. Choose one." The cakes lay shattered on the ground, and no waiter dared to approach for cleanup. The onlookers were merely spectators, and prior to the incident, none had spoken up. To do so now would surely invite disaster. The only one capable of voicing concern was Hua Yueran, yet she appeared disinclined to speak. Mi Liangyu moved closer to Hua Yueran, remarking, "Yueran, we are classmates. Although Lu Qing's behavior is excessive, surely it cannot lead to fatal consequences." Guan Honyun joined them, asking, "Yueran, what is the background of your boyfriend? Might this situation pose a risk to him, considering the complexities of their identities?" "Do not worry about that," Hua Yueran replied gently, "but rather about yourself, Honyun. You are from the establishment, yet you still fail to discern Dongheng's identity. There are indeed those in Jiangdong capable of dealing with him. But they are at least provincial committee members." Hua Yueran continued, "As classmates, I will say this, sometimes one must rely on oneself. Today, neither you nor Liangyu looked down upon Dongheng. This is your opportunity. Fortune favors the prepared." Noticing Guan Hanyun's troubled expression, it seemed her work was not going smoothly. Dongheng appeared to hold a favorable impression of the two, perhaps offering them assistance, but she chose not to be too forthright about it. Guan Hanyun's eyes lit up. Realizing, this is serendipity. Hua Yueran's calmness suggests that Dongheng has some backing, aligning perfectly with the rumored first secret of Jiangdong. The first secret of Jiangdong, Dongheng. Guan Honyun exclaimed, gazing at Hua Yueran in astonishment. Hua Yueran merely smiled, choosing not to provide a direct answer, instead whispering, "If we speak of backgrounds, Dongheng's situation is rather dire. He has only a mother who sells goods at a market to support his education. Lacking connections and influence, he has forged his own path." He understood. His chance had arrived. Maintaining composure, he recognized that opportunities abound everywhere. In light of Hua Yueran's support, Dongheng would surely lend him a hand. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength, as if his spirit had been elevated. Awkwardly, An Yi and several female classmates were fervently promoting Lu Qinggong to Huayuan. Lu Qinggong's despicable character was now laid bare, leaving them utterly humiliated. If Dongheng's status were indeed formidable, their downfall would be catastrophic. For a man to witness his woman being forcibly taken by another was a deep humiliation. To refrain from retaliation would be a small mercy. Moreover, given the uproar, the absence of police was alarming. Logically, in such a serious incident, Tianyi Pavilion should have reported it, yet, after 2 hours of chaos, there was still no sign of law enforcement. Dongheng, perhaps it is better to let this go, Huayuan suggested, acknowledging the tender nature of women. That will not suffice, the half-hearted approach may lead to being beaten back. Dongheng replied darkly. Either we act decisively or not at all. Living in constant vigilance is untenable. By heavens, they think me easy prey, they insist on provoking me. If they compel me to respond publicly, they shall face the consequences. It is imperative to summon their patron, to obliterate any lingering thoughts of revenge and render them hopeless. Guo and Lu Qinggong, fearing further retaliation, obediently made phone calls. It mattered not whom they contacted or what they said, Dongheng ignored them, for their backers were precisely what he required. Certainly, many are left in bewilderment. They are merely aware that one should not be deceived by Chu Dongheng's strikingly handsome exterior, for he is a ruthless individual, without exception. The most reassuring figures are Mi Liangyu and Gonghonyun. Unlike Chu Dongheng, they have formed an amicable rapport with him. Those who sought to curry favor found themselves unsuccessful, while those who had no such intentions unexpectedly succeeded. It is rather disheartening that, despite the severe beating inflicted by Chu Dongheng, they must await the arrival of the victim's ally. Does this not seem somewhat excessive? They have no desire to depart, having chosen to witness the spectacle. They shall see it through to the end. Chapter 58, Conflict. The door, with each push, stirred the emotions of everyone within the private room. Whether one wished for it to open or not, when the time came, it would inevitably yield. Thus, the door swung open once more. 3 individuals entered. A middle-aged man led the way, his countenance dark enough to rival ink. Following him were a man and a woman, both of middle age. The 2 men bore a resemblance to Lu Qinggong, leaving no doubt that they hailed from the Lu family. Seated comfortably, Chu Dongheng leisurely smoked, appearing utterly unfazed by the unfolding events. Upon noticing the man in front, he rose to his feet, recognizing him as the vice mayor, as referred to by Lu Qinggong. A government official of such rank was not to be dismissed lightly, given by someone of Chu Dongheng's stature. Mother Lu Qinggong's voice faltered, choked with emotion. He found himself at a loss for words. To plead for rescue would be undignified, while seeking vengeance was uncertain given whether his uncle could reign in Chu Dongheng. Though his family was not particularly prominent, his uncle's position as vice mayor had imbued him with an awareness of the potency of power. A single misstep could lead to boundless opportunities or a plunge into the abyss. Qinggong, his mother, rushed over, embracing him, tears streaming down her face. Had he not called out to her, she might not have recognized him, so thoroughly had he been battered. That single utterance resonated deeply within the hearts of all present. Mayor Lu, good evening. I apologize for your inconvenience, Chu Dongheng spoke with a calm demeanor. Secretary Chu, I truly apologize. Qinggong is a child who lacks understanding and has caused you trouble. I hope you can show mercy and forgive him this once. He is not a bad child. Merely a bit inflated in ego of late, Lu Jianfeng said humbly, exhibiting neither disrespect nor obsequiousness. Even Chu Dongheng couldn't help but admire Lu Jianfeng. Though he was admitting fault, he maintained a remarkable composure. Secretary Chu, came the swift murmur among the crowd. A vice mayor would not dare reprimand a mere secretary. There was only one person who fit the bill, the rumored top secretary of Jiangdong, Chu Shuangjue, Chu Dongheng. It was not merely a case of sharing a name. He truly was the esteemed top secretary of Jiangdong, which explained Chu Dongheng's unyielding confidence. The personal secretary to the provincial secretary, though not of high rank, carried significant weight in relation to the secretary's reputation. Lu Qinggong had indeed drawn trouble upon himself. Addressing the cold, middle-aged man, Chu Dongheng stated, "You must be Lu Qinggong's father. Your expression reveals your animosity towards me, which is entirely understandable. I would feel the same in your position. Your son has displayed arrogance, threatening my family's lives, which is why you are here, to see if you can take mine. Clearly, you cannot. Therefore, I harbor resentment towards you for raising such a son. However, one thing you ought to understand, had I not been the secretary to Secretary Kong of the Provincial Committee, my fate would have been grim, with no one to claim my remains. And I can assure you, just on the basis of your status as vice mayor, it would have sufficed to seal my doom, rendering it a futile death. Am I not correct, Mayor Lu? If power is wielded without righteousness, the Secretary Chu has articulated. I do not refute that, Lu Jianfeng replied earnestly. Do not be disheartened. Do you not believe that, given the financial prowess of the Lu family, your brother, Vice Mayor Lu, will soon ascend further? Surely, there is no need for such resentment. You seem to harbor disapproval towards Mayor Lu's actions. Chu Dongheng regarded the defiant expression on Lu Qinggong's father's face. Do you not realize that Lu Qinggong has no criminal record with the police? This is a first offense. Involving youthful indiscretions, the outcome of a confrontation remains uncertain. I assure you, this incident alone could land Lu Qinggong in prison and simultaneously bring down Mayor Lu. Chu Dongheng spoke candidly. Furthermore, I must inform you that had Lu Qinggong not been his own nephew, he would never have come in person. His presence poses significant risks. Am I not correct, Mayor Lu? Chu Dongheng added. I see now, my considerations were insufficient, and I was abrupt. I also appreciate Secretary Chu's counsel. Lu Jianfeng sighed. Reflecting on his many years in the political arena, realizing how he had overlooked such a straightforward matter. It is no wonder that Secretary Kong holds you in such high regard. The younger generation is indeed formidable. Chu Dongheng was genuinely advising Lu Jianfeng. Recognizing that Lu Jianfeng is a person of significance, and it is wise to avoid offending him. Additionally, Lu Jianfeng approached issues with a grounded attitude. He did not enter by reprimanding Lu Qinggong for theatrics, but rather sought to resolve the problem. Lu Qinggong's father, burdened with gloom, found himself without words. Continuously subjected to Chu Dongheng's scorn. You must keep your eyes on Mayor Lu. Without him, in a few years, your family's wealth may be appropriated. Listening to Mayor Lu will benefit you and your family, thus, I conclude my remarks. Chu Dongheng offered a dismissive glance, stating, You need not thank me. I speak only out of respect for Mayor Lu. I also hope that Mayor Lu will consider the welfare of the common people in the future. Taking Secretary Chu's words to heart, Lu Jianfeng felt a sense of reverence. Sometimes, misfortune can conceal fortune. If through this predicament with Qinggong I can form a connection with Chu Dongheng, it may turn out to be a blessing. Lu Jianfeng promptly adjusted his mindset. Secretary Chu, we will impose strict discipline on Qinggong going forward. I assure you, should he misbehave again, I will personally administer the harshest punishment without your intervention. Lu Jianfeng spoke with solemnity. You need not concern yourself with guarantees on my behalf, simply ensure he refrains from involvement in mischief or scandal. Chu Dongheng remarked as he approached Lu Qinggong. You should feel fortunate, for I had not anticipated your mother's arrival initially. I intended to break both your legs in front of your father and then hand you over to him. Therefore, you have your mother and uncle to thank. Now, if you desire a backup plan, I welcome that. Chu Dongheng spoke forthrightly. Mayor Lu, you may take him away, unless absolutely necessary. I have no desire to make an enemy of anyone, especially you, the vice mayor. He gestured towards Go Aj, stating, You cannot take him. I still wish to confer with our provincial secretary, Guerishwan. Cast. The deputy secretary of the Jiangdong province is Go Aj's backer. Furthermore, Chu Dongheng is willing to confront the deputy secretary, one of the most formidable young figures in Jiangdong, but true leader in every sense. Lu Jianfeng was acutely aware that he could not alter Chu Dongheng's decision, especially since the latter had already extended a gesture of courtesy. Upon departing, He merely informed Deputy Secretary Guo. Liu Qinggong felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Fortunately, he refrained from saying anything further, lest he invite calamity. Regret consumed Liu Qinggong. It seemed he could no longer navigate the murky waters of the Jianghu. Moreover, Guo Aj had yet to emerge, leaving him uncertain whether Guo Aj would direct his ire towards him. It appeared that Jiangdong was no longer a viable option for him. He would need to seek refuge elsewhere. A quest for vengeance. Such thoughts were futile if his uncle did not lend his support. Chapter 59 Conflict 5 Liu Jianfeng and his 3 companions departed from Tianyi Pavilion in silence. Liu Jianfeng made a phone call to Guo Rishuan, offering his apologies and succinctly explaining the situation before hanging up. Do you feel wronged? Liu Jianfeng inquired. Indeed, Qinggong has no record of misconduct at the police station. Why should we endure this humiliation? Moreover, Qinggong is gravely injured, and once the injury report is released, it will significantly benefit us, Liu Tong asserted firmly. Liu Qinggong remained silent but agreed with his father's sentiments. Do you think the other party hasn't considered the possibilities you have? Are you the only one with intelligence? After causing a ruckus for an entire night, not a single officer appeared. Do you not find that peculiar? Oh. Right, I was too flustered to notice. The police had indeed arrived but did not enter. Had Chu Buhang called out, they would have rushed in and apprehended Qinggong and Guo Aj. Do you know why? He inquired whether the girl named Hu was indeed a Hu. Yes, she is. Are you aware of her identity? I'm not sure. She is my classmate. If my deductions are accurate, she is the daughter of the secretary of the Hafeng County Committee and the deputy mayor of Xinglin City, Hua Jicheng. You've bullied a girl from the family of a deputy department level official. With that alone, no one can save you. Fortunately, Chu Dongheng is the secretary of the provincial committee. I must be cautious, or your foolishness could cost me dearly. He deliberately awaited our arrival to gauge our stance. Should we confront him or attempt to leverage power and wealth against him, well, tomorrow you would be bankrupt, and I would be implicated. He has shown considerable leniency, merely warning me with his words. Qinggong, refrain from engaging in such reckless acts in the future. This Chu Dongheng is no simple character. Gao Zhiliang, the uncle of the Tian Gao Group, is still the secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission of Zhongming City, a member of the Standing Committee. The son of the Tian Gao Group was sent to prison, along with Gao Zhiliang's Standing Committee position being revoked. Uncle, will Guo Aj be all right? Liu Qinggong expressed his concern. Are you afraid now that Guo Aj might take his anger out on you? Rest assured, the Guo family will certainly yield, otherwise Guo Aj will fare worse than Gao Kuan. Engaging in such actions in Jiangdong is one thing, in Yancheng, it will surely have repercussions. Once he is apprehended, unfavorable evidence of his illegal activities will surely emerge from Yancheng. Can he escape then? Does Chu Dongheng have the audacity to challenge a deputy provincial secretary? His position as secretary of the provincial committee is already formidable. He is not foolish. Liu Jianfeng indeed grasped the essence of the situation with remarkable clarity. Fear not. If Chu Dongheng does not bring Guo Aj to heel, Guo Aj will not be able to detach himself from Jiangdong. Is he really that formidable? This Chu Dongheng? Of course. He is hailed as the foremost young talent of Jiangdong, possessing both exceptional talent and charm. You think such an esteemed title is mere hearsay? One must possess genuine capability to earn such a distinction. Unlike you, who boasts of being the foremost young talent of Jiangdong, your arrogance is quite unfounded. Even without Secretary Kong of the provincial committee, few in Jiangdong dare to challenge him. Even Governor Zhang Jiehui holds Chu Dongheng in high regard. This matter is, by all accounts, unprecedented across the nation. Typically, the secretary of a provincial party committee secretary does not cultivate a good relationship with the provincial governor, however. It is quite remarkable that both prominent figures in the provincial committee hold him in high regard and offer him their protection. The Liu family was astounded upon hearing this news. Guo Rishuan has arrived. He had no choice but to come. After all, Guo Aj is his nephew, yet his presence does not indicate fear of Chu Dongheng, for the secretary of a provincial party committee is not someone he would regard with trepidation. The pressing issue lies in the fact that Guo Aj has offended Chu Dongheng. Moreover, this reckless nephew is not a virtuous character. The Guo family is well aware of the trouble he has caused them in the past. In Yanchang, he dares not provoke prominent families. Nor do individuals without connections dare to confront him, as any retaliation would result in their silent suffering. Jiangdong may not be insignificant, but in comparison to Yanchang, its political and economic standing is notably inferior to that of the capital. Thus, it is not surprising that Guo Aj behaves recklessly in Jiangdong. Regrettably, he has now encountered the formidable Chu Dongheng, a misstep that has proven disastrous. Under normal circumstances, a mere phone call from Guo Rishuan would suffice to resolve matters. Yet now, even his arrival may not guarantee a peaceful resolution. Guo Rishuan felt a profound headache. He bore no animosity toward Chu Dongheng, nor did he hold any friendship. The verbal exchanges during the standing committee meetings merely reflected differing opinions on provincial decisions, and did not constitute mortal enmity. After all, Chu Dongheng had not yet reached that level of animosity. At most, he simply preferred not to share a drink. The situation had become tense, and there was no option but to act. Guo Rishuan was a significant player for the Guo family in Jiangdong, an integral part of their family strategy. And it had taken considerable effort for the family to elevate him to this position. Though not as conspicuous as the provincial party secretary or governor. Few individuals across the nation attain such a rank, being third in the provincial committee hierarchy. Secretary Guo, good evening. I apologize for troubling you at such a late hour. Dongheng wishes to extend his apologies to you. Chu Dongheng said to Guo Rishuan, his expression remarkably calm. You are aware that Aj is my nephew? Guo Rishuan replied, his tone chilling, though brief. His words conveyed the gravity of the situation. How dare you take action against a member of the Guo family after acknowledging his connection to us? Secretary Guo. I must clarify that I only recently learned of this connection. It was a friend from Yancheng who informed me. However, Guo Aj has not only threatened my life but also my mother's. While I may not cherish my own life, I cannot allow any harm to come to my mother. The foremost secretary of Jiangdong turns out to be a disloyal son. This should be clear to you regarding the provincial committee's reputation. Chu Dongheng did not cast aspersions on Lu Jianfeng, believing that he would likely need Lu's assistance in the future, and Lu Jianfeng posed no threat to him. He could handle matters concerning Hoji City independently. Guo Rishuan simmered with frustration, unable to express his ire. That scoundrel Chu Dongheng had the audacity to label him. It was profoundly humiliating. He recognized that Chu Dongheng was merely speaking nonsense, yet the implications were valid. Should rumors of a disloyal son emerge about a secretary of a provincial party committee, it would indeed tarnish the committee's image. Everyone was left astonished. How had Chu Dongheng's demeanor shifted so dramatically? Just moments ago, he had been assertive and combative, yet now he presented himself as a rogue, a rascal. This transformation altered the perceptions of those present, broadening their horizons. How has this become entangled with your family again? Do not make such baseless accusations. Guo Rishuan suppressed his anger. Do you not understand, Secretary Guo? Guo Aj has vowed to annihilate my entire family. My family consists solely of my mother and myself. To wipe out my family would mean to take my mother's life, would it not, Secretary Guo? What is your opinion on this matter? Chu Dongheng replied coldly. Guo Rishuan felt a sense of dread. The prominent figures in the provincial committee were well aware that Chu Dongheng had only one mother, who had worked tirelessly at a stall to support his education. If Huayuan is his Achilles heel, then his mother represents the very core of that vulnerability. To provoke her would spell certain doom. Uncle, this is slander. He does not regard our Guo family with any respect. Guo Aj interjected hastily. Guo Rishuan had not even acknowledged him upon entering. He was exasperated. Silence, will you? With your meager abilities, how dare you challenge the foremost secretary of Jiangdong? You have brought disgrace upon yourself. At this juncture, he remained oblivious to the peril he faced, merely perceiving Chu Dongheng as just a secretary to a provincial committee member. Not the secretary himself. Guo Rishuan held the position of vice secretary of the provincial committee, far surpassing Chu Dongheng in rank. They were not of the same caliber. Chapter 60, Conflict 6. What do you desire? Guo Rishuan was reluctant to engage in a dispute with Chu Dongheng. It was unbecoming for a deputy secretary of the provincial committee to squabble with a mere secretary. It was not a matter of my desires but rather yours. Chu Dongheng retorted defiantly. There were only two options: either the Guo family would offer an apology, ensuring no future troubles would arise, or the police would become involved. Choose one. As the deputy secretary, Guo Rishuan certainly understood this without needing Chu Dongheng to spell it out. As long as an assurance was given, the Guo family would not dare to confront him openly, though they might plot in the shadows. However, it was inconceivable for a deputy secretary to sign a written guarantee. That was utterly impossible. Yet, once an assurance was given, the provincial secretary would undoubtedly be informed. If the Guo family disregarded this assurance, their adversaries, such as Kong Chaolin, would seize the opportunity to create trouble for them. The other alternative was police involvement, which would likely spell disaster for Guo Aj. He had committed numerous unsavory acts. Even if the Jiangdong police station had no record of his misdeeds, the Yan City police could easily transfer information. Thus, Guo Rishuan was left with but one course of action: to apologize and guarantee peace. After all, the Guo family was far from wielding absolute power in Yan City. Moreover, even the prominent families in Yan City could not claim omnipotence, let alone the Guo family. The reason for offering Guo Rishuan a choice stemmed from a lack of alternatives. If he pushed Guo Aj to the brink, not only would he be at odds with a provincial heavyweight, but he would also cause trouble for the provincial secretary. Both Chu Dongheng and Guo Rishuan were acutely aware of this reality. Otherwise, Guo Rishuan would not have come. It was indeed unusual for a deputy secretary to deal with such trifles. I apologize for the impulsive offense against Aj and assure you that he and the Guo family will not trouble you again. Let us consider tonight's events resolved, shall we? Guo Rishuan had no choice but to provide this assurance. Otherwise, the police would inevitably intervene. He believed in Chu Dongheng's capability, especially with Kong Chaolin backing him. This humiliation had to be swallowed. The secretary was indeed a man of his word. Guo Rishuan could not afford to lose face. Chu Dongheng said with a sly grin. Approaching at 2 in the morning, a plane from the capital landed at Jiangdong International Airport. 3 individuals disembarked, 2 women and 1 man, hastily making their way to Jiangdong People's Hospital. In a private room of the hospital, Guo Aj lay on the bed, his body bandaged in white gauze, tears streaming down his face. His mother, Xiang Guolan, stood by his bedside, weeping in anguish. Cousin, Aj is gravely injured. This assailant was truly ruthless. Who does Chu Dongheng think he is? Merely the secretary to the provincial governor. How dare he act so brazenly? Guo Rishuan expressed his bewilderment. Are you suggesting that a mere secretary could insult the Guo family without consequence? Guo Dashuan replied, displeased. Many hold the same view as you. Yet they find themselves powerless against him. Is this to be accepted? Look at the state Aj is in. Xiang Guolan erupted in anger. What more do you wish for? This outcome is fortunate, at least he is alive. By not pursuing this further, we have already shown restraint. To press the matter would lead to mutual destruction. Guo Dashuan remarked coldly. Uncle, does Chu Dongheng truly possess the audacity to engage in such a conflict with our Guo family? Guo Aj's sister, Guo Ahong, interjected. Aren't you well acquainted with that boy from the Hua family? You might inquire about the nature of this outcome. Guo Dashuan's frustration was palpable. Driven by curiosity, Miss Guo decided to call Hua Luyun. Who is it? Came Hua Luyun's impatient voice from the other end. It's Guo Ahong, Miss Guo. Why are you calling at such an ungodly hour? I'm in Jiangdong. You flew to Jiangdong. Has the situation improved? Is Chu Dongheng truly so accommodating? Aj is in the hospital. Is that accommodating? Is he even intact? Is he missing any parts? He has sustained internal injuries and will need to stay in the hospital for a while. Are you aware? Oh. As long as he hasn't lost any limbs. That is a relief. Remember that poor Gao Kuan, whose arms and legs were broken. Oh. You mean your brother is in the hospital? If he is injured, where else would he be? It seems Chu Dongheng has shown your deputy secretary Guo some consideration, otherwise, Guo Aj would likely be in a police station. Aj is fortunate not to have met the same fate as Gao Kuan. Hua Luyun hung up, pondering the change in Chu Dongheng's demeanor, questioning his newfound kindness. Guo Aj was incensed by Hua Luyun's reasoning. According to her, it was fortunate that Aj was not in the same predicament as Gao Kuan. This was akin to what Guo Dashuan had said. What do you mean by Gao Kuan? Guo Rishang inquired, puzzled. The actions taken against him were akin to those against Gao Kuan. Not only was Gao Kuan's body broken, but he was also imprisoned, unable to escape. It is almost equivalent to a death sentence. The provincial police chief was also dismissed due to this incident. Guo Dashuan rolled his eyes. If only Chu Dongheng had been aware of Aj's connection to me, he wouldn't have entered the hospital in such a state. Hua Luyun echoed the sentiment. Guo Ahong added. As Guo Aj listened to his family exchanging remarks, he felt as though he had endured a futile beating. Having previously hoped for the Guo family to take vengeance on Chu Dongheng. With Guo Rishuan's warning, the Guo family could only temporarily set aside their thoughts of retaliation against Chu Dongheng. Moreover, Chu Dongheng maintained a favorable relationship with Hua Luyun, leaving uncertainty as to whether the Hua family might come to Chu Dongheng's aid. If the Hua family were to stand up for Chu Dongheng, the Guo family would find themselves targeted by many in Yancheng, a scenario that appeared rather grim. Initially, Chu Dongheng had brought up Hua Luyun to prevent Kong Chaolin's interference, which could tarnish the upper echelon's perception of Kong Chaolin. It is essential to recognize that Kong Chaolin was his steadfast support, a pillar that should not be wielded casually. Chapter 61, Journey to Yancheng. On the following morning, Chu Dongheng arrived at the provincial committee office as was his custom. Serving as the secretary to the provincial party secretary, his role concerning Guyu town was merely supervisory, with the actual planning of its development being a secondary concern. Remarkably, the events of the previous night seemed to have gone unnoticed by Kong Chaolin, who refrained from mentioning them, especially since neither the Lu nor the Guo families had escalated matters to the police. The involvement of a deputy secretary of the provincial committee rendered the situation either monumental or trivial, depending on one's perspective. It would be unseemly to exert pressure on a deputy secretary merely because of an incident involving his secretary. Furthermore, as it also implicated certain prominent families in Yancheng, it was deemed unnecessary to pursue the matter relentlessly. A mere altercation could be overlooked. The Secretary General, Zhao Zefang, did offer a subtle reminder, serving as a caution regarding potential vulnerabilities. Chu Dongheng departed for Yancheng alongside the personnel from Jiangdong under Kong Chaolin's leadership. Discussions regarding national affairs necessitated a venue where all could convene. The individuals from various locales were to be accommodated by the provincial office in Yancheng. Naturally, Chu Dongheng would reside at the Jiangdong office in Yancheng. His participation in discussions concerning national matters was not within his purview. He accompanied the provincial secretary primarily to assist his superior, with other matters being extraneous to him. Should any special circumstances arise from the cities and counties beneath Jiangdong, he would sort and summarize them into an outline, preparing a concise report for Kong Chaolin after the day's work concluded. He would then relay Kong Chaolin's directives to others, ensuring that they were equipped to handle unexpected events without prior guidance. In managing these affairs, Kong Chaolin placed considerable trust in Chu Dongheng as his secretary. Unless significant incidents arose, he would delegate responsibilities to Chu Dongheng, expecting him to report back on the outcomes. This arrangement afforded Chu Dongheng privileges and authority not typically granted to secretaries of provincial secretaries, a distinction unique to him across various provinces. However, with greater power came greater responsibility. Chu Dongheng was acutely aware of the need for vigilance. Any misstep could inadvertently place Kong Chaolin in a precarious position. His focus remained singularly on his duties. He understood that Kong Chaolin was his pillar of support. Without him, he would be inconsequential. His unwavering commitment to excellence in his work was something Kong Chaolin appreciated. Since the incident involving his predecessor, Song Gang, Kong Chaolin had been more attentive to his secretaries. Although Song Gang had not yet displayed any illegal behavior outwardly, the true nature of his actions remained uncertain. Chu Dongheng was a key individual in Kong Chaolin's cultivation. And it was imperative that he remained unblemished. Presently, Chu Dongheng represented Kong Chaolin's image. His rank may have been modest, but his association with Kong Chaolin elevated his standing significantly. Having not frequented Yancheng often, Chu Dongheng was not well acquainted with the city and refrained from wandering aimlessly through its streets. He needed to document the activities of the principal figures across Jiangdong's cities and counties, requiring a tranquil environment that precluded leisurely exploration of Yancheng's renowned landmarks. Instead, he found solace in observing the charisma of the prominent figures around him and took pleasure in their speeches. Chu Dongheng has developed his own insights, cultivated by a habit of watching television, from which he derives various ideas. Occasionally, composing speeches that resonate with the spirit of the upper echelons becomes crucial. Otherwise, the resulting content may appear superficial and grandiose. Although his previous focus was on financial economics, this does not hinder his ability to integrate political economy, financial economy, and market economy. The director of the Jiangdong faction's office in Yancheng is a middle-aged woman named Yi Ling. She possesses a commendable figure and a fair complexion that, while not breathtakingly beautiful, is nonetheless quite pleasing to the eye. Her manner of speaking and conducting affairs is logical and methodical. She may not be forceful, but she exudes an air of intellect. She is likely aware of the provincial secretary's regard for Chu Dongheng, and thus treats him with great courtesy, often inquiring about his well-being. Chu Dongheng also has a favorable impression of this discerning elder sister. Such amiable interactions are to be expected. Friendly exchanges are preferable to antagonistic attitudes, especially since the director of the Yancheng office is also a Jiangdong staff member who will eventually return to Jiangdong for further duties. Currently, Kong Chaolin, the provincial secretary of Jiangdong, enjoys considerable renown throughout the nation, and his secretary has become a subject of study for many. Presently, Jiangdong civil servants, particularly those from the Yancheng office, despite not having met Chu Dongheng, are already well acquainted with his illustrious reputation. It suffices not to seek their favor, as long as one avoids foolishly offending him. Fortunately, Chu Dongheng does not exhibit the arrogance of Song Gang, who looks down on everyone and exudes an air of superiority. Instead, he is approachable and possesses no airs. Contrary to the vicious reputation that precedes him, he garners respect from those around him. Numerous leaders from various municipalities and counties have gathered in Yancheng to participate in the discussions. Due to time constraints, they are unable to report directly to Secretary Kong and must funnel their matters through Secretary Chu Dongheng. As the discussions commenced, Chu Dongheng's workload rapidly intensified, for no one wished for issues to arise in their respective jurisdictions during the meetings. His notebook became filled with numerous concerns raised by the municipalities and counties. For non-critical issues, he preemptively drafted his proposed solutions. As the meeting reached its midpoint, the volume of inquiries from various municipalities and counties continued to escalate. He was deep in thought, contemplating solutions when the doorbell rang with a resounding chime. Generally, uninvited individuals do not enter the office. Chu Dongheng rose to open the door, revealing two men in their 40s, each bearing identification badges indicating their affiliation with the conference organizing committee. "Who might you be?" Chu Dongheng inquired, puzzled by their presence. "Yes. My surname is Xue, you may call me Brother Xue. This is Brother Bien, and we are from the organizing committee." Xue Ejuan replied, his demeanor amiable, in stark contrast to Bien Chenglang, who wore a serious expression, suggesting he was not one for levity. "It is I am Chu Dongheng. May I inquire what brings you here?" Chu Dongheng asked, perplexed by Xue Ejuan's intentions. Nothing in particular, we simply wanted to come and chat with Secretary Chu. Xue Ejuan remarked, the statement that felt rather uninformative. Are you not preoccupied with the conference matters? Chu Dongheng probed, seeking clarity. Why not invite us in for a chat? Water Ejuan's response was rather off-topic. I apologize for my rudeness. Please, do come in. Chu Dongheng, eager to discern the identities of his guests, momentarily forgot to usher them into the room. How could you two gentlemen spare time for a mere conversation with someone like me, a humble secretary? When your meeting has yet to conclude. Chu Dongheng continued to probe. Most members of the conference group were officials from various departments, making it unlikely for him to have any connection with them, a mere secretary to the secretary of the Jiangdong Provincial Committee. Secretary Chu, you are quite the legendary figure. Our curiosity compelled us to come and see for ourselves, remarked Water Ejuan. A legendary figure. You flatter me, gentleman, I am merely a lowly secretary. Chu Dongheng replied, feigning humility. Water Ejuan and Bian Chenglang exchanged a glance, their expressions somewhat enigmatic, thus they found him to be quite different from the tales they had heard. Chapter 62, The two gentlemen guests are always welcome. Chu Dongheng poured a glass of water for Xue Ejuan and Bian Chenglang. Even a person of simple thoughts could not help but ponder the identities of these mysterious visitors. Xue Ejuan picked up the notebook that Chu Dongheng had placed on the table, which recorded feedback from various cities and counties in Jiangdong, glancing at Chu Dongheng. May I take a look? Under normal circumstances, such a document would not be shared with others, yet Xue Ejuan had already taken it into his hands. Although the identities of the two were unclear, it was not deemed a secret. It would be my honor if the leadership is interested, Chu Dongheng replied graciously. Seeing that the notebook was now in Xue Ejuan's possession, the room fell into a slight silence. Bian Chenglang, resembling a sullen figure, sipped the water poured by Chu Dongheng with a serious demeanor, while Xue Ejuan observed Chu Dongheng's diligent attention to the notebook detailing the feedback from Jiangdong province's various cities and counties, his expression remaining unchanged. Director Chu, was it Secretary Kong who instructed you to compile these feedback reports, or did you take the initiative to provide guidance to the cities and counties? If it is the latter, that is quite a significant authority. Xue Ejuan remarked with a smile. I possess no such grand authority. Moreover, please refrain from calling me director. I am merely the deputy, just a small secretary, Chu Dongheng responded, surprised by the insinuation behind Xue Ejuan's words, implying that the secretary to the provincial secretary was assisting with directives. Brother Xue, my role is simply to record and relay information to Secretary Kong. Given the multitude of issues, and with the meeting approaching, I am preparing my suggestions for reporting to Secretary Kong. Should he approve, I will provide responses to the departments or individuals concerning the feedback. If he disapproves, I shall revise according to his directives, thereby enhancing his work efficiency. You see, the items marked with a check have already been reported to Secretary Kong, the unchecked ones are those I intend to report to him this evening. Comrade Chu, you are quite diligent in your work. By the way, why is there a blank space for this issue, with no directives recorded? Xue Ejuan altered his address, now referring to Chu Dongheng more informally. This particular issue encompasses significant implications, beyond what I can propose solutions for. Chu Dongheng paused. You see, this state-owned enterprise has been incurring losses year after year, and discussions of reform are underway. There are two prevailing opinions, one advocates for selling it off to another enterprise. With several bidding, however, a decision remains elusive. Why? Clearly, there are influential individuals intervening in this matter, and everyone is engaged in a complex game of interests. Moreover, this situation poses a risk of corruption leading to the loss of state assets. Hence, the request for directives from the provincial committee and government arises, as the person reporting seeks to avoid offending any faction, also reflecting a desire to shield their position. The second opinion suggests that all employees hold shares. Though this idea is not widely supported, it is undeniably bold and forward-thinking. Yet, no one has rallied behind this individual, and nonetheless, the person responsible for its oversight acknowledges the notion to some extent but is reluctant to assume risks. Given that this is a novel concept, it would be prudent for the provincial leaders to make the final decision. I am confident this issue has also been reported to the governor's office. It is not a matter for me to draw conclusions lightly. The two listened intently, with Bian Changlong's eyes sparkling with interest. The legend of Jiangdong's foremost secret is indeed true, as the young prodigy of Jiangdong is truly deserving of such a title. The moniker Chu's dual excellence is hardly an exaggeration. Xue Ejuan chuckled, remarking that the young women in our department, despite never having met you, hold you in great admiration. The two bosses shared a laugh at this. That is merely a misunderstanding among our acquaintances in the martial world. I am but a humble secretary, assisting my superior. Modesty is necessary. Yet Chu Dongheng's sincerity shone through as he addressed the two esteemed figures as mere brothers working in the department, just like you, to assist our bosses. I am Xue Ejuan, and this is Bian Chenglang. Xue Ejuan passed Chu Dongheng's notebook to Bian Chenglang and continued their conversation. Dear Chu, I have heard that Secretary Kong holds you in high regard and is nurturing your potential. Your future is indeed boundless. Achieving the rank of Deputy Division Chief at such a young age is commendable. Since entering the room, Xue Ejuan's titles for Chu Dongheng had evolved from Secretary Chu to Director Chu, and now to Brother Chu, reflecting an increasing familiarity. Brother Xue, you flatter me. What boundless future! I am merely seeking a stable income, hoping to marry and live a modest life while honoring my mother. As for the rank you mentioned, it is primarily because Secretary Kong deemed his secretary's position too lowly, which is undesirable. Of course, my academic qualifications also play a role, being a master's degree holder. My promotion to Deputy Division Chief falls within policy guidelines. If it were inappropriate, Secretary Kong would certainly not permit it, as his principles are unwavering. Chu Dongheng smiled. His grin innocent and unassuming. The same statement may be interpreted in myriad ways. Bian Changlong's expression was one of incredulity. Could it be that Brother Chu is genuinely this naive? It seemed as if being the secretary to a provincial secretary was an effortless feat. As if anyone could attain such a position. Countless individuals have exhausted themselves in pursuit of this role without success. Are you not already serving as the party secretary of that town? I've heard you are doing quite well, Xue Ejuan remarked casually. Chu Dongheng, lacking experience with seasoned political veterans, failed to grasp the nuances in the conversation. He remained an innocent in this realm. Do you truly know about that? I am merely holding a nominal position as the party secretary, overseeing post-disaster reconstruction. It would be inappropriate for a high-ranking provincial official to be stationed in a small town. Wouldn't it? I merely run errands for the members of the boss group. Xue Ejuan smiled at Chu Dongheng's candidness. Chu Dongheng's political naivety was not surprising to Xue Ejuan. Considering he had only been in politics for nearly 2 years, his advancement to Deputy Division Chief indeed aligns with his academic advantages. The secretary to the provincial secretary holds a rank too low. It would not reflect well on the provincial secretary's reputation. Are you not working on the 3-5 development plan for that town? I've heard it has garnered significant support from the provincial government, which is quite impressive. Xue Ejuan's conversational rhythm was somewhat erratic, leaving Chu Dongheng feeling somewhat lost. Isn't support from the provincial government to be expected? Chu Dongheng wore a rather peculiar expression. He was unaware that the planning of a town need not attract the attention of provincial authorities, as such matters are typically confined to the municipal level. Given your familiarity with this, one wonders if you are here to conduct an investigation. I assure you, I have committed no unlawful acts. A sense of vigilance began to stir within Chu Dongheng. Fear not, Water Ejuan reassured him, my interest stems from my acquaintance with Secretary Kong of your provincial committee. I merely wish to peruse your development plan. It would be beneficial for me to learn, so that when my colleague Bian and I venture to the localities, we have a clearer understanding. Without this explanation, Chu Dongheng's apprehension would have hindered the flow of conversation. Oh, Chu Dongheng exhaled in relief. He retrieved a copy of the Guyu 3.5 development plan from his bag. It is improbable that the central government would possess a town's development plan. It is already quite remarkable that it has garnered any attention at all. Brother Shui, you are too modest. It is truly the two of you who should assist in rectifying any shortcomings, Chu Dongheng said, displaying commendable humility. Regrettably, he possessed only one copy, which he offered to Water Ejuan, acknowledging the inconvenience. It would have been impolite for the two of them to present only a single copy without any explanation. Chapter 63, Two Elders in the office of the Jiangdong provincial representative in Beijing. There exists a dining establishment. Chu Dongheng, accompanied by two elder gentlemen, partakes in a meal within a private room. Initially, it was the two gentlemen who offered to treat, yet at the insistence of Chu Dongheng, they resolved to dine at the Jiangdong office. Though the Jiangdong representative office in Yancheng is not a grand hotel, it serves as a reception venue for government officials traversing Jiangdong province, and thus the dining conditions and cuisine are quite satisfactory. What may have appeared to be merely a meal with two newly acquainted gentlemen unbeknownst to Chu Dongheng would inadvertently influence the course of his future. As the saying goes, wine shared with a confidant is never too much. Water Ejuan and Bian Chenglang, along with Chu Dongheng, enjoyed their meal and drinks, significantly lowering Chu Dongheng's guard. Had Kong Chaolin been present, he would have recognized the identities of these two individuals, but as a novice in politics, Chu Dongheng failed to discern their true nature. The duality of situations often escapes the innocent, and Chu Dongheng's naivety and lack of conversational finesse endeared him to the two so-called elders. Particularly after reviewing Chu Dongheng's development plan for Guyu 3.5, their perception of him shifted dramatically. A secretary to a provincial party secretary, regardless of the plan's perfection, merited respect and camaraderie for his dedication to Guyu. Brother Chu, let us raise a glass in honor of your Guyu 3.5 plan, exclaimed one of the gentlemen. I am grateful for the recognition of my work from you both. Alcohol has a way of loosening tongues. After consuming several cups, the trio felt as if they were longtime friends. Brother Chu, why the fervent dedication to the development of Guyu, given that your role there is nominal? Oh, esteemed elders, you may not realize, Chu Dongheng began, I too once thought similarly. However, upon deeper understanding, it became evident that the people of Guyu are exceedingly impoverished. Some villages remain without electricity, and the roads leading to them are hardly passable. He recounted his first experience capturing footage with a provincial journalist, intending to showcase the transformed Guyu, yet was met with the reality that their vehicle could not traverse the terrain. We had to employ a bulldozer. A town with over 100,000 residents, yet only a few tens of thousands are permanent inhabitants, and it relies on county and city subsidies for survival. The plight of the common folk in Guyu is dire, and the upper echelons of government are burdened as well. This is a persistent concern for Secretary Kong. His frequent ailments stem from the poor living conditions of the Jiangdong populace, a source of shame towards the party and the nation. Guyu town possesses a rich cultural and historical heritage. It is akin to a fine material in need of refinement, to be transformed into a splendid work of art. I merely serve as the designer of this exquisite piece, but it is the people of Guyu who will bring it to fruition. Secretary Kong and Governor Zhang are merely the artistic consultants for this endeavor. Would you not agree, esteemed elders? Indeed, that is a fair assessment. Water Ejuan affirmed. He understood that the annual financial allocations from the city and county to Guyu, while not substantial by Jiangdong provincial standards, would not suffice to resolve the issues permanently. If merely a few million could instantaneously alleviate the troubles of Guyu, it would be a win-win situation. Now, let us raise our glasses to Brother Chu, in a toast for our shared concern for the nation and its people. Two esteemed gentlemen have surpassed the younger generation. The junior has yet to reach such heights. It is Secretary Kong who has attained this esteemed status. That is true concern for the nation and its people. Do you hold a deep admiration for Secretary Kong? This sentiment is echoed by Bian Chenglang, who seldom speaks. Bian, if you call it admiration, then so be it. Secretary Kong possesses an unwavering commitment to party principles. His expansive heart and genuine concern for the welfare of the nation, such spirit is indeed worthy of emulation. Chu Dongheng proclaimed earnestly, revealing no hint of insincerity. Upon hearing that Secretary Kong might step down or take a backseat, Xue Ejuan subtly inquired if Chu had considered his future prospects. I haven't contemplated much, after all. I am currently a deputy director, which is far better than many. Wherever I am assigned, my purpose remains to serve the people. When the time comes, I shall heed the organization's arrangements. I plan to marry my girlfriend, who is a teacher with a stable job. Our incomes are secure. And living a modest life will not pose a problem. Besides, my family consists solely of my mother, whom I shall support until the end, even if Secretary Kong retires. I could still serve as his secretary. Moreover, with Secretary Kong's capabilities, one cannot dismiss the possibility of advancement. Xue Ejuan and Bian Chenglang exchanged glances, evidently surprised. It was clear that Chu Dongheng harbored no political ambitions, his sole desire was to live a good life. On what grounds do you believe Secretary Kong could advance? They queried. It is his spirit. The essence of Secretary Kong's dedication and his elevated moral standing. He may not be a technical leader, yet his spirit is invaluable. His unwavering commitment to the people can inspire many. This is an extraordinary spiritual wealth. Success often requires navigating unexpected challenges, much like today. Chu Dongheng regarded the two gentlemen as mere members of the conference team, idly engaging in conversation. Furthermore, the conference venue was indeed close to the Jiangdong office in the capital. The identities of these two men were unfamiliar to him, as few from various provinces recognized them. Only those of Secretary Kong Chaolin's caliber would be acquainted with them. Xue Ejuan, the youngest deputy minister of the Z Group, and Bian Chenglang, the youngest deputy minister of the ZJ committee, were indeed good friends. Their visit was not merely for idle chatter, it bore a certain purpose, albeit informal. Likely sanctioned by a superior, and the objective remained ambiguous. Nonetheless, it served as a lesson for Chu Dongheng. Within the system, there are pitfalls at every turn. Alcohol often leads to excessive dialogue, driven by opportunism, otherwise, one finds no common ground for conversation. Their intentions became increasingly apparent as the conversation shifted back to Chu Dongheng. I heard someone questioning your academic credentials. Graduating with a master's degree at 22 seems unlikely. Xue Ejuan remarked with a smile. If my credentials were fabricated, a cascade of issues would inevitably follow, impacting none other than Provincial Secretary Kong Chaolin first. I cannot accept such claims, for as long as my support remains steadfast. I shall not falter. I took the college entrance examination at 16, having skipped 2 grades from elementary to junior high. I pursued an integrated undergraduate and master's program. I trust this clarifies my situation for you both. Chu Dongheng stated with utmost seriousness. I never expected my younger brother to be such an academic prodigy. Consistently excelling. He has never been surpassed. My dear brothers, you are mistaken. I am not an academic genius. During my student years, I toiled relentlessly. Whether in school or in life, I was always the exemplary child of others. The institution served merely to motivate its students. I studied with fervor, aiming to escape the confines of academia as swiftly as possible. Chu Dongheng's expression grew desolate, his eyes misty. His tone, once exuberant, now resonated with the starkness of a desolate autumn. There is a deeper meaning here. Xue Ejuan and Bian Chenglang seemed to be affected by Chu Dongheng's demeanor, choosing not to speak further. Yet, pertinent inquiries must still be made. Emotions should not sway our professional judgments, lest they cloud our collective discernment. Smoke. Perhaps it is the eternal companion to alcohol. Chu Dongheng offered a cigarette to each of his brothers, placing one between his own lips, igniting it, and inhaling deeply. The reason for such relentless study is that I lacked the means to afford an education. I simply did not have enough money to sustain so many years of learning. Chu Dongheng remarked with a hint of melancholy. Chapter 64, The Solitary Youth. The trio resembled three close companions, downing drink after drink. The smoke they exhaled began to conjure an ethereal realm. Their relentless pursuit of knowledge stemmed from a lack of funds for education. I simply lack the financial means to study for so many years. Chu Dongheng jested, acknowledging that in his world, only his mother truly mattered, while other relatives faded into insignificance. Naturally, there was no way to glean more information, as his mother would never divulge such details to him. Perhaps having indulged a bit too much, Chu Dongheng recounted his poignant yet simplistic tale to Xue Ejuan and Ben Chenglang. While many had accelerated their studies, few had advanced 2 grades, the feat he alone seemed to have achieved to mitigate educational expenses. It was not uncommon for people to question his attainment of a Master's degree at the age of 22. "And what about your second leap?" he replied, sheepishly explaining how he transitioned from first year to third year of middle school, albeit acknowledging the challenges of such a leap. Before reaching the age of 16, he participated in the college entrance examination, completing both his bachelor's and master's degrees in a span of 6 years. His relentless dedication to his studies was evident. Others viewed him as a child of poverty forced to mature early, an assertion that bore some truth. From a tender age, he had lived in a small village with his mother. As he excelled academically, his mother supported him by running a small stall, earning just enough to fund his education, the journey through prestigious schools at the town, county, and provincial levels. "My aspiration to become a civil servant stems from a desire for stability in life, a hope my mother shares," he reflected. The notion of making a home wherever one goes was not one of choice, but necessity. As he spoke, a palpable sense of melancholy enveloped him. He recounted a relationship from his university days, sharing the tale of being expelled from his girlfriend's home with a broom, a story he likely would not have disclosed had he not been under the influence. Would he regret revealing such an incident once sober? "I shall forever cherish my first love," he declared, the memory lingering as a bittersweet refrain in his heart. Xue Ejuan and Bian Chenglang began to perceive the lesser-known side of Chu Dongheng, the one referred to as the foremost of the younger generation in Jiangdong. A duality of brilliance and solitude. They envisioned a young lad in an ancient world, bearing a sword, a solitary yet resilient figure. Chu Dongheng spoke of marriage and the pursuit of a tranquil life, free from persecution, dedicated solely to providing for his mother in her twilight years. Devoid of distractions, a heart untainted by worldly desires. Although Chu Dongheng held the title of the first secretary in Jiangdong, his rank was modest. Yet he wielded a unique influence that he never abused. This integrity garnered him the favor of both the provincial governor and the secretary of the provincial committee. Typically, provincial governors, especially those of high rank, do not favor the secretaries of committee officials. The personal secretary is expected to reflect the stature of the committee secretary, as everyone prefers their subordinates or kin to excel. While a provincial leader may not overtly disdain a secretary, a subtle discord often lingers beneath the surface. Rooted in their respective positions, complete trust between individuals is a rarity. As the deputy minister of the Z Group, Xue Ejuan recognized the necessity of investigating the capabilities of the officials. Chu Dongheng is merely a secretary, devoid of any grand ambitions, wholly dedicated to excelling in his role. He possesses a pure character, is obedient, intelligent, and instills confidence in others through his capable handling of affairs. In essence, he is a man of integrity, appealing to those in elevated positions. "Brother Chu, you have already attained the rank of deputy division chief. You might consider discussing with Secretary Kong the possibility of serving as a county mayor. Given your advantageous age and competence, you could govern effectively, with limitless prospects ahead." "Such thoughts have never crossed my mind. I am content to fulfill my duties as a secretary," Chu Dongheng replied calmly. "Secretary Kong will eventually retire as well. We shall see when that time comes. If fortune favors me, so be it, if not, that is my fate. Living a simple, fulfilling life is the true path. Dear brothers, should I find myself struggling in Jiangdong, I trust you will lend a hand. As long as there is a position and a salary, I would be grateful." He jested, With your abilities, Brother Chu, as you grow, do not forget to extend a helping hand to your two older brothers. Do you truly hold such high hopes for me? You may find yourselves disappointed. Chu Dongheng laughed, having consumed a fair amount of wine, yet still speaking from the heart. Though he has not been in the system for long, his aspirations are modest and immediate. His family consists solely of himself and his mother, with no overwhelming ties to bind him. In his inner world, he believes in focusing on the present. His mother's happiness is his own. If she yearns for grandchildren, he acknowledges the necessity of marriage. Nothing is more important than living a good life together with her. Currently, he enjoys a comfortable existence, thanks in part to his benefactor, Provincial Secretary Kong Chaolin. Wajicheng also plays a role in his life. Although he and Hoyuran are not yet wed, their relationship has developed so naturally that marriage seems inevitable, albeit requiring his initiative to hasten the process. He need not worry about Secretary Kong's potential departure from Jiangdong or stepping back from active duty. Should his current role become untenable, he can easily transition to a teaching position at a university. Chapter 65, Original Intent. The light outside the window gradually dimmed. Chu Dongheng and Xue Ejuan, along with Bian Chenglang, continued to toast one another. The three of them had quite a capacity for alcohol. After consuming 2 bottles of national liquor, they felt comfortably relaxed. Xue Ejuan and Bian Chenglang, both holding high positions in the officialdom, felt no pressure while drinking with Chu Dongheng, and their conversation flowed effortlessly. Their aim in drinking together was rather devoid of ulterior motives, aside from the two of them wishing to gain a better understanding of Chu Dongheng. After all, as a secretary, Chu Dongheng wielded significant influence. Yet he remained blissfully unaware of it, content with living a simple life devoid of political aspirations. Perhaps this was why Kong Chaolin held him in such high regard. Chu Dongheng's desire for a peaceful existence stemmed from his wish to care for his mother in her later years. She had endured considerable hardships to raise him alone, and family was an enigma. His mother was everything to Chu Dongheng, just as he was to her. They both cherished their original intentions. Is it true that you acted out of anger for a beauty, eliminating a threat in Jiangdong? Xue Ejuan's words floated with a hint of cunning amusement. Oh, brother. You refer to the Gaoquan incident. Such a trivial matter, and you are already aware. Chu Dongheng expressed his surprise. Trivial? Bian Chenglang interjected. You speak lightly of it. Yet it involved the aftermath of handling numerous individuals, including department-level officials. Hardly a trivial matter. That was merely a battle for masculine dignity. As for the subsequent events, they were beyond my control. Those involved brought it upon themselves. Who told them not to consider how to serve the people, yet constantly dabble in corruption while expecting their hands to remain clean? Chu Dongheng replied disdainfully. Are you not concerned that Secretary Kong might think poorly of you or worry that you frequently stir up trouble, leading to your removal from the position of secretary to the provincial party secretary? Xue Ejuan chuckled. Gao Kuan, a man who seizes what he desires, disregarding morals and laws, indifferent to life, who granted him such power? Even a secretary to a provincial party secretary. Chu Dongheng's words were somewhat sharp, yet they stemmed from his genuine beliefs. Indeed, the secretary of a provincial party secretary, when oppressed by others, faces challenges that ordinary citizens cannot even begin to imagine. Xue Ejuan and Bian Chenglang were aware of this situation, merely seeking to verify the information. Although rumors in the public sphere sometimes diverged, the core narrative remained largely intact. After all, folk tales are often embellished and exaggerated, which is entirely normal. On another note, Chu Dongheng's rise to the position of exclusive secretary to the provincial party secretary was undeniably steeped in a degree of legendary allure, youthful, handsome, talented, decisive, and embodying justice. Thus, every action he took garnered attention, not all of which was benevolent. Currently, Chu Dongheng's background and experiences appeared quite simple, however. It was implausible that he had simply materialized in this world. Both Xue Ejuan and Bian Chenglang sensed that as Chu Dongheng ascended in rank, the extraordinary aspects of his lineage would inevitably come to light. Currently, only Chu Dongheng's mother possesses a clear understanding of both her own family and the Chu family. Perhaps, in an effort to protect her son, she has chosen to keep this information concealed. If Chu Dongheng hailed from an ordinary background, there would be no need for such discretion. This is the intuition shared by the two individuals who find themselves somewhat expectant. When Chu Dongheng first encounters Xue Ejuan and Bian Chenglang, the atmosphere is as though they have known each other for years. The wine flowing freely and fueling a deep camaraderie. As the evening progresses, Chu Dongheng, having indulged a bit too much, takes on the demeanor of an innocent youth, lowering his defenses and engaging in more spirited conversation. Time slips away unnoticed, and before they realize it, the clock has passed 8 in the evening. Although Xue Ejuan assures him that she has already spoken with Kong Chaolin, Chu Dongheng remains uneasy. Yet, under Xue Ejuan's repeated reassurances, he resumes the merriment. Just as they are reveling in their drinks, a server from the office unexpectedly pushes the door open. They had not summoned her. Her entrance feels unsettling to Chu Dongheng. As anticipated, Kong Chaolin, the secretary of the Jiangdong Provincial Committee, follows closely behind. Given the timing, it would be unusual for him to return so soon after socializing with old friends and superiors following the meeting. The three of them rise, each with differing intentions. Chu Dongheng steps forward to assist Kong Chaolin with the document bag in his hand, while Kong Chaolin and Xue Ejuan advance to greet Bian Chenglang. Handshakes are exchanged all around. Minister Xue, Secretary Bian, it is a rare honor to have you both at the Jiangdong office. It is indeed a blessing for Jiangdong. I apologize for the delay due to some matters that arose. Kong Secretary, you needn't be so formal. We simply had no pressing engagements today and thought to come by for a chat with Brother Chu. Compliments flow freely between the parties, leaving Chu Dongheng in a state of bewilderment. Minister Xue, Secretary Bian. The alcohol has at least partially cleared from Chu Dongheng's mind. The respect shown by Kong Chaolin towards them, referring to one as a secretary and the other as a minister, can only imply that Xue Ejuan and Bian Chenglang hold significant positions in a higher department, the specifics of which will soon be revealed. Noticing Chu Dongheng's dazed expression, and hearing Xue Ejuan refer to him as Brother Chu, it becomes evident that he is unaware of the identities of Xue Ejuan and Bian Chenglang. Little Chu, you are not acquainted with their identities, are you? Kong Chaolin gestures towards Xue Ejuan. This is Xue Ejuan, the head of the evaluation department. Deputy Xue. Xue Ejuan adds with a smile. And this is Bian Chenglang, the secretary in charge of the inspection department. Kong Chaolin informs Chu Dongheng. Deputy Bian Chenglang also affirms. These two are currently the youngest heads of departments within the upper echelons. Their futures are indeed bright. While Kong Chaolin's words may seem flattering, they hold a grain of truth. In their 40s, they have already attained the rank of deputy minister. And advancing further poses no significant challenge unless they encounter serious principled issues along the way. Brothers, you at such high ranks should not be amusing a mere secretary. That does not bode well. Perhaps influenced by the alcohol or some inner discontent, Chu Dongheng speaks candidly. Xue Ejuan bursts into laughter. Brother Chu, do not hold it against us. We each have our own duties. The two of us indeed wish to get to know you better. And today we happen to have the time. Brother. Little brother. Kong Chaolin found it rather peculiar that the two deputy heads of departments, seemingly idle, approached his secretary with an air of camaraderie, a disparity in rank that did not escape his notice. Unlike others, Kong Chaolin believed he could still contribute to the party's cause, thus, he would not resent stepping aside for those more capable than himself. He merely wished to enjoy a simple meal and a few drinks with Xue Ejuan and Bian Cheng, without any ulterior motives. It is not uncommon for the boss circles to take a liking to promising young talent. Undoubtedly, Chu Dongheng, in his role as secretary, was among the finest. However, given his current age, he did not hold an advantageous position in attracting the affection of the boss circles, by the standards of time. He needed at least a few more years to demonstrate his potential for growth. Chu Dongheng did not engage in conversation with the three distinguished leaders, simply offering his apologies for his departure, acknowledging that he was no longer suited to sit among them. Chapter 66. Your secretary is quite interesting. After Chu Dongheng departed, Kong Chaolin, Xue Ejuan, and Bian Chenglang continued their drinking, albeit with less fervor than before. Partly because Xue Ejuan and Bian Chenglang had already consumed a fair amount with Chu Dongheng, and partly due to Kong Chaolin's health issues, which precluded excessive drinking. The trio primarily engaged in conversation, as they shared a similar status and a wealth of common topics. Kong secretary, your secretary is quite intriguing, Xue Ejuan remarked. Oh. In what manner is he intriguing? Kong Chaolin expressed curiosity about the conversations that transpired while they were drinking with Chu Dongheng, especially considering that he was unaware of their true identities. Typically, leaders assign positions to their secretaries, but your secretary, Chu Dongheng, assists his own boss. Haha. This is a first for me, Xue Ejuan replied with evident amusement. This lad speaks without a filter. Kong Chaolin chuckled, recognizing that the two ministers were unlikely to take offense at the words of a mere secretary. No, Secretary Kong, what Chu said holds merit. There are indeed many clever individuals, but those who possess both intelligence and unwavering party principles are a different matter altogether. However, your secretary has a remarkable grasp of the overarching direction, which both Minister Bien and I find quite reasonable. Let us consider this merely a casual exchange. Xue Ejuan spoke in a manner reminiscent of village elders engaging in light banter. Kong Chaolin perceived the goodwill in Xue Ejuan's words. He understood that their conversation, although informal, represented a significant aspect of his professional landscape, considering Xue Ejuan's and Ben Changlong's affiliations with the Z Group and ZJ Committee. Certainly, Chu Dongheng had demonstrated exceptional performance as the secretary to the provincial party secretary during this period, primarily due to his departure from the traditionally prudent approach. His recognition of the developmental direction of Jiangdong had garnered approval from higher-ups, and his accomplishments were inextricably linked to Chu Dongheng's efforts. While it was unlikely that the higher echelons sought to glean insights into his work through his secretary, the possibility could not be entirely dismissed. Chu Dongheng's penchant for stirring up matters of late made it plausible for others to seek clarification. Ultimately, various scenarios were conceivable. As long as individuals remain engaged in worldly affairs, they aspire to advance further to validate their worth, and Kong Chaolin was no exception. Each step forward was a victory. Since appointing Chu Dongheng as his secretary, Kong Chaolin had navigated his path with remarkable ease, earning the approval of influential figures. Each initiative undertaken by Chu Dongheng had set new records, from crafting the keynote address for the Jiangdong Annual Economic Conference to managing Gaoquan and developing the 3.5 growth plan for Guyu Town. He had consistently broken new ground, even daring to advise his own superior, an unprecedented endeavor. Kong Chaolin felt elated. At their level, formal discussions rarely occurred, then communication was often implicit. Although Chu Dongheng was merely a secretary, he exhibited a certain flair in his work. Fortunately, he had not engaged in any illicit activities. Such conduct was strictly forbidden, especially following the incident involving his predecessor, Song Gang. Consequently, Kong Chaolin had begun to pay closer attention to his secretary's actions. Among the secretaries he had employed over the years, Chu Dongheng was undoubtedly the most satisfactory. It appears imperative to expedite the cultivation of Chu Dongheng. It is unacceptable after so many years to lack an outstanding protege, lest one become the subject of ridicule by those seasoned veterans. Kong Chaolin pondered this deeply. Among some senior comrades in the officialdom, not only is the pursuit of political achievement significant, but fostering exceptional cadres is also a matter of pride. With the connections of Xue Ejuan and Bian Chenglang, it seems that Chu Dongheng has gained their recognition. Should these two further their support, opportunities may arise for him. Kong Chaolin contemplated this, realizing that despite their rapid ascent in rank, he could not afford to underestimate them. After all, their proximity to senior officials often involves assisting in various tasks for those in higher echelons. Currently, these two are young cadres with ample opportunities for advancement. The ensuing conversation predominantly revolved around Chu Dongheng. Kong Shaolin expressed his views candidly, not hesitating to convey his admiration for the young man. Indeed, it was his utmost pleasure to see that those in higher positions held Chu Dongheng in such high regard. Within the system, there exists an unwritten ethos that nurturing exceptional cadres reflects a profound loyalty to the party. Secretary Kong, I did not anticipate your favorable view of your secretary. I hear you have already begun to cultivate him, remarked a colleague. Our generation lacks educational attainment and will soon retire. It is our duty as elder statesmen to cultivate the next generation of outstanding cadres, ensuring the party can better serve the people in the future. Kong Shaolin lamented the passage of time, unperturbed by their potential mockery. After years in politics, he considered Chu to be the most promising talent he had encountered. He hoped that the two would extend their guidance to him, for the young man, though highly educated and diligent, was somewhat naive, charging ahead without regard for consequences, which may lead to future difficulties. Secretary Kong, young Chu should at least address us as old brothers. If he has not engaged in any illicit activities, we, as elder brothers, will certainly offer our assistance. However, Secretary Kong, it seems you have found late-life offspring. Xue Ejuan quipped, inciting a hearty laugh from Kong Shaolin. Xue Ejuan's observation struck a chord. Indeed, he felt invigorated by the prospect of having Chu Dongheng as his secretary. Xue Ejuan's endorsement also reflected their high opinion of Chu, who impressed them with his sincerity, cleanliness, and strong work ethic. Such a young man was one he was eager to befriend. Every situation possesses duality, and mutual success is often realized, as exemplified by the relationship between Kong Shaolin and Chu Dongheng. Chu Dongheng was blissfully unaware of their discussions. Even if he were to learn of them, it would likely not concern him greatly, for he harbored little ambition for ascension, a trait that endeared him to many leaders. Had it been known that three political heavyweights were deliberating over a secretary with merely 2 years of experience, it surely would have raised eyebrows. Fortunately, this was the Jiangdong office, where personnel ranks were not particularly elevated. Attendees of the meeting did not reside there, and given the limited accommodations at the guest house, the number of attendees far exceeded the available rooms, necessitating external lodging, all arranged by the office. The meal was a source of great joy for everyone, as each individual gleaned something valuable from the experience. From the subtle hints dropped by Xue Ejuan and Bian Chenglang, it appears that Kong Shaolin may serve 2 full terms, with the prospect of advancing further. As for the intentions of Xue Ejuan and Bian Chenglang, they remain shrouded in mystery. However, it is likely that they possess the knowledge they seek, devoid of any sinister undertones. This gathering was merely an informal opportunity to exchange insights, akin to dining with friends and engaging in light-hearted banter. Yet, should this matter come to the attention of the overly inquisitive, it could take on a different hue. The notable presence of 2 deputy heads from major departments dining with Secretary Kong of the Jiangdong Provincial Committee is indeed a significant event that would undoubtedly attract scrutiny. Chapter 67, Memories of the Past. In the days that followed, Chu Dongheng found himself enjoying a relatively leisurely pace. The matters reported by various cities and counties were not of significant importance, and he was capable of resolving them on his own. There was no rush to report back to Kong Shaolin, as the issues had already been adequately addressed. With the conclusion of the meeting approaching, he pondered what gifts to purchase for Hua Yuan. The thought brought him a slight headache. It wouldn't be due to return empty-handed. Although his girlfriend might not voice her displeasure, one could never be certain of her thoughts. To play it safe, he decided on a dress. Yancheng was a place he neither knew well nor was entirely unfamiliar with. During his graduate studies, he had frequently visited various locations, including Yancheng. Finding a shopping mall wouldn't pose much of a challenge. His office had a vehicle at his disposal, but since he was attending to personal matters, he preferred not to impose on public resources and opted for public transportation instead. The bus system in Yancheng was quite developed. He chose the Wangjia shopping mall, which was regarded as the finest in Yancheng, boasting an array of high-end merchandise. The mall was expansive, with classic architecture that could easily be considered a tourist attraction. However, he was not there to sightsee. His purpose was to purchase clothing for his girlfriend, so he headed straight to the sections dedicated to women's apparel. At one particular counter, he immediately spotted a dress with white edges and a light sky blue waist. The cool tones suited Huayuan's temperament perfectly, although the price was rather shocking, over 3,000. That would consume a significant portion of his monthly salary. Nevertheless, for his girlfriend, he was willing to make the sacrifice. He informed the sales associate of Huayuan's height, requesting her assistance in finding a suitable fit. Just then, the familiar voice called out from behind him. Chu Dongheng. It was the voice of a young woman, unmistakably recognizable. He turned around to find two striking young ladies, Lu Jiao and Wang Qingyun. The sight of his university classmates caught him unawares. After graduation, they had all lost touch, so encountering them in Yancheng felt serendipitous. Chu Dongheng, is that really you? Lu Jiao exclaimed with delight. Lu Jiao was close friends with Jin Wanmu, his ex-girlfriend, and they had often spent time together during their university days. Handsome features are an advantage for any man. Although not particularly active in social settings during his university years, Chu Dongheng's striking looks had captivated many young women. Have you found a new girlfriend? Lu Jiao teased. This counter exclusively sold women's clothing. So his presence there could only imply one of two scenarios: either he was buying for a sister or for a girlfriend. Lacking a sister. It was evident he was there for the latter. Being Jin Wanmu's confidant, Lu Jiao was undoubtedly aware of Chu Dongheng and Jin Wanmu's breakup. Hence her inquiry was not inappropriate. Matters of the heart are often muddled, and few were privy to the reasons behind their separation. From an outward perspective, many had high hopes for their relationship. They once epitomized a golden couple. Yet, fate can be capricious, presenting obstacles that one cannot overcome. And Chu Dongheng was one such individual. Lu Jiao understood that their split was primarily due to Jin Wanmu's family looking down upon Chu Dongheng, and for that reason, she refrained from mentioning it. Oh, I'm seeing someone, a teacher from our province. How are you both doing? Felt somewhat awkward in his response, as he was confronted by the close friend of his ex-girlfriend. Have you purchased everything? He inquired, seeking a place to sit. Lu Jiao did not answer his question. It will be ready shortly. The waiter is just finishing the packaging, responded another voice. Acknowledging the statement, Chu Dongheng proceeded to pay and then accompanied the two women to a nearby tea house. Lu Jiao and Wang Qingyun hailed from the same province, albeit different cities. They resided relatively close to Yan City, where Lu Jiao had moved post-graduation to pursue her career, successfully establishing a small company that primarily dealt in office equipment. It was evident that her journey had not been effortless. Merely 2 years after graduation, fatigue was etched on her face. The trials of university life had not spared her either. She had once been in a relationship with a classmate, which had ended upon their graduation. In contrast, Wang Qingyun had no romantic entanglements during university, excelling academically as a dedicated scholar, and they had both pursued a master's degree seamlessly. After arriving in Yan City, she, like Chu Dongheng, had successfully passed the civil service examination and now worked in the finance bureau of Fenghai district, holding a department-level position just recently awarded to her due to her elevated qualifications. Chu Dongheng refrained from divulging the specifics of his employment, merely stating that he was also within the civil service system, currently assisting his superiors with various tasks, without revealing that he served as the secretary to the provincial party secretary. He deemed it unnecessary, for he believed that being a secretary was hardly remarkable. His lack of communication with former classmates did not imply that they were estranged. Several of them were striving in the capital. Lu Jiao suggested organizing a dinner that evening. However, Chu Dongheng declined, citing a lack of time. Although he could have made room in his schedule, he felt a twinge of discomfort regarding his recent breakup with Jin Wanmu. Furthermore, during his time at university, he had not frequently socialized with his peers. By the time he returned to the office, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Fortunately, there was not much to report from various municipalities that day. Residing at the office, he had just settled in, intending to take a shower, have a meal, and then report to Secretary Kong about the day's work. After which he planned to enjoy a well-deserved rest, having exerted considerable effort to purchase a dress for his girlfriend. Just then, his phone rang, an unfamiliar number. "Hello. Who is this?" Chu Dongheng answered. "Dongheng, can you recognize my voice?" came the reply. "Oh. You chubby fellow, how did you get my number?" he retorted. Back during their graduation, none of them possessed mobile phones, making it quite normal not to have each other's contact details. Yet, just 2 years later, the voice hadn't changed much, and Chu Dongheng immediately recognized it as that of Li Zishua, his former dormitory and desk mate, who had often lent him a helping hand, thus earning the title of a close friend. "I heard you are in Yen City now." Li Zishua's voice echoed through the line. "Yes. How did you find out? Did Lu Jiao contact you?" Chu Dongheng queried. "No, it was Wang Yuan. Lu Jiao met you today and thought to arrange a gathering. There are around 10 of us classmates in Yen City who can connect." Li Zishua continued. "You should come over for dinner. It has been 2 years since we last met. Let us catch up." "That sounds good. However, I may arrive a bit late. Please send me the address when you are at the restaurant," Chu Dongheng agreed. Although he may not attend when others invite him, he shares a profound bond with the stout individual. The stout fellow hails from a relatively affluent family and is always generous in assisting those who face challenges at school. He reluctantly concedes to the stout individual's request. After presenting the issues raised by various cities and counties to Secretary Kong, along with their proposed solutions, it should not be too late. Chapter 68, The Past Love 2. As the clock approached 8, Chu Dongheng had just finished reporting the day's work to Kong Chaolin. Following the address provided by his portly friend, he hailed a taxi to Qingyun restaurant. While it wasn't particularly upscale, it was a respectable establishment known to most taxi drivers. The journey from the office to the restaurant took a mere 20 minutes. By 8:10, Chu Dongheng finally arrived at Qingyun restaurant. In Yen City, dusk descended swiftly, making an 8 o'clock dinner somewhat late. A server escorted him to the second floor, to a private room with a name of some significance. Upon opening the door to the room, Chu Dongheng was taken aback. It was not merely that he was the last to arrive, but rather the presence of Jin Wanmu that stunned him. How could he have forgotten? Jin Wanmu was from Yen City, which made for an awkward situation. That insufferable fat man didn't he mention this? Having accepted the invitation from his friend without a second thought, he felt a deep sense of regret. There were 9 people in total, including Chu Dongheng, all former classmates from university, 4 women, Jin Wanmu, Lu Jiao, Wang Chunyu, and Chen Ling. Both Chen Ling and Jin Wanmu hailed from Yen City. The expressions on their faces were varied. Lu Jiao glanced at Chu Dongheng before quickly looking at Jin Wanmu. As they had arrived earlier, they likely knew about the recent breakup through Lu Jiao. The other attendees regarded Chu Dongheng with knowing looks. The awkwardness of meeting so soon after a breakup was palpable. Quickly regaining his composure, Chu Dongheng addressed the group. "I apologize for keeping you waiting." He sought to diffuse the tension with his words of contrition. "Dongheng, come sit," his friend urged eagerly. The portly fellow had not changed much in stature, if anything. He was just a bit heavier than during their university days. An empty seat was saved beside him for Chu Dongheng, which was fortunate as it was not next to Jin Wanmu, which would have been even more uncomfortable. Nonetheless, it was not much better, as it placed him directly across from her. With the 4 women seated on one side, it created a slight imbalance, though not a direct confrontation. Jin Wanmu remained as beautiful as ever. After leaving school, her innocence faded, and with makeup, she exuded an added sophistication. As Chu Dongheng settled in, he greeted everyone and raised a glass in apology for his tardiness, Jin Wanmu included. The singular aim was to alleviate the awkwardness, after downing 10 glasses. The alcohol emboldened him, thickening his skin to a point where he could engage in normal conversation, if not lively banter. All present had graduated from prestigious universities, and securing jobs was not overly challenging. 2 years in, the disparities in income and circumstances were still minimal. It would take another 5 to 10 years for significant differences to emerge. Of course, for someone like Jin Wonmu, who possessed a formidable family background, landing a good job was to be expected. Currently, she worked at the Yen City Bank and had quickly risen to a departmental level. Few were aware of Jin Wonmu's family background, with only Lu Jiao and Chu Dongheng in the know. Compared to her, Chu Dongheng felt a notable disparity, especially as he held a position at the deputy department level. When discussing his job, he found himself recounting tales similar to those he shared with Lu Jiao and the others, often revolving around carrying bags for his superiors. To their astonishment, they discovered that Chu Dongheng could drink quite well, a stark contrast to his abstinence during their university days. In the gathering of classmates, amidst the clinking of glasses, the intoxication of wine led to an overflow of words, particularly among fellow students. Chu Shuai, I never anticipated your capacity for drinking. Has a heartbreak perhaps enhanced your tolerance? During our school days, the handsome Chu Dongheng, bearing the surname Chu, was adored by fans of Gulong's novels, earning him the affectionate moniker Chu Shuai from the chubby fellow. Upon uttering this name, a peculiar silence enveloped the group, all eyes fixated on the chubby one. Realizing his faux pas, he hastily offered to drink a cup as penance. Look at you now, you've shed quite a few pounds, indulge in more meat. Chu Dongheng playfully served him a generous portion. Is that so? It seems I've successfully embarked on my weight loss journey, he remarked, glancing at his physique. The chubby one's antics elicited laughter from the table, effectively dissipating the awkwardness. Yet, a trace of guilt lingered on Jin Wonmu's face. This foolish chubby one, always bringing up sensitive topics, truly deserves his fate for mentioning Jin Wonmu when he promised to attend the gathering. Alas! What a mistake in choosing friends. The nostalgia for school days or the rarity of reunion after graduation filled the air as everyone engaged in humorous anecdotes and memorable tales from their university life, including embarrassing attempts at wooing girls, instances of rejection, cunning strategies, and pretentious displays. It was a lively celebration of youthful exuberance, with everyone joining in the merriment except for Chu Dongheng and Jin Wonmu, who remained silent. Yet the chubby one boldly exclaimed, Chu Shuai, I heard you splurged over 3,000 on a dress for your girlfriend today. How extravagant. Chu Dongheng's expression turned sour. This chubby one was on a roll tonight. You see, chubby one, your recent weight loss seems to have affected your intellect. You must consume more meat to restore your brain power, lest you squander your father's business empire. Chu Dongheng glared at Lizzie across the table. The chubby one hailed from Berue province, managing a branch of the family business in Yanchang, gaining practical experience. Initially, his comment left everyone feeling awkward, as it had only been 2 years since Jin Wonmu and Chu Dongheng's breakup, and neither had remarried since. However, the atmosphere lightened as Chu Dongheng's recent purchase for his new girlfriend piqued interest. It was not merely the 3,000 spent on a dress. If it weren't for that dress, perhaps neither Chan nor I would have encountered Dongheng, nor would today's gathering have occurred. Lu Jiao, ever the instigator, seized the moment to add fuel to the fire. We ought to express our gratitude for that dress, understand? Even the usually reticent academic prodigy, Chan Yu, chimed in with a witty remark, provoking hearty laughter from the group. Chu Dongheng felt a mix of despair and amusement, while a hint of bitterness crossed Jin Wonmu's features. Chubby one, weren't you quite enamored with the academic prowess of Chan Yu back in school? Didn't you declare her to be your goddess? Chu Dongheng teased. Chan Yu is taciturn, while you are quite the chatterbox. You complement each other. She manages finances at the Fonghai District Finance Bureau in Yanchang, while you handle the business. A perfect synergy. She enjoys a stable job and income, while you venture into the business world, securing a dual safety net. Chu Dongheng flashed a smirk at the chubby fellow. Do you comprehend the implications, my friend? The chubby one appeared perplexed. Your intellect is indeed a cause for concern. Spring has yet to find a boyfriend, and you, too, have no girlfriend. Given your undeniable chemistry, why not promptly confess your feelings to Spring? Let your classmates bear witness. Chu Dongheng wore a serious expression, while everyone else erupted in laughter. We are all classmates, what do you think? Are they not a suitable pair? Chu Dongheng added earnestly, which only heightened the amusement. Wang Chunyu's face flashed a deep crimson. In truth, Chu Dongheng was merely jesting. Yet the classmates were uncertain whether they found it entertaining or genuinely believed they made a good match. One after another, they chimed in. I think they suit each other quite well. I concur with Dongheng, they truly do complement each other. I also believe they are quite the pair. The rather rotund Spring. Our classmate possesses an appealing appearance, both in figure and countenance. However, her shyness and dedication to her studies often overshadow her beauty. Particularly due to her reputation as an academic overachiever. Do you understand? Chu Dongheng continued to stoke the flames of enthusiasm. Even though his remarks were made in jest. Upon reflection, everyone realized there might be some truth to it. They indeed make a lovely couple. Chapter 69, Memories of Yesteryears. 3. The corpulent figure had traversed past Chunyu village, leaving behind no further establishments. Chu Dongheng continued to deliver his jibes. Hoping to erase any lingering memories of his past entanglement with Jin Wanmu. Oh, Chu Dongheng. Who would have thought that your handsome visage is matched only by your eloquence as a matchmaker? Wang Chunyu teased him. Having already entered the workforce, she could no longer afford the timidity of her school days. No one could have anticipated that a mere class gathering, sparked by a jest from Chu Dongheng, would lead to the unlikely pairing of the corpulent one and Wang Chunyu. In the aftermath, classmates would reminisce. Dubbing a 3,000 yuan dress as the catalyst for a perfect union, a tale for another time. In the private room, Chu Dongheng and his 9 classmates reveled in their camaraderie. Exchanging drinks and laughter, the atmosphere growing increasingly vibrant. They remained ensnared in the bittersweet memories of their school days, oblivious to the passage of time. For Chu Dongheng, perhaps this evening served as a tribute to Jin Wanmu's heartfelt declaration, I shall forever hold you in my memories, my first love. They were each other's first loves. An ambiguous separation that left only the remnants of familiarity upon their reunion. The laughter and libations masked the tumultuous emotions within them. Yet time, indifferent to their revelry, continued its relentless march. As the clock approached 10, the gathering inevitably drew to a close. Although suggestions arose to continue the festivities at a KTV, Chu Dongheng declined, citing the responsibilities awaiting him the following day. This was, of course, a mere excuse, a means of evasion. What had been shattered by time ought not to be restored. Embracing the imperfections and regrets was, in its own right, a form of beauty. Beauty, however, was an elusive concept, existing solely in the realm of human imagination. If it were to exist, it would be found in the fleeting moments of yesteryear, beneath the blossoms and the moonlight, when they were intertwined. And everything else faded into oblivion. That night, he exchanged little more than polite pleasantries with Jin Wanmu, their interactions devoid of depth. They were mere strangers now, unable to bridge the chasm that time had carved between them. Once kindred spirits, they now found themselves swept away by the tides of change. The next day, Chu Dongheng resumed his routine, opening his notebook to document the issues relayed from various cities and counties in Jiangdong, analyzing and resolving them before reporting to Kong Chaolin. Time slipped away effortlessly, and soon, his journey to Yancheng came to an end. Upon returning to Jiangdong, meetings were inescapable. Whether at the provincial level or among the various cities and counties, expanded standing committee meetings were being convened. Chu Dongheng participated in the provincial committee's extended meeting, serving as the secretary to the provincial party secretary while also holding the position of party organization secretary in Guyu Town, tasked with disseminating directives. After the provincial meeting concluded, Chu Dongheng returned to Guyu Town to oversee construction efforts. Before heading back, he arranged to meet with Huo Yueren, presenting her with the pale blue dress he had procured during his trip to Yancheng. Remembering to bring a gift for his girlfriend during his business trip, Hui Weren was, of course, delighted. Their relationship, though still in its infancy, burned brightly, as if they had known and loved each other for many years. In the brief span of just over 2 months, propelled by the 3.5 development plan blueprint of Chu Dongheng, the reconstruction of Guyu town has begun to take shape. This achievement is undoubtedly attributed to the unwavering support from the provincial and local governments, particularly as Chu Dongheng was sent by Provincial Secretary Kong Chaolin, prompting all levels of personnel to act diligently without any power struggles among them. Additionally, the backing from the Biodong Group in the provincial capital has been instrumental. Even in the absence of Chu Dongheng's direct oversight, the operations continue to proceed in an orderly manner. After all, Chu Dongheng has always served as the guiding force. With no changes in the town government staff, the specific tasks are still executed by the personnel of Guyu town. Chu Dongheng's role is to traverse the streets, inspecting construction quality and ensuring that government officials are not engaged in corrupt practices. Should any acts of embezzlement go unnoticed, it would reflect his dereliction of duty. In early April, Wakiching, the deputy mayor of Xinglin City and the secretary of the Hafan County Committee, visited Guyu town, accompanied by Chu Dongheng and members of the town's party organization and government. They inspected the overall construction progress of Guyu town, followed by a nearly 3-hour discussion with Chu Dongheng. The content of their conversation remains a mystery, leading to various speculations among the populace. However, a consensus emerged: Chu Dongheng would soon depart and would no longer serve as the secretary of the town's party organization. Given his significant stature, a reassignment was always a possibility. And this realization fostered unity among the residents of Guyu town, enhancing their work efficiency exponentially. It was universally acknowledged that while one might offend others, inciting Chu Dongheng's ire would be ill-advised, as it could lead to dire repercussions. By the end of April, County Secretary Wakiching and Organization Minister Bai Xingcai arrived in Guyu town. The expanded party organization meeting was chaired by Yan Dongfu. Without much preamble, Bai Xingcai took the stage to announce that, following a vote by the Standing Committee of the Hafan County Committee, Chu Dongheng would no longer hold the position of secretary of the Guyu town party organization. He then presented another appointment document, revealing that Chu Dongheng was now a member of the Hafan County Committee, the standing committee member, and the acting deputy county mayor, responsible for overseeing the construction and supervision of Guyu town. The meeting room erupted in enthusiastic applause. Bai Xingcai subsequently unveiled another appointment document, stating that Yan Dongfu would serve as a member of the town's party organization and its secretary. Bai Chong was appointed as a member and deputy secretary, acting mayor, and Du Lifeng was designated as a member and deputy secretary, acting executive deputy mayor. The aforementioned comrades would no longer hold their previous positions, with the exception of deputy secretary Chong Lingsen, whose role remained unchanged. Chu Dongheng's remarks were succinct: "Thank you all for your support over the past 3 months. I hope everyone will continue to strive forward. With a down-to-earth approach, let us build the Guyu we envision." The recent personnel arrangements in Guyu town did not involve any parachuting. The county committee adjusted the positions based on Chu Dongheng's recommendations. As for Chu Dongheng's new role, it was propelled by Provincial Secretary Kong Chaolin. Everyone is aware that Chu Dongheng would not remain in his position in Hafan County for long, leading to a general consensus that the county committee and government would have no objections. Indeed, having no objections was preferable. In order to ensure the smooth construction of Guyu town, arrangements have been made for Chu Dongheng to follow up on the project. This serves as the primary justification for appointing Chu Dongheng as the acting deputy county head of Hafan County. Moreover, Chu Dongheng holds a deputy division-level position, which does not contravene the regulations governing civil servant job assignments. Consequently, he has the flexibility to be stationed at any of the 3 locations, the provincial party committee, the Hafan County government, or Guyu town, depending on where his presence is most needed. This represents a unique method employed by Kong Chaolin to cultivate Chu Dongheng's capabilities. In June, Hafeng County deliberated and approved Chu Dongheng's appointment, formally designating him as the deputy county head. However, in practice, this remains an acting position. Should there be no pressing matters from the provincial secretary's office, Chu Dongheng will primarily work at the Hafeng County government. His responsibilities are straightforward, primarily involving the execution of routine county government tasks, and his areas of oversight are limited, as he is not expected to remain in Hafeng County for an extended period. Other deputy county heads are somewhat reluctant to expand their duties, yet Chu Dongheng is quite willing to embrace the role. Chapter 70, the long-awaited meeting with the mother-in-law. As the county committee of Hifeng undertook a series of actions concerning Guyu town, an esteemed guest arrived at the residence of a certain official. This visitor was none other than the Deputy Minister of the Evaluation Department, Xue Ejuan, accompanied by Bian Chenglang, the Deputy Minister of the Legal and Inspection Committee. After sipping his tea, the official inquired about the situation. In response to your question, Chu Dongheng is rather innocent. Possessing a commendable character, intelligence, and capability, devoid of any political ambitions, he approaches his work with a degree of spontaneity, while upholding sound principles. His primary focus is on leading a fulfilling life and ensuring a comfortable existence for his mother in her later years. Furthermore, our investigation has not clarified his family background. He currently has only his mother as a relative, and regarding his lineage, he himself is unaware. The only person who could provide insight is his mother. But we have yet to make contact with her, Xue Ejuan remarked. The official responded nonchalantly, at present, his family situation is of little consequence. There is no need to expend excessive effort in this regard. As long as he exhibits political acumen, that suffices. Do you share this perspective, Bian Chenglang? The official inquired, glancing at him. I concur with Ejuan's assessment, and I would like to add that while this young man may act casually, he never exploits his leadership position, instead opting to steer clear of such privileges. It is rare to encounter someone of his age, merely 23, who embodies such humility. I hold a favorable view of him, Bian Chenglang articulated, speaking more freely in the presence of the official. Bian Chenglang expressed his opinions candidly, adding that he found Chu Dongheng's views on the provincial secretary to be quite reasonable. Chu Dongheng perceives Kong Chaolin as possessing a broad mind, capable of embracing diverse perspectives, with a strong sense of party principles and a genuine spirit of serving the people, which influences certain national officials towards positive development, an opinion that Xue Ejuan also endorsed. In the private room of Tiani Pavilion, a spacious table hosted only 3 diners, 2 exquisite women and a handsome young man. The young man was none other than Chu Dongheng, while the 2 women were his mother, Chu Jinluo, and his girlfriend, Hua Yueren, though in her 40s. Chu Jinluo bore the marks of time, yet her beauty remained undiminished, rivaling that of Hua Yueren, who was undeniably lovely. Hua Yueren could not help but admire Chu Jinluo's elegance and poise, especially in her manner of speaking. This occasion marked Hua Yueren's first meeting with her future mother-in-law, signifying that Chu Dongheng was about to meet his fiancée's mother. Given his position in Hifeng County, it was imperative that he pay a visit to his future mother-in-law. However, customary protocol dictated that he first meet with his family before this encounter. Hence the arrangement for this meal. They chose to meet at noon, as the evening would bring a larger crowd to Tiani Pavilion, making it less convenient. Chu Jinluo was quite pleased with Hua Yueren, finding her cultured, intelligent, and beautiful, qualities that perfectly aligned with her expectations for a daughter-in-law. On the weekend, Chu Dongheng and Hua Yueren drove in her CC to Hifeng, where he was to meet his prospective mother-in-law for the first time, and naturally, gifts were in order. It had already been arranged for the Hua family to be at home. Lon Huayun, Hua Yueren's mother, was a strikingly beautiful woman. It was evident that such beauty ran in the family. Lon Huayun harbored a certain degree of satisfaction towards Chu Dongheng, primarily due to his handsome appearance, which complemented her daughter well. Additionally, at the mere age of 24, he held the position of deputy county chief, promising a bright future ahead. Even if he were to endure challenges, he could potentially ascend to a position of considerable authority. Being the wife of a deputy mayor, Lon Huayun had an understanding of such matters. After enjoying a delightful meal, Chu Dongheng and Hua Jicheng engaged in a leisurely conversation over tea in Hua Jicheng's study. Hua Jicheng casually tossed a cigarette to Chu Dongheng, and the atmosphere was relaxed, as they were destined to become relatives, devoid of any need for wariness. Dongheng, you must have gathered some insights about Hafang County. From your perspective, what areas do you believe need strengthening? If it were anyone else, Hua Jicheng would not engage in such a candid discussion, as it would yield no fruitful answers given the competitive landscape. Chu Dongheng was not only the future son-in-law of Hua Jicheng but also the most trusted individual of the provincial secretary, Kong Chaolin. Moreover, Chu Dongheng exhibited formidable planning capabilities. Uncle, I have attended several meetings at the county government, and overall, the approach towards the townships is akin to the GUI model. Of course, there is an element of flattery involved, considering your current prominence. They are all seasoned veterans, they cannot be oblivious to the nuances, unless their judgment is impaired. While this observation is not incorrect, it lacks thoroughness. What you need to focus on now is not the economic indicators, which are the county government's priorities, but rather personnel adjustments. The human resources aspect should be addressed within the GUI framework. The team executing the GUI 3.5 development plan should be well trained, allowing for the transfer of certain individuals to other townships in key positions. This way, the GUI model will naturally unfold. However, my suggestion is that the leaders in GUI should not be parachuted in, they must be promoted from within to establish a tradition. Should outsiders be brought in, it may lead to arbitrary commands or hasty attempts to impress, potentially resulting in the failure of the GUI development. Can a failed model still provide valuable lessons? The more alarming prospect is that GUI might revert to relying on county government handouts. Chu Dongheng's insights resonated with Hua Jicheng. It was quite remarkable for someone of such youth to possess such depth of thought, which explained why Secretary Kong Chaolin held him in such high regard. I have contemplated similar ideas, but perhaps not as comprehensively as you have. The main concern is whether such actions might be overly ambitious. And the timing of these decisions is also critical. This was akin to passing the ball to Chu Dongheng, and fortunately, it was not someone else. Or he might have been met with a sharp rebuke for being so cunning. Being overly cautious is not an option, you must demonstrate decisiveness. Or else how could the provincial authorities recognize your merit? Others might falter in such endeavors, but you possess the capability to achieve remarkable results. What the provincial government seeks to witness is your ability to elevate the GUI model to its utmost potential, otherwise, why would they consider promoting you to the deputy department level, effectively bending the rules for you? What you urgently need to do now is conduct thorough research across the townships, identify those individuals who no longer hold value, and ascertain which departments they are suited for. Once you take action, it must be swift and resolute, leaving no room for hesitation. The optimal time for this is August, as the results of the GUI model will become evident then, and no one will question its validity. Chu Dongheng's innovative thinking was indeed refreshing. And Hua Jicheng felt that a door had been opened. It is said that Chu Dongheng currently surpasses Hua Jicheng, though this may not be entirely accurate. He consistently receives strong support whenever he takes action, without the concern of facing sabotage. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that Chu Dongheng's approach to work represents a genuinely innovative mindset, one that disrupts and dismantles the antiquated elements hindering economic development. This advantage stems from his extensive field research conducted during his graduate studies. Consequently, Chu Dongheng's capabilities are predominantly manifested in the integration of planning and theory at this stage. Provincial Secretary Kong Chaolin has recognized this aspect, thus appointing Chu Dongheng to key positions, ensuring that with his backing, no one dares to undermine his efforts. This instills confidence in Chu Dongheng regarding his planning and work strategies. Otherwise, should he encounter resistance, doubts about his methodology and direction may arise, hindering his decisiveness in taking action. Chapter 71, A Conversation Between Father-in-law and Son-in-law in the Study. The father-in-law and son-in-law engaged in a lively discussion. In the realm of officialdom, whether conversing with superiors or subordinates, one must tread with caution. When speaking to superiors, one must gauge the appropriate measure. For a moment's displeasure may arise from an unintentional slight. Conversing with subordinates also carries the risk of words being relayed to higher authorities. However, their relationship bore fewer constraints, allowing for unreserved dialogue. Dongheng, your tenure in Hafeng will not be prolonged, that much is evident to all. But next, Secretary Kong will likely arrange for your transfer. Do you have any inkling? Hua Jicheng remarked, inhaling deeply from his cigarette. I reckon the next step will be the county mayor rather than lingering in the position of executive deputy county head. As for where you might go next, it remains inscrutable. If the old fellow allowed you to guess, it would hardly be his style. This applies equally to any new provincial secretary. Such haste. You've barely been in the deputy division for a year. Hua Jicheng inquired, perplexed. As long as there are no violations on the part of department-level officials, and with the provincial committee's consent, the higher-ups are unlikely to object significantly. Moreover, his urgency likely correlates with his dining engagements during the conference in Yancheng with Minister Xue from the Evaluation Department and Secretary Bian from the Legal Inspection Committee. You dined with individuals from the Evaluation Department and the Legal Inspection Committee. Were you present as well? Hua Jicheng expressed disbelief. For dining with representatives from two departments simultaneously suggested a favorable rapport between Kong Chaolin and the provincial leader. Indeed. But I must stress, this cannot be disclosed to a second person, Chu Dongheng replied, somewhat awkwardly. I understand. Hua Jicheng assured him. Such an occurrence of dining with representatives from the Evaluation Department and Legal Committee was not typical for someone of his rank. Its revelation would cause a significant stir. Should it fall into the ears of ill-intentioned individuals, it could be distorted beyond recognition, with a multitude of interpretations failing to clarify the situation. It was those two fellows who set me up. They approached me, claiming to be from the conference organizing committee, stating they wished to become acquainted, leading me to believe they were in awe of me. Subsequently, while drinking in Yancheng, they became overly familiar, engaging in boastful camaraderie without crossing any serious boundaries. Later, when Secretary Kong arrived, I discovered one was Deputy Minister Xue Ejuan of the Evaluation Department, and the other was Deputy Secretary Bian Chenglang of the Legal Inspection Committee. Goodness! I was duped by those two. Chu Dongheng expressed his frustration, harboring a desire to strangle the two men in question. This left Hua Jicheng in disbelief. Damn it! I've navigated the bureaucratic landscape for over 20 years without an opportunity to dine with such prominent figures, and here you are, wishing to strangle them after the fact. Observing Hua Jicheng's envious expression, Chu Dongheng continued, don't look at me like that. Dining and drinking with them was merely a boastful affair. Merely an exchange of brotherly pleasantries, albeit with although Xue Ejuan and Bian Chenglang engaged in casual conversation. It was far from trivial enough to warrant a secretary joining them for a meal. While their dialogue was informal, it served the purpose of gaining insight into the current situation. Kong Chaolin felt pressed for time and recognized the necessity of swiftly elevating Chu Dongheng's rank to at least that of a deputy department head. Given Chu Dongheng's age advantage, even if he were to remain stagnant for a decade or more, he would still benefit from this youthful edge. Kong Chaolin, determined to safeguard the foundation he had established in Jiangdong, was resolute in his support for Governor Zhang Jiehui to ascend to the position of Jiangdong Provincial Party Secretary. Having conferred with Provincial Secretary Zhao Zafang, Chu Dongheng understood that the Zhang family's influence would likely hinder Zhang Jiehui's immediate elevation to the role of Jiangdong Provincial Party Secretary. Thus, regardless of Kong Chaolin's maneuvers, Zhang Jiehui would inevitably receive support. However, Kong Chaolin would provide Zhang Jiehui with opportunities to cultivate his own team. Consequently, adjustments among the top leaders in various municipalities and counties were anticipated within the next 3 years. Secretary Kong would refrain from interfering, as he had not found anyone of merit in Jiangdong over the years. The only viable candidate seemed to be the current Secretary Zhao Zafang. As for you, It was your connection to Secretary Zhao that brought you to Secretary Kong's attention. Coupled with my influence, you should expect a promotion to the rank of full department head within 3 years. Do not presume that my romantic involvement with Yuan is unknown to him. That would be a grave misjudgment, for Secretary Zhao would not conceal such matters from Secretary Kong. Upon hearing this, Hua Jicheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Could I truly attain a full department head position within 3 years? Surely, this is not a jest. Uncle, if you do not secure a position, should he advance further? Who will genuinely look out for me in Jiangdong? It is indeed logical. It appears that Secretary Kong is investing considerable effort in your development. Therefore, your actions must be swift. Without command over a territory, how can Governor Zhang prioritize your advancement? You are poised to become a crucial element in Governor Zhang Jihuai's future control of the Jiangdong situation. Moreover, publicly, due to my connections, you are recognized as Secretary Kong's ally, leaving no room for accusations of factionalism. Governor Zhang is a formidable individual. Yet he has no significant conflicts of interest with Secretary Kong, allowing for a relatively harmonious relationship between them. Should Governor Zhang successfully succeed Secretary Kong, his appointment will undoubtedly be sudden, necessitating absolute control and strategic planning. You understand this better than I do. The pieces on the chessboard are the current young leaders in various municipalities and counties. Those in positions such as vice governors, deputy secretaries, and municipal party secretaries, who lack the advantage of youth, may find their chances of promotion diminished. He must maintain firm control for the next 5 to 8 years. Consider how many opportunities remain for those approaching 60. Currently, the majority of officials possess low educational qualifications and are older in age. This cannot be entirely attributed to personal failings, as it is a product of historical development. However, for economic advancement, a certain level of education is indispensable. The directives from the upper echelons pertain to macroeconomics, while the grassroots must focus on microeconomics, requiring proficiency in numerical analysis and the adoption of best practices from advanced regions. A lack of educational attainment will become a constraint on economic development, thus prompting a trend towards increasing youthfulness in leadership, a movement that cannot be obstructed. To have a graduate student explain this to him is a privilege seldom afforded in contemporary society. Presently, outside of academia, graduate degrees represent the pinnacle of educational achievement and scholarship. Hua Jicheng couldn't help but marvel at his fortunate circumstances. With the assistance of Secretary Zhao in the front and his future son-in-law's support behind, it would be a challenge not to succeed. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that both individuals are highly regarded and trusted by the provincial party secretary. One cannot help but feel that success is inevitable. While Secretary Zhao spoke with a degree of reservation, given the inherent nuances of collaboration and vested interests, Chu Dongheng was different. As his future son-in-law, the candor displayed in their recent exchange suggested that even Secretary Kong might not have received such candid insights from Chu Dongheng. Chapter 72, Achievements and Fame. The county government assigned Chu Dongheng to oversee the realm of education and culture. In truth, this role was more titular than substantive. He was not inclined to provide others with fodder for gossip. He addressed matters that fell within his purview, refraining from offering unsolicited advice or meddling in the affairs of the county committee and government. However, he did implement some reforms in education that yielded commendable results. The Huaji city felt that Chu Dongheng was gaining too much prominence and decided it was prudent to maintain a lower profile for a while. As the summer season approached its end in early July, Chu Dongheng presided over the final stages of the Guyu 3.5 development plan, a task assigned by Secretary Kong of the provincial committee, which he had exceeded in accomplishment. Guyu was met with new opportunities. As a long-standing challenge that had troubled successive county committees, a poor town with a population of 110,000 was suddenly resolved. Chu Dongheng became a revered figure among the people of Guyu town, who suggested erecting a statue in his honor. He firmly rejected the notion, establishing a permanent decree against the idea of such statues. The Guyu Central Shopping Plaza, funded by the Biodong Group, was also completed and was expected to open its doors in September. Various village committees had established enterprises that were now operational. And the branch secretaries assigned to these committees were gaining valuable experience throughout the process. The most significant beneficiary was Su Zhu, whose pure timber structure company not only restored the Tanghua building but also completed the exhibition room behind it. Under the guidance of his grandfather, Su Zuming, the craftsmanship made remarkable strides, attracting clients interested in constructing ancestral halls, resulting in considerable profits. Members of their family who had previously worked in timber structures outside had returned to join the enterprise. When Chu Dongheng visited their home, he noted the exceptional quality of their craftsmanship, a legacy from their ancestors who had once been architects for the imperial palace. It would be a shame to let such artistry decline, which inspired the idea of advancing traditional craftsmanship through modern management, an endeavor that unexpectedly proved successful. Su Zuming was particularly grateful to Chu Dongheng, a testament to the emotional ties and sentiments held by the older generation of traditional artisans. Thanks to the efforts of Hon Biao, the chairman of the Biodong Group, a star-rated hotel enterprise from Sheungjeong was invited to collaborate on creating a 5-star hotel by the lake in the mountainous area that Chu Dongheng had casually mentioned. During the ribbon-cutting ceremony, Chu Dongheng proposed that Huoji City be the guest of honor, thereby enhancing Huoji City's political credentials and catapulting him into the spotlight as a celebrated county committee secretary, not just in Gyeongdong but across the nation. Chu Dongheng's rise did not hinge on these achievements, he preferred to remain understated. He willingly allowed Huoji to take the spotlight, knowing that securing the approval of the provincial secretary was sufficient. This decision garnered praise from Secretary Kong Chaolin and Governor Zhang Jiehui. The ability to yield such significant political accomplishments without seeking personal glory was indicative of Chu Dongheng's admirable mindset, particularly at his youthful age. Due to the tremendous success of Guyu Town, building materials were supplied by enterprises from Xinglin City and Hefeng County. Although the profit margins were slim, the sheer volume of business compensated for it. Though Guyu may not utilize an extensive array of construction materials, builders from neighboring counties can procure affordable supplies through Guyu, thereby amplifying its reputation. At the very least, within the province, no one remains unaware of Guyu's grand construction endeavors. This surge in activity has not only increased the transient population of Guyu but has also stimulated the economic development of Hefeng County. The figures presented in the semi-annual report from the Hefeng County Committee and Government to Xinglin City and the provincial government are astonishing. Hefeng County's economic index has doubled, while that of Guyu has surged tenfold within just 6 months. Xinglin City, being under the jurisdiction of Hefeng County, has also experienced a doubling of its economic index, earning commendation from the provincial committee and government. In mid-July, Huoji Cheng, following the counsel of Chu Dongheng, prepared a report on the adjustment plan for grassroots personnel in Hefeng County to be submitted to Xinglin City. A standing committee meeting was convened in Xinglin City, resulting in unanimous approval of Huoji Cheng's decision regarding the personnel adjustments in Hefeng County, which was subsequently forwarded to the provincial committee and government. The provincial committee and government endorsed the grassroots personnel adjustment decision made by the Hefeng County Committee. Given the magnitude of this personnel movement, which set a national record, caution was paramount. After all, those being reassigned may not be amenable to such changes, some might leverage old connections to obstruct the process, while others would seek to relocate to what they perceive as more favorable positions. Additionally, there exists the potential for unrest among some individuals seizing the opportunity to cause disruptions. Nevertheless, both the Xinglin City Committee and the Provincial Committee regarded this as an experimental undertaking, providing substantial support to Hefeng County as a pilot project. Thus, with the backing of the Provincial Committee in Xinglin City, Huoji Cheng initiated sweeping administrative reforms for the grassroots personnel in Hefeng County. The process unfolded largely as anticipated, with resistance from those being reassigned, some attempting to use their connections to impede progress, while others sought to move to locations they deemed preferable, and some even instigating disturbances. However, under the aegis of the Xinglin City Committee and the Provincial Committee, the reassignment of administrative personnel in Hefeng County concluded by early September. Guyu town experienced the most significant personnel changes, with 8 individuals reassigned from the town's party committee and government. Yan Dongfu, the secretary of the town party committee, was transferred to Hafeng County as a standing committee member and deputy county mayor, tasked with overseeing economic development reforms across various townships. His close collaboration with Chu Dongheng in advancing the 3-5 development plan for Guyu rendered him exceptionally suited for spearheading economic initiatives in the region. Bai Chong was appointed as the new secretary of the town party committee, while Du Lifeng took on the role of town mayor. Most other personnel were reassigned from Guyu, assuming senior positions elsewhere. The 7 branch committee secretaries stationed at various village committees were directly appointed as deputy town mayors or committee members. The personnel stationed at the villages needed to be re-recruited, as commitments were made to support those village enterprises for a duration of 3 to 5 years. The recruitment process for the new village branch secretaries was far more vibrant than previously. During the recruitment for these positions, extensive outreach was necessary. Despite only 7 vacancies, hundreds of candidates applied, some even from Hafeng County's urban areas. Had it not been stipulated that only individuals with Hafeng residency could apply, the number of applicants might have multiplied several times over. All existing cadre levels in Guyu town were elevated by 1 rank, and those reassigned directly transitioned into senior positions within various towns. The officials of Guyu town cannot help but exclaim that effort yields rewards. They expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Chu Dongheng, who has presided over the affairs of Guyu for less than a year, during which the lives of the local populace have significantly improved. The officials have also been granted positions that others could only dream of, without the need for connections or any financial expenditure, resulting in unexpected promotions. This has elicited envy from various townships. The most profoundly affected is Deputy Secretary Chong Lingsen, who, at the age of 50, had resigned himself to a stagnant career but found himself appointed as the party secretary of a town. Nevertheless, their achievements are a testament to their extraordinary diligence, otherwise, such rapid progress in less than a year would have been unattainable. This aligns with the saying, the harder one works, the luckier one becomes. The successful pilot program among the grassroots administrative staff in Hafeng County has solidified Huaji City's status as a key focus for cadre cultivation by the provincial committee, with Yan Dongfu serving as the standing committee vice-county head. Chu Dongheng has concluded his tenure as vice-county head of Hafeng County and has temporarily returned to the provincial committee to fulfill his role as secretary. Chapter 73, An incident involving Hua Yueren. Upon returning to the provincial government, Chu Dongheng found that life was not significantly better than in the county. With the progression of the economic development zone, numerous issues had arisen, compelling him to oversee the refinement of the policies and regulations governing the area. One afternoon, as usual, Chu Dongheng was in the secretary's office of Secretary Kong, attending to the visiting officials. However, an unsettling feeling plagued him, and his eyelids twitched incessantly. What could be amiss? Why do I feel so disconcerted? Am I losing my mind? Chu Dongheng muttered to himself. As the saying goes, what is meant to come will arrive sooner or later. At that moment, Lin Yu hurried in, her expression fraught with urgency. She had come specifically to find Chu Dongheng, but it was not regarding her own matters. It pertained to him. Dongheng, there's been an incident. Lin Yu, who shared a close rapport with Chu Dongheng and was slightly older, typically addressed him by his name. What has happened? A sense of foreboding washed over Chu Dongheng, although he was unaware of the specifics. It concerns your girlfriend, Hua Yueren. At Jiangming No. 1 high school. My husband just called me. Lin Yu's husband also worked as a teacher at Jiangming No. 1 high school. A fact that Chu Dongheng was aware of. The only person at the school who knew Hua Yueren was his girlfriend was Lu Ronghao, Lin Yu's husband. Upon hearing that something had happened to Hua Yueren, Chu Dongheng inquired further and promptly called his driver, Ren Chifeng, before pushing open the door to Secretary Kong Chaolin's office. Secretary, I urgently need to go to Jiangming No. 1 high school, may I borrow a car? Chu Dongheng expressed his urgency. However, he knew he had to wait for Kong Chaolin to respond, given the presence of the provincial secretary. Since you are heading there, you may use the car. Kong Chaolin waved his hand dismissively. Chu Dongheng expressed his gratitude and rushed out of the provincial secretary's office, joining Lin Yu in the provincial government's number 1 vehicle. Run to Jiangming number 1 high school, quickly, Chu Dongheng urged. Ren Qifeng had never seen Chu Dongheng in such a state of anxiety and disarray. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the car shot out of the provincial compound like an arrow. After Chu Dongheng left, there happened to be no one else in Kong Chaolin's office. Kong Chaolin picked up the phone. Secretary General, it's me, Kong Chaolin. Just now. Xiao Chu rushed out in a hurry to Jiangming number 1 high school. I'm not sure what is going on, but please keep an eye on it. As the provincial secretary and a high-ranking official, Kong Chaolin's secretary was someone not easily offended. Seeing Chu Dongheng so anxious was unprecedented. It could very well indicate a serious issue, prompting him to send Zhao Zafang to investigate. In the car, Lin Yu briefly recounted the situation to Chu Dongheng. Hua Yueren had been bullied by a vice principal named Wu Neng. Wu Neng's brother-in-law was Chen Jinshun, the director of the Jiangming Education Bureau. Leveraging his brother-in-law's influence, he had harassed several female teachers at the school who, fearing the repercussions of his connections, had suffered in silence. This time, when he attempted to assault Hua Yueren, she bravely stood her ground against him. However, Wu Neng retaliated by accusing her of seduction and threatened to have her expelled by the Education Bureau. What was even more despicable was that, in front of numerous teachers and students, he publicly humiliated Hua Yueren. Lin Yu's husband, Liu Ronghao, knowing that Hua Yueren was Chu Dongheng's girlfriend, could not allow her to be disrespected and confronted Wu Neng. The circumstances beyond this remain unclear, and currently, Liu Ronghao's phone is unreachable. Ren Qifeng refrained from interjecting but silently mourned for Wu Neng and his brother-in-law, the director of the Education Bureau. It is indeed unfortunate for anyone to provoke the most formidable secret in Jiangdong, someone who dares to confront even the deputy secretary of the Jiangdong Provincial Committee. At the Jiangming number 1 Middle School Administrative Building, a multitude of onlookers gathered, including school leaders, teachers, and students. Among them was a man with a pockmarked face. This was Wu Neng, facing Liu Ronghao, whose back was adorned by a breathtakingly beautiful young woman, Hua Yueren. Hua bore a distinct handprint on her face, clearly a mark of Wu Neng's aggression, and her collar was torn. At that moment, Wu Neng arrogantly pointed at Liu Ronghao and Hua Yueren, berating them as a couple conspiring against him. He declared, "You shall see. I have already called my brother-in-law. And he will be here shortly. Not only will you both be expelled, but you will also face imprisonment." He laughed derisively. Wu Neng believed that Liu Ronghao and Hua Yueren were entangled in an affair, which only fueled his rage. The crowd offered their condolences to Hua Yueren and Liu Ronghao. Wu Neng, emboldened by his connection to the Education Bureau director, wielded his influence with impunity, blaming Hua Yueren's beauty for his plight. He had long coveted her and, though he was not the vice principal of Jiangming number 1 Middle School by original appointment, he had managed to secure a position there specifically to pursue her. Liu Ronghao, however, felt sorrowful. His relationship with Hua Yueren was merely that of colleagues, yet he found himself in a situation reminiscent of ancient heroes rescuing damsels in distress. Undeterred, Liu retorted, "Wu Neng, Vice Principal Wu, Hua Laosha's boyfriend is on his way, so you might as well take a deep breath while you can. Your time to breathe is running out. Don't say I didn't warn you." He was acutely aware of Hua Yueren's formidable background. She was the girlfriend of the Jiangdong Provincial Secretary's secretary, a force to be reckoned with. Her boyfriend. On his way. The crowd was filled with speculation. Was it true? They had not heard of Hua Laosha having a boyfriend. Who could it be? How could Liu Ronghao display such audacity? What boyfriend? Who are you trying to intimidate? When he arrives, we will deal with him together. Wu Neng sneered at Liu Ronghao, his disdain palpable. It must be said that those who seek trouble often find it. Wu Neng, a vice principal, was flaunting his power in front of an audience, resembling a member of the underworld. Principal Liang Yongming stood nearby, his forehead glistening with sweat. He was well aware of Wu Neng's character, a ruffian through and through. However, Wu Neng's brother-in-law was his superior. And the expulsion of Hua Yueren and Liu Ronghao was beyond his authority, especially since he knew it was not their fault. He could not afford to dampen the spirits of the faculty and students. Matters of romance were often the most common and intriguing for onlookers, significantly impacting reputations. The dire situation escalated when Wu Neng pressed him to immediately announce the expulsion of Liu Ronghao and Hua Yueren. It was impossible to disperse the crowd. Failing to comply with Wu Neng's demands would invoke the wrath of his brother-in-law, Chen Jinshan. Meanwhile, the spectators eagerly anticipated the principal's next move, leaving him feeling utterly powerless in his role. It never occurred to him that the position of principal could be so perilous. The provincial number 1 vehicle sped through the streets, careening past several red lights, yet Chu Dongheng still felt that the pace was too slow. Jiangming High School was also his alma mater. However, during his high school years, he did not skip any grades. Although he was the youngest candidate at that time, the institution he was admitted to was not the most prestigious in the nation, thus his name did not resonate widely and was merely that of an ordinary child. After 3 to 5 years, the school had likely forgotten about him, which was entirely understandable. He had only been in the workforce for 2 years. Still positioned modestly within the civil service, and had not attracted the attention of the school. Very few people remembered him. Chapter 74, The First Secret of Jiangdong reappears in the world before the office building of Jiangming. The crowd grew increasingly dense. Principal Liang Yongming wished to disperse them, deferring the resolution for another day, but who was Wu Neng? He was the brother-in-law of the Education Bureau chief. Just moments ago, he had engaged in a skirmish with Liu Ronghao. Although there were no visible injuries, Wu, the esteemed military officer, could not afford to lose face. He refrained from calling the police earlier, biding his time until Liu Ronghao and Hua Yueren were dismissed before taking action, a rather malevolent scheme, to say the least. Regardless of his threats, they bore no weight. Liu Ronghao was indifferent, ready for a fight. Once this scourge, Wu Neng, was dealt with by Chu Dongheng, Liu Ronghao would at least be regarded as half a hero. As Wu Neng and Liu Ronghao exchanged barbs, Wu's phone rang. His sister-in-law was calling. Wu Neng answered, then handed the phone to Liang Yongming, saying, "It's for you." Liang could not help but smile bitterly. What was meant to come would inevitably arrive. Even without Wu's words, everyone understood the significance of the call from the Education Bureau chief. Liang Yongming, what is the meaning of this? My brother-in-law, the vice principal, is being bullied by other teachers at school. Whoever is involved, they should all be dismissed immediately. The voice of Chen Jinshan, the Education Bureau chief, resonated through the receiver. Uncertain whether it was Liang Yongming's trembling hand or an inadvertent mistake, the speakerphone button was activated. The gathered crowd heard the exchange clearly, and with a collective sigh, they resigned themselves to the outcome. Liu Ronghao and Hua Yueren were indeed trapped in a dire situation. Yet, to the surprise of onlookers, neither Liu Ronghao nor Hua Yueren displayed any signs of distress. They remained remarkably composed. Did they accept their fate with indifference? Would Wu Neng still report them to the authorities after their dismissal? Liang Yongming found himself in a most unenviable position. His countenance darkened as if he had ingested 1,000 flies. Although everyone knew that the decision to dismiss the 2 teachers did not originate from him, the reality of the situation pressed heavily upon him. One could not resist the might of authority. As Liang approached Hua Yueren and Liu Ronghao to speak, the sound of a car horn pierced the air from a short distance away, an incessant honk that drew nearer to the crowd. The vehicle halted at the outskirts. For no matter the circumstance, it could not collide with the throng. Once the car came to a stop and the door swung open, a remarkably handsome young man emerged, striding purposefully towards the positions of Hua Yueren and Liu Ronghao. It was none other than Chu Dongheng. Upon seeing him rush towards her, Hua Yueren dashed forward, her eyes brimming with tears. Chu Dongheng enveloped Hua Yueren in a warm embrace, murmuring, "I'm sorry for being late," as he gently brushed her hair aside. The sight of the mark on her face ignited a fierce flame within him. Lin Yu also approached Lu Ronghao, and upon noticing the imprint on Hua Yueren's cheek, she understood that this matter could not be resolved lightly. The crowd recognized the embrace between Hua Yueren and the young man, realizing he was her boyfriend. Anticipation swirled among them, curious to discern the identity of this young man who had captured the heart of teacher Hua. The majority of the onlookers were students. Unfamiliar with the official vehicle of the provincial committee, their focus instead fixated on the impending confrontation between Chu Dongheng and Wu Neng. Releasing Hua Yueren, Chu Dongheng stepped before Lu Ronghao and inquired, "Are you teacher Lu Ronghao?" "Yes, that is I. I am Lu Ronghao." Lu Ronghao responded courteously, "Thank you. However, your physical ability is quite lacking. How could you possibly contend with him?" As Chu Dongheng approached Wu Neng, he recalled Lin Yu's description, identifying the person with the pockmarked face as Wu Neng. "Are you really Wu Neng?" Chu Dongheng fixed his gaze on him. "Who are you?" "I am Wu Neng. What can you do to me?" "My brother-in-law is the director of the Education Bureau." Wu Neng's reply came as no surprise, for he was accustomed to his own arrogance. "Who I am is of little importance. What matters is that no one can save you today." With that, Chu Dongheng delivered a swift kick, despite Wu Neng's rotundity. He was sent sprawling to the ground. Chu Dongheng advanced, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, leaving Wu Neng utterly defenseless. Only cries of despair filled the air, interspersed with threats of summoning his brother-in-law for retribution. Upon hearing this, Chu Dongheng pressed on, seizing Wu Neng by the collar and slapping his face repeatedly, alternating between open palm and fist. Wu Neng's visage became so swollen that even his own mother would scarcely recognize him. Principal Liang Yongming, unable to stand idly by, approached in an attempt to intervene. After all, Wu Neng was the brother-in-law of the Education Bureau director, and any fallout would inevitably land on him. "Young man, please stop. Let us discuss this calmly," he implored. "Step aside. I still have the strength to continue, and I will speak once I've exhausted myself," Chu Dongheng retorted, pushing Liang Yongming aside and resuming his assault. At that moment, Lu Ronghao intervened, pulling the principal away. "Principal Liang, it's not that I underestimate you. It would be wise to keep your distance. This individual is not one to provoke lightly," Lu Ronghao cautioned. "Who is he to possess such audacity?" Liang Yongming inquired, perplexed. The onlookers shared his confusion, engrossed in the spectacle and oblivious to everything else. "Just take a look at that car, and you'll understand," Lu Ronghao pointed out. The intensity of the unfolding drama had caused Liang Yongming to overlook the vehicle in question. As he approached the car, he gasped, "Good heavens! It's the provincial number 1 vehicle. Few could use such a car, and aside from Provincial Secretary Kong Chaolin, only his secretary would have access. This young man is the first secretary of Jiangdong, the legendary first secretary of Jiangdong." It dawned on everyone that Wu Neng had indeed bitten off more than he could chew. No wonder Lu Ronghao had been so confident. As the principal examined the car, it piqued the curiosity of others, who also took a glance. The students were indifferent, unaware of the significance of the provincial number 1 vehicle. But several school leaders and teachers recognized it immediately. The provincial number 1 vehicle, the official car of the provincial secretary, someone exclaimed. Then another voice called out that the one beating Wu Neng was the first secretary of Jiangdong, Chu Shuangjue. The crowd began to connect the dots. While few knew Chu Dongheng's name, many remembered the moniker of Chu Shuangjue. The drama had reached a fever pitch. Now, it was clear why Lu Ronghao had dared to challenge Wu Neng. The situation had turned dire for Wu Neng, who could only wail in agony. The crowd couldn't help but recall Gao Kuan, whose uncle was the deputy mayor of Zhongming City and secretary of the political and legal committee. Yet he too had been dealt with by Chu Dongheng. In comparison, Wu Neng's brother-in-law, merely an education bureau director, paled in significance. His background was woefully inadequate. The plot had indeed taken a dramatic turn. It turns out that teacher Hua's boyfriend is none other than the foremost secretive figure of Jiangdong. The phrase "a knife hangs over a character marked by lust" perfectly encapsulates this situation. There are those who deceive their fathers and those who deceive their mothers. This time, Wuning has ensnared his brother-in-law. Who would have thought that Jiangming No. 1 High School harbors such a prominent individual as Hua Yueran? Teacher Hua is indeed remarkably low-key. If she were to reveal her true identity, who would dare to offend her? Wouldn't that be a disservice to others? Nevertheless, it is fortunate that this troublemaker Wuning has finally met his match. The cosmos operates in cycles. Who can escape the judgment of heaven? This is precisely true for Wuning. Why provoke anyone, if not the formidable foremost secret of Jiangdong? Does he not realize that his woman is his nemesis? Any man would act similarly, let alone he who is renowned for dealing with troublemakers, the legendary Chuang Shuangjue. Chapter 75, The Dual Masters Strike. Displaying excellence, Liang Yongming observed the situation, realizing he could not afford to offend any party involved, and he picked up the phone to make a call. Director Chen. I truly cannot handle the matter you've assigned to me. Cannot handle it? Are you not the principal of Jiangming No. 1 High School anymore? Came the stern voice of Chen Jinshan from the other end. That's unfair, Director Chen. Teacher Hua's boyfriend has arrived and is mercilessly beating Vice Principal Wu. No one dares to intervene. Yang Yongming articulated, his words imbued with a certain artistry. Why is no one daring to intervene? Is it the mafia? Chen Jinshan's tone remained as rigid as ever. It's not the mafia. The one attacking Vice Principal Wu is none other than the secretary of the Provincial Party Secretary of Jiangdong. He is Teacher Hua's boyfriend. Yang Yongming replied sheepishly. Chu Dongheng. Even the secretary of the provincial party should adhere to reason, shouldn't he? Chen Jinshan exclaimed. Liang Yongming hung up the phone, exhaling a sigh. Feeling his duty fulfilled. Chu Dongheng was fiercely striking Wuning when an elderly gentleman with white hair approached and gently patted Chu Dongheng on the shoulder. Chu Dongheng, is that truly you? Exclaimed Teacher Huang. Indeed, Teacher Huang. Chu Dongheng replied, his demeanor shifting from ferocity to an innocuous facade. Enough. You cannot continue this. Teacher Huang interjected. Oh. But he still has some fight left in him. Chu Dongheng protested. Yes, there is some fight left, but if you keep this up, the spectators will witness not a story, but a calamity. You haven't returned in 8 years, and your first act upon arrival is to assault someone. That is rather inappropriate. Teacher Huang chuckled. Chu Dongheng's mouth twitched in indignation. It was unjust to say he came back solely to fight. The words from Teacher Huang left the onlookers bemused. Could it be that the foremost secretary of Jiangdong is an alumnus of Jiangming No. 1 High School? If so, the plot thickens delightfully. Teacher Huang had been Chu Dongheng's mathematics teacher and homeroom instructor throughout high school, captivating his students with his engaging lectures. Well, since you mention it, returning to one's alma mater only to engage in a brawl is indeed less than admirable. Chu Dongheng conceded. Teacher, it is truly inappropriate to fight in your presence. Allow me to converse with him first, afterward, we shall continue our discussion. Chu Dongheng planted his foot on Wuning's chest. Vice Principal Wu, who is more handsome? You or I? Of course, you are the handsome one. Wuning, thoroughly beaten, dared not respond otherwise. I am approaching 24 years of age. Who is younger? You or I? You are younger. I hold a deputy section chief position. What is your rank? Is your rank higher than mine? Your rank is higher. You are neither as handsome as I, nor as youthful, and your rank does not surpass mine. So, what gives you the audacity to claim my girlfriend is pursuing you? What could she possibly see in you? Enlighten me, or the consequences shall be dire. Chu Dongheng threatened, then abruptly mused, oh. I see now, you must possess considerable wealth. And she is drawn to your riches, am I correct? Yet, based on your salary, even if you were to abstain from all expenses, it would amount to little. You must realize that Yueron's father is the deputy mayor of Xinglin City, earning more than you, right? This does not add up. It seems your financial sources are rather dubious. Chu Dongheng appeared to be speaking to himself. Yet upon hearing this, the crowd collectively understood Wu Neng was finished. His brother-in-law was finished too. Upon investigation by the Discipline Inspection Department, it appears that no one is without faults. Indeed, the rumors hold true. The dual prowess is on display, showcasing exceptional talent. What astonishes everyone even more is the revelation that Professor Huayuran's father is merely a deputy mayor, whose influence could easily crush one like Wu Neng, reducing him to insignificance. Who do I even think I am? Wu Neng laments internally, feeling a despair so profound that he wishes for death. Now you comprehend my identity, Chu Dongheng remarks with a smirk. Brother, who are you? Wu Neng, having been overwhelmed and psychologically scarred, feels disoriented and breathless. It seems my reputation is insufficiently formidable. More exertion is needed. Wouldn't you agree, Teacher Huang? Chu Dongheng turns to his mentor, only to be taken aback by the sight of several familiar figures surrounding Huang. All of whom are his high school teachers, the chemistry teacher, the physics teacher, the language teacher, and the English teacher. Aside from the relatively youthful English teacher Yijiqiu, who is in her 30s, the others are all over 50. English has only emerged as a compulsory subject in recent years, with a fresh batch of teachers just beginning their careers, hence the younger demographic. Feeling a wave of embarrassment upon seeing his former instructors, Chu Dongheng stammers, teachers. I apologize for this unexpected encounter after graduation. His mind had been solely focused on avenging Huayuran, momentarily forgetting that he was once a student of Zhongming High School. A blatant oversight. You still remember to feel embarrassed, quips the English teacher, Yijiqiu. Your grasp of physics is commendable. But I didn't teach you that, did I? Adds the physics teacher, Lin Jibua. Your understanding of molecular structures is impressive, it's fortunate you didn't cause any fatalities. Interjects the chemistry teacher, Wang Wenli. On your first day back, you assaulted Vice Principal Wu. I've never seen such aggression from you before. Concludes the language teacher, Kong Xiu. What? The one assaulted was our school's Vice Principal Wu Neng. The math teacher, Huang, exclaims in astonishment. Wu Neng's face is so swollen from the beating that, as the common saying goes, even his mother wouldn't recognize him. The teachers engage in a banter, each contributing to the unfolding narrative, particularly the math teacher's remark, what? The one assaulted was our school's Vice Principal Wu Neng, eliciting a visceral reaction from Wu Neng. However, through the teasing of his teachers, Chu Dongheng realizes just how detested Vice Principal Wu is at Zhongming High School. While everyone harbors disdain, they are nonetheless aware of Wu Neng's connection to a director of the Education Bureau. The adage that higher-ranking officials can easily crush those below is not merely a saying. And thus, they feel somewhat powerless. Yet, some have already recognized Chu Dongheng as the top secretary in Jiangdong and understand that Wu Neng's fate is sealed. Known as the dual prowess and infamous as a scourge, Chu Dongheng's reputation precedes him. His teachers, having heard the accounts, realize that daring to confront a vice principal of a key city school confirms the veracity of his esteemed position as the secretary to the provincial secretary of Jiangdong, leading them to conclude that Wu Neng is indeed in dire straits. Everyone has reached a conclusion regarding Wu Neng. As long as he encounters any issues in his work or finances, his downfall is imminent. Moreover, there are numerous rumors circulating in society suggesting that Wu Neng relies on his brother-in-law at the Education Bureau chief to evade consequences. It is certain that someone will seize this opportunity to submit materials to the police's disciplinary department. If the allegations are substantiated, his imprisonment is inevitable. The title of Jiangdong's foremost secretary is not without merit. The provincial secretary, Kong Chaolin, places considerable importance on his secretary. And those who are opportunistic will not miss the chance to curry favor with Chu Dongheng. Even if they do not seek to ingratiate themselves with him, they would not dare to offend him. Chapter 76, The Smile of Death. Chu Dongheng, holding the position of deputy director, may not be highly ranked within the system. Yet he serves as the foremost secretary of Jiangdong. Currently, he stands as one of the most prominent figures in the Jiangdong Provincial Committee. A source of pride for Jiangming High School. While many students who graduated from Jiangming hold higher positions than Chu Dongheng, his entrance is nothing short of spectacular, making it nearly impossible for him to remain inconspicuous. Furthermore, he is regarded as one of the most formidable individuals in Jiangdong. Fortunately, no negative rumors surround him, although some whispers suggest that he can be quite ruthless. At present, the school's principal, Liang Yongming, finds himself in a precarious situation, unable to offend either side. He nearly announced the expulsion of Liu Ronghao and Hua Yueran on the spot. Such an announcement would have marked the end of his career, yet amidst this misfortune, there lies a silver lining. Nevertheless, his handling of the situation has been labeled as cowardly and lacking integrity, rendering any hopes for advancement impossible. He must now focus solely on securing a safe landing. Teachers, I have completed my task, please go and enjoy your meal. Chu Dongheng addressed several of his high school instructors. He then turned to place his foot near Wu Ning's groin, saying, Principal Wu, do you believe I am using Secretary Kong's authority from the provincial committee to intimidate you? No. Wu Ning hurriedly shook his head. Having already faced Chu Dongheng's wrath, he understood the futility of resistance. From the conversations around him among the teachers and students, he grasped that the young man before him was indeed the secretary of the provincial secretary of Jiangdong. I know you might resent me, or perhaps think that I only dare to confront you because of my position as the secretary of the provincial secretary. You should be grateful that I am Secretary Kong's secretary, otherwise, one kick from me could easily leave you in a vulnerable position. As he spoke, Chu Dongheng lightly pressed his foot against Wu Ning's groin. Cold sweat trickled down Wu Ning's face, and the crowd around them trembled in fear. The intensity of the situation was palpable. Chu Dongheng felt it was time to conclude this encounter. In front of so many witnesses, he could not truly incapacitate Wu Ning, as that would create unnecessary complications for Secretary Kong. Simultaneously, he noticed Zhao Zafeng, the Secretary General of the Provincial Committee, and Wu Liegu, standing at a distance, engaged in conversation. Two police officers were inquiring about the situation from Hua Yueran, presumably orchestrated by Zhao Zafeng since he had not reported the incident. And Wu Ning had not had the opportunity to do so either. The only logical conclusion was that it was indeed Zhao Zafeng's arrangement. The next step would involve escorting Wu Ning to the Jiangming Public Security Bureau to file a statement. While the imagination paints a rosy picture, reality often rebels against it. As Chu Dongheng chatted with his former high school teachers, inviting them to dine at Tianyi Pavilion, an incongruous voice pierced the air. Is the secretary of the provincial committee truly above the law? Is he allowed to simply assault a serving deputy principal within the school? The onlookers, already aware, recognized that it was Chen Jinshun, the director of the Jiangming Education Bureau, who had arrived. They watched in disbelief as he approached, aware that Wu Ning was facing none other than Chu Dongheng, the secretary of the provincial secretary. Why did he not retreat? Did he underestimate the power of the individual accompanying him, who seemed no less formidable than Secretary Kong Chaolin? Chen Jinshun boasted a robust physique, nearing 50. And accompanying him was a bespectacled man in his 50s, whom Chu Dongheng rarely encountered at the Jiangming municipal government, yet he recognized him as Chen Yukong, the executive vice mayor of Jiangming. To invite Jiang Mingsha, the executive vice mayor, to lend credibility to the situation is indicative of Chen Jinshun's influence. He must have some backing. After all, it is no small feat to confront such matters, especially knowing they involve the secretary of the provincial party committee. Of course, it is also possible that Chen Jinshun did not inform Chen Yukong that the assailant was Chu Dongheng, the secretary to the provincial secretary. Presumably, this individual is Director Chen of the Municipal Education Bureau. How am I being unruly? Chu Dongheng, with an expression of feigned innocence, inquired of Chen Jinshun standing before him. Oh, Vice Mayor Chen has also arrived. You needn't have troubled yourself for such a trivial matter. This remark served as a greeting to Chen Yukong. You are Chu Dongheng, the secretary to the provincial secretary. Chen Jinshan inquired coldly. He had never met Chu Dongheng before. Chen Yukong was acquainted with him but had not introduced him to Chen Jinshan, who remained silent beside him. Chen Yukong's displeasure was palpable, likely stemming from Chen Jinshan's failure to brief him on the situation, which must have left him feeling incensed, clearly believing he had been manipulated by Chen Jinshan. I am indeed Chu Dongheng. What guidance do you seek, Director Chen? Chu Dongheng replied with a calm smile. You are the secretary to the provincial secretary. Yet you barged into a school to assault a serving vice principal. What does this signify? Are you abusing the authority of Secretary Kong to intimidate others? Disregarding party discipline and the law? Chen Jinshan proclaimed with righteous indignation. Director Chen, you are misplacing the blame. My conflict with Wu Neng is a personal matter and does not escalate to issues of party discipline or legality, Chu Dongheng retorted coldly, showing no inclination to grant Chen Jinshan any courtesy. Oh, by the way, may I ask what relationship Wu Vice Principal has with you? I have heard he is your brother-in-law. Is that true? Chu Dongheng posed the question knowingly. Indeed, Wu Neng is my brother-in-law. What of it? Can my brother-in-law not contribute to education and serve the people? Chen Jinshan replied with a scowl. Were one unaware of his connection to Wu Neng, they might commend him for his high-mindedness and insightful thought. However, those familiar with Jiang Ming's educational sector held him and his brother-in-law in considerable disdain, even disgust. Upon hearing Chen Jinshan's words, those around felt a wave of nausea wash over them. Outsiders may revel in the spectacle, but insiders discern the nuances. It is evident that Chu Dongheng, the secretary to the provincial secretary and a key figure in the provincial government, is known to both Chen Jinshan and Chen Yukong. If they were aware of his identity and still approached, it adds a layer of intrigue. Protect Wu Neng? Take him away. Such notions are fanciful. Chu Dongheng is a terminator of calamity. Simply by associating with Jiangdong's premier secretary, Wu Neng would not face legal repercussions. Such a scenario was untenable. Indeed, Chu Dongheng's subsequent thoughts rendered Chen Jinshan's intentions futile. Director Chen, while we young people fight for our passions, you elevate this to matters of party discipline and legality, which seems to be an abuse of such principles. Chu Dongheng responded unperturbed, accompanied by a slight smile. This subtle smile would later be referred to by the citizens of Jiangdong as the smile of death. Although Chu Dongheng may not be a seasoned political figure, he understands that even if Wu Neng were to commit wrongdoing or engage in corruption, it falls outside the purview of a mere secretary's responsibilities. It is not uncommon for young men to engage in fights over girls, often regarded merely as a public order issue. Therefore, Chen Jinshan's exaggerated response holds no significance for him. As for the remaining matters, Police Chief Wu Liegu knows precisely how to proceed. Taking Wu Neng back to the station to file a report is the most standard course of action. Once inside the police station to record the statement, there are additional concerns to address, but that is a different matter entirely. The one filled with regret is Chen Yukong, who, without reason, has been ensnared in this situation. His foremost desire is to strangle Chen Jinshan. Chapter 77, The Bond Between Teacher and Student. Quickly choose a date to marry Yuan, lest you spend your days brawling with others. Just look at you, you resemble a martial artist more than the secretary to a provincial governor. Zhao Zafang remarked with evident disdain. Upon noticing Chen Jinshan and Chen Yukong's arrival, Zhao Zafang sought to prevent the situation from escalating. Mindful of the repercussions for both Chu Dongheng and Secretary Kong. Secretary General, you two have arrived. Chu Dongheng, having spotted Zhao Zafang and Wu Liegu in an inconspicuous corner, pretended as if Zhao Zafang had just made his entrance. Hello, Secretary General. Chen Yukong stumbled. Unable to continue his sentence, his expression contorted as if he had bitten into something foul, inwardly cursing Chen Jinshan's ancestors for his current predicament. It was unfortunate that he had hastily agreed to accompany Chen Jinshan without forethought. Zhao Zafang responded with a nonchalant grunt. Chen Jinshan also greeted Zhao Zafang. Yet the latter didn't even spare him a glance. I will discuss it with Yuan as soon as possible and act in accordance with your wishes. Chu Dongheng replied cheerfully to Zhao Zifeng, projecting an image of innocence and compliance. A scandalous incident within the campus had unfolded, drawing the attention of prominent figures from the municipal and provincial levels, igniting a wave of excitement among the onlookers. The provincial secretary-general and the provincial steward are typically the most trusted aides of the provincial governor, and even Chen Yukong, the executive vice-mayor, felt a sense of unease. It was a rare opportunity for students and teachers alike to encounter such high-ranking officials. The arrival of the provincial secretary-general, engaged in conversation with Chu Dongheng, was clearly an endorsement for him, rendering the prospect of rescuing Wuning unlikely. Conversely, Chen Jinshan's presence stirred endless speculation. Knowing that his brother-in-law might confront the secretary of the Jiangdong Provincial Committee, he appeared poised to take on Chu Dongheng, despite the futility of such an endeavor. Wuning had been taken to the police station by Wu Liegu for a statement, and whether he would be released was an entirely different matter. At Tiani Pavilion, Chu Dongheng and his former high school teachers congregated in the esteemed private room, toasting in a convivial atmosphere. Alongside Chu Dongheng's teachers and Hua Yuan were Lin Yu and her husband, Lu Ronghao. Teachers, I apologize for today's events. After graduating from university, I failed to visit you all, and now I've made such a violent entrance, completely shattering the good image I had cultivated over the years as the obedient student in your eyes. I shall punish myself with 3 cups, Chu Dongheng declared, downing 3 glasses in quick succession. I must say, Dongheng, you have certainly redefined our perception of you. With Hua as your girlfriend, it would have sufficed for you to simply refrain from visiting us, yet you ought to have come earlier to declare your claim. You are aware that Hua is the dream of countless men. It appears you are deliberately setting up Wuneng, the vice principal. The English teacher jested. The English teacher, Yi Zhiqiu, with a mind that jumped from thought to thought, was further animated by a few drinks. As the saying goes, those who drink often see their intelligence plummet. Yet they frequently utter pearls of wisdom. After finishing his jest, Yi Zhiqiu added with a serious tone, moreover, you have not been transparent about Hua's relationship with Director Chu at school, making it seem as though you are the one reporting these troubles in Jiangming City. Teacher Yi truly exemplifies the modern, knowledgeable educator. In a succinct and incisive manner, he encapsulates the essence of English instruction far more effectively than our Chinese teacher, Mr. Kong. After sharing his thoughts, chemistry teacher Wang Wenli offered a faint smile. Lu, how can you, with your wife Lin Yu serving as the deputy director in the provincial secretary's office, working alongside the foremost secretary of Jiangdong, refrain from confronting Wuneng? Are you not concerned that Lin Yu might look down upon you? Mathematics teacher Huang Shangjiang cast a disdainful glance at Lu Ronghao. Alas! It appears I have fallen behind. I had no idea that teacher Huang was so progressive and possessed such robust convictions. His insights are remarkably clear. I had thought Lu could not possibly contend with Wuneng, the physics teacher remarked, adopting a demeanor of a sage, sighing deeply while taking a sip from his cup. Everyone around exchanged a series of dry humor, yet Lu Ronghao felt compelled to express his perspective. You are all too kind. If I were to act too forcefully, how could we eradicate the scourge within the education sector thoroughly? After all, I lack the strength for such an endeavor. Indeed, there was wisdom in Lu Ronghao's words. His wife's placement in the provincial secretary's office had been orchestrated by Chu Dongheng, who recognized her talents, earning her the acknowledgement of provincial leaders. However, it was improbable that she would receive the same level of attention from Secretary Kong as Chu Dongheng did. The provincial leaders would advocate for Chu Dongheng's grievances but would not extend the same courtesy to Lin Yu, which Lu Ronghao acknowledged. Lin Yu had painstakingly built a rapport with Chu Dongheng to secure a position that many would struggle to attain through connections. It was imperative that she did not become a target for ridicule. Lu Ronghao contemplated that he could not betray his own wife, especially since he currently stood in a position inferior to hers. His statements were not easily refuted, as the gathering was merely engaged in light-hearted jesting at his expense. Hold on. Dongheng interjected, attempting to defuse the banter surrounding the supposed threats to the education